The Rebirth of the Malicious Empress of Military Lineage Chapter 648 to Chapter 784. One do not know if it is feasible or not. It is just that since this matter is Shenwan's only chance, he would definitely make it happen at all costs. The Shen family's skills are high and Prince Zhou is the strongest. Now that it has reached a sufficient stage, if one does not take action, one fear that it would really be too late. Pei Lang no longer spoke. But he saw Fu Xiaoyi suddenly said, "If I were to marry Shen Miao, what does teacher think?" Pei Lang's heart jumped fiercely, but his face still had a light and breezy look as he analyzed, one fear that it would not be good and would attract His Majesty's suspicions and also make the rest of the princes fearful. Fu Xiaoyi nodded his head and there was some regret in his expression. One could not tell what kind of tone it was in his words. It is a pity. Pei Lang did not understand what Fu Xiaoyi was feeling pity about. In terms of feelings, Fu Xiaoyi did not seem to have any other feelings for Shen Miao. If there was, he would not be so cold when Shen Miao chased him to the point that the entire Ding capital knew about it. If at that time Fu Xiaoyi had any methods of shielding Shen Miao, then the rumors would not be so unscrupulous. What exactly was Fu Xiaoyi feeling pity about? Pity that the Shen family's military power was not fated to be in his hands. Pei Lang did not know what the answer was. After Fu Xiaoyi left, he also returned to his own room, and when he saw that there was no one else, he then started to write a letter. Tonight the residence of Prince Rui was somewhat austere. The servants all had a dignified expression and did not dare to breathe loudly. Today when His Highness Prince Rui returned, his expression was very cold, and Gao Yang and Ji Yushu who were beside him also had a rare solemn expression. Tai Yi and Nan Qi brought along a person dressed like a guard and entered the room with Prince Rui. Even the personal study was renovated to be very spacious, and with the addition of some magnificent furnishings, it did not look like a study but had the feeling of a corner of a palace. There was a person sitting on the main seat and was playing with a thumb ring in his hands in boredom. He was wearing a dark purple embroidered robe, and the clothes slowly covered the spacious chair, as if a purple cloud was flowing down from the sky. The person who was kneeling on the ground was prostrating himself. He could only see the boots in front of him. It was a greenish-black deerskin boot with the neatest sewing. The fine and dense sewing did not move at all. The sewing seemed to have silver edges. It was just a boot, but it was enough to show the owner's arrogant and luxurious temperament. Xie Jingxing had one leg on the soft couch and was half leaning on the seat as he looked down at the person below. His eyebrows and eyes were unbelievably handsome. When he smiled, it was as if the entire garden of spring could not be blocked. However, when his face was cold, it made people shiver. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to have turned into an icy spring at the peak of a mountain in an instant. He opened his mouth faintly, and his voice was emotionless. "Tell me, who is your master?" The man gritted his teeth and said nothing. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu also frowned tightly. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and said, "It is fine if you do not want to say. Throw him into the tower prison." He suddenly bent down and got closer to that guard and said softly, "Anyway, I know who it is." The guard's expression did not change. His body was riddled with scars. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of torture before this. Xie Jingxing smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He said, "Take his token." Ji Yushu and Gao Yang were startled at the same time and could not help but look at that guard. The guard was startled for a moment before a trace of struggle flashed on his face. Just the word token, it was obvious that Xie Jingxing already knew his identity. Everyone knew that Prince Rui of the Great Liang was ruthless and unscrupulous in his actions, and the tower prison was an existence that made one tremble in fear. Even he would tremble in his heart. The guard steeled his heart and simply knelt down and cowed out a few times to Xie Jingxing, "Your Highness, have mercy." Xie Jingxing swept a glance at the other person and sneered, "The people that Imperial older brother sent are just like this." His tone had a deep sense of ridicule. One thought that their bones would be hard. Boring. Ji Yushu could not help but speak, "What does His Majesty want you to do to 5th Shen young lady?" This person was caught at the entrance of the Shen mansion. It was also fortunate that Xie Jingxing had sent his own people to keep a close watch on the Shen mansion to prevent any accidents from happening. This person's martial arts were extremely high and he was also quite vigilant, so Xie Jingxing's people had to wait for a few days before catching him. Now that he thought about it, it was not strange. After all, he was a spy by Emperor Yongli's side. If he did not even have this ability, then the great Liang imperial family would be in danger. That guard originally wanted to say something, but when he met Xie Jingxing's smiling yet not smiling gaze, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. One had to know that in the entire imperial family of the Liang dynasty, this lazy and handsome Prince Rui, who always had a casual smile on his face, was the one that should not be provoked. 2 years ago, when he returned to the Great Liang, there were many forces in the imperial court that were secretly playing with each other, but they were all settled by Xia Yuan. Those ministers that were against him were also uprooted, and not even their roots were left. His methods were ruthless and his schemes were deep, but the way he did things made it impossible for others to find fault with him. However, other than fighting in the court, he had also done a number of beautiful things, leaving those conservative old ministers speechless. This was the reason why people loved and hated him. Now, under his sharp eyes that could see through everything, the guard did not dare to hide anymore and could only reveal everything. His Majesty knew about 5th Xin young lady's matter and feared that your highness was staying in Mingqi because of 5th Xin young lady, so he sent this subordinate to investigate. This subordinate did not want this subordinate to harm 5th Xin young lady, it was all to investigate. Gao Yang's and Ji Yushu's expressions were not good at the same time. Even though Emperor Yonglu was in the Great Liang, it did not mean that there were no spies in Mingqi's Ding capital. It was hard to say what would happen after discovering the relationship between Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing. But with Emperor Yongli's personality, he would never allow anything outside of his plan to happen. Shen Miao was after all a Mingqi's person, and this identity would bring about many variables. From Ji Yushu and Gao Yang's point of view, it was not certain that Emperor Yonglu would agree with Xie Jingxing's thoughts. However, the most troublesome thing was that these two brothers were equally stubborn. Once they decided on something, they would never change their minds. If Emperor Yonglu were to obstruct him, how would Xie Jingxing obediently give in? In addition, as compared to Emperor Yonglu, Xie Jingxing had experienced quite a number of assassinations in Mingqi, and his temperament was even more unruly. If both brothers were to really fight, one feared that there would be a reign of terror and the sky would turn dark. Sure enough, when Xie Jingxing heard this, he laughed and said, "Oh. Since it is only to investigate, then there is no need to lock you in the tower prison. I will send you back to the Great Liang." The guard was slightly startled, and before he could speak, Xie Jingxing's voice was heard from above, "You know what to say?" The guard hesitated for a moment. Prince Rui and Emperor Yonglu were equally terrifying existences, and his heart was in despair as he probed, "Does your highness and 5th Xin young lady have any relation?" Xie Jingxing looked at him with interest, and his beautiful eyes seemed to have some deep meaning. He slowly said, "How can imperial older brothers people lie?" Gao Yang gripped the fan in his hands tightly, and Ji Yushu swallowed his saliva. "Go back and tell imperial older brother that he is right. This prince stayed behind because of Shen Miao." The youth's lips hooked up into a gentle smile, but his brows were unyielding as he lightly said, "Do not have delusions of changing anything because this prince does not allow it. Oh right, remember to remind imperial older brother." He yawned, "Do not forget the agreement with this prince." The tranquil night covered up everything. It covered up the undercurrents in the residence of Prince Rui, covered up the schemes in Prince Ding's residence, and also covered up the whispers in the general residence. Qiu Shui Yuan had already been taken over by someone, and the original mistress returned to her maiden family in a fit of anger and even fought a lawsuit with her husband's family. With this kind of incompatible fire and water, everyone knew that Chen Roqiu would not be able to have her former glory. And this new Yin Yang had gentle and magnanimous brows and even had a child in her tummy. In the future, one feared that she would ascend to heaven. There were not a few servants who stepped on the low and flattered the high, so they immediately turned around to flatter this new master. Chang Ziqing sat in the room and touched her tummy with a gentle smile hanging on her face. The western courtyard was after all too far away and was somewhat deserted. Old Shen Foran found someone to calculate and found out that the child in Chang Ziqing's tummy was a son. She immediately provided for Chang Ziqing, and Shen Wan even brought Chang Ziqing to Qiu Shui Yuan so that it would be convenient to take care of her. Chang Ziqing was already the new female mistress of Qiu Shui Yuan, and she was also very satisfied with the current situation. Even though Chen Roqiu's skills were deep, she was after all old and did not give birth to a son, thus she was at a disadvantage in this battle. Xinhuan entered the room and put down the tonic in his hands before walking over to Chang Ziqing's side and touched her tummy before smiling. Very good. Chang Ziqing responded with a smile but was suddenly startled before saying softly, is there something troubling, master? Xinhuan was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, there is really a troublesome matter. There is indeed something troubling me, Xinhuan answered with a bitter smile. Song Ziqing patted Xinhuan's hands and smiled, if master has any troubles, there is no harm in telling me about it. Perhaps I might be able to help. Xinhuan looked at Chang Ziqing's stomach. Even though he could not see anything at the moment, he still said, never mind. It is the proper matter for you to recuperate your body in the residence. There's no need to pay attention to these complicated and trifling matters. Moreover, they're all matters of the imperial court. Song Ziqing was not discouraged and smiled. Originally, before entering the door, master treated me as a confidant and would always tell me about troubles. Whether it was the trifling matters of the inner court or the affairs of the court, they had never been as distant as they were now. Why are you not as good as you used to be now that you've entered the sect? She shook her head and said, I don't only know how to sew clothes and pick flowers in the backyard. Although I'm not the smartest, it's much easier for two people to think of a way than one person. Why don't you tell me about it? Her gentle words struck a chord in Xinhuan's heart. Chang Ziqing was different from Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu was a real pampered wife, and even though she was gentle and graceful in the past, she would never intervene in Xinhuan's career. When Xinhuan's career was at its peak, it was good to have such a lovely wife who abided by her duties. But if there were any problems, Chen Roqiu would not be able to help at all in the officialdom. Song Ziqing was different. Before Xinhuan had revealed his thoughts to Song Ziqing, he called Song Ziqing as a friend. The two of them talked about everything under the sky. Song Ziqing's knowledge was not short and could occasionally point out the matters of the court, thus Xinhuan appreciated her a lot. At this moment, hearing Chang Ziqing say that, Xinhuan's heart suddenly moved slightly. Chang Ziqing not only had her own views on the matters of the court, the most important thing was that Chang Ziqing was a female. There were too many twists and turns in how to let Shen Miao marry Prince Zhou. If it was 2 years ago when Shen Miao's temperament had not changed, it would naturally be very easy. As long as he said a few words in front of Shen Miao, he would be able to incite her, but now it was not possible. Moreover, the relationship with the first household was tense, so it was impossible to start from Xianxia's side. For this kind of marriage, perhaps one would only be able to obtain some gains by asking Song Ziqing. Thinking of this, Xinhuan looked at Song Ziqing and asked probingly, if one say that I want Fifth Lady to marry His Highness Prince of Zhou, what do you think should be done? His Highness Prince Zhou? Chang Ziqing was surprised for a moment before asking curiously, why let Fifth Young Lady marry to Prince Zhou? Xinhuan chuckled, I just said that casually. Even though he had already treated Chang Ziqing as his woman, but since he was working for Prince Ding, his mouth must be tight, thus he did not dare to casually reveal this confidential matter. Even if he did not say it, Chang Ziqing was a smart person and quickly understood. She did not linger on the matter and said, Fifth Shen Young Lady is General Shen's beloved daughter and one that he pampers in his palms. Now that His Highness Prince of Zhou already has a Wang Fei, if Fifth Shen Young Lady were to marry over, at most she would be a Sufei. General Shen and Shen Foren would definitely not agree to it. Xinhuan furrowed his brows and nodded. His expression showed that he was in a dilemma. When Chang Ziqing saw it, her heart moved slightly. If Shen Miao married to Prince Zhou, no matter what, it would not be a good thing for Shen Miao to be a Sufei. Even though Chang Ziqing did not understand what Xinhuan's intention was, she was certain that once this matter was successful, Shen Miao would not have a good ending. Thinking of that delicate and pretty young female's pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through one's heart, Chang Ziqing's heart felt somewhat uneasy. One did not know why, but Chang Ziqing had an instinctive fear and uneasiness towards Shen Miao, as if Shen Miao's existence would cause her some unpredictable consequences. Chang Ziqing was also a person who sought stability, thus if Shen Miao could be settled, it might not be a bad thing for her. Especially. She looked at her lower abdomen. Now that there was a child in her abdomen, the position of the matriarch of the third household of the Shen family was set in stone. Not only must it be set in stone, it must be done well, thus any person or thing that could be a threat should be removed. But it is not that there is no way at all. Chang Ziqing smiled sweetly. Shen Wan's eyes brightened as he asked, "What methods do you have?" "That would depend on what kind of attitude Master wants Prince Zhou to have." Chang Ziqing asked, "Does Prince Zhou want to marry or not?" Shen Wan's heart moved. Prince Zhou would definitely not be willing to have this marriage, as the Prince of Mingqi was not a fool. If he were to marry Shen Miao now, it would undoubtedly be setting up a target for himself. Prince Zhou was not willing to have a relationship with Shen Miao, but Fu Xiuyi's aim was to make it seem that Prince Zhou wanted to have this marriage with Shen Miao. He said, Prince Zhou would definitely not be willing, but one must let others think that Prince Zhou is willing. Chang Ziqing thought about it and said, "This is somewhat difficult. But females have always cherished their reputation, and if one's reputation was ruined, one would not have anything to rely on for the rest of one's life. I think that if Master wants to be the matchmaker, there is no harm in starting from fifth young lady." Shen Wan saw Chang Ziqing's confident look and asked, "There is no harm in speaking. Shen Foreign and General Shen are not willing for fifth young lady to be a side consort. In this world, there is no worst and only worse. If there is a worse ending than fifth young lady being a side consort, General Shen and Shen Foreign would definitely take a step back and choose to let fifth young lady marry Prince Zhou." Shen Wan's heart moved. He heard Chang Ziqing continuing to speak, "As for something worse than being a side consort, there are many. For example, being kidnapped by bandits, being tainted by hooligans, or not knowing who the adulterer is. Under this kind of suppression, one would suddenly get a piece of news. That person might be Prince Zhou. No matter if it is Prince Zhou or not, General Shen and Shen Foreign would choose Prince Zhou because this is the best one and also the one that can protect fifth Shen young lady." Chang Ziqing did not say it very clearly, but smart people would only say 70 to 80%. In a blink of an eye, Shen Wan understood 70 to 80% and felt that everything was clear in front. Chang Ziqing smiled as she touched her lower abdomen and smiled gently, "It is just that these are all sinister methods. If one did not see Master frowning, I would not have said these words." Shen Wan had obtained this wonderful plan, so how would he feel that Chang Ziqing's method was sinister? At the moment he felt that he had picked up a treasure. Chang Ziqing was able to get a son in one stroke and was smart enough to solve his current problem. He immediately kissed Chang Ziqing's cheek and said with a smile, "With such a beauty, how would I dare to frown?" After saying that, he stood up again, as if he couldn't wait to do something, and said, "I still have some matters to attend to, I'll come see you later." Chang Ziqing naturally complied gently. After Shen Wan left, Zhao Mama, who was by Chang Ziqing's side, walked over and said with some worry, "Third Master is going to deal with fifth Shen young lady?" "Perhaps." Chang Ziqing smiled, "It is not the first time that the first and third household of the Shen family are at odds." "Miss, are you planning to help third master deal with fifth miss?" Zhao Mama asked, "There is still General Shen above fifth young lady. Will anything happen to miss doing this? This matter was not done by me, so how can it be counted on me?" Chang Ziqing's smile did not change. As long as Shen Wan is not a fool, he would not be easily caught by others. Moreover, if something really happened, the Shen family would be busy dealing with Shen Miao's rumors, so how would they have the mind to care about other things? Zhao Mama was still not assured. Why would young lady help third master deal with fifth young lady? To come up with strategies for one's husband is what a proper matriarch should do. One must let him feel that I am different from Chen Roqiu. Let him feel that I am able to do the things that Chen Roqiu is able to do and that I am able to do the things that Chen Roqiu is unable to do, then he would not be able to leave me. Chang Ziqing caressed her lower abdomen and narrowed her eyes. Moreover, I have a premonition that if one does not remove Shen Miao, one fear that it would bring about a big disaster. When Zhao Mama heard this, she jumped in shock and did not say anything more. Chang Ziqing changed the topic of conversation. "Speaking of which, is there any news from the Lu province?" Zhao Mama said, "The people that were sent are on the way, and no matter how fast they travel, they would still need a few days, so they should be back in a few days. Let them arrange things properly." A trace of coldness flashed in Chang Ziqing's eyes. "My past cannot be known to anyone." Shen Miao received a letter from Pei Lang that night. In the letter, it said that Fu Xiuyi actually let Shen Wan think of ways to let her marry Prince Zhou. Xianxia and Guyu saw that Shen Miao's expression was not good and thought that something happened, so they asked, "Did young lady encounter something bad?" Shen Miao shook her head, but her heart was secretly vigilant. In the past and present lifetime, Fu Xiaoyi had the same calculations. No matter if she could marry Prince Zhou or not, as long as she was involved with Prince Zhou, the Shen family and Prince Zhou would not have a good time. The Shen family had angered Emperor Wen Hui and made Emperor Wen Hui feel that the Shen family supported Prince Zhou and wanted to secretly take a side in the fight for the heir apparent. As for Prince Zhou, he was the target of public criticism. Without using a single soldier, he was able to remove 2 potential dangers for Fu Xiaoyi. Fu Xiaoyi really had a good calculation. As for her rather capable third shoe, he wanted to tie her and Prince Zhou together. Needless to say, he would definitely use some methods that could not be seen in public. As Shen Miao thought about it, she could not help but sneer in her heart. No matter how long it was, the third household of the Shen family could use the first household's people without any scruples. If it was possible to use the entire first household as a stepping stone for glory and wealth. Such intentions were to be put to death, she said. Let Mo Qing come in. Jingzhi went outside to call Mo Qing over. Shen Miao asked Mo Qing, have you found the person that I asked you to investigate in the Lu province? Mo Qing cupped his hands and said, replying to young lady, the Lu province's people had already replied and seemed to have found the person. However, there is another group of people who are also trying to find out the whereabouts of the father and son. I heard that they have issued a Jianghu order, regardless of whether they are dead or alive. Shen Miao suddenly laughed out, but no matter how one looked at that smile, there was some coldness in it. Chang Ziqing is really ruthless. Regardless of life or death, the people that Shen Miao asked Mo Qing to find were Chang Ziqing's husband and son, and now other than Chang Ziqing, who else would be chasing after that pair of father and son? Now that Chang Ziqing had clung on to Shen Gui, she even wanted to kill her own husband and son to prevent future troubles. It was no wonder that she could walk so far in the previous lifetime. Just this kind of ruthlessness was something that many people could not compare to. Send someone to inform the people in the Lu province to protect them father and son and bring them back to the Ding capital as soon as possible. Shen Miao said. Mo Qing nodded his head. Shen Miao suddenly thought of something and said, wait. She said, help me bring a letter to Manager Ji of Fengxian Pawnshop. The lawsuit between the Shen and Chen family was really long and lingering. Many people thought that the case had been settled for a long time, but upon asking, it was not over yet. Almost 2 whole months had passed before this case came to an end. Chen Roqiu was indeed jealous of having no son, and in addition to old Shen Foren saying that Chen Roqiu did not treat her with respect, at the end Shen Wan still gave Chen Roqiu a divorce letter. This marriage that was initially praised by everyone as a talented man and beautiful woman, a celestial couple that others envied, actually ended in such a farce. And the most ruthless thing about Shen Wan was that after divorcing Chen Roqiu, he quickly promoted Chang Ziqing as a noble concubine. But even so, this lawsuit was a lose-lose situation for both parties. Shen Wan's career was hindered and the residents also spent a lot of money. It was just that in comparison, the Chen family was obviously more miserable. The Chen family had some reputation, but because they were a scholarly family, they did not have much money. Old Master Chen initially fought this lawsuit because he did not want others to look down on the Chen family, but he did not expect that this lawsuit would go on for so long. After fighting for a full 2 months, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Chen family was bankrupt. Because of this, old Master Chen's vitality was greatly damaged and blamed everything on Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu's mother also had some complaints. Chen Roqiu was originally hurt by Shen Wan and hated that Shen Wan did not care about old feelings, and was also angry that Chang Ziqing was two-faced. The saddest thing was that there was still no news of Xinyu, and now that she was despised by her own parents, she felt that all her hopes were in tatters and was almost at the end of despair. What she did not know was that the daughter that she could not find was currently in the residence of the Qin Prince in Yanqing Lane. In the residence of the Qin Prince, Xinyu was dressing up in front of a mirror. The clothes that she wore were of the best quality. Even though the Shen family was a wealthy official family, it could not be compared to the fabrics in the Qin country's imperial palace. The jewelry that she wore was also very luxurious. She was covered in silk and looked like a different person from the past. If one were to say that the Xinyu in the past followed Chen Roqiu's instructions and dressed up elegantly and was not bothered by the vulgar gold and silver, now her appearance looked much more expensive. Naturally it was because Xinyu had become Huangfu Hao's concubine. The maid by her side carefully served hot tea to Xinyu, but Xinyu's expression was somewhat impatient. She had a pretty face, and under Chen Roqiu's daily nurturing, she could be said to be gentle and understanding. Moreover, she could see that Huangfu Hao had some interest in Xinyu, so she picked out topics related to Xinyu. One day, Huangfu Hao frivolously asked her if she was willing to be his concubine. Xinyu thought for a night and agreed the next day. She did not have any other way out. The news spread like wildfire. The lawsuit between the Shen family and the Chen family had almost become a joke. Song Ziqing was pregnant, and if she gave birth to a son, one feared that this daughter would be thrown to the back of the Shen family's head. Even if it was not a son, because Chen Roqiu caused Shenwan to be pointed at, Shenwan and old Shen Foren would hate her. Her name had already been occupied by Shen Dongling, and these days there were rumors that the minister of lands Wang Bai doted on his lovely wife, Xinyu. The more it was said, the more Xinyu's heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. No matter if she really liked Wang Bai or not, as long as she thought that the comfortable life that Shen Dongling was living now should have been hers, Xinyu's heart was extremely unreconciled. She hated Shenwan for being heartless and also hated Chen Roqiu for not living up to expectations. And now she understood that based on her current self, it was even more impossible to get close to Fu Xiuyi. If she were to return to the Shen family, Shenwan might be angry with Chen Roqiu and arrange a shoddy marriage for her. Xinyu also had the unique coldness of the Shen family in her bones. Shenwan and her had been father and daughter for so many years, and at the beginning they were happy and affectionate, but now, Xinyu's gaze towards Shenwan was even more vigilant than outsiders. Xinyu thought that rather than being married to an unknown family, it was better to be Huangfu Hao's concubine. Huangfu Hao was handsome and young and was also the crown prince of the Qing country. If in the future she was favored by Huangfu Hao, perhaps she could be promoted. The most important thing was that if she could borrow Huangfu Hao's power, perhaps she could protect herself and Chen Roqiu. Thus Xinyu became Huangfu Hao's concubine. In all fairness, Huangfu Hao treated Xinyu well, and naturally Xinyu deliberately fawned on him. But currently in Mingqi, Xinyu was the most favored one among all the concubines that Huangfu Hao brought. Perhaps Huangfu Hao also enjoyed the taste of a daughter of an official being his concubine and was very greedy for novelty. Xinyu asked the servant beside her, "Has the letter for the Chen family been delivered?" The servant said, "It is already on the way and should be arriving soon." Xinyu unhappily drank a mouthful of tea. Chen Roqiu received a letter. She did not know who sent this letter to her room. The Chen family's master and foreign did not want to see Chen Roqiu, as Chen Roqiu had hurt the Chen family's strength and the public money had decreased by a lot. Older brother and sister-in-law saw her as a troublemaker. Thus Chen Roqiu's days were not good, and she simply stayed in the room all day and did not go out. She looked around but didn't see anyone. Curious, she opened the envelope and a letter fell out. As soon as she opened the letter, she was stunned at first sight. The handwriting on the letter was very clear to Chen Roqiu, as it was Xinyu's handwriting. Xinyu's calligraphy was the only copy of the calligraphy master Wang Foren that Chen Roqiu had specially found for her. Xinyu's strength was soft and she was able to learn most of Wang Foren's handwriting, but she did not have enough strength, so Chen Roqiu could tell with one glance that it was Xinyu's handwriting. She quickly sized up the surroundings, and when she saw that there was no one else in the room, she then boldly opened it. The top only said to meet her at a somewhat isolated inn in the eastern part of the city, and there was no signature, but Chen Roqiu understood in her heart that it was Xinyu who secretly arranged to meet her. The stone in Chen Roqiu's heart was put down. Xinyu could still write a letter to her, and looking at the unhurried handwriting, it was obvious that she was still safe. The original worries were swept away and Chen Roqiu slowly calmed down. These days the blows came one after another, and it made her somewhat flustered and unable to socialize, and felt that life was hopeless. But Xinyu's letter seemed to light up her hope. With a daughter, Chen Roqiu's heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. At least she was not alone, so why could a person like Chang Ziqing enter the room and snatch what belonged to her? Chang Ziqing wanted to give birth to a son for Shenwan? She wanted to see if Chang Ziqing had this ability. With a backbone, Chen Roqiu gradually calmed down. In the following day, the servants around discovered that the haggard and irritable Chang Ziqing seemed to be in a better mood, as if she had returned to the gentle and graceful third Shen Foren of the past. Even when the servants collided with her, Qianruoqiu only laughed it off. If an astute person were to look, they would discover that in Qianruoqiu's eyes, there seemed to be a renewed fighting spirit that could not be extinguished. Early in the morning the next day, Qianruoqiu went out. No one from the Qin family stopped her. Madame Qin was a little worried, but she didn't say anything after old Master Qin glared at her. Qianruoqiu's older brother and sister-in-law were even more dismissive. If it was in the past, Qianruoqiu would quarrel with the few sister-in-law, but today she was not in the mood. She was wearing an unassuming brown short skirt. The skirt was of an old style from a few years ago, worn by Madame Qin when she was young. When she came out from the Qin residence, she was not able to get a single cent of silver, and because she was in a fit of pique, she only took the jewelry and did not even bring much clothes out. Afterwards she was busy with the lawsuit and did not have the time to buy it. At the moment, the Qin family could not even afford to buy it. Wearing unfitting and outdated clothes, Qianruoqiu could only suppress the humiliation in her heart. She was wearing a bamboo hat and others could not see her appearance, but even if they were to see it, one feared that they would not be able to link this shabbily dressed and haggard-looking woman with the talented female that everyone in the Ding capital applauded. In order to save money, Qianruoqiu could only hire an old horse carriage. When the horse carriage reached the east of the city, Qianruoqiu paid the money and quickly walked towards the inn that was mentioned in the letter. Upon entering the inn, Qianruoqiu looked around and did not see Xianyu's figure. Just as she was feeling suspicious in her heart, a waiter walked towards her and glanced at her before asking, "Is foreign looking for a young lady?" Qianruoqiu was startled for a moment before nodding her head. Now that the entire Ding capital knew about the lawsuit between her and Xinhuan, she was somewhat guilty and feared that she would be recognized and pointed at. She was even more afraid that Xianyu would be discovered. That waiter said, "Foreign, please follow me." The waiter brought Qianruoqiu to a room on the upper floor of the inn and stopped at the door before smiling, "The person that foreign is waiting for is inside." Then he left by himself. Qianruoqiu pushed the door open and saw a young female sitting at the table in the room. No matter how Qianruoqiu recognized that back view, who else could it be other than Xianyu? Qianruoqiu closed the door and cried out involuntarily, "You err." Xianyu turned her head over and could not help but be startled when she saw Qianruoqiu's appearance. It was until Qianruoqiu went forward to hold her hands that Xianyu could see Qianruoqiu's face clearly before calling out, "Mother." But then she frowned, "How did you become like this?" If one did not see it with one's own eyes, Xianyu would not believe that this sloppily dressed and simple female would be her noble, gentle, and generous mother. When Qianruoqiu heard it, a trace of resentment flashed across her face and she gritted her teeth, "If it was not for that slut Zai Qing and your heartless father, how would I end up like this?" Finishing, she looked at Xianyu anxiously, "You err, where have you been these days? Do you know that mother's heart is very anxious? Are you all right? Did something happen?" Qianruoqiu only had Xianyu as a daughter and normally she would be pampered and loved, so the concern at the moment was not fake. When Xianyu heard it, she felt somewhat sad but her face was still smiling. "Mother, do not be afraid. I am living very well now. I have found a backer that is even nobler than Wang Qian. With this backer, the Qin family will not dare to bully us in the future." Qianruoqiu asked suspiciously, "Who are you talking about?" Xianyu hesitated for a while before saying, "His Highness the Crown Prince of the Qin country." Qianruoqiu cried out in surprise, only to hear Xianyu quickly continuing to explain, "His Highness the Crown Prince treats me very well. At the beginning when I left the Qin family, it was His Highness the Crown Prince who saved me. After that, he wanted to send me back, but the Qin family was in trouble, so I stayed in the Crown Prince's residence. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a good person. Mother, don't feel bad about it. I'm really following His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's much better than following those people of the Wang clan who say one thing but mean another. I can't be on equal footing with Shen Dongling, right? If I return to the Qin family, grandmother and father are already dissatisfied with me. Who knows how they will betroth me? Mother, can you just listen to me this once?" Qianruoqiu instinctively felt that it was not good, but after hearing that Huang Fuhao saved Xianyu, her expression slightly eased. But at the end the other party was not a person of Mingqi. Even if Qianruoqiu did not understand the affairs of the court, she had been influenced by Xinhuan for so many years and had a basic vigilance. He is after all a person of the Qin country, moreover he is the crown prince. Seeing that Qianruqiu still did not agree, Xinyu's heart hardened and simply lied. His Highness the Crown Prince said that in the future when he returns to the Qin country, he will bestow me with a new identity and let me become his Sifei. Is this true? Qianruqiu was surprised for a moment. If Xinyu were to leave Mingqi and become the Sifei of the Crown Prince's residence in the Qin country, in the future she would be able to enjoy endless glory and splendor. After experiencing Shenwan's matter, Qianruqiu's current thinking was different from before. What was the use of feelings? Feelings were too illusory. When the flowers are in bloom and the moon is round, one would be intimate, but in the blink of an eye, one would be treated coldly. And those smelly silver, riches and splendor that were mentioned in the books were the things that one could really rely on. Without money, the Qin family could mock and ridicule this daughter of theirs. If their family had a Sifei of the Crown Prince. Qianruqiu's heart slowly warmed up. Absolutely true. Xinyu said. Qianruqiu hesitated for a moment before saying, let this matter be discussed in the future. There is still one more matter at hand. Xinyu asked, what matter? Changzai Qing, that slut, schemed against me behind my back, saying one thing in front of me and another behind my back. I fell into her trap. Now I have become a street rat, but the person I hate the most is not Changzai Qing but your father. If it was not for your father's protection, how would I end up like this? He did not even put the past decades of husband and wife relationship in his eyes and let them live a good life with a clear conscience. I am not reconciled. I hate. I am not reconciled. I hate. Qianruqiu's words were filled with deep hatred. Now her face was haggard, and when she said those words, her expression was so ferocious that even Xinyu jumped in shock. Xinyu said, Mother, what are you talking about? You have also seen the matter. Qianruqiu gritted her teeth, your father and I can be considered to have congenial feelings for each other and have seen everything for so many years. I treat him wholeheartedly and never thought that he would guard me and live alone, but he cannot find someone to humiliate me. Even if he chased me out, he would still go against the Qin family in court. Now that the Qin family's luck is badly damaged, the Qin family would look at me with all kinds of ridicule. It is your father and Changzai Qing that forced me to such a desperate situation. What is my reputation in the Ding capital? A hen that cannot lay eggs? A jealous woman? This is what your father is repaying me with. As Qianruqiu spoke, she sneered and said, and that old fart, after marrying into the Qin family, she always pick on me. Isn't it because she herself is a third-rate female singer, so she cannot see others doing well? This time the matter between Changzai Qing and your father was also pushed by her behind the scenes. Those people in the Qin family are all not good things. Xinyu could not help but frown as she felt that Qianruqiu's words were like a shrew scolding the streets, but speaking of the Qin family, until now Xinyu did not feel anything. Sure enough, following that, Qianruqiu looked at her and said, in the beginning when your father wanted you to marry into the Wang family, I thought that you clearly liked someone else in your heart, but your father coaxed me and said that only the Wang family could protect you, so I could only agree. Who knows what kind of people the Wang family is? To actually not acknowledge you because of Xindongling, and now you do not even have your own identity. It is really too much of a bully. If your father had half a bit of consideration for the father-daughter relationship, one think that he would stand up for you, but look at what your father did. He actually wanted you to apologize to the Wang family and even want to be on equal footing with Xindongling. Why is it that you, the dignified young lady of the Qin family, have to be on equal footing with a Shu daughter? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. Does he even see you as his own daughter? Qianruqiu's words were full of provocation. Currently Qianruqiu had nothing and there was no one standing on her side. It was not easy to find a daughter and she feared that Xinyu would be coaxed back by Xinwan's few words, then she would really be alone. If Xinyu was still with her, Qianruqiu would at least have something to think about. When Xinyu heard it, her expression sank. Speaking of which, it wasn't that there wasn't any father-daughter relationship between her and Xinwan, but what she hated the most about the Qin family was that they had used her marriage as a raft, causing her to be unable to return home. It was said that it was for her own good, but Xinyu had only suffered. Even though Huang Fuhao treated her well, she was after all a concubine. A concubine. Even if it was the crown prince's concubine, it was still the lowest level of concubine and could be casually thrown away like a plaything. In addition to Xianxia mentioning that there was someone else in her heart, thinking that there was no possibility at all with Fu Xiaoyi, she sighed sadly, "Mother, don't talk about these useless things anymore. It is impossible for His Highness Prince Ding, and I have never thought about him in this lifetime. Most likely we are not fated to be together." She then smiled bitterly, "Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince treats me very well and I also like him very much." Xianxia understood her daughter the most, so how could she not see the disappointment in Xianyu's heart? She was angry and distressed, and even hated Fu Xiaoyi. Her own daughter was so good, so why could she not obtain the love of her heart? She took a deep breath and said, "The Xin family harmed us mother and daughter to this extent, so it must not be that simple. Do not worry, mother will definitely vent for us mother and daughter. Not a single person from the Xin family will be able to escape. Since I have been divorced and returned to my maiden family, there is no longer any relationship with the Xin family. Even if something happens to the Xin family, they will not be able to find it on my head. Now that you no longer have the identity of Xinyu, you will definitely be safe." "Mother, what do you want to do?" Xinyu heard something wrong in Xianxio's words and asked worriedly. Xianxia sneered and replied, "Just wait and see. I came over just to inform you. Seeing that you are fine, mother will be at ease." Xinyu could not ask anything from Xianxia and could only give up helplessly, but she ignored the flash of ruthlessness in Xianxia's eyes. After a few more days, the Ding capital seemed to have calmed down. Nothing new happened. It was just that it was almost the end of the year, and the people on the streets were getting busy. Naturally, everyone in the Xin mansion started to buy New Year's goods and Luo Tan was still very happy. It was just that ever since the last incident, Xianxia did not allow both of them to go out easily. If they were to go out, they would definitely bring along a bunch of guards, which was somewhat boring. Moreover, Feng and Ning was also feeling guilty about the previous incident, and after apologizing, one did not know if it was because of once bitten by a snake, twice shy, that she did not ask both of them out anymore. Luo Tan was also very bored in the residence, and after that she was so bored that she followed Luo Ling and Xianxiu to the training grounds to watch the soldiers train. She dressed up as a male, and with Xianxia and Luo Ling by her side, there was no need to be afraid. Xin Miao, on the other hand, quietly stayed in the room. She did not like to be lively and did not like to go shopping. Staying alone was the most reassuring thing. On this day, Mo Qing came back from outside to say that Song Ziqing's husband and son had been brought to the Ding capital. Because they had to keep it a secret, they didn't dare to casually bring it into the mansion. Instead, they settled it in a private house in the east of the city. Xin Miao said, "You did very well." She remembered that in her previous lifetime, Chang Ziqing's husband was a gambling addict and scoundrel. Because he was a drunkard, he was somewhat rough. If this kind of person were to be contaminated with the Xin mansion and have other thoughts in the future, he would be like a sticky candy, and it would take a lot of effort to clean him up. Moreover, who knew if there were people in the Xin residence monitoring the Xin mansion every day? If they were to see this father and son pair, one feared that there would be more trouble. Mo Qing repeatedly said that he did not dare and asked Xin Miao, "When does young lady plan to see them father and son?" For Xin Miao to bring both father and son to the Ding capital, there must be a use for it. Before that, he would definitely meet with the other party for a chat. Just as Xin Miao was about to answer, she suddenly thought of something and paused. In Pei Lang's letter, Fu Xiaoyi gave Xinwan a difficult problem, which was to marry himself to Prince Zhou. What method did Xinwan use? Even though Xin Miao was not very clear, she could more or less guess that it was nothing more than some dirty tricks. Thus, when one stepped out of the Xin mansion's door, there might be danger lurking everywhere outside. These days were calm and peaceful. Perhaps it was because she had not gone out at all. If she had gone out, perhaps the other party would not have given up this opportunity. She wasn't so careless as to jump into a pit of fire even though she knew it was a trap. Moreover, if she was related to the Tian family, she wouldn't be able to get away with just a few words. Xin Miao asked, "How many experts like you are there in the residence?" Mo Qing was surprised for a moment before frowning. Eldest young master should still have some subordinates and master should also have some subordinates. Adding them up, there should not be more than 30 people. Mo Qing was indeed a top expert and there were very few people like him. With 30 people protecting him, probably no one would dare to do anything to him. But this way, he would be too conspicuous on the streets. It would be strange if no one noticed him. Moreover, to suddenly have so many guards following, Xianxia and Xianxia were not fools. Shen Miao shook her head, understood. Is young lady worried about safety on the road? Mo Qing asked. At that time one can send more manpower. Mo Qing also felt that it was somewhat strange as Shen Miao was never a timid person. Today's matter was somewhat abnormal. No need. I know what to do. You go down first. Shen Miao said. Mo Qing no longer spoke and silently retreated. Shen Miao looked around and her eyes landed on the half-open window in the room and her heart suddenly moved. She instructed Guyu, open the window even more. Guyu was surprised, young lady, it is still windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold when you open the window. She really felt that it was very strange. When Shen Miao was young, her body was very afraid of the cold, but she did not know why these days she seemed to like to sleep with the windows open at night. But now that it was still broad daylight, why did she still need to open the window? I am not cold. Shen Miao calmly said, go, and open it. Guyu looked at Shen Miao's thick outer clothes but did not dare to refute and opened the window in confusion. For the entire day, Shen Miao stayed in the room and she would glance at the window from time to time, causing Xianxia and Guyu to also look at the window. They thought that there would be some flowers blooming, but there was clearly nothing on the windowsill. Shen Miao read for a while and then walked to the windowsill to stand for a while. One did not know what she was looking at. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. After having dinner and freshening up, Xianxia and Guyu both withdrew. Shen Miao cut the oil lamp again and did not know how many times she had cut it. She only felt that it was quiet outside, as if the entire Ding capital had fallen into a deep sleep and the window was still empty. A trace of disappointment flashed in Shen Miao's eyes and she used the chess pieces on the table to knock on the oil lamp in boredom. The little pieces of the lamp fell on the table and quickly disappeared. Shen Miao gradually felt sleepy and closed her eyes as she laid on the table to take a nap. When Xie Jingxing entered the room, he saw the scene of Shen Miao sleeping soundly on the table. The window was not closed and the door was specially left open for him. The light from the lamp was slightly swaying due to him bringing the cold wind in. Shen Miao used her hands as a pillow and buried her head in her arms as she slept peacefully. He walked to Shen Miao's side and looked at Shen Miao. He paused for a moment before taking off his cloak and gently covering Shen Miao's body. Shen Miao was after all a vigilant person and when he moved, her body moved slightly to the side. She raised her head but did not open her eyes as she said in a daze, Shao Zi, massage Bengong's shoulders. Xie Jingxing, he simply leaned against the cabinet at the side and looked at Shen Miao. He laughed and said, hey, did you dream of being an empress again? This abrupt sentence made Shen Miao wake up abruptly and coincidentally a gust of cold wind blew in from outside. She sneezed and in a moment she was no longer sleepy. Xie Jingxing walked to the window and closed it, making the room much warmer. He crossed his arms and leaned against the window, asking, why are you sleeping here? Shen Miao looked at the purple-clothed youth, rubbed her eyes and asked, why are you only here now? There was a hint of reproach in her words. She had probably just woken up from her sleep and her mind was not very clear, so she did not realize that there was anything wrong with her words. However, Xie Jingxing noticed it. There was a moment of silence in the room as he walked forward step by step until he reached the table where Shen Miao was sitting. He placed his hands on the table and leaned over to ask, are you waiting for me? Shen Miao recovered to her senses and quickly replied, no. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and his tone was somewhat regretful, oh, heard that you waited for me in front of the window for an entire day. So it was not true. Since there is nothing, then I will leave. Finishing, he made a move to leave. Wait. Shen Miao called out to him. Xie Jingxing said. What is it? If you know, then why are you still asking me? Shen Miao gritted her teeth. Facing Xie Jingxing, she really could not use any calmness and magnanimity because this person was exceptionally vile. Thinking about it, her actions outside the window today was too deliberate. Xie Jingxing most likely had arranged people in the Shen mansion and it was not strange for him to return and report to Xie Jingxing after seeing her like that. It was just that Xianxia clearly knew and still deliberately asked, which was too vile. I'm waiting for you. I need your help with something. She took a deep breath and said. Speak. Xianxia pulled out a chair and sat opposite Xianxia. He seemed to be in a very good mood, and even his beautiful peach blossom eyes were more charming than usual. There should be quite a number of capable people under you, and there should also be quite a number of experts. There should be quite a number of people like my guard Emoqing? Xianxia asked probingly. That kind of person is considered an expert? Xianxia sneered, why don't I send you a few true experts? Lend it to me for a few people to use. Xianxia said, I will pay. Xianxia swept a glance at her and slightly frowned, what do you want to do? Xianxia thought that since Xianxia already knew about the matter of Chang Ziqing's husband and son, there was no need to hide it from him. Chang Ziqing's husband and son in the Lu province have already been brought over to the Ding capital and arranged at a place in the east of the city. One fear that the people around me are not enough. You want to use my people? Xianxia said, I will pay. Xianxia asked, do I look like I lack money? Xianxia was silent. Indeed, Xianxia did not look like he lacked money, it was as if he had so much money that he could not use it all and could almost help the world. Even the richest person in Mingqi would not be able to spend as much as him. She simply asked, what do I have to do for you to agree? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, do you always have this attitude when you ask for help? Xianxia finally got annoyed and said, forget it. Take it that I did not say anything about this matter. It is already late, Your Highness Prince Rue please. When she was angry, she would call Xianxia as Your Highness Prince Rue and it sounded very distant. As expected, Xianxia frowned and looked unhappy. I did not say that you are not allowed to use it. Xianxia called out to her, what is the hurry? Xianxia sat back down again and Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at her. His eyes slightly flashed but he said, say that you are stupid, you are really stupid. Why is there a need to give up what is near and seek what is far? What do you mean? This prince is in a good mood today. Xianxia said unhurriedly, I will personally accompany you. In the middle of the night, the moon disappeared, leaving only a few stars hanging sparsely in the night sky. Because it was winter, the weather was unusually cold. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground, but when one stepped on it, the sound of ice shards could be heard. However, because it was New Year's Eve, every household hung bright red lanterns under their eaves. The lanterns were red, and the snow was white. It was a very interesting scene. At this moment, there were two people standing under the eaves. The tall young man was bending down slightly, tying a scarf around the face of another person beside him. The two of them were very close, and if they came closer, they could hear the short girl complaining, why do I have to wear this? Shoo, the young man whispered in her ear, just take it as you're afraid that your peerless beauty will cause trouble if others see it. Don't ask too much. Xianxia sneered, peerless beauty? Then you should block yourself first. There's no need for me. The young man had a handsome face and did not seem to notice the sarcasm in the other person's words. He said indifferently, my power is monstrous, and no one dares to find trouble with me. Xianxia did not think that after telling Xianxia about the Lu province father and son matter, Xianxia would personally accompany her, and it was actually no. In the middle of the night, one feared that the father and son would be asleep, and Xianxia actually wanted to do it at this time. But Xianxia's reason was that there were fewer people at night, and even if there was someone accompanying during the day, what if no one discovered it? What he said was too reasonable, and Xianxia could not find any words to refute, but she did not expect that when Xianxia said it, the two of them directly walked on the street. Although it looked like there was no one on the street, it was hard to avoid feeling uneasy. What's there to be afraid of? My people are following. If there's anything wrong, they'll warn you. Xianxia said. In the time that Xianxia was distracted, Xianxia had already tied the scarf on her face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Her eyes were round and watery, the black and white of her eyes distinct and clear. Under the dim light of the lantern, she looked even more adorable. Xianxia helped her put on the hat and raised his eyebrows, not bad. In order to avoid complications, Xianxia finally found a set of manservants' clothes to wear. The hat was somewhat inappropriate as it often covered her eyes. It was just that she had forgotten to bring her cloak when she came out. Xianxia looked at her for a moment before covering Xianxia with his cloak and said, "Let's go." Just like that? Xianxia was extremely surprised. The east of the city is not far. Xianxia disapprovingly said, "It is also good to walk around. You have not seen the Ding capital at night, right?" Xianxia was silent. Most of the nights that she had seen were within the square palace walls of Mingqi. Sometimes she would sit in the huge Kunming palace and think about the annoying matters in the inner palace. Once she sat, it would be the entire night. Sometimes she would go to the imperial garden to stroll and see Fu Xiaoyi and different beauties talking and laughing. As the head of the 6 palaces, it seemed that her nights were like one night for 10 years, lonely, unfree, cold, and unnoticed by others. She had also regretted and envied the carefree life outside the palace. Xianxia said, "No one here sees you and knows you. Do what you want to do." Xianxia looked at the other person's handsome brows and suddenly felt some envy in her heart. Speaking of which, Xianxia was able to live till now. He was the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linan and also the younger brother of the great Liang's Emperor Yonglu, Prince Rui. Everyone could only see the glory on the surface, but the things that he carried were definitely not lesser than Xianxia. However, his prideful and arrogant nature seemed to have never changed. Nothing external could change his strength. It was as if no matter how the sun and moon changed and how the stars moved, he would still stand there in an unshakable manner. One could only look up to him. Xianxia envied people with strong hearts. She felt that she was not as strong as Xianxia because she would occasionally think of Wan Yu and Fu Ming and the various things in the past lifetime and would feel tired. Xianxia's eyes were sharp as he pinched her chin and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Xianxia broke free from his hand and turned her head, "Nothing." She did not want others to know the emotions in her heart, so she turned and walked 2 steps, but she was not used to wearing a man's boots and the ground was slippery because of the ice, so she almost fell down. Luckily Xianxia grabbed her arm and frowned as he reprimanded, "Be careful." But the hand in his sleeve slid down and grabbed Xianxia's hand. His hand was slender and cold, but it was just nice to wrap Xianxia's hand in his palm. Xianxia's heart moved and subconsciously wanted to break free, but she did not expect that Xianxing's grip was so tight that she was unable to break free. Xianxing said faintly, "I will hold you so that you will not slip." "I will be careful and not slip." Xianxia said. "Then I'm afraid I'll slip." "You hold my hand," he continued without even frowning. Xianxia. Heavy snow covered the entire street and it was as if the street was silvery white and the lanterns reflected the lovely rain and snow. Xianxia would look up at the sky from time to time. The sky was very good and very spacious, much better looking than the squarish sky. The street was very quiet and no one would discover her. Some wishes that were not fulfilled in her previous lifetime were fulfilled at this moment. Her palm, which was held by the young man beside her, was slightly damp, but a smile gradually appeared on her face. The night was really nice, Xianxia thought. But she did not see that in the eyes of the handsome youth, there was a flash of a smile that was more moving than fireworks. In a house in the east of the city, there was a loud snoring sound coming from one of the rooms. The entire room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol that was pungent to the nose. There were several jars of wine lying on the floor, and the man on the bed was sleeping soundly. In the room next door, there was an 8 or 9-year-old child lying on the bed. This room was obviously much narrower than the room next door. After lying down for a while, he sat up. As if disturbed by the snoring next door, he stood up and walked to the small courtyard surrounded by bamboo fences with a blanket draped over him. The child had gone to the latrine and was about to return to his room when he caught a glimpse of 2 people standing in the courtyard. He was so startled that he was about to cry out, but he saw the taller person flicking a stone at him. In an instant, the child was rooted to the spot, unable to speak. The 2 people then walked towards him. Under the dim light of the lanterns outside, the faces of the 2 people could be seen clearly. One of them was petite and wore the clothes of a manservant, but it could still be seen that she was a woman. She wore a cloak that was so large that it almost didn't fit her body. She also wore a scarf that covered her face. Except for her eyes, everything below her nose was covered. But it made her eyes even more clear, making one think that if the veil was removed, she would also be a beauty. As for the person next to this petite figure, the boy was almost dumbfounded. This person was extremely tall and straight, and wore a beautiful purple robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. This robe was a little loose, and the belt was black, which made his robe flutter even more. His appearance was even more handsome and beautiful, and when his peach blossom eyes looked over in the night, it felt as if the snow in winter had also bloomed into spring flowers. Could it be that he was an immortal that came down from the heavens? Otherwise, why would his every move be so elegant and beautiful that one could not take their eyes off him? The petite person rolled her eyes at the purple-robed man, and then asked softly, "What is your name?" The child felt his throat loosen, coughed twice, and suddenly found that he could speak again. The person's voice was that of a woman, very gentle, and the child's mood gradually became less fearful. He nervously said, I am Huaixing. Huaixing. The female asked, Is your mother's name Xianxia? Huaixing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He carefully looked at the woman and asked, Do you know my mother? Do you know where my mother is? I haven't seen her for a long time. They said she wouldn't come back. Someone brought us here, saying that we could see mother, but mother is not here. Xianxia sighed in her heart. This child was about the same age as Su Minglang 2 years ago, but at that time Su Minglang was a naive glutinous rice ball and this child was much more pitiful. When Chang Xiaoqing abandoned her husband and son, it was because her husband drank and gambled all day and could no longer live. But before she left, she did not think about how hard it would be for her young son to live with such an irresponsible father. Thus Chang Xiaoqing was not worthy of sympathy nor was she worthy of forgiveness, because a mother who was this cruel was not worthy to be called a mother. Do not be afraid. Xianxia took out a handkerchief and wiped the child's tears. Huaixing was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. This female's eyes were very beautiful and one thought that her looks were not bad. Even though she was wearing a manservant's clothes, her pair of hands were fair and tender. Huaixing knew that this kind of hands were different from their hands that were full of calluses. One look and one could tell that she came from a wealthy family. This female must be very wealthy and for such a noble person to wipe the tears of a lowly commoner like him. Even his own mother did not treat him so gently. Huaixing was somewhat in a daze looking at it. A light cough sounded and it was the purple-robed male who was standing beside Xianxia. He glanced at Huaixing and coldly said, Go in. Huaixing's entire body turned cold from that glance. He did not know why, but this extremely beautiful male did not do anything and just gave him a faint glance, but it would also make one feel scared. He regained his senses with a quiver and saw the female in front taking back her handkerchief with a gentle gaze. Xianxia was only thinking of her own Fu Ming and Wan Yu. Fu Ming and Wan Yu had a father like Fu Xiaoyi, so how was it not hard? Even though she did not escape, she was also powerless to change the ending of her children, and was no better than Chang Xiaoqing. Suppressing the complex emotions in her heart, she said, Huaixing, bring us to see your father. Huaixing opened the door to the room and upon entering, there was a strong smell of alcohol. Xianxia could not help but frown even though she was wearing a veil. Seeing Xianxia frowning, Huaixing seemed to be somewhat embarrassed. He jogged over and took out a diesel lamp from the other side and found a match to light it up. The light flickered as it lit up and lit up the room a little brighter. One saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed. This man was very thin and weak and even his skin was waxy yellow. At the moment he was snoring. Huaixing looked anxiously at the two people in front of him and the female said, Wake him up. Huaixing nodded his head and walked to the man's side before gently shaking the man's arm and softly said, Father, father, someone is coming. That man did not have any reaction at first and seemed to be annoyed by Huaixing's shaking. He subconsciously gave a slap and scolded, Why are you howling in the middle of the night? Huaixing instinctively closed his eyes but before that slap landed, he carefully opened his eyes and saw his father's fearful gaze. He followed his father's gaze and looked over. That beautiful youth who had been looking coldly and indifferently had unknowingly arrived in front of him and his slender hand was strangling the man's throat. Immortal, immortal. Huaixing panicked and was both afraid and worried but at the end he resisted the fear and said, My father did not mean to offend you. I beg you to spare his life. Xianxia swept a glance at the man who was so scared that he instantly lost all his sleepiness before speaking calmly, Let him go. Xianxia then released his hand. Huaixing was somewhat afraid. His father knelt on the ground and looked at the two people in front of him. His body could not stop trembling, and most likely he instinctively felt the dangerous atmosphere of the other party, especially that beautiful-looking man. Xianxia opened her mouth. "You are Tianli?" Tianli nodded his head and said, "This one is." Xianxia swept a glance at Tianli. It was rumored that in the Lu province, Tianli was also a handsome scholar and overflowing with talent, thus he was able to capture Xianxia's heart, and the two of them became husband and wife. It was just that after failing in the imperial examinations, she gradually developed a sense of self-loathing and simply loitered around the gambling dens and restaurants, drinking and gambling. Xianxia hated these kind of days, thus she left home. Looking at Tianli's appearance, one could slightly understand why Xianxia would leave home. Tianli no longer had any of the elegant demeanor he once had. The person in front of him was clearly a frustrated and downtrodden man. "Xianxia is your wife?" Xianxia asked. Hearing that, Tianli's body trembled and he raised his head to look at Xianxia. Even if he tried his best to conceal it, Xianxia could still see the anger and humiliation in his eyes. "No need to worry. I am not Xianxia's friend, so if you have any thoughts, just say it," Xianxia said. Tianli looked at Xianxia seriously, as if he was confirming if what Xianxia said was true or not. Xianxia looked face to face with him, and after a long while, Tianli then spat on the ground. "That cheap woman ran away with my money. Shameless." Huaixing shrank a little and there was some sadness in his eyes. Xianxia's gaze landed on Huaixing and said, "Huaixing, go to the courtyard. I have some words to speak with your father." Huaixing looked at Xianxia and then looked at Tianli. In the end, he did not say anything and silently took a blanket and went out. After Huaixing went out, Xianxia then let Tianli clearly explain the ins and outs of the matter. It was similar to what the people that Xianxia sent to inquire about. Xianxia's husband was originally Tianli. When Tianli and Xianxia got married, it was considered a much-told story. Xianxia was a talented female in the Lu province and Tianli was also a talented scholar. Tianli's family also had a few shops, and even though it was not considered as a wealthy family, it could be considered as a small wealthy family. It was just that later on the Tian family's business was challenged by others and their shops were mortgaged. The Tian family's husband and wife could not take the blow and passed away one after another. Tianli was also affected by this and failed in the imperial examinations that year. At that time Xianxia was already pregnant and gave birth to Huaixing, thus there were more places that needed money. The poor couple had 100 sorrows and both of them quarreled incessantly. Tianli loved to drink and gamble and Xianxia despised that this was not the life she wanted to live. Thus one day she sold the last remaining land deed in the house for money and ran away. Tianli also let people search but no one could find Xianxia's whereabouts. Thinking about it, Tianli did not know about the friendship between Changhu and old General Shen, thus he did not know that Xianxia came to the Ding capital. Tianli was still gnashing his teeth when he talked about Xianxia, this poisonous woman. That land deed was left for Huaixing to marry when he grows up, but she even wanted to sell it away. She does not even have Huaixing in her heart. She is just a slut. Xianxia's eyes drooped down. Xianxia was standing at the other side and looking out of the window, as if he did not have any interest in Tianli's words. However, he was just casually standing there and one was unable to ignore that chilling aura. At the end, Tianli asked, "Someone said that by bringing both of us here, one would be able to see that woman. This young lady, the person who brought us to the Ding capital. Is it you?" Tianli could tell with one glance that the identity of these two people in front of him was not ordinary, especially that male. How would an ordinary person have such an attitude? Moreover, to break into a private residence in the middle of the night and be so arrogant, ordinary people would not have this kind of guts. "It is me," Xianxia said. "I know where Xianxia is." Tianli was startled for a moment and when he opened his mouth again, his voice was somewhat trembling as he asked, "She? Where is she?" Xianxia frowned slightly. In Tianli's voice, other than anger, there was a trace of longing. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had been a married couple with him for many years, or perhaps it was because Xianxia was after all Huaixing's mother, But this Tianli was not as powerful as what he said and had a little softness towards Song Zaiqing. This was not something that Shen Miao was happy to see. She said, Chang Zaiqing is currently in the formidable Great General Shen residence in the Ding capital and has become the concubine of the third master of the Shen residence, Shen Wan. Now she is pregnant and Shen Wan treats her very well and dotes on her. One think that not long later she will give birth to Shen Wan's son. There are no other children in Shen Wan residence, and once the child is born, perhaps Chang Zaiqing will be promoted to the official position. Even if she is not, that child will live a life of luxury and glory. Tian Li's expression became extremely interesting. It was like the anger of being cuckolded, humiliation and unwillingness, all mixed together in a complicated mess. That little bit of softness in his heart also vanished after Shen Miao's words. The children that Chang Zaiqing gave birth to would be able to live a life of luxury, but looking at Huai Xing, even the title deed for his future wife was sold and nothing was left. Many years later, the two children that crawled out from Chang Zaiqing's womb would have thousands of different lives, like clouds and mud. What people were most afraid of was comparison, and Tian Li's heart would not be reconciled no matter what. Shen Miao smiled gently. Not only that, third master Shen even divorced his wife for Song Zaiqing and went against his wife in court. One think that he really dotes on Song Zaiqing. Now the original third Shen foreign has become a rat that everyone wants to beat up. It is really pitiful. Tianli sneered, this third master Shen also has no brains. Towards Shen Wan, Tianli did not have any good impression, as the hatred of stealing one's wife was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, as a poor person, one would always have enmity towards the rich and powerful. Especially when Song Zaiqing often showed that she yearned for wealth in front of Tianli, Tianli was even more resentful towards Shen Wan. To tell the truth, I was entrusted by third Shen foreign. Shen Miao said, third Shen foreign was forced by third Shen master and Song Zaiqing to a dead end, but now there is no way at all. Third Shen foreign is planning to put up a life and death struggle, and to make third Shen master and Song Zaiqing uncomfortable. Thus she found you. Me? Tianli looked at Shen Miao and gradually realized something in his heart. Noble person's meaning is, explain to third Shen master at an appropriate time that Song Zaiqing is your wife. Let third Shen master end this mistake as soon as possible. Tianli said. Shen Miao did not give Tianli any time to hesitate and said, could it be that you are willing to see your wife grow old together with others? You still have feelings for her and want to let her live? Did she even consider half a bit for you? If she still has a conscience in her heart, not to mention yourself, she would be reluctant to part with Huai Xing. But the truth is that she would even take away the last bit of savings that she left for Huai Xing. Song Zaiqing only has herself in her heart, and she never put you father and son in her heart. Encountering such injustice and still want to repay evil with good. Tianli, could it be that your Tian family are all disciples of Bodhisattva and are all merciful and indiscriminate? These words were very impolite, and the corner of Xie Jingxing's lips rose slightly when he heard it, and he looked at Shen Miao meaningfully. Tianli's face flushed red when he heard it, but he did not dare and could not refute Shen Miao's words. The most important thing is, why should Huai Xing live in such hardships and hardship, but Song Zaiqing and Shen Wan's son can be free and unfettered. If one day Huai Xing met this younger brother of a different father, at that time the younger brother would be a person and Huai Xing would only be able to serve him like a servant. Song Zaiqing would only recognize the younger brother and not him, so what would Huai Xing think? Tianli, think about it carefully. Are you really willing? Shen Miao's words always carried a hint of bewitchment, making one unconsciously think along with her words. And what she said was obviously what Tianli was most concerned about. No matter how bad Tianli was, and even if he was very rude to Huai Xing, he still had a little more conscience than Song Zaiqing, else he would not be a gambling addict, but still left the last piece of land for Huai Xing to marry. Huai Xing said, benefactor, I know that I am unwilling, but she is Huai Xing's mother after all. I just want to get her back. If she is beaten to death, Huai Xing will also be sad. Do not let Huai Xing know of this matter. Shen Miao said, after the matter is done, third Shen foreign will pay you father and son a large sum of money. This amount of silver is much more than the original title deed. With this amount of silver, you can run as far as you want. Start a new life in a place where no one knows you. Without Song Zaiqing, Huai Xing still has you as his father. treat Huaixing well and Huaixing might not be worse off than now. There were two things in this world that could not be held back, the water that had been spilled, and the people that had walked out. Song Ziqing had taken the initiative to walk out of your life, and now she is living a good life, so how are you going to chase her back? Because of your sincerity, or because of Huaixing and her mother's concern? Do you think that this is possible? Tianli painfully closed his eyes. What Shen Miao said was not wrong. Song Ziqing was living so well now, and there was really no reason to go back to that unbearable life. If she really cared about him, and cared about the mother-son relationship with Huaixing, then she would not have sold the title deed and escaped. The female wearing a veil in front was still speaking calmly, every person for themselves, the heavens and earth will destroy them. She was heartless first, so why do you need to talk about righteousness? Right now there is a chance to change your life. If you miss it once, there would not be a second time. No matter if you are stepping on Song Ziqing's life to move forward, you are not wrong. Because this is what Song Ziqing owes you, father and son. Will you do it or not? Following Shen Miao's words, many things flashed past Tianli's eyes. Chang Ziqing's disgusted eyes, the neighbors pointing at him after he escaped, Huaixing always sitting alone in the corner, not knowing what he was thinking, and forever wearing tattered clothes. If one day he could change his life, and be like those well-off rich families to give Huaixing a good life. Tianli suddenly raised his head and in an instant made up his mind, do. I promise to listen to all your instructions, but you must give me enough money so that both of us, father and son, can leave this place without worrying about food and clothing. Shen Miao raised her eyebrows. Sometimes rumors were not credible and it was said that Tianli was like a scoundrel. One did not think that it would be so simple today. Tianli was not difficult to deal with, perhaps it was because of Huaixing. Even though this man did not have any ability and his temperament was not good, but at the end he still had a conscience. The money will be given to you. The one who spoke was Xie Jingxing. He stood in the shadows and leaned against the door as he spoke lazily, do not have any other ideas, otherwise. Tianli suddenly trembled and quickly lowered his head as he spoke in fear, this lowly one does not dare. One did not know why, but when facing this man, it made him feel an indescribable fear. Even from the beginning till now, the one who spoke was a masked female, but the purple-clad male's aura was pervasive in the narrow room. Shen Miao glanced at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was rather useful. If one were to threaten someone, there was no need to say any harsh words and just directly bring Xie Jingxing over to that side and the other party would wilt first. When Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao both left the room, Huaixing came over and looked at Shen Miao before asking timidly, are you able to find mother? Shen Miao looked at Huaixing and said, sleep early. She then took the lead and walked out. Her steps were after all a little hurried and Xie Jingxing followed. After leaving the alley in the east of the city, they reached the streets outside. Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao's expression and said, you feel sorry for that child? One must continue to do apologies. Shen Miao said, I am also a selfish person. You did not do anything wrong. Xie Jingxing casually said, you are not a disciple of Bodhisattva. He used the words that Shen Miao said to Tianli just now to comfort Shen Miao. Shen Miao looked at him and said, you are. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? You accompanied me out in the middle of the night and helped me threaten Tianli to prevent future troubles. You are a disciple of Bodhisattva. Otherwise, why would you be so kind? Xie Jingxing chuckled, you don't seem to appreciate it at all. Shen Miao's lips slowly curled up. His relationship with Xie Jingxing had unknowingly gradually changed. There was no need to be tit for tat as the other party was very intelligent and was even more magnanimous. It seemed that there were many things that he did not have to do alone, which made it easier for him. For example, at this very moment, on the deserted snowy street, they walked side by side as if they were taking a stroll. She seemed to still be that Empress Shen in her bones, but also seemed to have something that she did not have in the past. Song Ziqing's matter, do you need my help? Xie Jingxing said lazily, if you beg me, I can consider it. Then there is no need for your Highness Prince Rui to worry. Shen Miao smiled, lest there be any side issues. You have a good idea again? Xie Jingxing glanced at her and said with a smile that was not a smile, sometimes feel that when would there be a difficult problem that you are unable to solve, perhaps you will also beg me. Most likely there is no such thing. Shen Miao answered. Regret. Xie Jingxing's words were filled with regret. Shen Miao smiled. There were new things happening in the Ding capital every day, but the new things that happened every day would quickly cover up the new things. That happened a few days ago. For example, the lawsuit between the Shen and Chen family a few days ago. Everyone treated it as a joke, and after seeing it, they would forget about it. As for the Shen residents, it was the same. The servants still did what they needed to do, and the only difference was that Qiu Shui Yuan had changed to a new master, and the new master had gained Shen Wan's favor, almost catching up to third Shen Foreign who had just entered the household. Compared to Chen Roqiu, Song Zaiqing was better at building relationships with the surrounding people. Most likely it was because she did not have Chen Roqiu's air of self-righteousness. She was hearty and delicate, and the way she treated others made others feel comfortable. Not only did Shen Wan like her, even Shen Gui and old Shen Foreign also felt that she was not bad and felt that it was a wise decision for Shen Wan to divorce Chen Roqiu. Shen Wan treated Song Zaiqing well, and old Shen Foreign specially found an eminent monk to take a look, saying that the child in Song Zaiqing's stomach was definitely a male. Old Shen Foreign's last bit of nitpicking towards Song Zaiqing's birth was gone. The most urgent matter in the Shen residence was to quickly add a male child, otherwise outsiders would laugh at the Shen residents for having no descendants. Shen Wan was always smiling every day. Song Zaiqing gave him advice and was able to properly manage the matters in the residence, as if she was very familiar with it. He was happy to be relaxed. To be able to write poetry and also manage the family business, there was no male that would not like such a virtuous wife. On this day, Song Zaiqing and Shen Wan were talking in the courtyard. Song Zaiqing was wrapped in a thick fur coat, and there was a brazier by her feet and a heater in her hands. Because he was afraid that she would catch a cold, Shen Wan let the surrounding maids do their best to serve her. Song Zaiqing said, "Master is somewhat free today." Shen Wan pulled her hand to his and smiled, "Not only today. These days there are no matters in court and one can accompany you and the child more." "That is really good." Song Zaiqing smiled, "The child can also get closer to father." These words made Shen Wan extremely happy. He hugged Song Zaiqing in his embrace and sighed, "Now what I hope in my heart is nothing more than for you to give birth to a child, then all these things that I have done would not be in vain." Chen Roqiu seemed to have understood something, and seeing that Shen Wan's brows did not relax, she asked, "Is master still worried about 5th Shen young lady's matter a few days ago? To let Shen Miao marry to Prince Zhou, or to let Shen Miao and Prince Zhou have a relationship, no matter which one it was, until now there was no news at all." It seemed that things weren't going well. Even though Song Zaiqing did not know why Shen Wan wanted so much, she knew that this matter was definitely related to Shen Wan's career. Shen Wan smiled bitterly and shook his head. These days Shen Xian has been watching Shen Miao very well, and Shen Miao did not even leave the residence, thus one could not find an opportunity. It's like an iron bucket, it's hard to make a move. As he spoke, he seemed to be disappointed. "This can't go on." Song Zaiqing's eyes turned and smiled, "What is so difficult about this? If 5th Shen young lady does not go out, then let 5th Shen young lady take the initiative to go out." To tell the truth, if 5th Shen young lady were to go out, General Shen would inevitably let her bring a group of guards. General Shen is after all from the military, and the people around him are all experts. If one really wanted to make a move, one might not succeed in one shot. It is better to let 5th Shen young lady take the initiative to go out and moreover sneak out so that General Shen would not find out. This way it would be much easier. Shen Wan's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. Shen Miao usually does not have any secrets, so it would be difficult to coax her out. Even Shen Miao had a good relationship with a young lady called Feng and Ning, and these days she was staying in the Feng residence, and if Shen Miao were to come out in Feng and Ning's name, Shen Miao would definitely be alert. Young lady, no matter how calm she usually is, she is still timid, and there will be repercussions in her heart. Song Zaiqing however smiled gently. Master might as well take an unconventional approach, for example using 5th Shen young lady's parents or older brother as a raft and say that they are in danger or something. One would be flustered, and no matter how calm 5th Shen young lady usually is, when it concerns one's own blood relatives, one think that one would panic. Master might as well make use of this opportunity. When Shen Wan heard that, he first thought about it carefully before holding Song Zaiqing's hands tightly. Even though there are some loopholes, it is still a good idea. Once it is perfected in detail, perhaps it could really be put to use. He looked at Song Zaiqing with some excitement and did not hide the appreciation in his eyes. You always give me surprises. Song Zaiqing lowered her head slightly and smiled. Master is really joking. Now that one is following Master, one would do one's best to think for Master. Even though this matter is not open and aboveboard, but Zaiqing also know that there is no father and son in court, and Zaiqing would put Master first. Actually, the matter of scheming against Shen Miao was considered a vicious plan if it was set out. Even though Shen Wan was very appreciative of Song Zaiqing's ingenious plan for him, but in the future when he thought about it, he would inevitably feel that Song Zaiqing was ruthless. Song Zaiqing took the lead to say it out herself. First she said that there was no father and son in court, and then she put Shen Wan first in everything. Not only did it not make Shen Wan feel bad, it made Shen Wan appreciate Song Zaiqing even more. He felt that she was broad-minded and it was rare for her to think of him wholeheartedly. She was a rare female. Therefore Shen Wan looked at Song Zaiqing affectionately. With such a beauty, what more can one ask for? Song Zaiqing also meekly said, it is Zaiqing's fortune to meet Master. Zaiqing dare not forget Master's good treatment of Zaiqing. The lower she sat, the more Shen Wan doted on her, but did not see the flash of pride in Song Zaiqing's eyes. In Song Zaiqing's eyes, any man or any feelings were just passing clouds. Only those who had truly experienced poverty would know the value of wealth. She wanted to hold on to Shen Wan tightly, not because of Shen Wan himself, but because Shen Wan could bring her a life without worrying about food and clothing. Chang Zhaoqing was different from Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu still loved Shen Wan in her heart, so Chen Roqiu would lose her mind because of Shen Wan's actions. What Song Zaiqing loved was the wealth of the Shen residents and the identity of an official's foreign, thus she was more clear-headed about what she had to do. For a man like Shen Wan and a person like Chen Roqiu who was an exquisite person, it was inevitable that they would end up like this. Song Zaiqing knew in her heart that just by relying on poetry and songs, it was not enough to capture this man's heart. She had to display her talents and make Shen Wan feel that she was useful to him. Only then would Shen Wan never give up on her. Song Zaiqing did very well. Shen Wan accompanied Chang Zhaoqing for a while before he got up and left. He still had some official business to attend to, so he seriously instructed Chang Zhaoqing's servants before leaving with his servants. When he returned to his study, his personal manservant slowly walked over with a letter and said, Master, the gatekeeper said that someone handed a letter to you. But I don't know who sent it. Shen Wan took the letter and saw that the top of the envelope was also empty. It was obvious that the sender was afraid that others would notice the signature. As officials in court, they would occasionally have some confidential letters, thus Shen Wan did not dare to delay and quickly opened the letter. The first line of words that opened the letter made Shen Wan's entire person freeze on the spot. That line of words said, Third Shen Master, do you know that your favored concubine is a used shoe? Shen Wan almost lost his balance. He supported himself with one hand on the table and calmed himself down. Only then did he quickly continue to read the letter. The letter was written very simply, but the contents of the letter were not simple at all. That letter said that Song Zaiqing had already married before in the Lu province and had a son. Now that she was in the Shen residence and had become Shen Wan's concubine, the most important thing was that at this time, Song Zaiqing had not separated from her original husband. If it was more serious, Shen Wan could even say that he had seized another's wife and could be sued in court. Shen Wan originally did not believe it and looked at the letter with some disdain. He even thought that this letter would be the evidence of Chen Roqiu's provocation. But when he saw the last line of words, his body trembled and he suddenly froze. Song Zaiqing's private place had a small red mole. This was an ironclad fact. A normal person would not be able to see the little red mole on Song Zaiqing's private parts. But what kind of person was Shen Wan? If he would easily believe this sentence without any evidence, then he would not be an official who had been in the court for so many years. He swept a glance at the letter and it said that this father and son pair had already entered the Ding capital and were staying in a private residence in the eastern part of the city. There was even a specific address at the top. Shen Wan quickly tore the letter into shreds and said to the servant beside him, Prepare the carriage. Shen Wan did not believe a strange letter, but he was unable to trust Song Zaiqing without reservation. It would be better to see it with his own eyes. When the horse carriage reached the residence in the eastern part of the city, Xianxia did not get off the carriage himself but hid inside and let his servant knock on the door. The one who opened the door was an 8 or 9-year-old boy. Because this boy's figure was too thin and weak, his gaze lacked the innocence of a child and was more mature, looking like a youth. When Xianxia saw that boy's face clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. In that instant, Xianxia knew that the words in the letter were true. There was no other reason but that this boy was just too similar to Xianxia. Even the charm between the brows was extremely similar, but compared to Xianxia's open and candid appearance, this boy appeared to be much more inferior and timid. But no matter what, the appearance was 100% similar. The Tsang family did not have any other heirs, thus it was impossible for him to be Xianxia's younger brother. Xianxua's personal servant jumped in shock from this boy's appearance, but still followed Xianxua's instructions and asked, "Little brother, do you know where Xianxia is?" That boy looked at him warily and asked, "Why are you looking for my mother?" Xianxua closed his eyes. There was no doubt that what the letter said was the truth. Xianxia indeed had a husband and son in the Lu province. One just did not know why it was so well concealed. The servant said a few perfunctory words to that boy and returned to Xianxua's side to report. He carefully looked at Xianxua and asked, "Master, investigate." Xianxua panted, "Send people to the Lu province to investigate. You must investigate clearly what kind of background Xianxia has." The reason why Xianxua appreciated Xianxia was because Xianxia was gentle, frank and talented, moreover she was currently pregnant with his child. But if Shui Xianxia really had a husband and son in Lu province, then all of this would become a joke. He was still complacent about raising other people's wife, but since Xianxia had abandoned her husband and son, she was definitely not as gentle as she looked on the surface. Xianxua was also very picky in certain aspects. On one hand, he hoped that his wife could take care of worldly affairs in an orderly manner. On the other hand, he hoped that she could maintain the aura of an otherworldly fairy. And everything that happened today made Xianxia instantly change into another person in his eyes, making Xianxua feel extremely disgusted. In the next few days, Xianxua seemed to be very busy. Every day he would be outside, and even when he returned to the Shen residence, he would head into the study so Xianxia was not able to see him. Occasionally, she would come over to deliver pastries to Xianxua, but Xianxua's behavior was not as intimate as before. Initially Xianxua's attitude made Xianxia somewhat uneasy, but Xianxua's personal servant told Xianxia that Xianxua had taken up an errand these few days. He was very busy, thus he had no time to care about other things. Xianxia then felt relieved. However, the truth was that Xianxua finally received a letter from the Lu province. In the letter that was sent back from the Lu province, it was indeed no different from the letter that was sent by the stranger. Xianxia originally had a husband, and it was considered a story of a generation in the Lu province. After Xianxua finished reading the letter, he was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He had taken in a noble concubine and it was someone else's wife, and now that the other party's husband and son had found their way to the Ding capital, once it was discovered, one feared that he would become a joke in the entire Ding capital. Moreover, those imperial censors would not let go of this opportunity to censure him. If it was only like this, then it was alright, but it was because of Xianxia that he divorced Chen Roqiu and even formed a feud with the Chen family. Now if this was spread out, others would say that he mistook the fish's eyes for pearls. Xianxua's heart was already faintly regretting it. Xianxia's belly had his child, but he was afraid that his career would be ruined because of Xianxia. In terms of feelings and power, he still had to value power. Not to mention that the woman who was sleeping beside him was someone else's wife. Xianxua was unable to let it go. His eyes were deep in thought for a while, and just as he was about to give instructions, he saw one of his attendants rushing in and shouting, "Master, something has happened." Not good. Xianxua frowned and said angrily, "What is the propriety of being so flustered?" That attendant was trembling as he handed a letter to Xianxua. One did not know why, but his eyes were somewhat evasive. Xianxua looked suspiciously at the attendant. This attendant was the person who followed him and usually followed him to pass messages to his colleagues. After looking at 2 lines, Xianxua's face suddenly turned green, and if one looked carefully, one would be able to detect some fear. In the imperial study, Emperor Wenhui was in a rage. Emperor Wenhui sneered as he threw the memorial in his hands onto the ground. The eunuchs beside him did not dare to breathe loudly. When the emperor was angry, there would be millions of corpses. Especially at this moment, one dared not touch Emperor Wenhui's bad luck. The first item on the memorial was a list of things that Xianxia had done from a few years ago until now. It didn't seem to be a big deal. But Emperor Wenhui was after all a person who had walked out of the bloody storm that his brothers fought for power. The memorial was written very cleverly, but every line described the unusual relationship between Xianxia and Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. Among the 9 sons of Emperor Wenhui, the one he was most assured about was the Crown Prince and Prince Ding. The Crown Prince was after all born of an orthodox lineage and his body was weak, thus Emperor Wenhui would subconsciously be more relaxed with him. Even though Prince Ding was outstanding, he did not care about the matters of the court, and in addition Consort Dong Shu had a temperament that did not fight or snatch. This made Emperor Wenhui feel extremely comfortable. Emperor Wenhui could see the open and secret fights between the various princes but would not say anything to stop it. As long as they didn't go overboard, he would be happy to see such a situation of mutual checks and balances. Once one touches power, one would not be willing to let it go. Seeing his sons grow up one by one and reaching the age of dragons and tigers, Emperor Wenhui would also be wary. What he hated the most was that the princes and the ministers were too close to each other. Although this was an unavoidable fact, for example, his 9 sons each had a group of supporters. But when this son became the Prince Ding who did not fight or snatch, Emperor Wenhui was somewhat unable to accept it. On the contrary, he was even angrier than before. In the past, Fu Xiuyi showed that he did as he pleased and did not care about worldly affairs, but now in Emperor Wenhui's eyes, there was only one word: act. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Emperor Wenhui's face was gloomy. Each and every one of them think that Jin is easy to fool. Since it is like this, Jin will fulfill their wish. The matters of the imperial court had always changed in an instant. There were many who went to the emperor's hall in the morning and became a farmer in the evening. If they committed a crime and became Tian Shirang, then their luck was pretty good. Most of them ended up in prison, and a knife slit their throats, implicating their entire family. Xianxia was such a person. After the fight between the Shen and Chen family a few days ago, one thought that things had gradually calmed down. Who knew that a group of officials suddenly came to the Shen residence to arrest people? Some curious commoners inquired and heard that it was Xianxia who did not do his job well in court and implicated the entire Shen residence. The specific charges were not clear and the commoners were easy to coax as they believed that he did not do his job well. But there were smart people who could see that the matter was unusual. One knew that if the task was not done well, then why would the entire Shen residence be destroyed? This was clearly a serious crime that required the execution of the entire family. The commoners who were passing by looked at the Shen residence that was no longer the same as before and started to point fingers. As they spoke, they started to talk about the formidable great general Xianxia. They said that 2 years ago the Shen family wanted to separate from the family when Xianxia was in dire straits, and afterwards Xianxia's name was removed from the Shen family. One did not think that Xianxia was able to obtain a blessing in disguise and escaped a calamity. When these words reached Shen Miao's ears in the Shen mansion, Shen Miao only smiled without a care. Luo Tan clenched her fists and had an angry expression. This is called retribution, but the time has not yet arrived. In the beginning they humiliated eldest Bo and auntie, and if they knew that only you all are fine, one feared that they would be angry. Luo Ling pondered for a moment before shaking his head. What crime did third Shen master commit that there would be such fanfare? Shen Miao said, since His Majesty is so angry, one must have done something to behave atrociously on the Tai Sui's head. These matters have nothing to do with us. Luo Tan nodded her head, indeed. Then let us wait and watch the show. Shen Qiu looked at Shen Miao with a worried expression and hesitated to speak. After Luo Ling and Luo Tan left, Shen Qiu did not leave and pulled Shen Miao into the room. After seeing that the door was locked, he then asked Shen Miao, younger sister, was it you who did the Shen family's matters? Shen Miao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Eldest brother, why do you push everything onto my head? If His Majesty wants to punish those who did not do their job well, I do not have the ability to intervene in third Shu's matters. Shen Qiu pressed his forehead with some headache and said, younger sister, eldest brother knows that there are some things that you are not willing to say to outsiders. But the matters of the court are not as simple as you think. Sometimes it seems that you have won, but perhaps in the future there would be variables and one would be implicated. He rambled on for a while and Xianxia was helpless. Eldest brother, to tell you the truth, this matter indeed has nothing to do with me. Xianxia was imprisoned because Qiao stabbed him in the back. At that time Qiao and Xianxia quarreled to the death. Do you think that Qiao would leave it at that? This time it was Xianxia's turn to be surprised. Qiao? After all, Qiao had lived with Xianxia for so many years and knew Xianxia's matters like the palm of her hand. If you really want to stab someone in the back, it's much easier than ordinary people. Xianxia said. Xianxia was harmed by the person next to him and implicated the entire residence. What does it have to do with me? When Xianxiu heard it, he first thought about it carefully before looking suspiciously at Xianxia. How do you know about these matters so clearly? I always look forward to them being unlucky, so naturally I sent people to monitor their every move. Xianxia and Xia Jingxing had mingled together for a long time, so there was a sense of fearlessness in her words. Xianxiu usually saw Xianxia with a dignified and imposing manner, and this was the first time he saw her in such a manner. He did not know why, but he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Then, he shook his head and interrupted the wild thoughts in his mind. Even if it's surveillance, it's too much of a coincidence. He widened his eyes and looked a little comical. Sister, could it be that you're adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes? Xianxia smiled. Eldest brother, feel that it is how it is. Anyhow, these matters are not related to me at all. Xianxiu's face collapsed as he said, how can you have such guts? If this pierced the heavens, Xianxia interrupted his nagging, how did eldest brother become so long-winded? It is only a small matter and the Xin family only have themselves to blame for falling to such a state. If Xianxia did not do things badly, how would he be caught by others? If he was in harmony with Qiao, how would he be provoked successfully? One should first think about what one did wrong before saying that others are wrong. Xianxia's words made Xianxiu dumbfounded, and it was only until Xianxia's maid sent him out of the courtyard that Xianxiu reacted and slapped his head to regain his senses. Xianxia was obviously using sophistry to pester endlessly, and one did not know where did she learn this from. It was clearly a bold move that even the emperor and the court officials were playing in the palm of her hands, but she made it sound so innocent. Xianxiu was flabbergasted. When did Xianxia learn to speak such self-righteous nonsense? And this posture was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Where was it? In the room, Xianxia sent. Xianxiu often sat at the table with a sigh of relief. It was just the beginning, and Emperor Wen Hui had a swift and decisive temperament. Most likely he could not tolerate the princes and the courtiers getting too close, not to mention all these matters started a few years ago. From the very beginning, she must not forget who she wanted to deal with. Since her rebirth, many things had gradually faded away. For example, the people of the Xin family. Even if she did not do anything, she could still court her own death. But Fu Xiaoyi was different. Fu Xiaoyi was like the most vicious snake that was hidden in the dark. He looked harmless but would suddenly jump out and bite people. Just like the last time he asked Xianxia to matchmake him and Prince Zhou. Even if Xianxia tried to hide it in front of Fu Xiaoyi still stared at her. It was no longer appropriate for him to endure and continue planning. He might as well tear apart the cloth covering him and start an evenly matched game of chess right now. What Fu Xiaoyi was most afraid of was that his ambition would be exposed. Even though Xianxua's matter would make Emperor Wen Hui suspicious, but with Fu Xiaoyi's means, he would not be defeated so easily. He would definitely come up with a rebuttal. But how could Xianxia miss this opportunity? Even if one could not defeat him this time, one must make Fu Xiaoyi shed a layer of skin. Just one Xianxuan was not enough, this chess game had to be more exciting. Xianxia let Jingzhi call Mo Qing in from outside and whispered a few words to Mo Qing. From the luxurious mansion to the prison, it was only a matter of one night. Xianxuan felt that in these 2 years, the Xin residence was very unlucky. It was as if he had collided with something, and everything was going wrong. Originally, it was the second branch that was in trouble. After the second branch, it was the third branch's turn. Now all the people in the Xin residence were in jail, except for the first household. Now that the first household had been reactivated by Emperor Wen Hui, no matter what would happen in the future, at least at present they were more glorious than them. Speaking of which, the Shin residents continuously bumped into bad luck, just like after the separation of the first household, or more accurately, it started from Xianxia's return to the capital 2 years ago. Could it be that someone had secretly placed a curse on the Shin residents? In the cell next door, the Shin family's womenfolk were locked up, and old Shin Foreign and Chang Zai-Ching were locked together. When Shinwan heard old Shin Foreign's complaints and moans, his heart started to feel irritated. Thinking back to 2 years ago, the number of people that came to visit the formidable great general Shin residence could be found everywhere, even though they were all here for Xianxia's name. But Xianxia was not in the capital all year round and the Shin residence was not short of money, so who would not say that they were imposing when they went out? Although Shin Gui and himself were both civil officials, they were still climbing the ranks year after year. His 2 daughters were slender and elegant, and they could be of help if they found a good marriage partner. Xin Yuanbo and Xin Yuan were still healthy and Ren Wanyin was astute and Shin Roqiu was gentle and it was a good scene of a harmonious family. However, in just a short 2 years, things had changed, and he had actually fallen to such a state. With a sickly voice Shin Gui asked, "Sandi, what crime have you actually committed? His Majesty is actually going to arrest our entire residence? I did something wrong?" Shinwan sneered. Second older brother is also someone who had served in the court before. One do not know if His Majesty has the heart to arrest anyone, and just casually make up a reason to arrest them? This is the reason for His Majesty to pinch me. If it was really a bad job, one would definitely not arrest everyone in the residence. This clearly meant that one was going to send a punitive expedition against them. When Chang Zai-Ching, who was next door, heard it, she exclaimed, and there was some anxiety in her words, "Is it His Majesty's intention? Why would His Majesty deliberately do this? Could it be that Master had angered His Majesty in some way?" If it was normal times, Shinwan would definitely comfort Chang Zai-Ching with a few words. But when she thought of the news that she received from the Lu province that Chang Zai-Ching actually had a husband and son, she felt disgusted. Now seeing Chang Zai-Ching's interaction, one did not know what kind of mentality it came from, but Shinwan's heart was somewhat pleased. Chang Zai-Ching had been wholeheartedly rushing towards a future of riches and honor, so she had concealed her true appearance. But now that all her riches and honor were gone, it was probably too late for regrets. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "I don't know." In his heart, however, he was thinking about the letter that his follower had given him. The letter that the long attendant gave was written by an official who had a close personal relationship with him. That official did not know where did he get the news that Shinwan's sworn enemy had sent a memorial, and this memorial was not written on anything else but the evidence of Shinwan and Fu Shouyi's relationship in these few years. Even though Shinwan did not really work for Fu Shouyi these few years, but in the early years he was indecisive and did not want to give up the chess piece of Prince Ding, thus his attitude was somewhat ambiguous. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he and Prince Ding had long formed an alliance. And when these evidence were seen by Emperor Wenhui, one could imagine how furious Emperor Wenhui was. One feared that it would be difficult for this matter to be resolved peacefully. As for why his nemesis would suddenly have that evidence, Shinwan actually had a vague guess in his heart. Chen Roqiu and him had been husband and wife for so many years, and because Chen Roqiu herself did not understand the court affairs, Shinwan did not deliberately guard against Chen Roqiu. Some things were very private. If it was Chen Ruoqiu who stabbed him in the back, everything could be explained. Thinking of how Chen Roqiu was originally gentle and pleasant to him, but now she had gone crazy and was in a life and death struggle, Shinwan's gaze landed on Chang Zai-Ching next door and his expression gradually sank. If there was no Chang Zai-Ching, he and Chen Roqiu would not be estranged from each other and there would not be this situation now. Thinking like this, Shinwan was indifferent towards his flesh and blood in Chang Zai-Ching's womb. The matter of Shinwan's entire family being imprisoned, on the surface it was not handled well, but those who knew the inside story knew that Emperor Wenhui was furious that Shinwan was privately close to Fu Shouyi. This matter implicated the entire Shin residence and of course Prince Ding, Fu Shouyi, would not be able to avoid it. Fu Shouyi had a lot of hidden eyes in the palace and very quickly knew the whole story. Fu Shouyi did not think that Shinwan and Chen Roqiu's family matters would actually involve him. Now was the crucial time and one must not let Emperor Wenhui be suspicious of oneself at this time. At the same time, Fu Shouyi was also very puzzled. This year Emperor Wen Hui's health was not as good as before, so he was more sensitive to the relationship between the princes and the courtiers. At such a sensitive time, there were rumors that he and Shenwan were close. This timing seemed too coincidental. Although Shenwan was the one who had cheated him, in reality, his losses were no less than Shenwan's. The more he thought, the more stuffy he felt. Fu Xiui coldly said, unable to accomplish anything and more than enough to spoil things. Pei Lang pondered, Your Highness, it would be best for you to distance yourself from this matter as soon as possible. No matter what, I have to prove my innocence. Naturally I know. Fu Xiui said, What does teacher think? The evidence is irrefutable. Trying to deny it would be more deliberate. Your Highness might as well admit it and push the matter to Shenwan alone. Even though it is taboo for His Majesty for a prince to form a clique, if Shenwan were to take the initiative to seek shelter, Your Highness would be annoyed and perhaps Your Majesty's heart would be more broad-minded. Fu Xiui nodded his head, Teacher's thoughts are exactly the same as mine. Shenwan's chess move could only be a sacrifice. But this kind of useless person, keeping him would cause more trouble and it would be better to get rid of him earlier. These words meant that Shenwan was going to be sacrificed. The matters in the memorials could not be denied as there was evidence for everything and anyone who had the heart to investigate would be able to find it. But if this was Shenwan's idea alone and it was Shenwan who wanted to climb up to Fu Xiui but Fu Xiui was unmoved, then all these would be excusable and Fu Xiui would be the one who was implicated. It was just that in this way, Shenwan's sins would be heavier and under Emperor Wen Hui's rage, Shenwan's punishment would be heavier. But of course Fu Xiui would not care about Shenwan's ending. Fu Xiui would never give unnecessary feelings to those who were useless to him and even caused trouble. I and the Shen family are really fated. Fu Xiuyi's expression was cold, many times bad things were done in the hands of the Shen family. One do not know why but this time even though it was Chen Roqiu who started it, I feel that it is not that simple, as if there is someone manipulating it from behind. Pei Lang's heart jumped but his expression was still as indifferent as before, the urgent matter is that Your Highness should first prove yourself. The longer it drags on, the more His Majesty's anger would not dissipate and one fear that it would implicate Your Highness. Fu Xiui smiled, even though it is somewhat troublesome, it is not a dead end. But does teacher think that the Shen family should be kept or not? Pei Lang replied warmly, since they obstructed Your Highness's great cause, they cannot be kept. Fu Xiui smiled brightly and stared at Pei Lang, teacher's words are exactly what I have in mind. I still have some matters so teacher can leave. I will discuss with teacher about the important matters. Pei Lang nodded his head and left after bidding farewell. But he did not see that Fu Xiui was staring at Pei Lang's back and a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. The matter of Shenwan's family being imprisoned was known by everyone and naturally it was spread to the residence of Prince Qin. In front of the stone table in the garden, Xinyu was stunned when she heard it. It was Huang Fu Hao who looked at the spy who came to report and asked, Oh? Is it true that the entire residence is in prison? Absolutely true. That spy said, one heard that the emperor was very angry and wanted to sentence them to death this time? Huang Fu Hao turned his head to look at Xinyu's expression. Xinyu was surprised and somewhat inconceivable but she did not see any sadness. Involuntarily, the words that Chen Roqiu said to her that day surfaced in her mind. At that time Xinyu felt that there was a hidden meaning in Chen Roqiu's words. Could it be that the outcome of the Shen family today was all because of Chen Roqiu? Xinyu did not dare to let Huang Fu Hao sense her emotions and pretended to lower her head to reveal a sorrowful look. How could it be? Just because the task was not done well, why would Emperor Wen Hui confiscate the family? One fear that it was not because of this reason. Huang Fu Hao smiled, one fear that there is another reason. He finished speaking and looked at Xinyu, You want to go and see Shindarin? Xinyu jumped in shock and stammered, If one were to go now, one fear that it would make father sad and add trouble to Your Highness. No need, she was married to the Wan family, so she was not implicated in the Shen family's confiscation. But if people were to discover that Xinyu was still here, who knew if she would be locked up as well? The Shen family was heartless towards Xinyu and Xinyu also did not have any morality towards the Shen family. She was afraid of implicating herself and it was too late to avoid it, so why would she impatiently go up? Hearing this, Huang Fu Hao didn't dwell on this issue and just smiled. Xinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. After Huang Fuhao left, Xinyu wanted to write a letter to Qinro Qiu and ask her if this matter was related to Qinro Qiu. Even though there was some lingering fear and panic in her heart, but seeing that the entire Shen family was in prison, Xinyu's heart had some schadenfreude. Especially Cong Ziqing, this woman who had occupied her mother's position, now had to suffer together with Shenwan. Thinking like this, Xinyu felt that she was not that lowly to be a concubine of Huang Fuhao, and even somewhat complacent. If she were to stay in the Shen residence, the one who would be imprisoned would be her. Xinyu thought like this, but on the second day, a secret news broke out in the Ding capital. This secret news was like a stone thrown into the bottom of the water, stirring up 1,000 waves. It made the people watching the bustle outside to find a new interesting topic to talk about and talked about it non-stop in the streets and alleys, making people talk about it with great relish. It also made the Shen family completely become a bystander's joke. A shocking secret news broke out in the Ding capital. First, in the early morning before the sky brightened, there was a middle-aged man kneeling in front of the yamen and beating the drum to cry out for injustice, saying that the third master of the Shen residence, Shenwan, had forcibly abducted a woman and made her a concubine, which was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Although the man looked like a third-rate lowly person, it was unknown where he had inherited a good tongue. It could almost be said that his tongue was like a lotus flower. Even talking and singing was very exciting, and in a short time it attracted a large group of commoners to watch the bustle. In less than half an hour, the entire Ding capital knew about this matter. Because of the heated lawsuit between the Chen and Shen family, the commoners in the Ding capital knew a lot about this legendary noble concubine, young lady Cong Ziqing. Shenwan was willing to divorce his wife of many years for her, and even did it without the slightest bit of face. Everyone would speculate more. Some busybodies inquired that Cong Ziqing was the daughter of old General Shen's old friend. She was well-educated, gentle and elegant, and her temperament was even better than Qinro Qiu. She was even pregnant with Shenwan's child, so naturally people's hearts would be biased towards Cong Ziqing. But early in the morning today, this middle-aged man brought along a youth to kneel in front of the yamen's doors and smashed the faces of those who said that Cong Ziqing was good. It was said that Shenwan abducted others' wife, but everyone were not fools. The distance between the Lu province and the Ding capital was not close, and in the beginning it was Cong Ziqing herself who came to the Shen residence to seek shelter, and also claimed that she was not married. One feared that Cong Ziqing was the one who threw herself at it. Thinking about it, Shenwan was intelligent and refined for a lifetime, but at the end he was unable to see Cong Ziqing's true face. After raising another's wife for such a long time, the green hat on his head could already be planted with grass. As for the words that the man said, no one doubted it at all. One reason was that the man was still holding the marriage certificate in his hands, and the white and black words and even the official seal were all in Cong Ziqing's name. Secondly, the young man who came along looked exactly like Cong Ziqing, except that he looked a little more silent and at a loss. Everyone pointed at him and discussed, taking it as a joke that was hard to come by in a few decades. It was said that there were many disputes in wealthy families, but he didn't expect the master of a wealthy family to be so muddle-headed. Originally, if it was in the past, this matter could be suppressed and it would not spread throughout the entire Ding capital so quickly. But today, this man had appeared out of the blue, beating the drum early in the morning to complain about his grievances. It was difficult to suppress it. Besides, the Yamen servants also knew how to read people's expressions. Now that Shenwan's entire family was locked up in prison, who would care about Shenwan's reputation? They joined the crowd in watching the joke. In the Qin residence, in a remote courtyard, Qinro Qiu was convulsing with laughter when she heard the news that Shi Qing had inquired from outside. She had become more and more mischievous, and she had become even more slovenly. The more he behaved like this, the more he was disliked in the Qin family. But she did not care much about it, as the meaning of living was to pull down the Qin family, and there was no doubt that Qinro Qiu had done it. Qinro Qiu did it. After being Shenwan's wife for so many years, she knew something about Shenwan's life. Adding up bits and pieces, and also bribing a servant under Shenwan to send this evidence to the hands of Shenwan's nemesis. She waited uneasily for the news, and finally the good news came. The more Qinro Qiu loved Shenwan, the more she hated him. It was Shenwan who made her turn into such a sorry state, so she must not let Cong Ziqing and Shenwan live well. When she knew that the entire Shen family was in prison, Qiao was happy, but she did not expect that on the second day, it was actually revealed that Chang Xiaoqing had a husband and son. She did not expect that she, who had been astute for a lifetime, would actually lose to a female who abandoned her husband and son. Qiao was originally laughing crazily, but as she laughed, she felt that there was some bitterness at the corner of her mouth. If she was calmer in the beginning and not so anxious, and sent people to the Lu province to investigate, perhaps the result would not be like this. Xinwan was a person who could not tolerate sand in his eyes and knew of Chang Xiaoqing's identity. Without Qiao saying it, he would hate Chang Xiaoqing even more. But there was no turning back arrow. At this step, no one could turn back anymore. Foreign, what should be done now? Qing asked carefully. Now that Qiao was not welcomed in the Chen family and the Shen family's matter had come to an end, to Qiao, it was not a solution to live like this in the future. I think. Qiao pressed her forehead tiredly. You already have a home, so now I can do whatever I want. After a few more days, I will leave the Ding capital to find a small place and spend the rest of my life in peace. She smiled bitterly. It is better than staying in this Ding capital and being ridiculed by everyone. Qing's heart was relieved. It was better for Qiao to think like this. As long as there was hope, the future would get better and better. But I have to go and see where first. Qiao held her chest, otherwise I will not be at ease. Just as she was speaking, she saw Huai rushing in from outside with a panicked expression. Foreign, it is not good. Something has happened. Qiao stood up and asked with a frown, what is the matter? Second young lady, upon hearing Qiao's heart suddenly jumped wildly. She grabbed Huai's hand and asked anxiously, what happened to you? Huai was about to cry. The matter of second young lady in the residence of Prince Qin has been discovered. When Xinyu was brought out of the residence of Prince Qin, Huangfu Hao did not stop her. Even when Xinyu was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, grabbing his sleeves and begging, Huangfu Hao only comforted her, nothing will happen. You go with them. There was not a bit of protection for Xinyu in his words. Those officials that came were smart, and when they saw Huangfu Hao's attitude, the last bit of concern was gone. Almost rudely, they escorted Xinyu out. Huangfu Hao looked at the group of people leaving with Xinyu and could not help but frown. He asked the guard beside him, go and inquire about what exactly happened in the Mingqi's palace. Early in the morning, there were officials that came knocking and said that they wanted to take away the daughter of the third household of the Shen family, Xinyu. Ever since Xinyu entered the residence of Prince Qin, she had never told anyone about it. No one would have thought that the daughter of an official would become the crown prince's concubine. But now, these officials had somehow gotten the news and had come to King Qin's mansion to demand for him. At the end, Emperor Wen Hui left some leeway for Huangfu Hao to be polite. The reason for bringing Xinyu away was because Xinyu was also a member of the Shen family, thus she could not escape from the relationship, but there was no mention of Xinyu and Shen Dongling exchanging marriage. Most likely it was to deliberately avoid this problem. But how big of a storm could a concubine stir up? Just because of this, Emperor Wen Hui did not need to make such a big fanfare. Huangfu Hao thought that there must be something fishy about it. Since the other party came prepared, there was no need for Huangfu Hao to go against them. To him, Xinyu was just a means to understand Shen Miao, and coincidentally there were some good looks that he could play with, thus he did not really put Xinyu in his heart. It was not worthwhile to make things ugly for Xinyu and Emperor Wen Hui, thus he went with the flow. But Huangfu Hao still knew nothing about what happened in Mingqi's palace, and because of this, there were still many things that he did not understand. After pondering for a moment, Huangfu Hao summoned the attendant beside him and said, make a trip to the residence of Prince Ding and help me bring a message. These matters in the Shen family were enough to be called a pot of chaos. It was as if a thread had suddenly sprung up on a calm bandage, and when the thread was pulled, the originally embroidered pattern was instantly messed up and one could not see the original appearance. First it was Shenwan who did not do his job well and was sent to prison. Afterwards there were husbands and sons who were often in Qinglu province who knelt at the yamen's doors and beat the drum to complain about their grievances. Until now, it was discovered that the daughter of the third household had become a concubine of the crown prince residence in the Qing country, thus implicating the matter of the third household's daughter and the second household's Shu daughter in exchanging marriage. This made one sigh at how chaotic the inner courtyard of the Xin residence was, and at the same time made one wonder if the Xin family had offended any ghosts or gods that they would have such bad luck. It was really strange. It was in the afternoon and Xin Miao pulled the curtains back, intending to take a nap. The Xin family's matters had already progressed according to the steps that she had planned. Xin Miao could roughly guess what Emperor Wen Hui would do. She just took off her cloak when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned her head and saw that in the shadows, one did not know when Xianxia had come over and was leaning on her couch. His hand was carelessly touching a furry thing, and that thing was arching up and down. Upon a closer look, it was the white tiger that Xin Miao had seen before. The tiger seemed to have grown a size bigger, and even its fur was glossy and smooth, making it look extremely beautiful. But Xin Miao did not have this in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said, "Who allowed you to go up my couch?" Xianxia was really taking advantage of her nose. She was used to him coming in through the window at night, and now he dared to go up her couch in broad daylight. After a few more days, would he be able to swagger in from the main doors to drink tea, and the entire residence would line the streets to welcome him, audacious to the point of being unreasonable? Xianxia said, "Specially came to congratulate you." "Why do you have such a reaction?" "Congratulate?" Xin Miao was startled. "What congratulation?" "The Xin family is in prison as you wish." Xianxia released his hand and that white tiger gave an "awoof" sound and happily jumped around on Xin Miao's bed. It even used Xin Miao's good quality silk bedding to grind its claws, making one feel distressed. Xianxia touched his chin. Chang Ziqing's reputation is ruined, Xin Wan regretted, Chen Roqiu was implicated and Xin Yu was also in prison. No matter how one looks at it, it is a matter worth congratulating. His eyes curved and there were sparkles as he said, "Are you not happy?" Xin Miao felt a little uncomfortable to be told so bluntly about the result of scheming against others. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Xianxing's sleeves, wanting to pull him up from her couch. As she was pulling, she said, "It is enough to congratulate verbally or prepare some money as a gift. Prince Rui need not personally make a trip." "How can that show this king's sincerity?" Xin Miao used a lot of strength, but Xianxia did not move at all. He swept a glance at Xin Miao and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Moreover, in this round you also cheated Fu Xiuyi, so it is even more worth celebrating." Xin Miao's heart jumped and her hands involuntarily loosened. Xianxia suddenly raised his eyebrows and grabbed Xin Miao's hands and pulled her towards him. Xin Miao was caught off guard and was unsteady in front of her and fell straight forward onto Xianxing's chest. The young man had a smile on his face, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. His tone was clearly gentle like a lover's whisper, but every word he said was cold. He said in a low voice, "Huang Fu Hao was also dragged in, thus the old emperor would not easily let Fu Xiuyi off. This move of yours is clever, but are you not afraid of attracting fire to yourself?" Xin Miao looked up at Xianxia. 2 years ago, the youth was romantic and beautiful, but at the end he was somewhat frivolous. Perhaps he did it on purpose. 2 years later, he was truly exposed in front of everyone, but it made one feel that he was unfathomable. It was clearly a cynical tone, as if everything in the world was just a casual smile. But the ambition that was hidden under that handsome skin was the most frightening. Asking a tiger for its skin. These words appeared in Xin Miao's heart. Yes, what Xianxia said was right. Chen Roqiu's and Xin Wan's internal affairs were just a prelude, and Chang Ziqing only received the punishment that she deserved for being abandoned. And all of these were just a pretense, a smokescreen that she had set up for the last move. Xin Miao had never forgotten her real enemy, the most terrifying enemy, the most hated enemy, Fu Xiuyi. Xin Wan already had a relationship with Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi, and now Xin Yu had become Huang Fu Hao's person. Xin Yu was Xin Wan's daughter, so this made one think that perhaps Huang Fu Hao and Fu Xiuyi had some relationship. Being overly suspicious of Emperor Wen Hui, he would definitely send people to investigate. If Huang Fu Hao and Fu Xiuyi really did not have any relationship, naturally one would not be able to find anything. Unfortunately, both of them had the intention to form an alliance. If Emperor Wen Hui were to investigate seriously, it was highly possible that he would find some interesting things. At this critical juncture, it was a fatal blow to Fu Xiuyi. His road to the emperor, with Emperor Wen Hui's suspicions and hidden obstruction, would not be that smooth. She thought that this step was well hidden, but did not expect that the purple-clad youth in front of her could see through it in one glance, and see the crucial step that she had taken under the colorful outer shell. She wanted to get up from Xie Jingxing's body, but Xie Jingxing held her arm with one hand and the other hand supported the back of her head. Xin Miao was almost lying on Xie Jingxing's body. And when they breathed in, the distance was so ambiguous that she could hear the violent heartbeat, but did not know if it was hers or his. If there was someone coming in from the outside, Xin Miao would not want her innocence for the rest of her life. But Xie Jingxing was a frivolous person and did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. Xin Miao suddenly smiled and slowly opened her mouth. Invite fire to burn one's body? Xie Jingxing stared at her unruffled. The fire has already found me. Xin Miao's voice had an indescribable coldness and heaviness as she said, Does Prince Rui think that I still have a way out? She never had a way out. Even if there was no blood feud, no Wan Yu and Fu Ming, no rebirth for revenge, Xianxia's merits would surpass the Lord and there would be a day that the first household of the Xin family would face the end of destruction. In order to protect the Xin family, Fu Xiaoyi would become her enemy. Of course there's a way out, the young man suddenly said. Xin Miao's fingers that were holding onto his clothes moved slightly. His side profile was handsome beyond compare, and his dark eyes were so beautiful that they could almost drown in them. His long eyelashes were slightly warm under the sunlight that seeped in through the curtains. He said indifferently, With this king here, the fire won't burn you. If you're afraid, you can hide here. His voice was as mellow as wine as it floated into Xin Miao's ears. This king will cut open a path of retreat for you. Xin Miao looked at him. He spoke carelessly and did things in a frivolous manner, but it always gave one the illusion that his promises were heavy and could be done as he said. But why did she suddenly feel like crying, if in her previous life in the palace, someone had said to her, Come here, I will cut a path of retreat for you? Would she not walk down a dark path, and would she not end up in such a tragic state that her family would perish? The interaction between people was really strange. No matter if Xie Jingxing's words were true or false, Xin Miao's heart was gently tickled in front of her eyes. It was as if there were butterflies flying out of her heart. Xie Jingxing suddenly kept the smile on his lips and looked at Xin Miao seriously. He frowned slightly and whispered in Xin Miao's ear, But why is your heartbeat suddenly so loud? Xin Miao fiercely pushed Xie Jingxing and sat up all of a sudden. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and his hands were lazily placed behind his head as he said, Are you ill? It is you who are ill. Xin Miao took a deep breath and said, Prince Rui has congratulated enough. Now one can leave. I am also a pure young lady and would not be able to marry out if seen by others. Xie Jingxing frowned, Are you not going to be an empress? How would an ordinary person be able to marry you? Seeing that Xin Miao was about to get angry again, Xie Jingxing then sat up and grabbed the tiger that was chasing the pendant on the couch and threw it into his embrace. He glanced at Xin Miao and laughed, Since it is a happy event, how about I add flowers to the brocade? Xin Miao was surprised for a moment and subconsciously looked at Xie Jingxing to ask, What do you want to do? I do not see eye to eye with Fu Xiaoyi. Xie Jingxing said lightly, Even though one cannot solve it together. He winked at Xin Miao frivolously, It is not bad to throw stones when one is down. Just as Xin Miao expected, when the matter of Xin Yu being arrested and sent to prison reached Fu Xiaoyi's ears, Fu Xiaoyi, who would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed, could not help but turn pale. Why did Xin Yu suddenly enter the residence of Prince Qin? He asked his subordinate. One heard that second Xin young lady was not willing to marry to the young master of the Wang family and exchanged the marriage with the Shu-born third young lady of the Xin residence. It was just that at that time it was not convenient to publicize such a scandal. Afterwards second Xin young lady secretly ran out of the residence and inadvertently got involved with the crown prince of Qin and became his concubine. Enough. Fu Xiaoyi interrupted the attendant's words and pressed his forehead before saying hatefully, This group of people from the Xin family. Ever since he got involved with the Xin family, nothing went smoothly for him. One had to know that a few days ago when Shenwan came over to seek shelter from him, he gave Shenwan a difficult problem and did not expect that before it started, Shenwan would fall into it. So be it, but he was also implicated. Currently Emperor Wen Hui was very suspicious of him, and Fu Xiaoyi managed to arrange everything with great difficulty and was prepared to push everything onto Shenwan, so that Emperor Wen Hui would dispel his suspicions. Who knew that at this critical juncture, Huangfu Hao would be dragged into this? On the surface it was Xinyu's matter, but in fact it was related to the relationship between Ming Qi and the Qin country. Everyone was well aware that the Qin country and Ming Qi would most likely take the path of an alliance. Among the 9 princes, whoever was closer to Huangfu Hao would be a thorn in Emperor Wen Hui's eyes. Emperor Wen Hui naturally did not wish for his son to be close to Huangfu Hao. Emperor Wen Hui hoped that in the eyes of the Qin country, he would be the only monarch. At such a sensitive time, Xinyu was in the residence of the Crown Prince of Qin. What would Emperor Wen Hui think? Would Xinyu be a chess piece that Shenwan used to win over the Crown Prince of Qin, and Shenwan was working for Fu Xiaoyi? Fu Xiaoyi and Huangfu Hao were really tied together now. The more Fu Xiaoyi thought about it, the more his head ached. Even if he had always planned in his chest, he did not know what to do with such a sudden situation today. After all, he did not know about the exchange of marriage between Xinyu and Shen Dongling, and did not know that Huangfu Hao had taken Xinyu as a concubine. This matter came too coincidentally. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Fu Xiaoyi's cold face. There must be someone scheming behind the scenes. It is obvious that the spearhead is aimed at me. Shenwan's matter is fake, and pushing me into the water is the real thing. I want to see who is the one playing tricks behind the scenes. A young advisor carefully asked, "What does your highness intend to do next?" Imperial father is suspicious, and rashly clarifying would be self-defeating. Fu Xiaoyi said, "One can only wait and see the changes. But the first thing to be clear is who is scheming behind me. Perhaps it is Prince Zhou or Prince Xian?" Impossible. Fu Xiaoyi flatly denied. This is not in line with their usual style and methods. Moreover, it involves Huangfu Hao, so when they make a move, it would be hard to avoid leaving traces. If it was discovered by Imperial father, the gains would outweigh the losses. The advisors looked at each other in dismay and no longer spoke. Pei Lang stood in the middle of the advisors. Fu Xiaoyi did not have the intention to ask him, and he also did not take the initiative to speak. But he could feel Fu Xiaoyi's gaze on him from above. Looking at Pei Lang's calm face, one did not know why, but another face suddenly appeared in front of Fu Xiaoyi's eyes. That young female's face was delicate with a pair of eyes as clear as a mirror, just like a little beast that made one lovable. But she always frowned and put on airs, which made Fu Xiaoyi think of the head of the inner palace in Kunming Palace. Perhaps compared to the head of the inner palace, she showed a more noble and dignified air. A phoenix? Or a ferocious beast? Fu Xiaoyi sneered. She was only a female. Even if she had great abilities, it was impossible for her to do all these things. But even so, Fu Xiaoyi did not forget that Shen Miao might have a close relationship with that Prince Rui from the Great Liang. Prince Rui from the Great Liang had a lukewarm attitude towards the entire imperial family of Ming Qi and occasionally deliberately targeted him. Was it because of Shen Miao? If it was really because of Shen Miao, this Prince Rui made a move and Fu Xiaoyi had grasped the other's weakness. If one grasped the other's weakness, the next step would be to make a move mercilessly. This was also Fu Xiaoyi's style of doing things. He had to return the favor without hesitation so that he wouldn't waste the gift that the other party had given him. Fu Xiaoyi clenched his fists and slowly calmed down. He said, "Find a few people to guard the residence of Prince Rui and keep watch day and night." He slowly glanced at the advisors and lightly said, "We will also double the number of guards in our own mansion. Don't let a fly in, and don't let a mosquito fly out." Pei Lang's heart jumped as he felt that Fu Xiaoyi's words seemed to be pointing at something. But his sleeves were still hanging down and his face was indifferent. On the other hand, when the advisors around him heard this, they all whispered to each other as if they had smelled some clues. Fu Xiaoyi's anger dissipated and a smile floated up as usual. It was just that his smile was only halfway when a guard came in from outside and said, "Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince had sent someone to pass a message to you." Fu Xiaoyi was startled and said, "Call him in." Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly realized something and his expression changed greatly. Bad. Emperor Wen Hui knew about Xinyu's matter and suspected that Fu Xiaoyi and Huangfu Hao were involved. One feared that at this time, he would spare no effort to investigate the relationship between Fu Xiaoyi and Huangfu Hao. Huang Fuhao did not know what had happened, and did not know the real reason why Shenwan had been arrested. He thought that he had come to ask, but unfortunately, he had bumped into the muzzle of the gun. One feared that she had already been caught by Emperor Wen Hui's people, thus she would not be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. At this moment, his crime was almost confirmed. Fu Xiaoyi suddenly sat down on the chair. In Ming Qi's heavenly prison, there were currently quite a number of people locked up. Shen Yu and Shen Roqiu did not expect that they would reunite with Shenwan's entire family under such circumstances. Shenwan also did not expect that Shen Yu would actually become Huang Fuhao's concubine. Shenwan was after all a person who had gone through many trials and tribulations in court. Others could not see it clearly, but he understood it very clearly. Even though he knew that he would not be able to escape the death penalty this time, but Shen Yu had implicated Huang Fuhao, which made him feel even more hopeless. Emperor Wen Hui would not deal with Huang Fuhao because Huang Fuhao was the crown prince of the Qin country. Fu Xiaoyi could also think of ways to protect himself. Fu Xiaoyi had many capable people under him, and because of suspicions, he would punish a prince, unless Emperor Wen Hui was not afraid of the world being in chaos. Saying it this way, the one that could be sacrificed was the Shen family. Shen Yu's heart was afraid and angry. When she entered the prison and was locked together with the Shen family's females, she anxiously pulled Shen Roqiu and asked, "Mother, why are we also arrested? Do we not have any relations with the Shen family? What exactly is going on?" When Song Ziqing saw it, her heart was somewhat refreshed. She originally regretted that she picked the Shen residence. Not only did she not gain riches, she also wanted to lose her life and future. So to speak, Shen Yu who left home and Shen Roqiu who was divorced were instead lucky. Originally Song Ziqing did not need to be involved in these matters, but the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she was. She did not think that Shen Yu and Shen Roqiu would be sent over, and Song Ziqing was extremely happy. When one was unlucky, one would always want to catch a few of the same people to go to hell together. Song Ziqing said, "How is second young lady not a person of the Shen residence? You are master's daughter." Shen Yu sneered, "It is not your turn to interrupt. That's not for a whore like you to interrupt." Song Ziqing was surprised for a moment. She had long known that Shen Yu was not as refined as she looked on the surface, but did not expect that Shen Yu's mouth would be so powerful. She subconsciously looked towards Shenwan, but what surprised her was that Shenwan did not even look at her, as if he turned a deaf ear to Shen Yu's words. When Shen Yu saw Song Ziqing's appearance, she said proudly, "Why? You still want my father to speak up for you? Now who in the entire capital does not know that you, Song Ziqing, are used shoes that were slept within the Lu province? It is said that prostitutes are heartless and actors are unrighteous. Seeing that you claim to be well-mannered and bite on words, why are you also as shameless? You are not even as good as the top courtesan in the brothel. You. What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Ziqing's heart jumped and subconsciously replied. She had always been locked up in prison and knew nothing about the outside world. She did not know that the matter of her in the Lu province had already spread out, and now the entire Ding capital was treating her as a joke. "You do not know?" Shen Yu was angry in her heart and simply used words to provoke her. "Your husband and son in the Lu province missed you so much that they specially came to the Ding capital to look for you." Shen Yu looked at Shenwan maliciously. She was also quite resentful towards Shenwan and continued to speak unhurriedly, that Tianli had already knelt at the Yaman's residence's entrance and beat the drum to complain of injustice, saying that our Shen residence had forcefully snatched a commoner's wife. Song Ziqing's body trembled and knew that she could no longer hide it but looked towards Shen Yu. Seeing that Shenwan did not have much surprise on his face, she asked in a trembling voice, You already knew about it?" "What?" The one who spoke was old Shen Foran, who had been staring at the other side. She thought that Shen Yu and Song Ziqing were not on good terms, so she said those humiliating words. Now she finally recovered and asked in a sharp voice, "You have married before? You still have a son?" Song Ziqing did not answer, but Shen Roqiu, who was watching coldly at the side, smiled. "Mother still do not know. The daughter-in-law that you have carefully picked for your son is now someone from other families. The Shen family raises daughter-in-law for other families, and this Song Ziqing's son, after all, is not surnamed Shen. The things that are said about the Shen family outside are really wonderful, mother should also listen to it. Xingui was also shocked by this sudden news. Chang Ziqing finally recovered to her senses and looked at Qiao before sneering. She no longer concealed her docile look and smashed the pot. So what if I have married before? So what if she had a son? How could the Shen family be as clean as you said? It's just a pot calling the kettle black. What's more, I didn't even enjoy a few days of happiness after getting married, and now I have to suffer. It's hard to say who's the one who's going to suffer. When old Shen Foren heard it, anger rose in her heart. Being locked up in prison without rhyme or reason, she was half afraid and half irritated. She had no way to vent her anger and Song Ziqing had hit the tip of the spear. Without saying a word, she pounced on Song Ziqing and scolded as she pulled Song Ziqing's hair. Slut. I'll let you cheat the Shen family. I'll let you cheat the Shen family. Shameless. How would Chang Ziqing be someone who would meekly submit to adversity? If one were to say that she had designs in the Shen residence so she could keep a low profile, now that her mask had been pierced, she could not care so much. She immediately started fighting with old Shen Foren. Even though old Shen Foren was old, when she fought, she still had the shrewdness of her youth as she had mingled in the streets before. Song Ziqing was young and vigorous, but she had always prided herself as a scholar and did not fight with others, thus she was not able to gain any advantage. As both of them were fighting, they were cursing at each other and both were in a mess. When Xingui saw the situation, he wanted to pull them back, but males and females were separated in the prison, thus the spirit was willing but the strength was insufficient. It was even more impossible for Xinyu and Qiao, who were locked up together, to pull them back. Qiao looked on coldly and Xinyu even laughed out loud. All of this abnormally stopped when Song Ziqing cried out in pain. Old Shen Foren pushed Song Ziqing away. Her face was full of nail scratches and her hair and clothes were in a mess, but she looked at the person on the ground in satisfaction. Song Ziqing was curled up on the ground with her body bent over. She hugged her lower abdomen and her face was contorted in pain as she moaned loudly. Below her, a pool of blood gradually flowed out. She actually had a miscarriage in prison. One did not know where old Shen Foren had touched Song Ziqing, but these days the food in the prison was not to one's liking and Song Ziqing's body was weak. Most likely when she was fighting with old Shen Foren, she was injured in the abdomen. Xingui was at a loss as he looked at Shenwan, but saw that Shenwan's gaze did not change at all as he looked at Chang Ziqing painfully rolling on the ground, like he was looking at a stranger. As for old Shen Foren, she looked at Song Ziqing almost crazily and scolded, "Slut. All of you deserve to die." *TCH. Xinyu was somewhat afraid of blood and seeing that there was more and more blood below Chang Ziqing that the ground was dyed red, she gradually started to be afraid and squeezed closer to Qiao. Qiao hugged Xinyu tightly and looked at Chang Ziqing as the corner of her lips slowly rose. Song Ziqing's consciousness was somewhat fuzzy from the pain. She tried hard to call out to the jailer, hoping that someone would discover that her body was unwell and find a doctor for her. However, the prison guards came and went, occasionally casting disdainful and mocking glances at her. They had no intention of helping her at all. One did not know how long she had been moaning for, but Chang Ziqing gradually could not even make a sound. Most likely she was only breathing in and not out, as if she was about to pass away at any moment. No one spoke in the cell. It was eerily quiet. Everyone of the Shen family looked at Chang Ziqing with disgust, impatience, ridicule, fear and disdain, but there was no sympathy at all. Disasters would distort human nature, and when one's status was on the opposite side, there would be no sympathy. From Xinyu and Qiao's point of view, Chang Ziqing reaped what she sowed, and from Shenwan's point of view, Chang Ziqing deceived him and her death was not to be pitied. Xingui was not a good person and old Shen Foren could not wait to tear Chang Ziqing into pieces. In Song Ziqing's life, the first half of her life was most likely very smooth sailing, and even though the second half was not smooth sailing, she thought that with her own intellect, not to mention flying up the branches to become a phoenix, it was still possible to obtain riches and honor. She could fight and snatch for riches and honor, disregarding her conscience and face. But who knew that the riches and honor pit she plunged headfirst into was a burial ground, and the people she tolerated and dealt with were even scarier than jackals and wolves. At this time, Song Zaiqing suddenly remembered the Lu province, the incompetent husband who loved to drink and the son who always silently chopped firewood to feed the chickens. She muttered in a daze, "Huai Xing." Xinyu frowned, "What is she talking about?" Chenroqiu shook her head. "Mother, why do you look so lethargic?" Xinyu held her hand tightly. "Is this matter very serious? When can we get out?" "Don't worry, this is just a small matter. His Majesty will let us out once he finds out. Don't worry. You should rest for a while so that you won't have the strength later." Chenroqiu smiled as she answered. With Chenroqiu's assurance, Xinyu's heart was slightly at ease and indeed felt somewhat tired, so she leaned on Chenroqiu and closed her eyes. When old Shenforen heard Chenroqiu's words, she gradually calmed down. Even though she was not very satisfied with Chenroqiu, one would always know who was better after comparison. With Song Zaiqing as a foil, old Shenforen felt that Chenroqiu was still not bad. She also closed her eyes to rest. No one cared if Song Zaiqing was dead or alive. Chenroqiu glanced at Song Zaiqing and sneered before thinking of something, and her gaze became desperate. She lied to Xinyu about whether there was a way out this time. They might not be able to make it out alive. No one understood Shenwan's eyes better than Chenroqiu. If there was a glimmer of hope, Shenwan would not have such a reaction. He sat there coldly and somewhat woodenly, as if he did not care about anything, no matter if it was the Shen family becoming the joke of the Ding capital, or the scuffle between old Shenforen and Song Zaiqing, or Song Zaiqing's miscarriage. Shenwan was expressionless. Shenwan was in despair. Even Shenwan was in despair, so there was no reason for Chenroqiu to have any other way to survive. It was just that when she really knew this ending, Chenroqiu was not as unacceptable as she thought. Perhaps it was because Chenroqiu had seen the fickleness of human nature when the Chen family and the Shen family were in a lawsuit, or perhaps the matter of being divorced by Shenwan had left Chenroqiu scarred. At the moment, Chenroqiu was physically and mentally exhausted, and Song Zaiqing had ended up in such a state, so she did not care much. Since they were going to die, wasn't it better to die together? Even if they died, they would still be a family. Chenroqiu thought. Third younger brother. In the silence, someone was the first to break the silence. It was Xingui. He asked, "Don't you feel that our Shen family seems to have encountered some evil in recent years? When father was around, there weren't so many things. Ever since Xingui was found to have damaged the root of his offspring, he had been muddle-headed every day. It was rare for him to be clear-headed for once." Whether it was true or not, he had asked a serious question. Shenwan glanced at him, and one could not distinguish between joy and anger in his tone. Is it when father is around or when Xianxia is around? Xingui was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was not accurate to say that old General Shen was around. To be accurate, when the Shen residence went downhill, it started when the first household separated from the family. In fact, 2 years ago, when Xianxia had just returned to the capital, their careers were not smooth. It was just that at that time the Shen family had not separated yet, and their colleagues in the official circles had to give face to Xianxia and flatter them. After Xianxia left the capital, those people did not have any misgivings, and the Shen family deteriorated day by day. Even though one did not want to admit it, it was indeed a fact. Without Xianxia, the Shen family was the same as those random official families in the Ding capital. There was nothing special about it. However, Shenwan's words didn't mean what he said on the surface. Xingui asked hesitantly, "You are saying that someone is scheming against our Shen family? You were also schemed against this time?" Shenwan smiled strangely, but no one knew what he was smiling about. Could it be that Xianxia caused trouble behind the scenes? Xingui suddenly understood. Chenroqiu, who was sitting quietly at the side, opened her mouth at this time. That little slut that Luo Shuiyan gave birth to is very evil. Did you all not discover that as long as one is related to Shen Miao, one would not end up well? Shenwan and Xingui looked at Chenroqiu at the same time. Chenroqiu did not seem to see their gazes and continued, "First it was the second household Shenqing and Xinyuan, and now it is the third household's turn." Initially, second Sa did not gain any advantage in her hands. Come to think of it, if one were to say that the Shen residence had frequent mishaps, it would be better to say that it was the beginning of her great change in temperament. One was very strange, as one's thoughts were constantly changing. In the past in Shenwan and Shengui's eyes, Shen Miao at most had a little cleverness, but how would she have such great ability? But now that she had fallen to such a state, and hearing Chen Roqiu's words, it was actually so. Just take Princess Mingyan as an example. Did she not also inexplicably die after forming enmity with Shen Miao? Until now there was no investigation of the reason. Chen Wan said in a deep voice, just based on her alone, she would not be able to do this, unless there is an expert guiding her from behind, or she found a backer. One fear that it is not that Shen Miao found a backer. Shen Gui pondered, it is the Shen family that found a backer. He seemed to have thought of something and slapped his knee. Why didn't Xianxia fall to his death on the battlefield? I was just saying, why was everything going wrong for so many years? So it was because Xianxia was causing trouble behind the scenes. He said it righteously but did not mention how many times the Shen family had caused trouble for Xianxia. No matter what, this matter is more or less related to Xianxia. At this time, Chen Roqiu calmed down and the words that she said were more pertinent and useful. Otherwise it would not be that when something happened, the entire Shen residence was implicated but only the first household was safe and sound. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, Shen Gui fiercely gritted his teeth and said, since that's the case, then we have to drag them down with us this time. Even if we are unable to obtain any benefits, their first household should not think of having an easy time. He looked at Shen Wan, third younger brother, let's think of ways to get Xianxia involved. No. Shen Wan calmly said, the matter has already reached the point of conviction. To implicate Xianxia at this time, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see that this is framing. The more it is like this, the more His Majesty will feel that the first branch and us are not the same kind of people, that we are treacherous officials, and the first branch is loyal. The first branch took advantage of it for nothing. Shen Gui said angrily, then are we just going to let him off like this? Shen Wan sneered, after suffering such a big loss, moreover father was biased towards Xianxia and after fighting for so many years, I do not believe that we will still lose. Even if we cannot pull Xianxia down, we will at least peel off a layer of Xianxia's skin. Third brother, you mean? Shen Gui was puzzled. Shen Wan lowered his voice, if His Majesty can't get through, there will always be someone else. Take a guess, now that this has happened, of course we are the ones suffering. But who is more angry than we are? Chen Roqiu frowned, Prince Ding? Not bad. Shen Wan looked at Chen Roqiu calmly. At this time, it was useless to blame Chen Roqiu for submitting the evidence in a fit of anger. Moreover, the reason was that Shen Wan divorced Chen Roqiu because of Song Zaiqing. In the long run, perhaps someone had set up a trap and schemed all of them, so what was the point of blaming anyone? However, all of them were disheartened and exhausted. However, even before death, a poisonous snake would never forget to take a bite out of its victim. The Shen family was such a poisonous snake. Shen Wan said coldly, our every move is being monitored by others. There is no doubt that there are Prince Ding's people among them, and to talk more about the first household of the Shen family would make Prince Ding suspicious. Previously, when Prince Ding wanted him to matchmake Shen Miao and Prince Zhou, he already had some doubts about Shen Miao. Now that the eldest household of the Shen family was mentioned, once Prince Ding thought that it was the eldest household of the Shen family who cheated him and made him suspected by Emperor Wen Hui, one fear that he would immediately want to destroy the eldest household of the Shen family. What kind of person was Prince Ding? He was the one who hid the deepest among the 9 princes and was more like a smiling tiger compared to Prince Xian. Being stared at by Prince Ding, Shen Wan believed that the eldest household of the Shen family would have a hard time in the future. Even if one could not change the outcome, one must still bury a malignant tumor for the eldest household of the Shen family. There would be a day when it would sprout. He muttered softly and said in a voice that only he could hear, I will wait for you on the road to the netherworld, eldest brother. The case regarding Shen Wan in the Ding capital was closed very quickly, so much that when the commoners knew of the news, they were somewhat baffled. The former formidable great general's Shen residence was searched. The servants were exiled and the masters were all beheaded. There had not been such a big case in Mingqi for a long time, and this case did not seem to be that serious. The officials seemed to be deliberately keeping it a secret, and the crime was only not doing a good job and causing a big disaster. It was just that no one knew what that big disaster was. Being an official was like this. If the monarch wanted the official to die, the official had to die. If Emperor Wenhui wanted to execute any official, sometimes he would not even bother to think of a reason. Especially for people like the Shen family, the only officials were Shen Wan and Shen Gui, and these two people were gradually declining in their official careers, so there was no one to speak up for them. Of course, there seemed to be an invisible hand pushing it. In short, everything happened so fast that one did not expect it. On the day of the execution, Shen Miao wanted to go and see. Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao strangely and asked, "What is Biao youngest sister going to see?" "That kind of bloody scene, the head would roll down and one would have nightmares at night. It is better not to go." Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan would not go to see as they still had military affairs. Of course, even if there were no military affairs, they would also not go. Towards the Shen family, Luo Shuiyan did not have any feelings, but Xianxia most likely had some, but those complicated feelings were all wiped out by the things that the Shen family did all these years. It was better to not meet and would not take the initiative to find trouble for oneself. Shen Miao said, "I want to go and see. I have not seen a beheading before." Luo Tan. She said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "What is there to see about a beheading?" But in her heart she was secretly anxious for Shen Miao. Females were always soft-hearted, and even though the entire Shen family was not a good person, Shen Miao had been with them for such a long time and it was inevitable that there would be some sorrow. If she were to go up now, she would only be finding trouble for herself. "I will accompany younger sister," Shen Qiu said. Shen Qiu knew Shen Miao's stubborn character, and if he did not let her go, Shen Miao would sneak out herself to save trouble. He was not afraid, and with the guards by his side, they would be able to protect Shen Miao. "I will also go along," Luo Ling said with a smile. "I have not seen a beheading before." "What are you talking about, cousin?" Luo Tan glanced at Luo Ling. Previously in the northwestern region, it is not like one had not seen people being executed by military orders. One could not even bear to look at the beheading. What first time? Luo Ling's smile was somewhat stiff, as he did not expect that his own Tang younger sister would tear him down like this. When Shen Qiu heard it, he looked meaningfully at Luo Ling until Luo Ling felt uneasy before saying, "Then let's go together." When Luo Tan saw that everyone had left, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet before saying, "Then I will also follow. I don't want to stay in the residence alone. Biao youngest sister, you must cover my eyes properly later." When the group of people arrived at the execution ground, the onlookers outside had already surrounded the execution platform in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Because Shen Qiu and his entourage were accompanied by guards, the commoners took the initiative to clear the way. The surrounding people recognized Shen Qiu and whispered as they pointed at Shen Qiu and Shen Miao. One had long known that the first household of the Shen family and the second and third household were not on good terms, but one did not expect that when the second and third household were executed, the siblings of the first household would come to watch the execution. Some people said that the first household had gained a blessing in disguise. That year, when they were forced by the second and third household to remove their names, they managed to escape this calamity. Some people also said that the siblings of Xianxia were too cold-blooded, that they actually watched their family members being executed without being moved. On the execution platform, Shen Wan and his entourage were all kneeling with shackles on, wearing dirty prisoner's uniform and unkempt hair and dirty faces. There was no trace of the previous rich and powerful appearance. And Shen Yu and old Shen Foren's mouths were still stuffed with rags, and it seemed that one could see Shen Yu desperately shaking her head with fear in her eyes. Shen Yu and old Shen Foren had always been very afraid of death. Most likely they were unable to accept this fact up till now and were still thinking that there was still room for redemption. Shen Miao's lips slightly hooked up. Her eyes swept across the people on the stage one by one. Shen Wan, Zhenro Qiu, Shen Gui, Shen Yu, old Shen Foren. Hearing that Chang Zaiqing had a miscarriage in prison, when the jailer found her the next day and carried her out, her body was already stiff. It was better to let him bleed to death while he was still alive. At least he wouldn't have to watch helplessly as his head was chopped off and his corpse was left intact. But what was the use of that? Her life was gone, and the entire Ding capital knew that she abandoned her husband and son. "Biao youngest sister, what are you thinking about?" Luo Tan asked softly. "Thinking about the past," Shen Miao gently answered. She thought of when she was fighting for power with Mei Foran in the inner palace. It was this group of people on the stage who stabbed the first household without leaving any leeway. They caused the death of Xianxia, caused the death of Luo Shuiyan, caused Xianxia to be haggard and caused Wan Yu and Fu Ming to not have a strong support from their mother's family, and could only be sacrificed in the imperial family's throne room. They obviously had the most orthodox blood but lived like a lowly Shu son or Shu daughter. And all of these were given by these people in front of her. Xinyu said, "Fifth younger sister, we are not a family. Not a family, but an enemy. At least from now on, with the death of this group of people on the stage, she and those jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards of the Shen family no longer had any relationship at all." Xinyu looked around in a panic on the stage but suddenly looked towards Shen Miao's direction. At the same time when she saw Shen Miao, a strong hatred burst out from her eyes. If it was not for the fact that she was being held in shackles, Xinyu would have crossed the crowd to Shen Miao and scratched Shen Miao's face. Shen Miao smiled at her through the crowd and did not care if Xinyu could see clearly, but she slightly raised her chin and looked at her with a critical and condescending gaze, like looking at a dog. Xinyu was angered by Shen Miao's gaze and started to scream even more. The official who was holding her impatiently gave her a kick and Xinyu seemed to be in pain from the kick and was momentarily quiet. But she looked towards another direction with an extremely angry expression. Shen Miao followed her gaze and saw that not far from her, there was a familiar figure. It was a young lady, dressed in luxurious clothes, slightly drooping eyebrows, pointed chin and big eyes. If it wasn't Shen Dongling, who else could it be? Shen Dongling also saw Shen Miao and smiled gently and actually walked towards Shen Miao. When he was near, he bowed to Shen Miao and softly said, "Fifth younger sister." Then he looked at Shen Qiu and said, "Eldest brother." Shen Qiu nodded indifferently. Shen Miao however carefully sized up Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling was originally good-looking and had the same looks as Wan Yinyang, 3 points of delicateness and a few points of coquettishness. With such looks, there were actually very few that could be the main room. Most of them were concubines who had such appearances. When marrying a wife, one must choose a virtuous one, but when marrying a concubine, one must choose a charming one. In the past, Shen Dongling was always submissive in the Shen residence and was always patient and obedient. Her good looks were also wasted by that gray and loose clothes. Looking at it now, perhaps it was because she had taken good care of herself, her face was so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. Her gaze was also moist and moving. She wore bright clothes that accentuated her slender figure. She was a vivid and charming beauty. Looking at the entourage beside her, it seemed that Wang Bai treated her well. Otherwise he would not let a married female like her show her face in public so casually. Because Shen Dongling rarely left the courtyard in the Shen residence, not to mention going out, thus the surrounding commoners did not recognize her. Luo Tan looked at Shen Dongling with some curiosity. Shen Dongling looked at Shen Miao and said with a smile, "One did not think that one would be able to meet fifth younger sister here. It is really fate." Shen Miao smiled gently. Shen Dongling's attitude was very natural and there was no trace of sorrow in her expression. One heard that Wan Yinyang was also fetched out and was sold off by the Wang family. But Shen Gui who was on the stage was Shen Dongling's father and Shen Dongling did not have any trace of change in expression. When she was chatting with Shen Miao, it was as if she was watching a flower viewing banquet. Upon closer inspection, there was even some joy. "I am here to seek pleasure." Shen Miao looked at Shen Dongling, "What is third older sister here for?" When Shen Dongling heard it, she covered her mouth and smiled unhurriedly. It was completely different from the past. Now her every move was overflowing with charm, like the young Wan Yinyang, and there was no trace of timidity in the past. She said, "Fifth younger sister seeking pleasure, I dare not." Shen Dongling looked at the stage, only heard about the interesting matter in the Ding capital and came to have some fun and to be happy. Just as she finished speaking, one heard the executioner on the stage throwing down a sign and said, "The time has arrived." Execution. A few streaks of blood spurted out at the same time. Shen Dongling used a handkerchief to cover her mouth and widened her eyes with a look of pity as she softly said, "Really pitiful." "Yes." Shen Miao said calmly, "Really pitiful." "Yes." So pitiful. Both of their mouths were saying pitiful people but there was no trace of emotion on their faces. Xin Miao had a long hatred towards the first household of the Xin family, and with the blood debt from the previous lifetime, it was not too much to do so. But Xin Dongling was different. Even though in the early years she and Wan Yinyang were suppressed by Ren Wanyin until they were transparent people in the Xin residence, Xin Dongling had never shown any trace of dissatisfaction, and it was because of this that this kind of performance made one's heart turn cold. A few heads rolled down the stage into the crowd, and there were cries of alarm from the crowd. The timid females had already covered their eyes and screamed. Because this family of Xin residents was a sinner, the corpses could not be collected and it had to be dealt with by the higher-ups. To say to deal with, it was more like burning it clean. Seeing the movements of the officials moving the corpses, Xin Dongling seemed to have lost interest and smiled at Xin Miao. Originally in the residence, because my health was not good, I did not walk around with fifth younger sister. Now that I am married, it is even more inconvenient. But my heart is still thinking about fifth younger sister. If fifth younger sister is interested in another day, why not come over to the Wang residence for a visit? It will be good for us sisters to have some intimate words. Xianxia was listening at the side and his brows wrinkled up. He could not say how much he liked Xin Dongling as a person, especially when something happened to Xin Wan's side. Even Xin Yu and Xin Roqiu were not spared, but the married Xin Dongling was safe and sound. Of course she was a Shu daughter and perhaps she did not need to be so calculated, but it seemed that the Wang family was dealing with her. A timid person, but let her husband's family who had just married her to run circles around her. Xianxia was not a fool and felt that Xin Dongling was not as simple as she looked on the surface. Especially now that he saw that Xin Dongling was delicate and charming but had a cold temperament, he was even more displeased, not to mention to let Xin Miao get close to her. When Xin Miao heard it, she only smiled indifferently and asked back, looking at third older sister's appearance, young Master Wan treats third older sister very well. Xin Dongling lowered her head in embarrassment. The Wang family is kind. Xin Miao smiled coldly. The Wang family was kind? That might not be the case. Regardless of whether the Wang family was kind or not, Xin Dongling would not be that kind. She did not pay much attention to Xin Dongling in the past life, as under Ren Wanyan's suppression, Xin Dongling would not dare to be a demon like this, but she had the same temperament as Fu Xiaoyi and was good at hiding. One did not know that after Xin Miao's death, in the future battles, Xin Dongling would have the upper hand. Since that's the case, it's your fortune. Xin Miao said lightly, we still have some matters and will not disturb third older sister's enjoyment. Xin Dongling hurriedly bade farewell and said, take care, fifth sister. Xin Miao did not want to speak more with her and took the lead to take a step and leave. Xin Qiu had a faint expression as he nodded his head in farewell. Luo Tan and Luo Ling quickly followed. After Xin Miao and entourage left, Xin Dongling's personal maid, Xinghua, pouted her lips in indignation. Originally Xinghua also had a somewhat foolish temperament, but now that she followed Xin Dongling into the Wang family and became the head maid of the dowry, and her mistress was also the young mistress, she straightened her back a little and was not as cautious as before, and even a little arrogant. Xinghua grumbled, foreign treated fifth young lady in such a good manner, but fifth young lady did not appreciate it. It is really unreasonable. She is the D and I am a Shu, so naturally one would look down on one. Xin Dongling was not as angry as Xinghua. But you are now the young mistress of the Wang family, one cannot be like how it was in the past. Moreover, in the future when fifth young lady marries, one would not even have a sister and one would be a joke. One would not fawn over foreign but be so cold. One feared that one would not be able to beg in the future. Xin Dongling smiled faintly, it is only a young mistress of the Wang family and is not worth mentioning in other people's eyes. Why is there a need to curry favor? Xinghua said unhappily, you are a proper official's foreign. Who would fifth young lady marry in the future? Could it be that she wants to marry a prince? Her reputation was already ruined a few years ago, so who would dare to marry from a good family? Xinghua. It seemed that she felt that the maid's words were too much and Xin Dongling frowned. Xinghua quickly kept quiet and did not dare to say more as her expression was still unjust. What is reputation? Xin Dongling said softly, with the backing of the Xin family army this big tree and the Luo family army this soil, even if you were to marry the current son of heaven, no one would be able to stop her. It's just that. Xin Dongling smiled meaningfully, it is not good to marry high up. At the other end, Luo Tan was pestering Shin Miao to ask, youngest Biao sister, is that your Shu younger sister? From what I see, she is not as weak as what others say, like a transparent person. Previously when Luo Tan came to the Ding capital, she was afraid that she did not recognize the people in the Shin residence and specially inquired about the temperament of the masters of each household. Regarding Shandong Ling, there was the least information because this third young lady had such a transparent person's temperament and would not leave the courtyard all day and was very lowly. Luo Tan was still sighing in her heart. Because the younger generation of the Luo family were all mischievous, especially Luo Tan and Luo Qian, this pair of siblings, thus she really could not imagine Shandong Ling's life. Who knew that upon seeing today, it was not like what the servants said. Shandong Ling was completely different from what she imagined. Shin Miao smiled, people will always change. Luo Tan thought for a moment and agreed, that's right. Now that she is married, her husband's family likes her, that's why she has changed. She then sighed, it's really hard to be the same person as before. Shin Miao was somewhat amused by her attitude. Shin Qiu asked, younger sister, after watching the execution, can one return to the residence now? In the end, he still had lingering fears about Shin Miao being inexplicably kidnapped. Just as Shin Miao was about to answer, she suddenly heard a clear voice, older sister Shin. Shin Miao looked back. The person who came was a young master who looked like he was carved out of jade. He wore a pine green satin robe, and pine leaves were embroidered on the edges of his robe. It was very unique. This young master was about 11 or 12 years old, and could already be considered a young boy. His features were also very handsome, but for some reason, there was a hint of childishness to them. Even though one could only wear a crown when one was 20 years old, he still wore a small jade crown with 2 ribbons hanging beside his ears. At his waist was a gourd made of jade. White and tender, she was so cute that she looked like someone who had walked out of a painting. Luo Tan's eyes stared straight. All the children in the Shaochun city were all naughty monkeys, how could there be such cute and beautiful ones? Moreover, the decent actions made people's hearts melt. Even Luo Tan, who had no patience for children, was attracted to this young boy, let alone others. Luo Ling and Shin Qiu were somewhat surprised as this youth seemed to be rather familiar with Shin Miao. Shin Miao frowned and felt that there was some familiarity between the young boy's brows, but she could not think of who it was. That young boy originally thought that Shin Miao would quickly call out his name, but did not expect that Shin Miao would only look at him in a daze. Thus he walked over to Shin Miao's side. He was not as tall as Shin Miao and had to raise his head slightly, thus he stared at Shin Miao. Just when Shin Miao wanted to say something to break the silence, she heard a chuckle from the side, fifth Shin young lady, eldest Shin young master. The person who came was wearing a lake blue robe and the style of the clothes was exactly the same as the young boy in front, but this person was much older than the young boy. He had the appearance of a youth and his brows and eyes were similar to the young master. The brows were handsome and the smile was elegant. Shin Miao and Shin Qiu knew this person. It was Su Mingfeng from the residence of the Count of Pingnan. Second younger brother is mischievous and not sensible. One hoped that he did not offend fifth young lady. Su Mingfeng smiled. Shin Miao almost bit off her own tongue. That little gentleman looked at her somewhat angrily and Shin Miao asked, Su Ming Lang? 2 years of not seeing each other and you do not recognize me? Su Ming Lang said angrily, did you not say that you would bring me a gift when you return? Shin Miao only felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. 2 years ago, Su Ming Lang was still a plump glutinous rice dumpling. He could not be considered handsome or beautiful. At most he was fair and tender like the one in front of her. But 2 years had passed. Who was this handsome young man in front of her now? Why did he lose so much weight? It was said that a female changes 18 times from womanhood, a male also changes 18 times from womanhood. Su Ming Lang was still sulking. Luo Tan at the side could not help but touch Su Ming Lang's head. Luo Tan liked good-looking things and was extremely curious to see such a good-looking little gentleman like Su Ming Lang. Now looking at Su Mingfeng, she was outspoken and said carelessly, worthy to be 2 brothers. Both are equally good-looking. Su Ming Lang's mind was on the matter of Shin Miao not recognizing him. It was Su Ming Lang who had never met such a straightforward female before. After being praised like this, he could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia and Luo Ling also quickly greeted the two brothers. Xin Miao looked at Su Ming Lang and smiled, "The gift is in my residence and will be sent over to you." Ever since she followed Xianxia back to the Ding capital, there were all sorts of trivial matters and Su Ming Lang was really forgotten by her. She also did not see Su Ming Lang, and now that Su Ming Lang seemed to have changed into another person, she could not help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps a child's body was growing and would change every day. Thinking about Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she was still a little big when she left, and when she returned, she almost could not recognize them. Su Ming Lang was someone who did not hold a grudge, and when he heard that, his dissatisfaction was swept away. Su Ming Lang asked, "Is older Shin's sister here to go shopping?" Su Ming Feng smiled awkwardly. He naturally knew that today was the day of the Shin family's execution. Originally, the first household and second household of the Shin family were not on good terms. Not far from here was the execution ground, so it was assumed that Xin Miao was here to observe the ceremony. But these words could not be said to his second younger brother. Xin Miao said, casually strolling around. "Now it is time to return to the residence." Su Ming Lang obediently nodded his head, "Then remember to give me a present." Su Ming Feng gave him a slap on the back of his head, and Su Ming Lang covered his head and glared at him. She then turned her head to look at Xin Miao and was about to bid farewell to Xin Miao when her eyes suddenly froze and pointed to the bracelet on Xin Miao's wrist. "Xin, older sister, this jade bracelet of yours looks like the tiger head bracelet that older brother Xia made." Everyone was taken aback by his words. Xianxia and Luo Ling did not know about the tiger head bracelet, and Luo Tan was somewhat curious, but Xin Miao had a guilty conscience. Su Ming Lang said it naively but saw Su Ming Feng frowning. On that snow-white wrist, there was indeed a jade bracelet. The quality of the jade was very good, its entire body was emerald green, like a spiritual plant that grew deep in the mountains. However, there wasn't just one jade bracelet. It was actually split into two at the head, like a pair of double bracelets. There were no traces of carving on it, and it was natural. There was only a small tiger head carved on the protruding part of the head. Even though Xin Miao felt that it was like a cat. That was one of the jewelry pieces that Xie Jingxing had sent over. Xin Miao originally felt that those jewelry were either rich or expensive, and each had their own strong points. If it was possible, it would be good to wear all of them. "Who knew that when Guyu saw it?" she said. "Young lady cannot wear all of these on the body. These jewelry are too expensive. It needs to be matched with gorgeous clothes. If it is simple, it would appear nondescript." Xin Miao was discouraged. Xie Jingxing did not lack money, but after gifting so many expensive-looking jewelry, could it be that she had to specially buy a batch of gorgeous clothes for these jewelry? Even if she bought it, she would find it cumbersome to wear. After thinking about it, he felt that this jade bracelet was the simplest. There were needles hidden inside, so it looked relatively simple. Even so, Luo Shuiyan still praised the water quality. It could only be said that Xie Jingxing's gift was the same as him, not knowing how to be low-key. While she was slightly distracted, Su Mingfeng's expression became solemn, and before Xin Miao could react, he held Xin Miao's hands and said, "One have offended." Xin Miao subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but Su Mingfeng held it very tightly. Moreover, he did not directly hold Xin Miao's wrist, and there was a layer of sleeve separating it, making the posture very strange. Xianxia and Luo Ling's eyes turned cold at the same time. Xianxia said, "Gentleman Su, you are too impetuous." Su Ming Lang's eyes widened. This was probably the first time he heard someone say that his big brother was rash. But Su Mingfeng quickly released his hands and cupped his hands towards Xin Miao. Just now this one was rude. Apologies. After all, he did not do anything, so Xin Miao would not mind about these. She just did not know what Su Mingfeng had discovered. In the next moment, she heard Su Mingfeng asking, "One dare to ask, fifth young lady, where did this tiger head bracelet come from?" Xin Miao's heart thumped, and Luo Tan and the rest were already dumbfounded. Su Mingfeng was a dignified male. Why would he ask where did the accessories on a female's hands came from? Even Su Ming Lang's gaze towards Su Mingfeng was somewhat strange. Su Mingfeng was unmoved and still looked at Xin Miao seriously, as if he was very insistent on waiting for Xin Miao's answer. Xin Miao regained her senses and smiled. "I bought it from a traveling merchant who came from afar. He said that it was an imported product. I did not expect Master Su to recognize it." "Is this bracelet called the tiger head bracelet?" Su Mingfeng's expression was somewhat disappointed for a moment, but in a moment he picked himself up and said, correct. It is called tiger head hoop. Is Fifth Miss willing to part with this tiger head bracelet and sell it to me? Cough, cough. Luo Tan choked on her own saliva. The people in the Ding capital were so strange that the handsome youth in front of them actually liked to buy female jewelry. It was said that some rich families had some strange hobbies. For example, some people liked to collect women's undergarments, and some people liked to put on women's rouge. It seemed that young Master Su liked women's jewelry. Su Minglang, eldest brother, do you want to buy this tiger head bracelet for a young lady? Upon hearing this, Xianxia and Luo Ling instantly understood, and Luo Tan was also surprised. So it was not that she liked it but wanted to buy it for her beloved young lady. As Xin Miao's thoughts turned, she smiled slightly and said, this is after all my personal jewelry. No matter if it is bought, sold, or gifted, it would not be appropriate for it to be in the hands of an outsider. If you, one, it, you, I, you, I, one, Ling, Chen Su, I, of Ling of Chen of, I, that, I, and I. Shen, that she, Shen had she, and said, even too, if I give my own jewelry to an outsider, what would others think? No way, Shen Qiu also nodded his head, correct. This matter concerned his younger sister's reputation, not a single jewelry could go wrong. Su Mingfeng could only smile awkwardly, since that is the case, then one can only regret. After saying a few more polite words, Su Mingfeng brought Su Minglang to bid farewell to Shen Miao and entourage. Just as they were about to leave, Su Mingfeng suddenly thought of something and looked at Shen Miao. He hesitated for a moment before asking, has fifth young lady seen the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linan, the Xia family? Shen Miao was startled, and the few people around her were also startled. Everyone knew that Xia Jingxing had been dead for 2 years. Was this Su Mingfeng crazy? Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself. How can I see that the little marquis of the Xia family died young? Does young Master Su have some prejudice against me and is sincerely cursing me? Su Mingfeng no longer said anything, and this time he really brought Su Minglang far away. When the crowd could no longer see both of their figures, Luo Tan then touched her shoulders and said, have goosebumps all over. Youngest Biao sister, why would that person ask you if you have seen a dead person without rhyme or reason? Shen Miao said, he must be possessed. I think so too. Luo Tan deeply agreed. Xin Qiu frowned, less contact with the Su family in the future. What did he say that Shen Miao had seen a dead person, and where did she see it? Why did he want to see it? For no rhyme or reason, one would get a body full of bad luck. But why did he ask you? Luo Tan asked curiously, could it be that youngest Biao sister and that little Marquis Xia have any friendship? Absolutely no connection and do not have any contact. Shen Miao answered with 8 words. Luo Ling looked at her in surprise. What Shen Miao did not know was that on this day, Su Mingfeng, who saw the tiger head bracelet on her wrist, was restless the entire day. Even Su Yu also sensed that something was wrong with Su Mingfeng and even asked him what was wrong. Now the Count of Pingnan Su family had tried their best to keep a low profile, and everyone knew that the court was in a turbulent situation and one should not get involved in the muddy waters. Now the Su family was used to such carefree days, and Su Mingfeng did not enter officialdom, so who was he showing a straight face to? When Su Mingfeng ate, he only vaguely said a few words and hastily took 2 bites before returning to his room. Su Yu and Su Foran looked at each other in dismay. Su Foran asked, what is wrong with him? Su Yu shook his head. Su Foran simply asked her youngest son, Su Minglang, who did you meet with when you went out with your eldest brother today? Su Minglang said heartlessly as he picked up the food, one met with older sister Shen. Older brother asked older sister Shen for jewelry, but older sister Shen did not give. Older sister Shen said that it was against the rules and older brother was not happy. Madame Su and Su Yu gasped. Su Minglang's words were without rhyme or reason, but in their ears, it was that Su Mingfeng was close to the young lady of the Shen family, and the young lady of the Shen family felt that her reputation was damaged, and Su Mingfeng was angry. Su Foran put down her chopsticks and asked, let me ask you, the older sister of the Shen family that you mentioned, is it the 5th young lady of the Shen family? Now that the second and third household of the Shen family were executed, naturally it would not be Shen Yu. Shen Qing had died 2 years ago. Shen Dongling had exchanged marriage to the Wang family, and the unmarried Shen family's older sister was Shen Miao. Forgive Su Foreign for thinking of the formidable great general Shen family first, since the Shen family was the most famous in the Ding capital. Su Minglang nodded his head hard. This time, Su Yu could no longer sit still. He pointed at Su Minglang with a trembling finger and said, "Your big brother is asking for jewelry?" Su Minglang's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The couple looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Logically speaking, Su Mingfeng would be 23 soon after the new year, and normal people would have already gotten married and would have a son earlier. But one did not know what was wrong with their own family's head that he was not willing to marry. In the early years, there was Xie Jingxing from the residence of the Marquis of Lin and who followed Su Mingfeng. Su Yu was not worried at all, as he knew that Xie Jingxing was someone who amused young ladies, and it would not be wrong to follow this Xie Jingxing. Once Xie Jingxing died, his own son could directly become a monk. In these 2 years, he did not see anyone who was interested in any young lady. No matter if one had high standards or not, if this carried on, the Su family's husband and wife would suspect that Su Mingfeng was gay. Now hearing Su Minglang say that, both husband and wife were half gratified and half in a difficult position. She was gratified that Su Mingfeng was still a normal male and liked females. The difficult thing was that Su Mingfeng took a fancy to any family's young lady, but it was Xianxian's daughter. Xianxian held great power in his hands, and by marrying Xianxian, if one day Emperor Hui was prepared to deal with Xianxian, the Su family would also be unlucky. Could it be that he had managed to escape from one pit of fire with great difficulty, but now he was going to jump into another pit of fire? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. It was still Su Foreign who was considerate and said, "Don't be anxious, Ming Lang's words are unclear." If Mingfeng really liked the young lady of the Shen family, he would definitely express it. "Jin Feng, go and call all the servants in eldest young master's courtyard. I have something to ask them." In the room, Su Mingfeng was pacing back and forth. He was not mistaken. Even if it was only for a short period of time, it was enough for him to see and feel clearly. The jade bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist was obviously the tiger head bracelet. There were a total of 2 tiger head bracelets. One was in the hands of Princess Xianxia and the other appeared on Shen Miao's wrist. Su Mingfeng had always thought that the second one would not appear because Xie Jingxing was dead. Under the heavens, only Xie Jingxing knew how to make tiger head bracelets. At that time, Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing were still miserably green youths who walked around Ma Zhongtai. One day, she saw Xie Jingxing holding something that looked like a bracelet and rubbed it, and even ridiculed him. In fact, he was very curious in his heart. Su Mingfeng understood Xie Jingxing. Even though Xie Jingxing was handsome and beautiful and frivolous, he had no interest in these gorgeous ornaments, not to mention female items. Under his curiosity, Su Mingfeng asked, and Xie Jingxing rolled his eyes at him and only said that it was a concealed weapon. Afterwards Su Mingfeng pestered Xie Jingxing until he was impatient, so Xie Jingxing showed him that the bracelet was made into 2 bracelets that were connected together. There were hidden weapons inside, and there were poisonous needles that could be used for self-defense. Su Mingfeng felt that it was very interesting and wanted it. Xie Jingxing despised, "This is for females to use. Who are you wearing this bracelet for?" Su Mingfeng then quieted down. Afterwards one saw Xie Jingxing giving the bracelet to Princess Xianxia. Ever since the death of Princess Yuqing, Princess Xianxia doted on Xie Jingxing very much, and Xie Jingxing had a deep relationship with her, so it was understandable for him to be gifted to Princess Xianxia. Why was it called the tiger head hoop? It was because Xie Jingxing carved a tiger's head on it that his carving skills were not flattering, as it was as ugly as a dog's. Su Mingfeng kept on ridiculing, but Princess Xianxia liked it very much. Xie Jingxing became interested and said that he wanted to carve another one. However, that jade material was very difficult to find, so he had not been able to find it. It was until 2 years ago, when Su Mingfeng found a piece from the hands of a wealthy merchant, but the jade material was not as good as the previous one. There were shallow white marks, but one could still see it if one looked at it seriously. Before Xie Jingxing set off, he took that piece of jade and said that if he was bored along the way, he would make a tiger head bracelet. Who knew that once he left, he would be separated forever? As for the tiger head bracelet on Xianxia's hand, there were faint white marks on the jadeite material under the sunlight. It was the same mechanism, the same workmanship, and that ugly carving was exactly the same as Xianxing's. Xianxing left the capital 2 years ago and Xianxia went to the northwest region 2 years ago. Xianxia left first and Xianxing left after that, and when Xianxing left, he still had that piece of jade material. Could it be that Xianmiao and Xianxing had met each other in these 2 years, but at that time Xianxing was already dead? Moreover, the carving on the bracelet was not old and seemed to be polished not long ago, as it was not smooth enough. Su Mingfeng's heart was thumping and he raised his hand to summon his servant, call a few people to guard at the entrance of Xianxian's residence and observe the movements of the 5th Xin young lady. It is also good to bribe the servants in the Xin mansion. I want to know every move of the 5th Xin young lady. Su Mingfeng naturally did not know how much of a shock his words would cause to Master Su and Su Foreign's ears. Heavens! Su Yu said, Mingfeng really has deep feelings for this female. I originally thought that no matter how one looked at Mingfeng, he would not do such a rash action like snatching others' jewelry. One thought that it was Ming Lang speaking nonsense and did not think that it was true. Su Foreign's head hurt and she drank a mouthful of tea before saying, how is it that he was so reserved previously but now it is like a different person? Still bribing others' informants. This is not the way to chase a young lady. What is the difference between him and those brats outside who cannot be seen in public? Perhaps it is because of his good feelings. Su Yu somewhat sighed, this child is like me, long affections. Su Foreign rolled her eyes at him. According to this, if one does not let Mingfeng marry, would Mingfeng not die of disgust? One must first send an invitation to the Xin residence. Send an invitation for what? Su Yu was puzzled. What else can it be? To find a wife for your son. Su Foreign's words were shocking. The wind blew in the night and it was unusually cold. In the residence of Prince Rui, Gao Yang was reading a letter that was delivered with relish. Xin Miao lived in the Xin mansion, and even though there were many soldiers in the Xin family and the guards were not weak, due to various reasons, there were still dangers lurking around and one did not dare to relax. Xie Jingxing transferred a secret guard from the Mou army to quietly follow Xin Miao, so as to avoid any accidents. This secret guard called Song Yang was originally a spy in the Mou army. His skills were top-notch and his information gathering was also top-notch. It was just that he had a problem, which was that he was a chatterbox. Every day he would report to Xie Jingxing what Xin Miao did, and in this letter it was written who Xin Miao saw today and what she said. Basically, other than going to the toilet and bathing, everything else was written in detail. Gao Yang felt that this was quite abnormal, but Song Yang was such a cautious person. When he saw that Xin Miao and entourage met Su Mingfeng on the streets in the afternoon, his expression changed. Even though he did not know what Su Mingfeng had discovered, but Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing had such a long friendship and this kind of strange action was not good. Just as he was thinking about it, Ji Yushu passed by from the back while biting an apple. When he saw Gao Yang in a daze with a piece of paper, he took a glance, but the main point was skewed. He said, ah. So that Biao young lady of the Xin family likes Su Mingfeng. Gao Yang was so shocked by Gao Yang that he almost fell off the stone bench. When he recovered to his senses, he said angrily, what is the fuss for? You are too timid. Ji Yushu patted his shoulder, don't use your fan all day long. Practicing martial arts is the right way. Finishing, he returned to the original topic. Young Lady Luo and young Master Su are quite compatible and third older brother has a relationship with both sides. Why not be a matchmaker on another day? Gao Yang frowned, which eyes of yours saw that they are compatible? Moreover, who said that Luo Tan likes Su Mingfeng? Both my eyes saw that they are compatible. Ji Yushu said and pointed to a line of words on the letter to Gao Yang. You see, young Lady Luo said to Su Mingfeng, worthy of being two brothers, both are equally good-looking. Let's not talk about Su Minglang, but young Lady Luo was using this method to express goodwill to Su Mingfeng. Otherwise, why would you praise someone for being good-looking? Luckily Song Yang was a chatterbox, and not only did he write Xin Miao's words, he also included Luo Tan's words. Ji Yushu was considered to be a talent as he was able to see this sentence in such a full page of paper. Dao Yang suppressed the slight displeasure in his heart and said, boring. You don't understand. Ji Yushu snatched the fan from Gao Yang's hands and imitated Gao Yang's unfathomable manner as he waved it and said with an "I am the smartest" look, only this young master who has seen all kinds of flowers can see the true heart of a young female. What do you know? If you fawn on me, I can consider teaching you. Achoo. In the cold winter, Feng Ji Yushu sneezed as he was fanning himself. Dao Yang snatched the fan back and ignored him. Just as they were talking, Xie Jingxing came back from outside, followed by Tai Yi and Nan Qi. It was unknown where they came from, but they looked travel-worn. Third older brother. Ji Yushu greeted him warmly, but Xie Jingxing did not even look at him and walked into the room with a cold face. Nan Qi and Tai Yi also had a solemn expression. Ji Yushu did not notice that Xie Jingxing was in a bad mood and continued, third older brother, something happened to fifth Shen young lady. Xie Jingxing's footsteps paused and frowned as he looked at him. Gao Yang also looked at Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu cleared his throat and said seriously, just looked at the news that Song Yang sent back for you. Today when fifth Shen young lady went out, she met with a lecher and that lecher touched fifth Shen young lady's little hand. Gao Yang facepalmed and heard Ji Yushu asking again, does third older brother know who is this audacious lecher? Naturally, no one responded to him, causing Nan Qi and Tai Yi to be extremely nervous. Fifth Shen young lady was the person that their master fancied, so who had the guts to actually touch fifth Shen young lady's hand? Ji Yushu said heartbreakingly, it is Su Mingfeng. It was third older brother's sworn brother, Su Mingfeng. We're all brothers, yet he actually tried to steal third brother's woman. How heartless, unjust, and shameless. Nan Qi and Tai Yi were stunned, Xie Jingxing's eyes were cold and Gao Yang simply used his fan to cover his face. He did not want to see Ji Yushu's demonic behavior in front of so many people. The lamp was as small as a bean and Shen Miao was bored to death reading under the lamp. From time to time she would raise her eyes to look at the windows. In the cold weather, the windows were wide open. Shen Miao guessed that Xie Jingxing had planted people in the Shen mansion, but she did not care. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan usually did not work in the residence, much less Shen Qiu. There were no secrets in the Shen mansion, so it would not matter if Xie Jingxing's people came. Moreover, there was an additional person to guard the door, so one could just treat it as a free guard. Since Xie Jingxing's people were paying attention to every move at this end, the action of opening the window should be reported to his master that she had something to wait for. Xie Jingxing Shen Miao thought left and right and felt that it was not a good thing to meet Su Mingfeng on the streets today. Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing's relationship was very good. One had to know that when Su Mingfeng died, only Xie Jingxing dared to collect his corpse and was not afraid of the wrath of the imperial family of Mingqi, thus one knew that both of them were best friends. Since they were best friends, they understood each other. Today Su Mingfeng noticed her bracelet and said that it was a tiger head bracelet. It was definitely not something that was said casually and definitely had some relation with Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao also did not know how many people in Mingqi knew about Xie Jingxing's identity. But seeing Su Mingfeng's performance today, Su Mingfeng did not know about it. If Su Mingfeng knew that Xie Jingxing did not die, one did not know if there would be trouble in the future. As he was lost in his thoughts, he heard a sound from the window. He looked up and saw that the purple-robed young man had already entered the room with ease. He even closed the window to prevent the wind from blowing in. Xie Jingxing strode over and sat in front of the table. The tea on the table was still warm and not cold. Xie Jingxing poured himself a cup of tea. It was so familiar that it was as if he was in his own house. Shen Miao ignored the strange feeling in her heart and also drank a mouthful of tea before saying, "Today I am looking for you because of a matter." "What is it?" Xie Jingxing curled his lips and asked. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Miao then said, "Su Mingfeng might have sensed that you are still alive." Xie Jingxing was silent. Shen Miao stretched out her wrist and the jade bracelet on her wrist was lustrous and translucent, making her wrist look even more slender and fair. She said, "Today Su Mingfeng saw this bracelet on my hand on the streets and said something about tiger head bracelet and asked if I have seen you before. I think that there should be some origin. Perhaps he also guessed that you are still alive." Xie Jingxing frowned slightly. He was originally born well, but his usual smile that was not a smile made one feel intoxicated. At this moment when he did not speak, one would feel a cold feeling hitting one's face. Shen Miao thought that Xianxia was now a great Liang person, and with the identity of Prince Rui, he had to wear a silver mask so that others would not discover his true identity. Who knew that her negligence would be detected by Su Mingfeng? Even if Su Mingfeng was Xianxia's good friend, it was inevitable that he would be used by others. If it brought trouble to Xianxia had helped her so much and she would be giving trouble to Xianxia. Shen Miao's heart felt a little guilty. She deliberated, why not? Think of a way to remedy it. Impossible. Xianxia flatly rejected her proposal. Su Mingfeng and I have known each other for many years and his character is cunning and intelligent. It cannot be hidden. Shen Miao had a headache, but her heart was somewhat blaming Xianxia. Since this tiger head bracelet had such a history, then one should not casually give it to others, alright? Unfortunately she was wearing that tiger head bracelet today, thus Su Mingfeng happened to see it. Then what should be done? Even if Shen Miao was intelligent, she did not know what to do. Everyone had their own specialties. She didn't know how to conceal her identity. Xianxia shook his head, so be it if discovered. No need to bother about it. Will this not bring you trouble? Shen Miao frowned and asked, the Su family is after all an official family of Ming Qi and you are a great Liang person. Perhaps he would think that you are a spy sent by the enemy country. There will be endless troubles. It was not that Shen Miao thought badly of others, but it was like this. For a little benefit, the sisters in the inner palace would kill each other, not to mention that this was related to the interests of the two countries. The friendship between friends was the most precious, thus it could not tolerate deception and was the most fragile. Xianxia slowly looked at her and his lips suddenly curled up as he said, are you worried about me? Shen Miao was surprised for a moment before saying, I am concerned about myself. She paused before adding another sentence, I am now on the same boat as you. If you were to be discovered, it is difficult to guarantee that I would not be dragged out and the Shen family would also be dragged down. The gains do not make up for the losses. Xianxia found it somewhat funny, do not worry. One will not lose out by being allies with this prince. Shen Miao was used to his arrogance and did not put his words to heart. It was just that she suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of which, you really do not intend to stop Su Mingfeng? How long do you think I need to wear my mask? Xianxia suddenly asked. Shen Miao did not understand his meaning and did not speak. Sooner or later my identity will be known. Xianxia lightly said, if it is not Su Mingfeng, it would be others. Shen Miao was shocked and somewhat puzzled before asking, then have you ever thought that if your identity was known, your loved ones would think? The Marquis of Linan, Princess Xianxia, Su Mingfeng and the others. Even if others knew about it, they would at most be surprised. But how would Xianxia's close family and friends think? Xianxia would face the doubts of his closest family, which even Shen Miao did not dare to imagine. Even if she was betrayed and hurt in her previous life, she was still on the same side as the Shen family. But after Xianxia's identity was revealed, that he was Prince Rui of the Great Liang, the situation became much more complicated. Xianxia smiled casually, so what if I know? He said, there is no harm in the world hating me. He looked at Shen Miao and there was some evilness in his smile, I am not afraid. But one did not know why, Shen Miao felt somewhat sad when she saw his smile. She felt that this handsome and beautiful young man was not as heartless as he looked. Shen Miao was still thinking about it when Xianxia suddenly touched her head and said, do not take off the bracelet. Since it is given to you, one is not afraid of others recognizing it. Shen Miao actually did not like people touching her head. What would it look like if the Empress of a country was touched by others? Even if Xianxia touched her head, Shen Miao would also be unhappy, but today she allowed Xianxia to do it for the first time. She sighed in her heart. Today there was no need to haggle so much. Xianxia stood up, thought that you came over because of an urgent matter. If there is nothing, I will leave first. He said, in the future if there is any problem, just call Song Yang. He is now your secret guard, so there is no need to open the window and wait for me. I will wake you up when I reach. He said it naturally and Shen Miao did not feel that there was anything wrong. It was until Xie Jingxing left that Shen Miao felt that these words were too ambiguous. She thought of Xie Jingxing's words and tried to softly call out Song Yang. In a blink of an eye, there was a young man dressed in black like a guard in front of her. Shen Miao had a headache. Did Xie Jingxing stuff someone into her boudoir? In the future she would be watched even when she was sleeping? She asked, "You stay in the room all day?" Song Yang said, "This subordinate lives on the tree at the entrance, and when young foreign call this subordinate's name, this subordinate is a person who practices martial arts and would be able to hear it softly." Shen Miao looked at him in surprise. "What did you call me?" Song Yang bowed to her, "Young foreign." Shen Miao said, "Do not call me young foreign." "Yes, young foreign." Shen Miao. After a long while, she waved her hands and said helplessly, "Never mind. Let me ask you, what did Xie Jingxing go to do?" Xie Jingxing left in a hurry and it seemed that he had something important to do. Shen Miao felt uneasy because of the matter in the day and thought that Xie Jingxing went to find Su Mingfeng to silence him. Song Yang said, "This subordinate do not know." Shen Miao took a deep breath. Xie Jingxing did not send a secret guard but sent someone to monitor her. She sized up this person called Song Yang. He looked young and strong. Tomorrow he would follow the little kitchen to chop firewood. Xie Jingxing left the Shen mansion and instructed Tai Yi, "In the future let Ji Yushu stay further away from Song Yang." Ji Yushu had the temperament of wishing for the world to be in chaos and felt that the days were too leisurely. To create trouble for him at this critical juncture, he really wanted to kick him back to the Great Liang. Tai Yi complied and suddenly thought of something. "Master, the traveling Great Master Guanzhen has arrived at Putua Monastery. Previously His Majesty let you go take a look. Now that he is in Mingqi, when do you plan to leave?" Xie Jingxing thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow." The next day, the weather was extremely good. Luo Tan had recently fallen in love with cutting window flowers and thinking that it was the end of the year, she could cut some festive patterns to paste on the windows. She carried a large stack of red paper and scissors over and wanted to cut the window flowers with Shen Miao. As Shen Miao was cutting, she remembered some things. In her previous life in the state of Qin, those princesses and princes deliberately made fun of her, making her cut window decorations and do needlework. She had to cut and embroider day and night. Not only did she have poor eyesight, her vision became blurry at night, and her hands also developed a thick layer of calluses, making them very rough. Later when she returned to the palace, even if Shuangjiang brought a stone to help her grind, she was still unable to grind off the calluses. Coincidentally it was Fu Shouyi's birthday and all the beauties in the inner palace wanted to send birthday gifts to coax the emperor to be happy. Mei Foreign Song lingered for 3 days and the way her slender jade fingers fluttered made everyone stare blankly. When it was her turn, Shen Miao presented an embroidered painting of mountains and rivers. She was the empress and it was not dignified to sing and dance. That mountain river diagram was very imposing and Fu Shouyi obviously liked it very much and the officials also praised it. Mei Foreign did not let it go and insisted that Shen Miao also play a Kong Ho. Shen Miao was unwilling and looked at Fu Shouyi with some pleading eyes. Fu Shouyi downplayed it, "Since Mayor is interested, then the empress can play a song for Zhen." Zhen had not heard you play the zither for many years. Shen Miao was forced to play helplessly and could only play. Shen Miao knew how to play the Kong Ho. She actually learned a lot of things for Fu Shouyi and even though it was not as moving as Mei Foreign's zither, she was still able to listen to it. But it still provoked criticism from the officials, ridicule from the concubines and everyone pointed at it. Why? It was because that pair of hands that were used to play the Kong Ho was too ugly. The joints were thick due to working all year round and one could see thick scissors between the fingers. The entire hand was clumsy and rough, not like the hands of the empress of a country, but more like the hands of a peasant woman in the countryside. Compared to that pair of delicate white and beautiful jade hands, it formed a sharp contrast. She was very afraid. Not afraid that she would make a fool of herself, but afraid that because of her, Wan Yu and Fu Ming would be pointed at. When she was playing the Chinese harp, she saw Mei Foreign smiling charmingly at her and seeing Fu Shouyi's cold and harsh expression, her heart was so sad that she wanted to cry. It was just that Shen Miao could not cry. For Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she wanted to be a dignified and indifferent empress. She pretended that she did not care about anything, but when she returned to Kunming Palace, she let Xianxia bring double the grindstone and grind off a layer of skin on her hands. Luo Tan saw that Shen Miao was lost in thought and asked, "Youngest Biao sister?" Shen Miao recovered to her senses and saw that the picture of a magpie in spring had been cut off. She could not help but smile bitterly. Now that she had a second life, her hands were still tender and flawless, but it seemed that the calluses were still there, constantly reminding her of her embarrassing past. Shen Miao threw the scissors away and said, "Not cutting anymore." Luo Tan made an ah sound and asked, "Why?" Shen Miao casually said, "Calluses will grow." Luo Tan, who had always worshipped Shen Miao, could not help but have a strange expression. "It is not like cutting day and night, how would calluses grow?" She then said, "No wonder your little name is Jiao Jiao." Shen Miao picked up the teacup and took a sip when she saw Guyu walking in from outside. "Young lady, Foreign wants you to go to the main hall." Luo Shuiyan did not have any official duties today and was in the residence. Shen Miao asked, "What matter does mother call me for?" Guyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This servant also do not know, but Su family's Foreign came to our residence and is currently talking to Foreign in the main hall." Su family? Shen Miao's hands paused and put down the teacup, the Count of Pingnan's Su family. Exactly. In the main hall, Luo Shuiyan was talking to Su Foreign. Su Foreign did not come empty-handed today, as she said that her master had obtained 2 snow sparrows and these snow sparrows could only be found in the northern country. Su Foreign was afraid that they would spoil it and knew that Luo Shuiyan was from the northwestern region, so she specially came to ask how the snow sparrows could be raised. Luo Shuiyan previously thought that Su Foreign was here to laugh at her, but upon seeing Su Foreign's sincere expression, she did not have any intention of teasing. He also carried 2 baskets of fresh fruits from the countryside, which were fresh and tender. Previously the residence of the formidable great general and the residence of the Marquis of Linan were enemies, and the Su family was on good terms with the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and naturally the Shen and Su family were strangers and did not care about each other. 2 years ago, the matter, Shen of the matter of the resistance. The Shen family was of the Shen and Shen. Even though at the end it was self-defeating and made Emperor Wen Hui relax his vigilance, but Luo Shuiyan remembered this in her heart. There. And there, Luo, and one of Shen of Luo of. One of Wen. Luo. It was just that her heart was somewhat puzzled. This Su Foreign said that she came to ask how to raise the snow sparrows, but after talking for half a day, she did not mention about the snow sparrows at all. She only pestered Luo Shuiyan to talk about the new and interesting things in the Shaochun city and repeatedly praised Luo Shuiyan for teaching her children well and for giving birth to a pair of good children. The praises made Luo Shuiyan somewhat red. After praising for so long, Luo Shuiyan thought that it was time to let Shen Miao come out to meet the guests and let someone call Shen Miao over. But her heart was suspicious. Could it be that the residence of the Marquis of Linan was about to fall and the Su family wanted to find a backer for themselves, so they wanted to curry favor with the Shen family? If that was the case, then the Su family really could not be associated. Thinking of this, Luo Shuiyan felt that her decision to call Shen Miao over was somewhat impulsive. Especially when she saw Su Foreign looking at the door expectantly, she felt even more depressed. It was just that the words that were said were like the water that was poured out, so it was not good to refute. Until the maid outside came over to report that young lady had come over. Su Foreign immediately sat up straight and looked towards the door with some excitement. One saw a tall young lady wearing a light yellow dress walking in. She was quite handsome with some heroic spirit in her brows and wheat-colored skin. She was also hopping when she walked and her hair was combed into a deer bun. She only had 2 pearl earrings and there was a red dagger at her waist. Su Foreign. She did not think that Su Mingfeng would like such a female. One look and one could tell that she was lively and unruly. When that young lady saw Luo Shuiyan, she laughed, "Youngest Gu." Youngest Gu? Su Foreign was surprised for a moment before she saw clearly that there was another young lady behind this young lady. This person was wearing a lilac pleated skirt with pleated begonia, a small white coat, and a snow-white cloak over her head. Her skin was as white as a peeled egg, her eyes were round and bright, her nose and mouth were small and her brows were delicate, making her look very lovable. But there was a strange posture that suppressed all the tenderness and naivety. She walked in a dignified and steady manner, looking like a person that came out from the palace. When Su Foran just married Su Yu, she had seen the Empress before when the bride met the Empress Dowager. She felt that this petite young lady had the exact same posture as the Empress and was even more arrogant than the Empress. The one who walked over was a proud and cold noble lady with her chin up, and every move had the air of nobility that only a purple marquis would have. That young lady called Luo Shuiyan mother before looking at Su Foran. Luo Shuiyan quickly said, "This is the Foran of the Count of Pingnan's Su family. This is my daughter and niece, Tanner." Shen Miao and Luo Tan bowed to Su Foran. Su Foran did not go to the palace banquet previously and only heard of Shen Miao going against Princess Mingyan at the banquet. She knew that Shen Miao was not a docile person, thus when she heard Su Ming Lang say that Su Ming Feng was interested in Shen Miao, she was somewhat worried. But she had to come and take a look, thus she thickened her face and sent the invitation. After all, it was her son's lifelong event. Thinking that Luo Tan was definitely an unruly female hero, one subconsciously thought that Luo Tan was Shen Miao. One did not think that after seeing the real person, one then felt that it was the complete opposite of the truth. She smiled as she took out 2 pouches from her sleeves and stuffed it into Shen Miao's and Luo Tan's hands. Shen Foran really know how to raise people. This biological daughter and biological niece are both better looking than the other. Just now when I walked over, I was still wondering where this immortal daughter came from. Shen Foran is really blessed. Luo Tan and Shen Miao looked at the pouch in their hands and were somewhat at a loss. It was not the new year, so why would they give a pouch? It was still alright if they were familiar with each other, but Shen Miao knew that the Su family and the Shen family did not have any relation. Could it be that the matter with Su Mingfeng yesterday was exposed? But even if it was exposed, what did it have to do with Su Foran coming to the Shen residence? Luo Shuiyan also looked at the pouch and was somewhat stiff. Just as she was about to open her mouth to decline, Su Foran held her hands down and said, "If you were to decline, I would be angry. I saw that these 2 young ladies are beautiful and well-mannered, thus my heart likes them very much. It is just a little greeting gift." Everyone said that Shen Foran is forthright, so why be so stingy? She sighed again, "It would be good if I had 2 daughters." Luo Shuiyan was really confused by Su Foran today and could only go along with her words. "What are you saying?" Foran have 2 sons in the residence and they are also very outstanding. How are they outstanding? Su Foran shook her head. Ming Lang is very stubborn and mischievous. Every day he does not think of making progress and only know how to follow his father to mess around. I heard that your Chower was very sensible at a young age and my heart is very envious. Isn't there still Ming Feng? Luo Shuiyan smiled. The eldest young master in the residence is a young talent. Su Foran's heart was delighted and looked towards Shen Miao and Luo Tan. 2 young ladies, we are chatting about some boring things and you would find it annoying to listen. Go and play on your own. I will speak to Foran. This was a tactful way of sending them away. Shen Miao's heart became more vigilant. Su Foran would send her away upon the mention of Su Mingfeng. Could it be that she had guessed wrongly and Su Foran was really here because of yesterday's matter? Luo Tan and Shen Miao walked outside and Shen Miao borrowed the opportunity to turn her back and said softly, "Song Yang, go to the main hall and listen to what they are talking about." She knew that no matter how soft her voice was, Song Yang would be able to hear it. When Luo Tan saw it, she asked, "Biao youngest sister, what are you muttering to yourself?" In the main hall, Su Foran covered her heart and looked at Luo Shuiyan with melancholy. Not to hide from Foran, Ming Feng is indeed not bad. For so many years, he did not let his father and I worry about him. He is born with a talented appearance and high in learning. He entered the officialdom at a young age and is filial and well-mannered. One would not be able to find a second person like him in the entire Ding capital. Luo Shuiyan had a smile on her face but her heart was muttering. Just now she said that Xianxia was good and now she said that her own son was the best in the Ding capital. How would one boast like this? Just as she was thinking, she heard Su Foran exaggeratedly sighing, "Just a little bad. My son is stubborn and likes one thing and would not look at other things. That is to the extent that he has not married until now. Really sinful." Luo Shuiyan jumped in shock and did not know why Su Foran suddenly said such scary words. She thought in her heart that it was just that they were not married and it was not like females were afraid of wasting their youth. Su Mingfeng's talent and appearance were placed there, so it was natural to be picky. But seeing Su Foran's distressed look, she still comforted. What is this? Foran need not worry too much about it. Look at our residence's Chower, who is still not married until now. One must pick a wife well. One will not be able to eat hot tofu if one is anxious. If one were to pick one for him in a hurry and discover that it is not suitable in the future, it would be harming oneself and others. Foran said it very correctly. Su Foran pulled Luo Shuiyan's hands and said with a smile, the younger generation have their own fortune. I originally thought so. But this child, Ming Feng, is a tight-lipped gourd and would not tell me anything. I do not know his thoughts at all. Luo Shuiyan listened perfunctorily. She had seen Su Mingfeng before and he had a good eloquence. Su Foran really dared to say that he was a tight-lipped gourd when debating. She really did not want to continue talking about other people's family matters with Su Foran, so she changed the topic. Does Su Foran not want to know how these sparrows are raised? Su Foran glanced at the two sparrows in the cage but pretended not to hear and continued, it is better to talk about my good-for-nothing son. Luo Shuiyan, when Ming Feng was young, he liked a painting that his father found, and afterwards other paintings did not enter his eyes. When others gave it to him, he would not even look at it, but when that painting was given away by his father, Ming Feng thought about it for many years. Su Foran sighed. Ming Feng is a sentimental person and the things that he fancied are the best, and because of this, he would not be willing to settle for anything else. Just as Luo Shuiyan was puzzled, she heard Su Foran's voice, this young lady is the same. He likes a young lady and other young ladies would not enter his heart. Luo Shuiyan suddenly understood and smiled, so eldest Su young master already has a sweetheart. One do not know which family's young lady has such good fortune. This was originally a polite remark, but one did not think that Su Foran was waiting for this sentence. She immediately clapped her hands and said, it is the young lady of your residence. Luo Shuiyan's face instantly turned from green to white, then from white to green. Her feelings had come knocking on her door in a roundabout way, waiting for her. Luo Shuiyan was wondering why the other party brought 2 bird cages over but didn't even ask about the birds. Instead, he kept on praising his own son. Now, she suddenly understood. He was here to claim marriage. Su Foran saw that Luo Shuiyan's expression was not very happy and her heart was anxious. She knew that the Shen family had a big business and did not need to place the Su family's little property in their eyes. There were many families like the Su family who were willing to marry into the Shen family in the Ding capital. In addition to seeing Shen Miao with her own eyes today, she did not see any of the rumors of a weak and vulgar young lady. Such a dignified bearing, a girl who knew when to advance and when to retreat. If he were to marry her and make her the mistress of the household, she would be able to control the situation. Both the inside and the outside were very satisfied. It all depended on the attitude of the Shen family. Luo Shuiyan's face turned cold as she said, Su Foran came today just for this? Su Foran was somewhat embarrassed as she knew that it was not right to look at one's daughter-in-law under other pretexts, but she still said, Shen Foran must not be angry. I know that I was rude today, but you are also a mother and should be able to understand my thoughts. Luo Shuiyan's expression slightly relaxed. When Su Foran came today, her attitude was indeed not bad. One would not slap a smiling person, so she said, without any reason or rhyme, why would Su Foran come and talk to me about this? Luo Shuiyan's heart thumped. Could it be that Shen Miao and Su Mingfeng had secretly arranged a marriage? Even though the folkways of Ming Qi were considered to be more open, it was not a glorious thing for both families to privately make an alliance without knowing about it. Su Foran said, I heard from Ming Lang that Ming Feng is secretly interested in 5th young lady. Initially one did not believe it because this son of mine is a blockhead, until now he did not get close to any young lady. I don't know what kind of person 5th Miss is, so I came here today. After seeing 5th young lady, one finally understood why Ming Feng liked her. Good looks, good temperament, and this bearing was not bad. I guess that in the entire Ming Qi, only the Shen family could raise such a young lady. Not to hide it from Shen Foran, not only Ming Feng, even I like it very much, so one could not wait to tell Foran about this matter. I know Madame is a straightforward person and likes to be straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. These words were said with sincerity and praised Shen Miao without a trace. As a mother, how could she not like her daughter being praised? Luo Shuiyan's complexion gradually improved. But how could Shen Miao's marriage be decided with just one sentence? Firstly, the Shen family's position in Mingqi was special, and it did not matter if the in-laws were strong or weak, thus it was really difficult to decide on Shen Miao's marriage. Secondly, even though Su Mingfeng had a good reputation outside, he was sick a few years back and delayed his official career. Luo Shuiyan did not want Shen Miao to marry a sickly person. Moreover, Luo Shuiyan and Su Mingfeng had not met before and did not know how this person's character was. Thirdly, and the most important point, was that Su Mingfeng liked Shen Miao, but one did not know if Shen Miao liked Su Mingfeng or not. Luo Shuiyan was an open-minded mother. Even though it was the matchmaker's words, Luo Shuiyan hoped that Shen Miao would be happy and that her future husband must be someone that she liked. Therefore, he couldn't make a hasty decision like this. My daughter's marriage cannot be decided in such a short time. Luo Shuiyan smiled and said, on behalf of my master, I thank Foreign and Gongzi for their love. It's just that the marriage ceremony requires a lot of consideration. I can't give Madam an answer in such a short period of time. I'm afraid I'll have to think about it for a few more days. Just as Madam had said, everyone was a mother. As a mother, I love my daughter dearly and hope that Foreign can understand. Luo Shuiyan did not dare to be too harsh with her words and left some leeway. This made Madame Su extremely satisfied. She said a few more words before leaving. After Madame Su left, Luo Shuiyan's eyes darkened and she looked a little dignified. All along, Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia felt that Shen Miao was still young and there was no rush in marriage. But when Su Foreign came to visit with the intention to claim kinship, it reminded Luo Shuiyan that at this age, it was time for Shen Miao to be engaged. But how many young talents were there in the Ding capital? Luo Shuiyan planned to wait for Xianxia to return before telling him about this matter. At the same time, she would get someone to make a booklet so that she could look around. Madame Su returned to the Su residence. For the first time, Master Su didn't go fishing and play with the birds. Instead, he stayed in the house. Seeing that Madame Su had returned, she immediately went forward to massage Madame Su's shoulders and ordered a maid to serve tea. Old Master Su was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Madame Su, and the surrounding servants were already used to it. Master Su asked, "How was it? What did Shen Foreign say?" "I didn't agree, but I didn't say I wouldn't agree either. I think I still need to think about it." Su Foreign said, "After all, I went over so abruptly today. Moreover, the Shen family is not an ordinary family, so it is not a bad thing to think a little longer." "Still need to think." Suyu's face fell. "What is there to think about?" Su Foreign found it funny. "Could it be that you think that if I go over today, one would agree?" "Why not agree?" Suyu asked, "What is not good about Mingfeng? Is there a second young talent like Mingfeng in the Ding capital? Whoever's young lady marries to Mingfeng, that is a blessing cultivated in the previous lifetime." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, how about fifth Shen young lady? He finally remembered to ask about this matter. Master Su had seen Shen Miao at the palace banquet and felt that Shen Miao was not bad, just that her character was a little too strong. However, most men could not accurately judge a woman. This kind of thing had to be done by the woman. That was why Madame Su came out and looked at this future daughter-in-law with a critical gaze. "So you wanted to hear what Madame Su thought of Shen Miao?" Su Foreign drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Ming Feng's foresight is indeed not bad. I see that this fifth Shen young lady is much better than most of the young ladies in the Ding capital." There was no need to talk about her temperament, and since she was a young lady taught by Xianxia, it was assumed that her character would not be bad. That kind of bearing was rare, like that of a noble from the palace. But there was one point. One fear that Mingfeng would not be able to tame this kind of young lady. But it is also good. Mingfeng's temperament is gentle, and with such a strong Foreign as the matriarch of the household, this residence can be controlled. It is very good. It was rare for Suyu to hear Su Foreign praise a person like this, and his heart started to mutter. Wasn't it said that mothers-in-law were extremely picky with their daughters-in-law? Could it be that his wife was too gentle? Su Mingfeng returned from outside, and just as he was about to step into the main hall, the corner of his clothes was pulled by someone. When he looked back, it was Su Minglang. Su Minglang looked at him seriously. "Eldest brother, you must not go in and create trouble, lest you ruin your lifelong event. My lifelong event? Su Mingfeng was puzzled. What lifelong event? Eh? Today, I heard Jin Feng Jiejie joking with other people, saying that mother went to look for a wife for you. Su Minglang said. Su Mingfeng was shocked when he heard it. What, look for a wife? Who is it? Su Minglang said, isn't it Shen family's older sister? Mother went to the Shen family to look for a wife for me? Su Mingfeng raised his voice. Su Minglang jumped in shock and said hatefully that iron did not become steel. Isn't it just marrying a wife? In the future, when older sister Shen becomes my eldest Sa, she would not be able to see your actions. He patted Su Mingfeng's arm. Really envy you. The Su family came to the Shen mansion to find a wife for Su Mingfeng. On the surface, no one knew about this matter, but in fact there were many people who knew about it. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan discussed for a while and really started to seriously look for young talents in the Ding capital for Shen Miao, and even considered if they should let Shen Miao participate in a few flower banquets. Xianxia also let Shen Qiu pay attention to the youths in the capital who were of the same age as him. The Shen mansion had already created such a big movement. If the residents of Prince Rui did not know about it, then it would not be justifiable. When Xie Jingxing returned to the residence of the Qin prince, he was faced with Ji Yushu's provocation of wanting the world to be in chaos. Song Yang didn't know where he got the news from, but he jumped up and down with a letter in his hand, saying, "Third brother, the Su family has come to propose marriage. What are you still waiting for?" He paused before continuing, still not going to find trouble with Su Mingfeng. Gao Yang's face also revealed a worried look. Su Foreign knows how to conduct herself well in the Ding capital and is on good terms with many Furans. The Su family's reputation is also not bad, and if Shen Xian feels that Su Mingfeng is not bad, perhaps he would agree to this marriage. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at the letter and knew the contents of the letter like the back of his hand, and felt a headache. Su Mingfeng's way of doing things was more dependable, but he had a pair of parents who were too jumpy. Now that they had come to propose marriage, one could not predict what shocking things they would do. Moreover, Ji Yushu was still fanning the flames at the side and said with an indignant face, "What a good Su Mingfeng." Initially, when he was with third older brother, he called each other brothers and even had such a long friendship. Now that third older brother has changed his identity, he quietly went out to poach. His schemes are really deep. Ancestors said that a long journey tests the stamina of a horse and time reveals a person's heart. So this Su Mingfeng is this kind of person. Third older brother, you should break off all ties with him. Dao Yang really could not listen to Ji Yushu's nonsense and said, now it is better to find another method. The Su family's matter was a small matter, but the Shen family had already started to search for a husband for fifth Shen young lady. We do not have much time in Mingqi, so if you want to do it, settle it earlier. When these words were said, Xie Jingxing's expression turned cold. Ji Yushu did not detect it but had an inspiration and said, I have an idea. The few of them looked at him together and Ji Yushu said, since third older brother is a dead person in their eyes, why not pretend to be a ghost at night and appear in Su Mingfeng's dreams? Just say that Shen young lady is the person that third older brother fancied and wanted to have a ghost marriage. Su Mingfeng would be scared and naturally would not dare to have any ideas on fifth Shen young lady. AI third older brother, don't go. Listen to me finish. Gao Yang shook his head and sighed. Stupid. Xie Jingxing returned to the study and sat down in front of the table. His brows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Tiei, who was beside him, asked hesitantly, Master, today at Putua Temple, what Great Master Guanzhen said. Great Master Guanzhen was a wandering monk. Some said that he was from the Great Liang, some said that he was from the Qin country, and some said that he was from the Mingqi. But one thing was for sure. Whenever Master Guanzhen came to the temple, everyone would treat him as an honored guest. Great Master Guanzhen was a disciple of Buddha. It was said that he could see the past and future of a person. This was naturally an exaggeration, but Great Master Guanzhen's prophecy was extremely accurate. He once predicted a flood in the Great Liang. Emperor Yonglu tried to persuade Master Guanzhen to stay, but Master Guanzhen refused. 2 years ago when Xie Jingxing returned to the Great Liang, Emperor Yonglu wanted to find Master Guanzhen to take a look at Xie Jingxing's physiognomy, but at that time Master Guanzhen had already left the Great Liang and no one knew of his whereabouts. He didn't expect to meet him here. In the daytime when they arrived at Putua Temple, Xie Jingxing did not say anything, but Reverend Guanzhen had already guessed his identity. No one knew how he managed to guess it. And the prophecy for Xie Jingxing was, Army Destroyer Ziwei, ferocious dragon subdue the heavens. He was using his life to decide the overall situation. The meaning of this explanation was that Xie Jingxing was a very important person. He alone could affect the entire situation. The army destroyer Purple Finger first broke and then established, using both kindness and might. When Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi, he claimed to be the heir apparent of the residence of the Marquis of Linan and died in the battlefield. Afterwards, when Prince Rui of the Great Liang reappeared in front of the world, it was established. The dragon was the leader of all living things. Unfortunately, it was a vicious dragon. Savage and ruthless. Xie Jingxing was asking about tribulation. However, Great Master Guanzhen shook his head. He only said that the fierce dragon doesn't get tribulated was actually helping people to pass the tribulation. When Xie Jingxing asked again, Master Guanzhen said that heaven's secrets must not be divulged and refused to say anything more. Tai Yi was a little discouraged. It was not easy for Great Master Guanzhen to read his fortune, but he gave a vague answer. Then, he thought about how his master had a temperament that was indifferent to external things. Fierce. Dragon doesn't get tribulated, helping others to overcome their tribulations. Listening to his master, he seemed to have become a bodhisattva. Who had such a big face to be able to let his master be his backer? Even if that person dared to do so, would master be willing? Xie Jingxing said, do not bother about this. First send this letter back to the Great Liang. His expression was somewhat stern. Xin Miao was unable to fall asleep on the bed. Song Yang's words in the afternoon were still lingering in her ears. She had never thought that Su Foran's purpose of coming to the Shen mansion was to seek marriage with Su Mingfeng. Thinking of Song Yang's wooden face as he repeated all the words of the two people in the room to her without missing a single word, especially when he was a man speaking in a woman's language and kept on saying all our mothers, Shen Miao felt that it was somewhat funny. Xie Jingxing was indeed a talent. One did not know where did he find such a precious secret guard. But as she thought about it, she could not smile anymore. Why would Su Foran want to claim marriage for Su Mingfeng? From Song Yang's words, Su Mingfeng had deep feelings for Shen Miao and Shen Miao would never believe in these words. Not to mention that Su Mingfeng had only seen her a few times, moreover that day on the streets, Su Mingfeng's gaze when he looked at her was not special at all. Could it be that this was Su Mingfeng's conspiracy? Shen Miao thought that because Su Mingfeng wanted to understand the secret of the tiger head bracelet, he decided to marry her. Was he not afraid that he would not be able to find out the truth by spending the whole day with her? Or did he think that after she became his wife, she would tell him everything? But Su Mingfeng's actions were too much of a loss. In order to find out the truth, he even threw in his entire life. Those people in the Supreme Court of Justice should be so ashamed that they would not have the face to face their fellow villagers. Guyu walked in from the outside with a stack of clothes in her hands and said with a smile, young lady, tomorrow one is going to Putua Monastery and Foran said to wear some light colors. This servant brought some darker colored clothes for young lady to pick and wear tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she cut the wick of the oil lamp for Shen Miao and said, young lady must rest early today and wake up early tomorrow. One fear that there is a long way to go. Shen Miao felt helpless when this matter was mentioned. In the evening, Luo Shuiyan's maid came over to tell Luo Tan and Shen Miao that she would bring the three of them to Putua Monastery to offer incense. Luo Tan had never been to Putua Monastery before and was naturally very happy, but Shen Miao was somewhat lacking in interest. Putua Monastery was considered a famous monastery in the Ding capital and was located halfway up the mountain in the northern part of the city. It was said that the bodhisattvas and Buddhas there were very spiritual, and the most spiritual was the tree of cultivating destinies. The young female used copper coins to exchange for some red ropes from the monks in the temple and tied the red ropes to a pouch and threw it up the tree. If the red ropes and the pouch were not thrown down, it meant that the Yu Lao had heard the female's prayers and would bring a good marriage for the female. Shin Miao had also gone to that tree of cultivating destinies in her past life, and in order to be able to tie the knot with Fu Xiuyi, she bought 100 red ropes in one go and threw it up. Afterwards this matter was accidentally spread by Shin Qing and Shin Yu, and it became a joke in the Ding capital. Therefore, Shin Miao did not like the tree of karma that much. If she did not hear Su Foran and Luo Shuiyan's conversation from Songyang today, Shin Miao would not have thought of anything and would only feel that it was nearing the end of the year and Luo Shuiyan really wanted to go and offer incense. But after knowing what they said in the main hall, Shin Miao understood that Luo Shuiyan did not want to offer incense but obviously wanted her to throw the red rope on the tree of cultivating destinies. Shin Miao's heart was extremely unwilling and even thought of pretending to be sick. But this would be too deliberate, and Luo Tan was in high spirits and Shin Miao was easily soft-hearted towards Luo Shuiyan. Thinking that it was just to throw the red rope, she could only agree. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This night Shin Miao did not sleep well. She had several dreams during the night, and in her dreams, she was standing under the tree of cultivating destinies and throwing the red rope up. Luo Shuiyan bought an entire bucket of red rope for her, and Shin Miao's arms were sore from throwing it, but all the red ropes with her markings were all gone. There was nothing on the ground or on the tree. Just as she was feeling astonished, she saw a purple-clad youth sitting on the tree with a bunch of her red ropes in his arms. His lips hooked up to her with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Who are you going to marry?" Sword-like eyebrows, a straight nose, thin red lips and a pair of peach blossom eyes that were as sharp as a blade. It was Xie Jingxing's face. Shin Miao suddenly woke up from her dream and could not fall asleep no matter what. She managed to endure till dawn, and when Xianxia came in, she was shocked and asked, "Why did young lady not sleep well last night? Her eyes are all black." Shin Miao waved her hands. She only felt that this dream was strange and had some unknown shame and indignation, so she simply did not say anything. After eating and washing up, one went out of the door and saw Luo Shuiyan and the rest waiting in the hall. What made Shin Miao surprised was that other than Luo Tan, Shin Qiu and Luo Ling were also there. Luo Shuiyan said, "Since it's an incense offering, the younger generation should all go together to pray for the blessings of Buddha." Shin Xian said, "Then I will also go along." "Why are you going?" Luo Shuiyan hated that he didn't understand her meaning and said, "You don't have to go." Shin Qiu was puzzled why his father could not go, but Shin Miao understood in her heart. It seemed that Luo Shuiyan not only wanted her and Luo Tan to throw the red ropes, most likely she also wanted Shin Qiu and Luo Ling to throw it. After all, Shin Qiu and Luo Ling had reached the age to marry. But wasn't the tree of cultivating destinies something that only women could throw? If it was really hung up, could it be that Shin Qiu and Luo Ling would become cut sleeves in the future? Shin Miao could not help but shiver. Without wasting too much time, everyone quickly set off. The distance between Putuo Monastery and the Shin Mansion was somewhat far. If they set off in the morning, it would be close to noon when they arrived. Along the way, Luo Tan was in high spirits and kept asking Luo Shuiyan if Putuo Temple was really so magical. As Luo Shuiyan spoke, she indeed led the topic to the tree of karma. When Luo Tan heard the news about the tree of cultivating destinies, she found it very interesting and said, "This is somewhat similar to a custom of our Shaochun city, but since Putuo Monastery is a famous monastery, then this tree of cultivating destinies should be very efficacious." She shook Shin Miao's arm. "Biao, youngest sister, how about we also go and throw the red rope? Aren't you not in a rush to marry?" Shin Miao looked at her from the corner of her eyes. Luo Tan lightly coughed twice. "Even so, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Luo Shuiyan also said, "Jiao Jiao, Tanner, when we arrive at Putuo Temple, the two of you should also throw the red rope. Whether you are going to marry or not, you will be able to gain some good luck, won't you?" Luo Tan excitedly complied. Luo Tan had long known of her mother's plans and had no choice but to comply. But it was said that they were on their way to the ancient temple that had existed for hundreds of years in Mingqi. In one of the meditation rooms, the incense was curling up, and at the moment there was a 70-year-old monk sitting there. This monk had a kind and benevolent countenance. He really looked like a disciple of the Buddha. He wore a red kasaya and held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. The young monk beside him asked, "Master, we've been waiting here for several days. Will the fated one really come?" This poor monk has been waiting here for many days for her arrival, the old monk said lightly. But I've waited for a long time. The little monk was only in his teens and was at the age where he was curious. He quickly asked, when will he come? The old monk did not speak and only silently turned the Buddhist beads in his hand. Suddenly, he stopped turning the Buddhist beads and repeatedly stroked a round Buddhist bead between his fingers. After a while, the old monk smiled. In a moment, he said. When Xianxia and entourage reached Putua Monastery, it was not even noon. Perhaps it was because the horses ran hard today, or the coachman drove the carriage well, or the road was much smoother. In short, the journey that would normally take 5.5 hours was completed in less than 4 hours today. The few of them jumped off the carriage and Xianxia and Luo Ling also flipped off their horses. They saw that in the middle of the mountain in the lush forest, there was an ancient temple. Because of the layers of clouds, it was like a fairyland. In addition to the distant Buddhist sounds, one could not help but feel a sense of awe. Luo Tan sighed, really has the style of a famous temple. Luo Shuiyan instructed, Chou'er, Linger, both of you dismount first. I will bring Tanner and Jiao Jiao in. After Xianxia and Luo Ling left, the guards of the Shen residence followed Shen Miao and entourage. Luo Tan saw a tree that was hung with red ropes from afar and said, this is the tree of cultivating destinies? Youngest Gu, quickly come and see. It is so big. Luo Shuiyan smiled, let us first go and buy the red ropes. Shen Miao followed behind both of them and felt helpless in her heart. Luo Tan ran very fast and Luo Shuiyan had a fiery temperament, thus Shen Miao was left behind. But with the guards of the Shen residence and Song Yang in the dark, Shen Miao was not worried at all. When she followed Luo Shuiyan and the rest into a Buddhist hall, Shen Miao's skirt was suddenly pulled by someone. She turned back to look and saw a person in Taoist robes squatting at the side of the threshold. How would there be people from the Taoist sects in a Buddhist place? This Taoist priest's clothes were tattered and there was a lot pot in front of him and a horsetail whisk in his hand. One did not know why, but it was somewhat comical. He was around 40 years of age and had a small mustache as he looked at Shen Miao with bright eyes. Young lady, this poor Taoist sees that your glabella is dark and one fear that there will be a bloody calamity. There are green circles under your eyes and there will be trouble with peach blossoms. Do you want this poor Taoist to read your fortune? Where did this lunatic come from? Full of nonsense. Xianxia was extremely angry. Shen Miao pulled out the corner of her skirt and was about to walk forward without looking sideways. But she heard that person saying, even though a phoenix's life is good, it is a pity to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Even though a phoenix's life is good, it is a pity to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Shen Miao's footsteps suddenly paused as she frowned at that Taoist priest and asked, what did you say? That Taoist priest however turned his head away proudly and started to sing a little tune. Xianxia said, young lady must not take it to heart. Who knows where this swindler came from to speak nonsense? Even though one did not know why would people from this sect come to a Buddhist place, but this Taoist priest did not look proper, not to mention the sage-like demeanor of an ordinary Taoist. It seemed that he was just casually saying it and was no different from those swindlers on the streets. Shen Miao looked to the front and Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan had already entered, and behind her, there were a few guards following behind and did not move forward. She pondered for a moment before sitting down on the small wooden stool in front of the Taoist priest's stall and said, I want to have my fortune read. This poor Taoist's fortune is very precious. Before the words were finished, Shen Miao took out a golden peanut from her bag. This was the thing that Su Foreign gave her in the pouch. Most likely she was afraid that it would be rude to gift it too expensive, so it was a pouch full of golden peanuts so that it would be convenient to buy things. Xianxia and Guyu were somewhat anxious when they saw this. The most expensive fortune told on the streets was only a few taels of silver, so why was there a need to use golden peanuts? But once Shen Miao had decided on something, there was no room to change it. Even though the two maids were anxious, they were helpless. Shen Miao said, if your fortune is accurate, then this golden peanut will belong to you. If it is not accurate, I will let people flip your stall and let the yamen come and arrest you for swindling. That Taoist priest smiled as he received the golden peanut and took out a pot of lots from his back. He shook it before handing it over to Shen Miao and smiled, young lady, draw 2 lots. Why do I need to smoke 2? Guyu could not help but ask, usually 1 is enough. Could it be? She was suddenly enlightened, one for safety and the other for marriage? Luo Shuiyan began to worry about Shen Miao's lifelong affairs, thus she also reminded the head maid beside Shen Miao. Xianxia and Guyu knew that the most important thing for Shen Miao to come to an ordinary temple was to throw the red string on the marriage tree. Now that the Taoist priest wanted Shen Miao to draw 2 lots, they naturally thought of this. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "Fortune-telling. Why does one need 2 lots for fortune-telling?" Xianxia did not understand. That Taoist looked at Shen Miao and stroked his beard as he smiled mysteriously. Young lady's destiny cannot be calculated with one stick. Shen Miao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the Taoist priest's confident look, she silently took the pot of lots and shook it. 2 lots fell to the ground with a clatter. That Taoist picked up the stick and looked at it. Xianxia and Guyu were somewhat nervous. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "Trapped in the phoenix cage, life is in danger, causing trouble. In front of the guillotine platform, it's all empty." He said, "This is a great misfortune." When these words were said, Xianxia's and Guyu's expressions changed. What was called great omen and what was called guillotine? Xianxia said, "What a good fake Taoist. Full of nonsense, who are you trying to deceive? I think you're a liar. I'm going to report this to the authorities." Hey, the Taoist priest said, "What's the hurry? Why can't the little girl keep her cool? Isn't there another stick here?" Shen Miao's heart was pounding. Trapped in the phoenix cage was when she was trapped in the cold palace of the 9 palaces and her struggles were fruitless. To cause trouble and implicate others, the entire Shen family was annihilated. Wasn't this the guillotine platform? She worked hard and put an effort for Fu Xiuyi to sit firmly on the emperor's throne, but at the end it was all in vain. Fu Xiuyi only gave her 3 feet of white silk. Even Wan Yu and Fu Ming did not survive and he did not leave anything behind. How was it not all in vain? Shen Miao said, "Taoist priest, help me look at the other lot." Xianxia and Guyu were somewhat anxious as they could not understand why Shen Miao would look at this Taoist priest in a different light and was even willing to let this Taoist priest look at the other lot. That Taoist priest chuckled and picked up the other lot. He glanced at Shen Miao and stroked his beard as usual before slowly saying, "Extreme negative brings bliss, purple air coming from the east, an auspicious omen. A very good lot." Xianxia and Guyu were afraid that the Taoist priest would say something inauspicious. It was nearing the end of the year and everyone was afraid that inauspicious words would bring bad luck. Seeing him say that, they were relieved. Xianxia did not let up and ridiculed, "I said that you are a liar. One lot is ominous and the other is auspicious. So which lot is true?" "Both lots are true." The Taoist priest said, "If you do not believe, ask your family's young lady if this Taoist priest is lying." Shen Miao's heart moved and said, "Xianxia, Guyu, both of you go to the guards first. I have some words that I want to speak to this Taoist priest alone." Xianxia wanted to persuade a few words as she felt that this Taoist priest was a swindler. However, Guyu shook her head at her and pulled her to one side to make space for Shen Miao and the Taoist priest to speak in peace. Shen Miao frowned as she looked at the Taoist priest. Does this Taoist priest know something? The Taoist priest was tidying up the lot pot as he spoke without turning his head. "I saw young lady's physiognomy and it is an extremely noble person. Looking at young lady's fate, it is a phoenix's fate. It should be a life of glory and splendor, with fine food and silk clothes. Unfortunately, one's fate was changed." Shen Miao said, "What changed one's fate?" Her voice was somewhat urgent. The Taoist priest stopped his actions and looked at her. "Young lady's fate is very strange. There will be a big calamity in one's life and after passing through this calamity, one would naturally have a smooth life. But the first lot that young lady drew did not pass through this calamity." "What is my calamity?" Shen Miao asked. "A true phoenix and a fake phoenix. The fake phoenix snatched the true phoenix's fate and fortune and the true phoenix was imprisoned." Shen Miao only felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Real phoenix, fake phoenix, could it be that she was the real phoenix and as for the fake phoenix, could it be Mei Foran? Mei Foran gave birth to Fu Xing and Fu Xiuyi loved Fu Xing so much. In the past lifetime, Fu Ming died and she also died, so Fu Xiuyi would make Mei Foran the Empress and with Fu Xiuyi's love for Fu Xing, perhaps he would pass the throne to Fu Xing. Wasn't this the same as having one's fate stolen? Xianxia said. Priest said the first lot, then in the second lot, can my calamity be passed? With your abilities, it's impossible. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, but you're lucky to have a benefactor in your life. Benefactor? Xianxia asked, who is my benefactor? This noble person has fate with you. He is the life of a vicious dragon. A vicious dragon subduing the heavens, a phoenix trapped in a cage. He can save you, and you can also dispel his evil energy. If you meet this person and borrow his power, Miss Fate will return to its rightful place. What you have lost, you will definitely gain. Xianxia asked, where is this noble person? How can I find him? The Taoist priest smiled, far at the horizon but close at hand. This meant that he did not want to say more. Xianxia's eyes flashed and asked again, there is another question. Ordinary people can only draw one lot, but why do I have two lots? Is this the will of heaven? She had been reborn, and every time she thought about it, there was a feeling of unreality. She feared that one day when she woke up, she would still be in that quiet cold palace and all of this was just a dream. Since this strange priest who came from nowhere was somewhat accurate, perhaps he knew a little. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as dogs. Young lady's two lots were requested by someone for young lady. There is someone? Xianxia caught the crux of the Taoist's words, who is that person? It is someone who owes you a lot. The Taoist stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his clothes. The mysteries of heaven must not be revealed. Today this poor Taoist and young lady have already revealed too much, and any more would cause one's good fortune to be cut. Young lady should not ask any more, and remember, the past is like a dream, one must not be entangled. When one is at the peak of prosperity, purple air comes from the east. Finishing, he waved his horsetail whisk and walked away in big strides. Xianxia stood at the same spot in a daze until Xianxia and Gu walked to her side. Xianxia said, strange atmosphere. One do not know where it came from. Is there no one in Putua Monastery to manage it? Xianxia felt that she had seen some secrets, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Just as she was thinking, Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan walked out from inside. Luo Tan was holding a small basket in her hands, and on top of it was a big pouch connected to a red string. She said with a smile, Biao youngest sister, let's go and hang the red string. Why are you lagging behind? Luo Shuiyan also said, just now I heard that there was a reverend preaching in the meditation room, so I wanted to call you over to listen. But when I turned around, I saw you behind me. I don't know what you were doing that took you so long. Do you still want to listen? Xianxia just listened to the Taoist's conversation and her mind was strangely confused. How would she still have the mood to listen to the monk preaching? She shook her head, not going. Then let us go hang the red string first. Luo Tan was very excited and pulled Xianxia forward. In the meditation room that Luo Shuiyan passed by, the old monk's action of knocking the wooden fish paused. The little monk asked, Master, it is already past noon. Did Master not say that he would come? Is he coming or not? Master Guanjin stood up from the meditation mat and shook his head, not coming. Not coming? The little monk was surprised, why? She met someone else. The little monk was puzzled, why not come after meeting someone else? Did Master not specially wait for her here? If she did not come, then all these days of waiting would be wasted. No matter. Master Guanjin put his palms together, she also met a fated person. This is cause and effect. Xianxia and Luo Tan went outside and arrived under the tree of cultivating destinies. The tree of cultivating destinies was originally a huge sweet-scented osmanthus tree. It was extremely thick and sturdy, but now, its branches could not be seen clearly. They were all covered by the purses hanging from the red strings on the tree. Luo Ling and Xinqiu did not come at the end since this was for females to use. Luo Tan scooped up a red string and passed it to Xianxia. Biao youngest sister, write your name on the pouch and throw it up the tree. If it is hung up, it means that the Yu Lao has heard your prayers and will arrange a good marriage for you. Luo looked at Luo as he said Biao ao Biao. Is Biao Biao Shin Shin, Luo said Shin 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 of Shin of Shin. Is Biao. Luo Tian of Shin Shin. Yang of Jis of, but, Jijio. Jiao Luo Shuiyan also said, Jiao Jiao, write some and throw them up. Don't be afraid. Xin Miao was somewhat picky as she looked at the basket of red ropes. Since she could not win against Luo Tan and Luo Shuiyan, she could only pick one and write her name on the pouch. When Luo Tan saw this, she said, Biao youngest sister, you took too little. This one cannot be thrown up. Take a few more and these will be enough. Luo Shuiyan also said, Jiao Jiao, one is not enough. Xin Miao felt that she did not want to throw any of them. Moreover, she was still thinking about the Taoist priest's words. How could she have the mood to do this? Thus, she just casually threw them away. One will definitely not be able to hang. It is better for you to. Why did it hang? Luo Tan cried out in surprise. Luo Shuiyan was also very surprised. Generally speaking, the more red ropes one threw up, the higher the possibility of it hanging on the branch. If one could not hold it, one would not be able to throw it up. Who knew that Xin Miao casually threw it up and it actually hung up? Not only that, it was a high branch and it was hung so firmly that one feared that it would not fall even if the wind and rain hit. Biao youngest sister, you are too lucky. Luo Tan grabbed Xin Miao's arm and said excitedly, look, look. That branch is so high that it means that the person that Biao youngest sister is going to marry must be a dragon or phoenix among men. The branch is also so stable that it means that this marriage is in the bag and is very good. Who would not like to hear the words of good fortune? Luo Shuiyan's face also bloomed into a smile. Jiao Jiao's throw is not bad. I also said that if you could not hang it up, I would think of ways to help you hang it up. But there are still many branches around this branch. Luo Tan touched her chin and explained in a serious manner, the direction of these branches are all extending towards Biao youngest sister's pouch. What does this mean? This means that Biao youngest sister has more than one marriage. Youngest Gu, this is a good thing. One family has a daughter and 100 families will seek for it. Future brother-in-law will have to face hardships in the future. Luo Tan said as she laughed. Shen Miao said, nonsense. But in her heart she thought of that priest's strange words, green under the eyes, the difficulty of peach blossoms. She could not help but feel uneasy in her heart. Could it be that it was really said correctly? She secretly despised herself in her heart. Now that she did not even see a single peach blossom leaf, where was the difficulty of peach blossoms? It was just that Luo Tan was talking nonsense and she had treated it as the truth. This day passed exceptionally quickly and Luo Tan later hung a lot of her own red ropes up, prayed to Buddha, offered some incense, donated some incense and ate the vegetarian dishes in the temple before returning. When they returned to the Shen mansion, it was already evening and everyone was tired after a day so they all went to rest early. Xin Miao however repeatedly thought about the words that priest said in the day. There was a calamity in her life, and a benefactor came to her rescue. Who was that benefactor? Who was the one who asked for 2 divination sticks for her? Or rather, who was the one who asked for a chance to be reborn? Her loved ones from her previous life had almost disappeared before she died. Shen Miao thought that even after she died, there would not be anyone to collect her corpse. Who would be so omnipotent? With such abilities and such a friendship, why did he ask for her to be reborn in this life? He never would have thought that there would be such a person. Shen Miao suddenly remembered something and said, Song Yang. A black-clothed man suddenly appeared in the room. Shen Miao face-bombed and only felt that Xie Jingxing's secret guards were so elusive that even her mistress would be shocked. She said, you are not allowed to tell Xie Jingxing about today's matter and what the priest said to me. She added another sentence, if you tell Xie Jingxing, I will say that you have molested him. Song Yang, remember that, Shen Miao threatened. Every day in the Ding capital there were numerous people who were worried about all sorts of trivial matters. Young females were worried about getting married, young people were worried about obtaining scholarly honors, the elderly were weak and the young were childish. All of them were bustling about for benefits. Some people schemed for small benefits, some gambled for great wealth and there were even some who bet their entire family's life but looked at the whole world. In the imperial family of Ming Qi, as emperor Wen Hui's health deteriorated day by day, the princes became more and more restless. Prince Zhou's faction was arrogant and Prince Li's faction's actions were not small. Originally one thought that number 9 was content with his lot, but in the end, with the Shin family and the Qin country's matter, no matter how one calculated, the crown prince was the weakest. Emperor Wenhui sighed and his brows were shrouded with a layer of declining air. Most likely he had been ill for a long time, as his complexion was not good. Usually when he got angry in the throne room, it was just a forced appearance, as there were quite a number of people eyeing this position covetously. If he were to fall, the court would be in chaos, and one feared that there would be a loophole for those who had intentions to take advantage of it. When one was young, the princes were still young and did not feel anything, but when one grew older, one would be shocked to find out that one was not raising sons but a pack of wolves. Now that the young wolves had grown up, some things became uncontrollable. "How is the crown prince's health recently?" Emperor Wenhui asked Su Gonggong, who was beside him. Su Gonggong quickly replied, "Yesterday the Empress saw the crown prince's consort, and the crown prince's consort said that the crown prince's condition had improved, and the imperial physician also said that he would be better after a period of recuperation." Emperor Wenhui shook his head. "The crown prince's health is a problem." As the most legitimate successor to the throne, the crown prince was ill and weak. Even though there was a group of supporters and in the early years he was able to control the situation, but as Prince Zhou's and Prince Li's factions gradually grew stronger, the crown prince's power was suppressed. Especially with the addition of Prince Ding recently, Emperor Wenhui only felt a headache. Fortunately, even though the crown prince was ill and weak, he had given birth to the imperial grandson early, so that even if Emperor Wenhui passed away and the crown prince was ill, as long as the imperial grandson was slightly older, then the imperial grandson would be able to succeed the throne. Imperial physician Su's eyes and nose looked down, as if he did not sense Emperor Wenhui's intention. But his heart was very clear that Emperor Wenhui was most optimistic about the crown prince. There was no other reason. One was that the crown prince's succession was justified, and the second was that the crown prince's health was not good, so relatively, he was the least threat to Emperor Wenhui. Unlike the other sons, Prince Zhou's faction was so arrogant that they had no one in their eyes. Prince Li's faction looked kind but had private dealings with many officials. Even Prince Ding, who was the most uninterested in power, had become a dog that would bite but not bark in Emperor Wenhui's eyes. All of them were like wolves and tigers that Emperor Wenhui had to guard against. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside the window, causing the Xian paper on the table to roll up. Seeing this, Imperial Physician Su quickly got up to close the window and said, "It's late at night. Your Majesty should sleep early." At the same time, the crown prince that Emperor Wenhui was talking about was talking to someone. If anyone saw it, they would be shocked. The person who was talking to the crown prince was not anyone else but Prince Ding, Fu Xiaoyi. Of these two people, one was the legitimate crown prince in Emperor Wenhui's eyes, and the other was the dog that bites but does not bark in the prince's hearts. At this moment they were sitting at two sides of the table, and Xiao was snuggled up to the green plum wine on the table and was actually talking while boiling the wine. The crown prince said, "Don't take this matter to heart, ninth brother. Imperial father only misunderstood you because he believed the slanderous words of a lowly person. As time passes in the future, the misunderstanding will be resolved and he will naturally treat you the same as before. Ninth brother, why must you give up on yourself?" Fu Xiaoyi shook his head. "Eldest brother, do not know the bitterness in my heart. An unexpected calamity has come and it is unavoidable. I am an idle person and have no interest in power or wealth. I just want to live a free life. In the past days, other than the matters in my hands, when have I ever interfered in other matters? But when the Shin family's matter happened, Imperial father still suspected me. This father-son relationship is just too cold. Ninth younger brother, speak cautiously." The crown prince jumped in shock and quickly stopped Fu Xiaoyi's unfinished words. "There is no lack of parents in the world. You are Imperial father's son, so Imperial father will not do anything to you. If one wants to blame those lowly people." The matter that they were talking about was the matter of the Shin family being searched and confiscated. Even though Emperor Wenhui hid it strictly, the various princes had informants in the palace. Moreover, with Shen Wan opening his mouth, the princes were very clear about the real reason of the Shin family's case. It was because of this that the princes looked at Fu Xiaoyi differently. Originally, when the various princes fought for the heir apparent, they were fighting to the death and thought that the ninth prince had no great ambitions and was only happy being an idle Wanya. Thus they did not deliberately target Fu Xiaoyi. Who knew that when the matter came out, it was discovered that the other party had a chess piece buried in the dark. The most taboo thing in a fight was that the enemy was in the dark while one was in the light. Especially when it was a fight for the world, it was a big matter that one's life and family's lives would be lost if one was not careful. Prince Ding had been watching the fight in the dark for a long time. Perhaps he wanted to be the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and clam fight. Previously everyone treated Prince Ding politely, but now when everyone looked at Fu Xiaoyi, it was a common enemy. Fu Xiaoyi had made too many enemies for himself in a short time. And after Fu Xiaoyi became the brother's target, the first person he looked for was the Crown Prince. No matter if it was sincere or not, the Crown Prince was a soft-hearted master in front of everyone and was very kind but also easily deceived by others. Just like at this moment, he did not ridicule or attack but turned his head to comfort Fu Xiaoyi. Fu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Never mind. Let's not talk about my matter and talk about eldest brother's matter." "Me?" The Crown Prince was somewhat strange. "What matter do I have? Now everyone is fighting till their heads are broken and bleeding. Eldest brother is obviously the most legitimate successor but was suppressed by others. This is not a good sign." Fu Xiaoyi smiled. "Initially I did not want to participate in these matters and deliberately avoided it but did not think that others would come knocking on my door. Since it is so, it is better to take the initiative to come in. I intend to support eldest brother." The Crown Prince was surprised for a moment as he did not expect Fu Xiaoyi to say that. He first smiled bitterly before shaking his head. "Ninth younger brother has good intentions and I will not thank you. It is just that. Ninth younger brother also know my body. If I am strong and healthy, naturally I can fight for it, but with my body, it is a problem how long I can be popular. All these. It is better to leave it to fate." At the end of the words, there was a faint sense of despair. "Eldest brother must not belittle yourself. Eldest brother is born of the Empress and is the eldest son of His Majesty and is also the Crown Prince. Logically speaking, you are the future master of Ming Qi. If you were to let it go, one fear that others would laugh at Ming Qi for not having people to carry on. But I really do not have any ability." The Crown Prince was somewhat disheartened. "The officials see my body and are not willing to follow me. There are not many followers left in the past. Ninth younger brother let me fight, but other than the title of Crown Prince, what other ability do I have to fight?" When Fu Xiaoyi heard it, he poured a cup of wine for himself and the Crown Prince and took a sip before saying, "So at this time, eldest brother needs a strong assistant." The Crown Prince shook his head. "A good bird chooses a tree to nest in. Why would those capable people choose me? Actually, eldest brother need not think so difficult." Fu Xiaoyi said, "It is indeed difficult to find many powerful people. But to put it simply, as long as he could find a powerful helper, there was no need for other followers. In other words, as long as we find this person, the rest of the officials will also follow Big Brother." "Ninth brother, you're right," the Crown Prince said doubtfully. "Formidable great General Xianxia," Fu Xiaoyi answered. The Crown Prince paused. Xianxia holds the military power in his hands, and at the front is the Shen family's army charging and at the back is the Luo family's army. After leaving the capital for 2 years, his prestige among the commoners did not decrease, and even the Qin country and the Great Liang have to be somewhat courteous. With General Shen's help, everyone would naturally have a higher opinion of the Crown Prince's strength. People always seek to go up, water flows down, so followers will naturally come after hearing the news. When the Crown Prince heard Fu Xiaoyi's words, he smiled. "Ninth younger brother said correctly. But ninth younger brother must know that now General Shen's reputation is illustrious and everyone's favorite. The rest of the brothers also think so, but why did the Shen family army choose me? Because you are the Crown Prince." Fu Xiaoyi said calmly, "If the rest of the brothers choose General Shen, one fear that they will violate Imperial Father's taboo, but eldest brother is different. You are the rightful successor to the Emperor's throne and also the son that Imperial Father values the most. If General Shen falls into your hands, it would be something that Imperial Father would be happy to see. To others it would be a disaster, but to you it would be a blessing. Such a big military power cannot fall into the hands of an outsider." The Crown Prince no longer laughed because Fu Xiaoyi's words were very reasonable. Emperor Wen Hui was suspicious, for example Prince Zhou or Prince Li, or even Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. If he obtained Xianxia's support, it would be a disaster for them, as Emperor Wen Hui would look at them with unfriendly eyes. But the Crown Prince was different. Emperor Wen Hui despised the Crown Prince's power for being too weak and unable to balance the other princes, not to mention that the Crown Prince was the future Crown Prince in Emperor Wen Hui's heart, so naturally he hoped to have a strong arm. But why would General Shen choose me? The Crown Prince still shook his head, as if he did not agree with Fu Xiuyi's words. He said, participating in these matters is risky. General Shen does not need to wade into these muddy waters. And he can live freely. Fu Xiuyi smiled and said, General Shen does not need to choose eldest brother, but young lady Shen can. The Crown Prince was surprised. Fu Xiuyi lightly said, the fifth young lady of the Shen family, the pearl of General Shen's palm, should be at the age of engagement. 167-inch Shen family's young lady? The Crown Prince was first surprised for a moment before crying out involuntarily, Shen Miao. Fu Xiuyi looked at him but smiled and did not speak. No. The Crown Prince shook his head. The young lady of the Shen family is the pearl in General Shen's palm, and until now there is no engagement. One fear that he regards his daughter's lifelong event as very important, so how would he be willing to marry into the Eastern Palace? Moreover, the Crown Prince looked mischievously at Fu Xiuyi and said with a smile, everyone in the Ding capital knows that the one that the young lady of the Shen family admired was you, ninth younger brother. I cannot snatch away her affection. Fu Xiuyi smiled and shook his head. How would she admire me? It was only a joke when she was young. Otherwise all these years you see, how would she treat me with any feelings, and was even colder than an outsider. When the Crown Prince thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. In these 2 years, it seemed that when Shen Miao saw Fu Xiuyi, she did not seem to be as passionate as she was in the beginning. She was so cold that the two of them were very puzzled. Even though he said so, the Crown Prince still said, perhaps it is because you treat others unaffectedly that young lady Shen is angry with you. Big brother, please don't tease me. Fu Xiuyi smiled, moreover the Shen family is not a family that I can climb up to. I am willing to find a wife that does not have an illustrious identity, as it would be more comfortable. Speaking of which, Fu Xiuyi said seriously, why must eldest brother take action from General Shen and young lady Shen? It's best to leave this matter to Imperial Father. Father? Not bad. Fu Xiuyi saw that the wine cup in front of the Crown Prince was empty and filled the Crown Prince's wine cup before saying unhurriedly, Imperial Father dotes on eldest brother the most. Since Imperial Father has the heart to support eldest brother, one would definitely find a helper for eldest brother. If eldest brother wants to marry Shen young lady, Imperial Father would definitely be happy to see it happen. In this way, all we need is an imperial edict to bestow marriage, and everything will be resolved. Ninth brother, your thinking is too simple. The Crown Prince shook his head, a melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. One must know that if the young lady of the Shen family is not willing to marry me, even if she had to enter the Eastern Palace because of the imperial edict, there would be resentment in the future. General Shen would have resentment towards Imperial Father and the marriage would not be successful and instead become enemies. That would be bad. Big brother, why do you think so? Fu Xiuyi looked at him in surprise. All the females in the world only seek for a rich and stable future. Marrying into the Eastern Palace, although she could not be the first consort, the status of the Crown Prince's secondary consort was not low. In the future, when eldest brother ascends the throne, the young lady of the Shen family will naturally be promoted to a consort. Eldest brother, you have a warm temperament, and as long as you treat the young lady of the Shen family well, in the future you will see a person's heart. How would she feel resentment towards eldest brother? Just like eldest sister-in-law, when she married big brother, it was Imperial Father who bestowed this marriage upon her. But now, she still wholeheartedly plans for big brother. When the Crown Prince heard it, he felt that Fu Xiuyi's words were somewhat reasonable. The Crown Princess had been betrothed by an imperial edict from the Emperor. Before this, they had only met a few times. At first, she was unwilling, but now, she was deeply in love with the Crown Prince and always thought for him. Women are all like this. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. As long as you treat her well, she will follow her husband with all her heart. Big Brother is a dragon among men, how could he not be able to subdue a woman? The crown prince was somewhat embarrassed by Fu Shouyi's words and waved his hands repeatedly. The two brothers had a heart-to-heart talk and exchanged cups, and were extremely happy and harmonious. It was just that when it was deep into the night, after Fu Shouyi left the Eastern Palace, the drunkenness on the crown prince's face was swept away and was replaced with some sobriety. The advisor walked out from the back and looked at the crown prince probingly. Your Highness, just now Ninth Highness words. Ninth younger brother is trying to steal a peach to exchange a plum. The crown prince smiled and drank a cup of wine. He smiled and said, he does have some courage. Now that father is suspicious of him, he actually dares to come to the Eastern Palace to express his goodwill and try to curry favor with us. Looking at it this way, it was us brothers who had underestimated him. Then what does your Highness think about the Ninth Highness's proposal to let your Highness and the Shin family? The advisor asked. The crown prince put down the wine cup in his hand and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Even though his heart is not right, there is a plan that can be used. I really need the strength of the Shin family. Shin Miao is a good chess piece and there is no harm in marrying her back. He smiled again, since she is not bad, there is no harm in coaxing her. The advisor nodded his head. Your Highness has decided to agree? The crown prince looked at the wine pot on the table. This prince will personally mention the matter to imperial father in a few days. After the matter is done, one will remember ninth younger brother's favor. As what Fu Shouyi expected, after a few days, the crown prince really mentioned the matter to Emperor Wenhui. Emperor Wenhui did not immediately agree but also did not reject it. He looked at the crown prince meaningfully and finally smiled. Not bad. Zhen thought that you did not make any progress and finally you are aware of things. He then said, Zhen will consider it. After the crown prince left, Emperor Wenhui then said to Su Gonggong who was beside him, the crown prince actually wanted to marry Shin Miao. Zhen did not expect it. Su Gonggong said with a smile, the Shin family's young ladies' talent and appearance are all top-notch. The crown prince's eyesight is very good. Forget it. Emperor Wenhui disdainfully said, Zhen is not brainless. It is just that number 9 had pointed out a clear path for the crown prince this time. What is the meaning of this? From his words, he knew that the marriage with the Shin family was Fu Shouyi's idea. Su Gonggong was cautious and did not speak. These imperial family matters were linked with a death word, so he as a servant would not dare to get involved. But it is just as well. Zhen originally wanted to support the crown prince. Prince Zhou and Prince Li are not putting Zhen in their eyes and Zhen cannot understand number 9. With the Shin family behind the crown prince, he can balance Prince Zhou and Prince Li and also control the Shin family's military power in his hands. Saves Zhen's strength. It is just that. Emperor Wenhui looked at the scroll on the table and smiled before closing the booklet and stood up, set out to Kunming Palace. When Luo Shuiyan received the message from the people in the palace to bring Shin Miao to the palace tomorrow, she was very confused. She thought that there was a problem on Xianxian's end. When she asked Xianxian was also at a loss. The couple was always very cautious when it came to the royal family. But he was cautious in his heart and did not dare to show it to Shin Miao, fearing that Shin Miao would be afraid. Even though Xianxian and Luo Shuiyan said it in a relaxed manner, Shin Miao's heart could not relax at all. The Fu family would never allow Luo Shuiyan to bring her into the palace for no reason. But this time, he had no clue what it was. Pei Lang had not sent her a letter for a long time and if there was a letter, she would be able to figure out Fu Shouyi's next move. Shin Miao's heart suddenly moved. That's right, why did Pei Lang not send her a letter for such a long time? Even in the past, even if there was nothing major, Pei Lang would still maintain correspondence with her but after such a long time, a faint guess surfaced in Shin Miao's heart. Could it be that Pei Lang could not write to her anymore? Did Fu Shouyi discover anything? Her heart was getting more and more confused. Ever since she met that inexplicable crazy Taoist in Putua Monastery, Shin Miao's heart found it hard to calm down. She wanted to know who was the benefactor who had the fate of fierce dragons subduing the heavens and also wanted to know who was the person who gave her the chance to start over again in her previous lifetime. But no matter how she thought about it, there was no clue and it made her even more impetuous. Shin Miao involuntarily looked up at the window and saw that the window door was tightly shut. Xie Jingxing once said that in the future there was no need to open the window and he would be able to come, but these few days Xie Jingxing did not appear. Shen Miao draped her outer clothes and walked to the window before opening it. It was the cold night wind outside and Shen Miao tightened her clothes. Suddenly a figure flashed in front of her as Song Yang stood up from under the wall and looked at Shen Miao before asking, "Young lady is looking for master?" Shen Miao was caught off guard and jumped in shock. She patted her chest in annoyance and said unhappily, "No." Song Yang did not seem to have heard Shen Miao's words and continued speaking in a deadpan manner. "Master is currently not in the Ding capital, so young lady need not wait for him here." "I am not waiting for him." Shen Miao emphasized, "I am just taking a breather." Song Yang did not speak and Shen Miao thought of something and asked, "Song Yang, if I enter the palace, can you enter together?" When Song Yang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he blushed and said, "This subordinate is not from the palace and is not familiar with the layout of the palace. If I follow Miss in, there will be no place to hide and I am not confident that I will not be discovered." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Since Song Yang did not have the confidence to not be discovered by others, then forget about it. He thought about it again. No matter what the imperial family was up to, they would not do it openly in the palace. After all, Luo Shuiyan was there. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and said, "It's fine now. If young lady has anything to say, you can tell this subordinate and this subordinate will bring the letter to master." Song Yang looked at Shen Miao and spoke to himself. Shen Miao closed the window with a paw sound. Like subordinates like masters, they didn't listen to others at all. At the other end, in the residence of Prince Rui, Gao Yang and Ji Yushu were studying a map. There were many densely marked places on the map and if one looked carefully, one could clearly see that it was a military defense map. The guard outside came to report, "Gao Darren, young Master Ji, young Lady Shen will enter the palace tomorrow. Do you want to bring a letter to His Highness?" "Enter the palace?" Ji Yushu asked, "What matter is there?" The guard shook his head. Ji Yushu sighed, "These few days one was busy with this drawing and did not help third older brother to look after Shen young lady. It would be bad if third older brother returns, one would not know anything and both you and I will be out of luck. Hey!" He nudged Gao Yang. "You have people in the palace. Has anything happened recently?" "It's nothing." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Don't bring it into the letter yet. He's busy with work and it's not good to be distracted. Since there's no news from Song Yang, it shouldn't be too serious. If something really happened, we'll just have to stop it." The guard received the order and left. Ji Yushu looked at Gao Yang. "Why do I feel that your method is not appropriate? What's wrong with it?" Gao Yang said impatiently, "Look at the picture." Ji Yushu muttered, "Anyway, if anything happens and third older brother asks why I did not inform in time, I will just say that it was you who instructed." On the second day, Shen Miao followed Luo Shuiyan into the palace. Every time he entered the palace, something would happen. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat vigilant but Shen Miao was used to it. Because she already knew that the Tian family did not have good intentions, it made her less nervous. The palace maids brought them directly to Kunming Palace. When they reached Kunming Palace, the first thing they saw was the Empress who was sitting on the main seat. The concubine sitting beside the Empress had a gentle smile and her clothes were elegant but simple. It was Consort Dongshu. The Empress and Consort Dongshu? Shen Miao's heart suddenly jumped up. The Empress was the birth mother of the Crown Prince and had a conforming husband and wife relationship with Emperor Wenhui. But the Empress herself most likely came from a wealthy family and had a smooth journey. At the current stage, she was wholeheartedly focused on the Crown Prince's body and had no heart to fight for power in the inner palace. It was said that she was swift and decisive but at the end she could not win against Consort Dongshu who was the most inconspicuous. Consort Dongshu had always stayed out of the matters in the inner palace, just like Fu Shouyi, watching the other consorts fight until their heads were broken and bleeding. Oh, naturally there was another point. Among them, she had unknowingly contributed a little bit of strength and it was that little bit of strength that often pushed the matter to the worst direction. Getting someone else to do his dirty work? No one played better than Consort Dongshu. If one were to say that Mei Foran was brazen and arrogant, then Consort Dongshu was warm and gentle, smiling as she handed over a knife. So this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law felt like old friends at first sight. Consort Dongshu looked down on Shen Miao but admired Mei Foran very much. Shen Miao looked at the situation in front and knew that the Empress would be used by Consort Dongshu as a knife again. After all, Consort Dongshu was the kind of person who would give herself a lot of benefits no matter what she did. The Empress smiled as she bestowed a seat to Luo Shuiyan but beckoned to Shen Miao to come forward. Shen Miao went forward as instructed and the Empress sized her up carefully before smiling in satisfaction and said to Consort Dongshu, "It is a neat and tidy person." Luo Shuiyan was somewhat restless and could not wait to grab Shen Miao and step out of the palace doors. But as an official, there was too much helplessness. She didn't know what the Empress was planning, but as a mother, she had a natural intuition, especially when it came to people who had designs on their children. "How old are you?" asked the queen. Replying to your ladyship, this official's daughter is 16. Shen Miao answered. The Empress smiled as she held Shen Miao's hands. When Bengong was in the palace, one had heard that General Shen's daughter is talented and beautiful. He had met her at the palace banquet and found her to be extremely charming. Thinking of these few days of leisure time, I asked Shen Foran to bring young lady Shen into the palace to see her. She sighed, born to be so bright and intelligent at the age of 16, one do not know which family's young master has such good fortune to be able to marry the young lady of the Shen family as his wife. Luo Shuiyan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately clenched her fists. Shen Miao's heart moved but she had already understood the reason why the Empress called them to the palace today. Consort Dongshu also laughed, "Isn't that so? She's beautiful and well-behaved, and doesn't have the slightest bit of arrogance about her. It's rare to see girls like her nowadays. I wonder if Shen Foran and young lady Shen is already engaged?" The Empress asked with a smile. Luo Shuiyan's heart was conflicted for a moment, but she quickly replied, "I'm not afraid that your ladyship will laugh at me. Recently, I've been looking for a suitable marriage between young master and my daughter." If the imperial family had this idea, then one feared that they had clearly inquired about Shen Miao's current situation. However, he did not dare to lie to them. Otherwise, he would be making a fool out of the royal family. "So it is like this." The Empress' smile became wider. "Then how about Bengong be the matchmaker for Shen young lady?" "No," Luo Shuiyan said without thinking. Seeing the Empress's unfriendly expression, she explained, "My daughter is still young, and I cannot bear to marry her off. I still want to keep her for a few more years." When the Empress heard it, she smiled again and said, "Shen Foran's words are not right. It is said that females cannot be kept as they will become enemies. If you keep delaying young lady Shen's marriage, one fear that young lady Shen will blame you in the future. Am I right, Miss Shen?" Shen Miao glanced at the Empress and smiled. This official's daughter also want to accompany by mother's side. She did not give any face to the Empress at all. The Empress' smile was not that refreshing. She stared at Shen Miao and did not know if Shen Miao did not have a brain so she dared to be so arrogant or if she was deliberately slapping her face. Thinking that such a female would be her daughter-in-law, the Empress' heart was not happy. It was Consort Dongshu who saw that the atmosphere was somewhat stiff and smiled to ease it. Shen Foran and young lady Shen have a deep relationship between mother and daughter that makes one envious. But she changed the topic of conversation. Females would always have to marry. It is not that after marriage one cannot have a deep relationship. These words were said to smooth things over but unfortunately Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao did not continue Consort Dongshu's words. Consort Dongshu's heart was somewhat surprised. Previously when Shen Miao was infatuated with Fu Xiaoyi, Consort Dongshu thought that Shen Miao was a brainless idiot female but after looking at it, she felt that it was not the case. One felt that Shen Miao was after all somewhat intelligent and was able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Who knew that after seeing them today, they were indeed the biological daughter of Luo Shuiyan. Both mother and daughter were equally unruly, unmoved by force or persuasion. The Empress also did not seem to be used to deliberately getting close to others, especially when the other party's attitude was not warm. But today she only wanted to break in advance, and let the Shen family be prepared. Actually, the Empress did not care what the Shen family's attitude was. No matter how courageous Xianxia was or how much he loved his daughter, it was impossible for him to defy the edict. The arm was no match for the thigh. Under imperial power, everyone had to lower their heads. Thus after a lukewarm chat, he let Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao go back. On the way back, Luo Shuiyan did not say a word. Shen Miao was also thinking about her own matters, and this kind of silent atmosphere scared Xianxia and Guyu as they thought that something had happened. Upon returning to the Shen mansion, Shen Qiu and Luo Ling had just returned from the Ministry of War and asked the Empress why did she summon them to the palace. Luo Shuiyan vaguely responded and pulled Xianxia back to the room. Once they entered the room, Luo Shuiyan told Xianxia what the Empress had said to her in the palace today. At the end, she asked, I see that the Empress' intention is to appoint a marriage for Jiao Jiao. What should be done? Xianxian's face had long sunk as he said, arranged marriage? Why should my daughter marry them? Jiao Jiao has been raised by us. What right do others have to give advice on Jiao Jiao's marriage? I'm guessing that the Empress wants Jiao Jiao to marry the crown prince. Luo Shuiyan said, today, both openly and secretly, she mentioned that the crown prince's health has improved and mentioned it several times. This was unacceptable. The crown prince already had a crown princess. If Jiao Jiao married over, she would at most be a side concubine. A side concubine was just a concubine with a slightly higher status. I didn't want Jiao Jiao to have to serve tea and greet other women after marrying over. Thinking of this, my heart felt suffocated. Besides, so what if the crown prince has a high status and a good character? With his body, I don't dare to hand Jiao Jiao over to him. No matter which prince it is, Jiao Jiao cannot marry. The foul air in Xianxian's chest was unable to be released and he simply slammed his fist on the table, causing the cup to shake a little. You are afraid that if Jiao Jiao marries over, our entire Shen family will be involved in the fight for the throne? Luo Shuiyan said, that's right. In these days, these people have ulterior motives and once they are involved with the imperial family, the Shen family would not be able to escape in the future. That's not the reason. Xianxian gave a long sigh, the sons of the imperial family are fickle and have many wives and concubines. If Jiao Jiao were to marry in, she would not be happy. Even if the crown prince becomes the emperor in the future, so what? Even if his body is healthy, so what? 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, reign and do all over, I don't want Jiao Jiao to live that kind of life. Moreover, as you said, they don't really want to marry Jiao Jiao. My son-in-law does not need to be bestowed the title of prince or minister, and does not need to wear brocade hat and marten coat, but he must treat Jiao Jiao wholeheartedly. If he cannot do this, then even the heavenly king would not do. When Shen Miao, who was eavesdropping outside the door, heard this sentence, there was a sudden surge of warmth in her heart. In this world, there were still relatives who would support her unconditionally. They were willing to offend the nobles but were not willing to let her suffer a little grievance. One heard Luo Shuiyan speaking again, that's right. Since that is the case, Jiao Jiao must not marry into the Eastern Palace. It is just that when the imperial edict comes down, things would be bad. What should be done now? Xianxian frowned and thought for a while before saying, before the imperial edict comes, quickly marry Jiao Jiao off. However, in such a short period of time, even an engagement would be very difficult. He also didn't know what kind of person the other party was. No matter what, tonight I will get people to look for some young talents and if there are some with good character, as long as Jiao Jiao is not disgusted, then settle it first. Xianxian said, in short, one cannot let Jiao Jiao marry into the imperial family. Shen Miao did not know what kind of feeling she had in her heart. The voices in the room gradually became smaller and should be discussing which young talents were reliable. Shen Miao straightened up and was about to turn around to return to her own room when she turned around to see Shen Qiu and Luo Ling standing behind her. Both of them were frowning, and one did not know when they stood there and how much they heard. Shen Qiu pulled Shen Miao and walked out. Until they walked to Shen Miao's courtyard, Shen Qiu and Luo Ling entered the room and let the maids out before closing the door. Younger sister, the Empress wants to bestow marriage to the crown prince? It seemed that he had heard it. Shen Miao did not intend to hide it and nodded her head. Shen Qiu slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth, you're going too far. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself and said, how many people want to climb up the high branches of the Eastern Palace, but when it comes to you, it becomes bullying. Eldest brother's eyesight is too high. In this way, the entire Ding capital's people are not able to enter your eyes. Xianxia unhappily said, Jiao Jiao, why are you so big-hearted? I am worried for you, but you are actually laughing at me. Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao and asked warmly, what does Biao younger sister think of this matter? Shen Miao shrugged her shoulders, one has to do one's best and know one's destiny. Biao younger sister does not object? Luo Ling's tone was somewhat inexplicable. Father and mother have already found a way out for me. Shen Miao said indifferently, as if the discussion was not about her marriage. She said, find some young talents that I find suitable, and quickly get engaged before the imperial edict reaches the Shen mansion. That will do. She smiled and said, don't worry. My taste isn't as high as big brother's. It shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable one. Xianxia mumbled, don't know which family's brat got the advantage. Shen Miao pretended not to hear it. Luo Ling walked a step closer and asked, if one is not found suitable, or before that, the imperial edict comes down, what about Biao younger sister? Xianxia said, Biao younger brother, how can you say such unlucky words? Luo Ling however was still staring at Shen Miao, as if he was persistent in seeking an answer from Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled and said, then marry. Mimi. Xianxia shouted. Otherwise what? Shen Miao said, could it be that the entire Shen family have to bear the crime of defying the edict and be annihilated? Because of me, all my loved ones are implicated? Just because I was stubborn and refused to marry, my family suffered because of me. Big brother, is this what you want to see? Brother, let me ask you, if you were me, or if the Empress wanted to marry you, what would you do? You would also say that you would rather die than marry? Xianxia fell silent. If it was him, he would accept this marriage for Shen Miao and his parents. If sacrificing himself could bring peace to the entire mansion, Xianxia felt that there was nothing he couldn't do. Big brother will be like me, right? Shen Miao said lightly, not everyone in the world can do their own things as they wish. Everyone have their own choice. One will do one's best to know one's destiny and I will try my best to avoid this result. If it cannot be avoided, then it is not a big deal. If one marries then so be it. Shen Miao looked at Xianxia, a husband, a marriage, in my heart it is not as important as one's loved ones. But that is the happiness of your life. Xianxia's eyes were somewhat sour. He did not know why his younger sister's expression was so cold when she talked about marriage and husbands, and even had some disgust. But he instinctively felt that Shen Miao, at the age of a young female, did not have the expectations and dreams that a young female should have, and that was because he did not take good care of his younger sister. Happiness is to be fought for by oneself and not depend on someone to obtain it. Shen Miao said, could it be that marrying a good person can guarantee my lifetime of happiness? No matter if it is the crown prince or other people, is there anyone who can be sure that in the next few decades, he would not take in concubines and be fickle? I do not believe. Younger sister, you cannot think like this. You are not married yet and cannot think of others so scary and cannot see the vicissitudes of life. Just like a married woman who had seen thousands of ships. Luo Ling however looked at Shen Miao thoughtfully and moved his lips but in the end did not say anything. Shen Miao's eyes drooped. Husband? Marriage? In her previous life, she had suffered a terrible setback because of this. To her, this was a word that carried the weight of pain. Do not fall at the same place twice. Without expectations, there would not be any harm. Her smile was cold, it is not that I am thinking too badly but big brother is thinking too complicatedly. It is only marrying. Females all have to marry and if one marries well, one would have a peaceful life. Even if one does not live well in the residence of the crown prince, I will not let the person who hurt me live well. The news that the Empress suddenly revealed made the Shen family fall into an anxious situation. There was no doubt that Xianxia and wife were not willing for Shen Miao to marry into the imperial family. The most ruthless imperial family, other than many political considerations, it was also because of the complexity of the imperial family's inner courtyard. If Shen Miao were to marry in, there would be intrigue and it would not be easy. Compared to this, glory, splendor, wealth, and supreme honor were not worth it. Xianxia had the intention to marry Shen Miao out before the imperial edict. Originally before entering the palace, because of Su Foran's matter, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan had discussed to start paying attention to Xin Miao's lifelong matter. Luo Shuiyan even ordered the servants to specially make a booklet, and on it were all the young talents in the Ding capital. The booklet recorded in detail these people's character, where they lived, how many people were in the house, and how many places were in their hometown. Luo Shuiyan also beat around the bush to inquire about Xin Miao's intentions, and when she heard that Xin Miao did not mind this way of looking at her husband, she was relieved and really intended to help Xin Miao look for a match. The Xin family held great power in the Ding capital and was a very special existence in Emperor Wen Hui's eyes, thus it was not easy to casually pick the family. Xianxia did not even consider those officials who already had monstrous power because it was to prevent Emperor Wen Hui from thinking that they were deliberately forming an alliance. Thus Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia picked those families that were above average, did not have any ambition, and were upright aristocratic families. Xianxia was a forthright person and had a group of good brothers in the Ministry of War that could help him to inquire about these people's character in private. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan had such plans for Xin Miao, but it was out of their expectations that whenever Xianxia revealed a little bit of intention to marry, the other party would smile and decline. It was either that their son was already engaged or that they were not in a hurry to marry a wife. Xianxia had a violent temper and also loved Xin Miao in his palms. Others did not fancy Xin Miao, but Xianxia also did not fancy others, thus he would brush his sleeves and leave. But in the end, it was always this kind of situation. Those talented youths that they had taken a liking to with great difficulty would all find excuses to decline. One or two of them would be a coincidence, but if there were too many, it would make people feel that something was wrong. Xianxia also sensed that something was not right, and it was a military general who was on good terms with Xianxia who told him that the current court officials knew that the imperial family had the intention to introduce Xin Miao to the current His Highness the Son of Heaven. Xianxia was looking for in-laws for Xin Miao, but who would dare to fight for a woman for the imperial family? By marrying over, Xin Miao would escape the fate of marrying into the Eastern Palace, but it would also make the imperial family unhappy with Xin Miao's in-laws. It was all for self-protection. Even if the Xin family had a big business and Xin Miao was intelligent and steady, no one would dare to marry her. When Xianxia heard of the news in the residence, he immediately flew into a rage and said that he originally saw that those noble families did not associate with the secular world, but did not expect that they were all cowards. It was fortunate that Xin Miao was not married to them, otherwise how would they be able to support Xin Miao in the future? When Xin Miao heard the information that Bai Lu and Xuanjiang inquired, she only smiled faintly. Xianxia anxiously said, "Why is young lady not anxious? Now foreign and master are extremely anxious, and if this goes on, even if the imperial edict was not sent down, they would not be able to find a suitable person. The Fu family are not fools." Xin Miao picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. How would one not know what father and mother are planning? Xin Miao knew from the beginning that Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan's method would not work. As for how the news of her marrying the crown prince was spread out, needless to say, it was naturally the imperial family's doing. The imperial family practically announced to the world that Xin Miao was the person that they fancied. How would the officials of Mingqi dare to openly go against the imperial family to snatch a person? Thus Xianxia and wife's plan to let Xin Miao marry out as soon as possible was destined to fail. Guyu's throat was somewhat sour as she said, "Could it be that young lady really want to marry His Highness the Crown Prince?" As personal maids, even though Xianxia and Guyu could not understand what Xin Miao was thinking, they could more or less feel some of Xin Miao's feelings. For example, Xin Miao did not like the imperial palace at all and did not like the people in the imperial palace. Now if Xin Miao were to marry into the Eastern Palace, she would definitely not be comfortable. Xin Miao said, "Let's go and see." But in her heart she was thinking that she would never want to marry again in the imperial family of Mingqi. It was just an imperial edict that could control him and control the land. If it was really not possible, she would ruin her own reputation. The Fu family kept saying that they wanted the Xin family's military power, but they dared not show their true colors to the outside world. When Xin Miao's reputation was ruined, if the crown prince still insisted on marrying her, it would be too unsightly. Which was more important, a green hat or military power? From Xin Miao's understanding of the Fu family, it was definitely the military power that was more important. But if he really did not hesitate to wear a green hat to marry her, The commoners would not feel that the Fu family had deep sentiments but would feel that the imperial inner palace was in a mess. Even if the Fu family did not have the hearts of the people, they would not dare to let the rumors spread. It was just that. Xianxia stared at the floating tea leaves in the teacup, and her reputation would similarly be ruined. Fortunately, she did not have any sisters and would not implicate her sisters to be ridiculed like her. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the rest would definitely suffer the finger-pointing of others. But this was the last resort and also the only way. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan did not know that Xianxia already had her own ideas and were still thinking about finding a good husband for Xianxia. But the imperial family's message had already spread out, and even the Iceman did not dare to accept the Xin family's business, thus the Xin family was recently deserted. Xianxiu almost went to kidnap a good friend to marry Xianxia. After being stopped by Luo Shuiyan, Xianxiu, Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia sat in the room, and when they talked about Xianxia's marriage, their faces were filled with worry. Luo Shuiyan said, "This move of the imperial family is really too despicable. Previously there were so many people who wanted to claim marriage with us, but now they all took a detour. What is this? It's all my fault." Xianxia said, "One should have arranged a marriage for Jiao Jiao in the beginning. One thought that she was young and it would not be a problem to wait for a few more years, but one did not expect to fall into the trap." Xianxiu scratched his head. "No matter what, younger sister cannot marry into the crown prince residence. A girl raised by our generals Fu, why should she be someone's side fae? We even have to pick and choose to be the main wife, how could she be someone's side fae? Now that no one dares to marry into our family, what should we do?" Luo Shuiyan's expression was somewhat anxious as she probed, "Why not go outside the Ding capital to look for a suitable family?" Xianxiu was surprised. "Mother, you want to marry younger sister far away?" Luo Shuiyan said in a bad mood, "I also have no other choice. One fear that all the officials in the Ding capital know about this matter, and perhaps it has spread outside of the Ding capital. One have to find some remote places that do not know about this matter." "No." Xianxia flatly refused. "If one were to marry far away, it would only inconvenience Jiao Jiao. Moreover, the mountain is high and the road is far. If the in-laws bully her, what can be done if we are far away in the Ding capital and are unable to help?" Luo Shuiyan was annoyed. "This cannot be done, that cannot be done. What do you say?" Xianxiu sighed. "In the end, these people in the Ding capital are afraid of implicating themselves. Could it be that there is no male who values younger sister more than his own life?" Seeing Luo Shuiyan staring at him, Xianxiu quickly added, "Other than me and father." Just as he was speaking, one saw Luo Ling walking in from outside. Luo Shuiyan called him to sit down and asked eagerly, "Ling have you found a suitable family today?" Luo Ling shook his head. Xianxia and Xianxiu were somewhat disappointed. Luo Shuiyan also lowered her head and looked worriedly at the teacup in front of her. In the silence, one heard Luo Ling softly saying, "Gugu, Gufu, Biao older brother." The three of them looked up and saw that Luo Ling's expression was somewhat strange, like he wanted to say something but stopped. Xianxiu asked, "Younger Biao brother, what happened to you? If you have anything to say, just say it. We're all family here." Luo Ling took a deep breath and said, "Until now younger Biao sisters still have not found a suitable person?" Luo Shuiyan shook her head and said, "These people in the Ding capital are all afraid of the imperial family finding trouble with them, and can't wait to stay far away from the Xin family. It is really too difficult to find a suitable person who is willing to marry Jiao Jiao at this juncture." Then, Luo Ling paused for a moment before plucking up his courage to speak, "I am willing to marry younger Biao sister." As soon as these words were spoken, the room immediately became silent. Even the servant girls at the side didn't dare to speak and quietly retreated to the side. Xianxiu and Xianxia stared closely at Luo Ling, but Luo Ling seemed to have suddenly gained courage and continued to speak. "I know that my right hand is not good now, and in terms of family background and looks, there are many people who are better than me in the Ding capital, but I am willing to marry younger Biao sister. I will always treat her well and not take in any concubines or tongfang, and only her alone in the inner courtyard. Moreover," Luo Ling smiled gently, "if Gugu and Gugu Fu are worried that there will be any movements from the imperial family, I can bring her back to the Shaochen city. Father, mother, and great-grandfather are all there, and they will take care of younger Biao sister and not let younger Biao sister suffer grievances. Gugu and Gufu will be able to return to the Xiaochen city to visit Biao younger sister during the next expedition. Biao younger brother, you. Xianxia was speechless. Not only Xianxia, Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were also stunned. Luo Ling's words were said in a plain and simple manner, and there were no fancy promises, but it was in sincerity. Before that, it was not that Luo Shuiyan did not think about these two children, but seeing that Xin Miao seemed to only have a sibling relationship with Luo Ling, she did not think more about it. But now the circumstances were different. Compared to the crown prince, Luo Ling was the best ending. It could be said that Xianxia and wife watched Luo Ling grow up. His character was upright and gentle and was good at accommodating others, so he could accommodate Xin Miao. He was also her eldest brother's son, which was equivalent to a family. If Xin Miao were to marry over, she would not have to suffer any difficulties from her father-in-law and mother-in-law. With Luo Lianying's and Madame Yu's love for Xin Miao, one could say that they would be biased towards Xin Miao. The most important thing was that Luo Ling could bring Xin Miao back to the Xiaochen city. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away, so no matter how dissatisfied the imperial family was, they would not be able to do anything, so it was just right for Xin Miao to avoid the limelight. As the fight for the throne between the princes became more intense, the situation in Mingqi became more complicated and the Ding capital became more dangerous. Xianxia himself could not leave the Ding capital due to his military power, but he did not wish to involve his pair of children into the dangerous whirlpool. Xianxia was a male and had entered officialdom, so he could no longer escape, but for Xin Miao, Xianxia always hoped that she would be able to lead a peaceful and smooth life. Marrying into the Luo family was indeed a good choice. Xianxia stared at Luo Ling and his words were somewhat sharp. Linger, now you marry Jiao Jiao in order to solve the difficulties, but one cannot guarantee that in the future you will meet a young lady that you fancy. What will you do at that time? There was some probing meaning in these words, but Luo Ling suddenly blushed. His face was slightly red, but he still insisted, one would not meet a young lady that I fancy. The one that I fancy is only younger Biao sister. When Xianxiu heard it, he was suddenly overjoyed and patted Luo Ling's shoulder. So to say, you have long fancied younger sister? Luo Shuiyan was also somewhat surprised. Luo Ling's character was gentle and self-restrained and did not reveal his emotions. Even though he treated Xin Miao well on normal days, Luo Shuiyan thought that it was just an elder brother taking care of his younger sister. She did not think that Luo Ling would have such intentions. Luo Ling nodded his head. You're really lucky, you stinking brat. Xianxia was suddenly slightly dissatisfied and spoke resentfully. Shut up, Qiu'er. Luo Shuiyan glared at Xianxia and looked at Luo Ling. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Xianxia and Xianxia, however, did not have a good feeling as their emotions were extremely complicated. Both father and son were not happy that no one married Xin Miao, but they were also unhappy that someone married. Especially Xianxia, he felt that he had brought up his beautiful daughter to marry this brat in front of him. He felt that Luo Ling's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Xianxia said, I did not say anything wrong. If this matter did not happen to our Jiao Jiao, one could casually pick any of the Ding capital's disciples and it would not be too much to pick a heavenly immortal. Who knew that something like this would happen? Cousin got lucky, I don't know what good karma he accumulated in his previous life. Luo Shuiyan was furious, brat, try talking nonsense again. No ivory comes out of a filthy mouth. Luo Ling smiled, older Biao brother is right, it is my fortune to be able to marry Jiao Jiao, but... He said, one still have to ask younger Biao sister's opinion on this matter. If Biao Mei is unwilling, then there is no need to mention this matter again. In the end, he still had to respect Xin Miao's wishes. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. To marry or not to marry, at the end it all depended on Xin Miao's attitude. But with the current situation, one think that Xin Miao would not hesitate to choose to marry Luo Ling. After all, it did not seem to suit Xin Miao's preference to be a Sufei in the Eastern Palace. Moreover, compared to the crown prince, Luo Ling's appearance was handsome and his temperament was gentle and tolerant, obviously more in line with the appearance of a husband. Luo Shuiyan said, don't belittle yourself. No matter what, your uncle, your cousin, and I will always be on your side. Xianxia and Xianxia were very dissatisfied with being represented by Luo Shuiyan, but they did not refute. While they were discussing this matter, a manservant suddenly came to report, "Master and Madam, someone is looking for you at the door." These few days, because of Shen Miao's matter, those people in the Ding capital who had some friendship with the Shen family avoided them and would not take the initiative to visit, thus one did not expect that there would be people who came to look for them at this time. Xianxia asked casually, "Who?" The manservant said, "It's Madam Countess of Pingnan." Everyone, when Su Foran entered the room, she did not expect Xianxia and Xianxia to be there. Speaking of which, she was still a little afraid of Xianxia. Because in the early years, Xianxia and Suyu did not have a good political opinion, Xianxia did not treat Suyu well. Naturally, Suyu did not think much of Xianxia, let alone Madame Su. This time, if it was not because of Su Mingfeng, Su Foran would not be able to enter the Shen family's doors in this lifetime. Luo Shuiyan invited Su Foran to sit down and Su Foran greeted Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia with a smile, he said, "This must be the eldest young master of the residence. He is indeed a young and talented man with extraordinary looks. One look and one can tell that he is not an ordinary man." Xianxia repeatedly said that he did not dare. Su Foran then looked at Luo Ling and asked with a smile, "This one," Luo Shuiyan explained, "This is my maiden family's eldest brother's son, Luo Ling." Su Foran's gaze towards Luo Ling was somewhat strange and asked without batting an eyelid, "Then does this Biao young master currently have a marriage partner?" Replying to Foran's words, "Not yet." Luo Ling replied politely. Following that, he looked at Su Foran with some puzzlement. Most likely he did not understand why this matron, whom he had just met for the first time, would ask him about a marriage partner, as it was somewhat abrupt. The more polite Luo Ling was, the more strange Su Foran's gaze towards him was. Upon closer inspection, there was even some hostility. Naturally others could not make heads or tails of it, but who knew that Su Foran was complaining incessantly in her heart. One did not think that there was such a young Biao young master in the Shen family. Looking at this Biao young master's appearance, he was sensible and well-mannered, so it was not bad. One had to know that it was easy for something to happen between Biao brothers and Biao sisters. Shen Miao was still young and not sensible, so she might be cheated by this Biao older brother. As such, would Su Mingfeng still have a chance? Su Foran suddenly roused herself and was determined to fight for her son. Because Xianxia and the rest were males, it was not good for them to sit and listen to females, so they got up and left. Only Luo Shuiyan and Su Foran were left in the main hall. Luo Shuiyan asked with a smile, "Su Foran's visit today, is there any important matter?" She did not even send an invitation and was somewhat anxious. Luo Shuiyan had a faint guess in her heart but did not dare to think too deeply and only thought that she was imagining things. Su Foran said seriously, "The matter that I mentioned to Foran a few days ago, what is Foran's current consideration?" Luo Shuiyan was startled. "The matter that was mentioned a few days ago? What was the matter that was mentioned a few days ago? Was it the marriage between Su Mingfeng and Shen Miao?" Luo Shuiyan could not help but be somewhat frightened as she said, "Could it be that Su Foran did not hear the recent rumors in the marketplace?" Even though she also hoped that there would be people coming to marry Shen Miao, and the more the better, so that Shen Miao would have more choices, but she did not wish to hide it from the other and let the other be unlucky, thus her words were frank. Su Foran said, "What rumors?" Luo Shuiyan's heart hardened and simply said, "It is the rumors that the crown prince has the heart to marry our daughter into the residence." "So it is this matter." Su Foran smiled, "I heard about it. The young lady of the Shen family has outstanding character and looks that even the imperial family keeps thinking about her." When Su Foran said this, there was no trace of shyness in her expression and was even more magnanimous than Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat unable to understand. Was Su Foran's heart a little too big? Did she not understand the meaning of the imperial family's preference for Shen Miao, or did she not care at all? "After hearing about this matter, are you still considering the marriage between the young master of the Su family and my daughter?" Luo Shuiyan asked. "Naturally one has to consider." Su Foran nodded her head, "One cannot be so overbearing. One cannot only let the Su family fancy young Lady Shen and not allow other families to fancy young Lady Shen, right? Foran, our Su family's temperament is honest and sincere and not so overbearing." Luo Shuiyan felt that Su Foran's thoughts were not on the same point as her, so she made it clear to her in detail. She said, "The crown prince has the intention to take my daughter into the eastern palace. Because we are both mothers, I won't hide it from Foran. My daughter doesn't want to be a side fae, so she wants to get married early." However, since this rumor had already spread out, those who had been looking for her previously tried their best to reject it. "Madam also understands that whoever dares to marry my daughter at this time would be going against the imperial family and angering the imperial family. I'm afraid they will suffer in the future. Madam Su, do you understand what I mean now? Do you still want to get married?" His words were sincere and he didn't hide anything. He directly exposed the disadvantages to the other party. Madam Su, on the other hand, slowly smiled and said, "Madam, do you think I am an idiot and can't even understand such a small matter?" Luo Shuiyan was even more confused now. Why did he still want to get married after knowing the disadvantages? Is the Su family not afraid of getting into trouble? "I won't hide it from Madam." Su Foran said with a smile, "The current situation in the Ding capital is too complicated. My master often say the words avoid calamity, most likely he is thinking of not coming out to avoid these worldly matters." In the past 2 years, the Count of Pingnan's family had already withdrawn from the affairs of the imperial court. Speaking of which, since they had pretty much cut themselves off from the official family, they did not have to worry so much about doing things. "The reason why I wanted this marriage was naturally because I know of the dangers involved. But who let Ming Feng like it?" Luo Shuiyan's eyes widened and cried out involuntarily, "Like?" She had always thought that the words that Su Foran said that day were just polite words or something that was made up to brush her off. Now looking at Su Foran's expression, it did not seem to be fake. "Of course." Su Foran said, "If it is not because Ming Feng likes it? Why would I keep pestering Madam?" She sighed, "I have never seen Ming Feng like any young lady before but know that this son of mine is a stubborn one. Once he likes something, it would be too late to change it. Since he likes Xin young lady, it would be very difficult to like other young lady in the future. One fear that he would walk into a dead end, it would be better to fulfill his wish." Su Foran looked down at her fingertips. Because of the Su family's relationship, Ming Feng can only hide and not be able to display his skills in his career. It is already us who have let him down. If one were to not let him have his wish in the marriage, master and I would feel that we owe him and would not be able to make it up in this lifetime. As Luo Shuiyan listened, she gradually felt a sense of melancholy in her heart. They were both mothers, so naturally, they could understand each other. She heard Su Foran continue, "But don't worry Madam. Although our Su family is no longer an official's family, we still have enough money. We also have many shops, so we won't have to worry about food and drink. After young lady Shin marries over, master and I will treat her as our own daughter. Ming Feng's character is old-fashioned and honest, thus there would not be any other female in the inner courtyard. The population is simple and even though Miss Shin cannot enjoy the splendor and wealth like in the Crown Prince's residence, she can still live a satisfied and free life." Luo Shuiyan's heart was moved. Madame Su's words could be considered to have hit the bottom of her heart. She did not wish for the person that Shin Miao would marry to be rich and noble, but as long as the other party was upright, had good character, treated Shin Miao well and had a simple mouth, it would be better. Su Mingfeng was really a good candidate. Thinking about Luo Ling just now, Su Foran started to hesitate. Luo Ling was also not bad but Shin Miao had to return to the Shaochun city and with Su Mingfeng, Shin Miao could stay in the Ding capital. This time, due to various considerations in her heart, Luo Shuiyan did not reject Su Foran immediately and only said to think about it. After Su Foran left, Luo Shuiyan went to look for Xianxia to discuss the matter. Of course the most important thing was to see Shin Miao's intentions. Both of them were young talents and as long as it was clear that there was no problem with Su Mingfeng, then Shin Miao would be able to take a look at her future husband. One did not know how this matter was passed to Shin Miao's ears and when Luo Tan came to look for Shin Miao, she was overjoyed and said, "Biao youngest sister usually do not leave the house but one did not think that fragrant wine does not fear deep alleys. You see, older brother Ling and young master Su came over and there is also that crown prince. This is a total of 3 peach blossoms. In the eyes of others, I'm afraid they would die of envy." Shin Miao felt very helpless. Luo Ling actually proposed to marry her at this time. Of course, what Shen Miao did not expect was that Su Foreign would actually come over and help Su Mingfeng to grasp this marriage. The matter of Su Foreign wanting to marry into the Shen family had already made Shen Miao suspicious. One feared that Su Mingfeng wanted to investigate Xie Jingxing's identity. Now at this stage, the Su family did not hesitate to become enemies with the imperial family to marry her. Shen Miao felt that Su Mingfeng was a dangerous person. She thought that it was best to hand Su Mingfeng's matter over to Xie Jingxing to resolve, but Shen Miao glanced at the window. She did not know when this person would return. It was in troubled times, and yet he chose to disappear at this time. Without any reason, Shen Miao was somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. Luo Tan continued, previously when we were hanging the red rope on the tree of cultivating destinies in Putua Temple, the red rope that Biao youngest sister threw was at a good place. At that time I took a look, there were a lot of side branches extending towards the red rope. I am afraid they are the peach blossoms of today. I think these 3 peach blossoms are not enough, maybe there are 6, 7, or 8 more. Shen Miao said as she picked up the teacup, do you think that one is cutting window flowers and one can have as many as one want? Luo Ling had a kind character and the Su family was a wonderful family. It was already rare to find 2 people who were not afraid of becoming enemies with the imperial family, so how could there be others? But thinking of what that crazy Taoist said before, one feared that there would be difficulties with peach blossoms. One's heart could not help but jump. Could it be that the Taoist was right? Luo Tan continued to talk to herself, but Biao youngest sister's red rope finally landed on a high branch, and that high branch should be your final destination. One do not know who is my brother-in-law. Shen Miao took a sip of tea and absent-mindedly listened to Luo Tan's serious nonsense. It would be good if it was Prince Rui. Luo Tan clapped her hands, then I will rise with the tide and be Prince Rui's sister-in-law. Shen Miao was drinking tea and sprayed out a mouthful of tea and almost choked herself. But one did not expect that Luo Tan's words would come true. Shen Miao's peach blossoms did not come, but when they came it was astonishing. Merely 3 was indeed underestimated. On the morning of the second day, a special guest came to the Shen mansion. The person who came was not someone else but Feng Ning. Ever since the matter of Shen Miao and Luo Tan being kidnapped, Feng Ning really took the initiative to visit and apologize. Xianxia and wife were forthright people, and moreover the matter at that time could not be blamed on Feng Ning and could only be blamed on those robbers. Even though Xianxia and wife expressed that it was not a big deal and Shen Miao and Luo Tan did not take it to heart, Feng Ning seemed to be very guilty. Other than sending people to deliver some small things every 3 to 5 days, she did not visit again. Most likely it was because she felt that she did not have the face to face Shen Miao and Luo Tan. Luo Tan sent an invitation to Feng Ning which Feng Ning tactfully rejected. One did not expect that she would take the initiative to visit today. When Luo Tan heard that Feng Ning came, she was very happy and pulled Shen Miao to the front hall. In the Ding capital, other than Shen Miao, Feng Ning was Luo Tan's only friend. Out of the 2 of them, one was bold and straightforward while the other was forthright and uninhibited. They were like-minded. Because of the previous matter, Luo Tan had not seen Feng Ning for a long time and was somewhat impatient. When they reached the main hall, one really saw Luo Shuiyan talking to Feng Ning. Feng Ning was wearing a moon-white short coat and skirt, her hair was combed into a bun and she wore pearl earrings and colored glass hairpin, looking much more quiet than usual. Luo Tan was the first to call out, Feng Ning, and ran over. But Shen Miao noticed that in the position beside Feng Ning, there was a young man in his early 20s. This young man had delicate features and was wearing a green robe that fitted his body. He had a gentle demeanor and was very courteous. Seeing that Shen Miao was looking at him, he nodded his head to Shen Miao with a very thorough etiquette. There were some similarities between his brows and Feng Ning's. Luo Tan then noticed that there was another person and said, "This is." Luo Shuiyan was somewhat embarrassed as it was not in accordance with the rules to let 2 young ladies meet an outsider without rhyme or reason. But thinking of the reason why Feng Ning came today, she felt somewhat awkward and one could not tell if she was happy or worried. It was Feng Ning who took the initiative to say, "This is my older brother." Shen Miao suddenly understood. Only Feng Ning and her eldest brother Feng Zixian were Feng Di's children. This must be her big brother, Feng Zixian. Feng Zixian stood up and cupped his hands towards Shen Miao and Luo Tan. Shen Miao and Luo Tan quickly returned the greeting. Luo Tan looked at Feng Zixian with some doubts before looking at Feng Ning and asked, "Ning, did you not come here today to play with us?" If Feng Ning was here to look for Shen Miao and Luo Tan, she would not have brought Feng Zixian over. However, this was also very surprising. He did not understand what Feng Ning meant. Feng Ning did not speak and only looked at Feng Zixian. Feng Zixian's expression was slightly embarrassed, but he still took the initiative to speak. "Today one came over because one heard that the Ministry of War's Xianxia brother mentioned that your residence is looking for a son-in-law. This one is bold enough to recommend myself. Would young lady and foreign be magnanimous enough to forgive the rudeness?" Finishing, his face was slightly red as he avoided Luo Tan's probing gaze. Luo Shuiyan was a little embarrassed, but her eyes were filled with joy. Luo Tan's mouth was wide open, as she did not expect that the other party would come with such intentions. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment and was unable to describe the feeling in her heart. The words that this Feng Zixian said could be said to be very bold. But for those who came up to talk about matchmaking, they would either invite an iceman to lobby or their own parents would come over to take a look. There were very few who came over personally. But even though he came over personally, he invited an elder to the side and did not lose his etiquette. If this was spread out, no one would say anything about Shen Miao's innocence. He was a person who understood the rules very well. Shen Miao did not speak, but Feng Ning took the initiative to speak. She glanced at Shen Miao. The usually arrogant Feng Ning had now put away the arrogance in her bones. Most likely she was still feeling guilty about the previous matter, as her tone had some probing to please. She said, "We have heard of the rumors. Now the officials in the Ding capital have some fear, but marrying into the Eastern Palace is not the best choice for you. It is better to marry my eldest brother. My eldest brother's literary and military strategies are not bad and his temperament is upright and outspoken. If you are to marry into our residence, I will help you and take care of everything." Feng Ning had always had the temperament of not beating around the bush. These words were said honestly, but it was really for Shen Miao's sake. Luo Shuiyan's expression softened a lot. Shen Miao asked, "Do Feng Foreign and Master Feng know about this matter?" Feng Ning hesitated for a moment before saying, "Initially father did not agree, but after our persuasion, he followed our temperament. My father has a sharp mouth but a soft heart. It is only that his mouth is stubborn, but he is very loyal. He will definitely not obstruct this matter." Shen Miao did not doubt this point. She only saw Feng Ning's one-track mind and did not know how to play tricks, so she knew that Master Feng looked smart but was actually not so. She then looked at Feng Zixian and asked, "Does Gentleman Feng also feel that I am pitiful and want to lend a helping hand, that's why he married me?" When the words were said, everyone was surprised. Luo Shuiyan was surprised that when Shen Miao was facing a lifelong matter, there was no shyness or any other emotions at all. It was somewhat strange for her to treat it so calmly. Feng Zixian did not think that Shen Miao would ask this question so straightforwardly. He quickly recovered to his senses and said, "My younger sister had mentioned about young lady many times before. Zixian admires young lady's talent and temperament. This time it is only a coincidence and dare not say that one would lend a helping hand." Finishing, his face turned redder. Luo Tan laughed when she heard it, but Shen Miao was somewhat powerless. She did not know how Feng Ning usually described herself to Feng Zixian, that she even said talent and temperament. Feng Ning looked nervously at Shen Miao and asked, "My eldest brother is definitely better than the crown prince." Shen Miao almost laughed. If these words were heard by others, one would say that Feng Ning was being disrespectful. But for Feng Ning to say such words, it meant that she really placed her in her heart. Shen Miao then looked at Feng Zixian, who looked similar to Feng Ning. His brows were magnanimous and should be an upright person. Shen Miao smiled, "One cannot decide my marriage in just a few short sentences. This is too unfair to me, and unfair to young Master Feng." When Luo Shuiyan heard Shen Miao's words, she had some thoughts in her heart. Shen Miao's meaning was obviously that she had other thoughts about her marriage. But as a mother, she did not know what Shen Miao's intentions were. Shen Miao was not willing to marry into the Eastern Palace and did not seem to be interested in these young talents that Luo Shuiyan was somewhat anxious. One thought that no one would dare to go against the imperial family and come to the Shen mansion to propose, but one did not expect that there would be 3 of them. Luo Ling, Su Mingfeng and Feng Zixian. Any one of them would be satisfactory. But Shen Miao did not see anything special about anyone. Feng Ning said, "But if you are not anxious, then there is no time." These words were not false. Who knew when the imperial edict would come down? If it was in the past, naturally there would be a lot of time for Shen Miao to think clearly, but now that the imperial edict came down, there was no room for maneuver. Shen Miao waved her hands and was about to speak when she suddenly saw Xianxia rushing in from outside and said anxiously, "Young lady, people from the palace have arrived." Luo Shuiyan's face instantly turned snow white. Not daring to let others discover that the Feng siblings were here, Luo Shuiyan brought Shen Miao to the front hall to greet them. When the young eunuch finished speaking, one then knew that it was not an imperial edict but for Shen Miao to enter the palace alone tomorrow, as the Empress had something to say to Shen Miao. After the eunuch left, Luo Shuiyan's expression became extremely ugly. Although there was no imperial edict, it was not much better. Tomorrow Shen Miao would enter the palace alone, and if the matter of the imperial edict was raised at that time, it would not be easy for Shen Miao to refuse. Even if she didn't mention it, who knew what kind of threatening words the Empress would say? It was a sinister thing to let Shen Miao meet the Empress alone. Feng Ning and Feng Zixian were somewhat worried, but Shen Miao advised them not to take it to heart. After the Feng siblings left, Luo Tan then asked, "Biao youngest sister, what to do now? Why don't we settle the marriage in the near future?" Marriage is not something that can be settled in one night. One still need to exchange the 8 characters and invite the ice person to the scene. There are many matters and it would be too late before tomorrow. Shen Miao said. Luo Tan was startled, so there are so many things. She then said, "Youngest Biao sister knows everything clearly." Shen Miao paused for a moment. Naturally she was clear that in her previous life, she was filled with joy as she watched all these things being completed one by one and could not wait to marry into the residence of the person she admired earlier. However, he did not know that it was a tomb that devoured people without spitting out their bones. Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Miao seriously. "Jiao Jiao, tell mother, among these few people, who do you like?" "It can't be considered as liking." Shen Miao smiled, "Choose the most suitable one." "Mother, you don't have to be too anxious. It won't be too late to decide when I return from the palace tomorrow. Perhaps there will be more suitable people appearing." Luo Shuiyan was startled. Shen Miao was always indifferent to her marriage and did not seem to have any expectations towards her future husband, which made Luo Shuiyan's heart somewhat flustered. It was until after Shen Miao left that he muttered to himself, "Could it be that Jiao Jiao still has feelings for Prince Ding?" Shen Miao did not know of Luo Shuiyan's thoughts at all. She had already prepared for the worst, which was to perish together with the royal family. She had the determination to be a martyr, but she did not know if the Fu family had the intention to abandon their reputation. Even in the worst-case scenario, he couldn't lose hope. After all, he was still alive, right? As she was thinking like this, she glanced at the window and finally felt a bit irritated as she instructed Guyu, "Close the window more tightly. I want to rest." The crown prince had the intention to take Shen Miao as a secondary consort, and this led to the current officials not daring to have anything to do with the Shen family. This matter was in an uproar, and since it could reach the ears of the officials, naturally it would also reach the ears of the princes. In the residence of Prince Zhou, the 2 brothers, Prince Jing and Prince Zhou, were sitting at the table discussing the matter. "After fighting with Old Six for so long, I didn't expect the crown prince to take advantage of the loophole in the end." Prince Zhou drank the wine angrily. "The crown prince usually looks honest, but now he is smart." Prince Jing was calmer than his older brother as he shook his head. "I think that this matter is not only the crown prince's idea but also Imperial Father's incitement. Imperial Father was originally dissatisfied with us and Princely, so the crown prince is the rightful one. Imperial Father is biased towards the crown prince, so he wanted to give the Shen family's military power to the crown prince to help. Imperial Father is also muddled with age." Prince Zhou sneered. "It is said that capable people do more work." That sickly crown prince did not even think about how many years he could use the Shen family's military power in his hands. Could it be that he would die before he could even warm it up and let others take advantage of it? These words were said very viciously, almost having the meaning of cursing the crown prince to die early. Even so, Prince Zhou's tone was very jealous. One knew that if the crown prince obtained the Shen family's military power, his strength would increase greatly. Not only would he be able to compete with him and Princely, he might even surpass them by a lot. The crown prince had a unique advantage in reputation, and with the addition of the Shen family's military power, the odds of winning were much higher. How could Prince Zhou not be anxious? In that case, it is better to let that little girl of the Shen family marry to number 9. It is better than the crown prince. Prince Zhou said in a deep voice. Number 9? Prince Jing smiled meaningfully. Fourth older brother, number 9 is not as simple as you and I think. You mean the matter between Shen Wan and the king of Qin? Prince Zhou was puzzled. No matter how I look at it, it seems like someone is behind it. Even if it was true, it was only because he had the ambition. To be honest, among the 9 of us, who doesn't have ambitions for that position? Old Ninth didn't want to occupy anyone, he just wanted to be the only one. He had the ambition, but he also needed the ability to do so. He doesn't even participate much in the affairs of the imperial court. Which official is willing to follow him? Fu Xiui and Shen Wan were very close in private and had an unclear relationship with the crown prince of Qin. This matter was heard by the other princes and they were vigilant against Fu Xiui, but at the end they did not put it in the first place. There was no other reason, as Fu Xiui did not participate in the court affairs for many years. Even if he had the ambition, he did not have the strength. He was just someone whose heart was higher than the heavens and his life was thinner than paper. Compared to him, there were more important enemies. Prince Jing shook his head. Fourth older brother must not underestimate number 9. I always feel that he hides very deeply. Zhou Wang waved his hand impatiently. Why do you keep mentioning 9th brother? I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Prince Zhou lowered his voice. We cannot look on helplessly as the Shen family's military power falls into the crown prince's hands. If the crown prince obtained the military power, and now that the imperial heir grandson has been born and imperial father has the intention to support him, the chances of you and I will be even smaller. I have been fighting with Princely for so long, I do not want to be taken advantage of by the crown prince. What does 4th brother mean? This marriage cannot be done. Prince Zhou smiled cruelly. It would be best if we become enemies. There are thousands of ways to form enmity. Which one does 4th older brother want first? Prince Jing asked. Of course it's a blood feud. Prince Zhou put down the wine cup and said that Shen family's little girl also wholeheartedly thought of number 9 and would definitely not be willing to marry the crown prince. Since that's the case, we, the imperial family, will not force her to do anything against her will. Why don't we free her? It's not easy to make a move on Shen Miao. Prince Jing said, the last time Shen Miao was kidnapped, Xianxia had doubled the number of guards for her and it was heavily guarded. How can one take action? Prince Zhou smiled. If we can't do it outside, we can do it in the palace. He said proudly, once we enter the palace, no matter who the guards are, they all have to wait outside. Once we enter the palace, it's our world. I have inquired about it. Tomorrow the little girl of the Shen family will enter the palace alone. After she enters the palace to see the Empress, it will be our chance. It will be the easiest to make a move at that time. Prince Jing said, it is easy to take action in the palace, but it is easy to be suspected when one investigates. So this is a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Wang smiled. What do you think about making it sound like old Six's work? Prince Jing's eyes lit up. The 2 brothers in Princely's faction had been fighting for so many years and were evenly matched. If this time Shen Miao met with an accident in the palace, Xianxia loved Shen Miao dearly and would definitely put the blame on the crown prince. If it was not that the crown prince had the intention to marry Shen Miao would not have met with an accident and the crown prince and the Shen family would be enemies. At the end, when it was found out that it was done by Princely would not be able to gain any benefits. To be able to take care of 2 strong enemies without using a single soldier, why not? Prince Jing smiled. 4th older brother's idea is not bad, but it needs to be arranged carefully so that there will be more flaws. Men, invite my aides in. Coincidentally, when the residents of Prince Zhou was discussing about the assassination of Shen Miao tomorrow, the residents of Prince Li was also racking their brains over this matter. King Li smiled at the two brothers in front of him and said, "What do you think?" Prince Xiang was a cautious and timid person, and when he saw Prince Li's smiling face, he could not help but shiver. King Li had always been a smiling tiger. On the surface, he looked amiable, but over the years, he had done many ruthless things. He said, "Isn't it too risky?" When King Qing heard that, he said, "What's so risky about that? One could not really let the crown prince marry the young lady of the Shen family and obtain the Shen family's military power for no reason. Sixth brother and Prince of Zhou have been fighting for so many years, but to no avail. That crown prince is sick, isn't he afraid that he won't have the life to spend it?" Prince Qing had always been careless with his words and did not care about the consequences. His words were very presumptuous, but it was obviously in line with Prince Li's intentions. He said, "Eighth brother is right. It is indeed not my wish for the crown prince to obtain the Shen family's military power. If this marriage is successful, not only me, the two brothers will also be implicated, and that cannot be done. I propose to assassinate the young lady of the Shen family to prevent future troubles. Even though the young lady of the Shen family is innocent, but in the end she was implicated by the crown prince." Prince Li smiled as he talked about the assassination. Even though his words were full of sympathy for Shen Miao's innocence, there was no trace of pity in his tone. "But how are we going to put this matter on Prince Zhou?" Prince Xiang asked softly. "Prince Zhou is usually presumptuous and it is reasonable for him to do such a thing on impulse. Imperial father already had some complaints about him, and when he wanted to support the crown prince, Imperial father would only blame him for losing the military power of the Shen family because of Prince Zhou." Prince Li pondered. Killing two birds with one stone. "It's a good idea," Prince Qing said casually. "I support sixth brother." King Xiang did not speak, but it did not matter whether he spoke or not. He and King Qing were both followers of King Li. King Li's decision also represented the two of them. If they succeeded, they would naturally ascend to the heavens. If they failed, they would suffer misfortune together. This was what he had understood from the very beginning, to share weal and woe together. Sighing slightly in his heart, he could only hope that the assassination of Shen Miao tomorrow would proceed smoothly. The night was as dark as ink, and the winter wind blew on his face. It was bitingly cold, as if someone was shaving his face with a knife. The water collected during the day turned into ice at night and was left outside the house to dry. By the next day, the ice was stuck to the ground and could not be moved. In front of the window on the upper floor of the inn, the purple-clad young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His brows were tightly furrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. A snow-white pigeon suddenly flew in from outside and landed on the windowsill in front of him. There was a thin layer of ice on its body. Flying outside in such cold weather, it was probably extraordinarily cold. Xie Jingxing removed a small silver tube from the pigeon's leg and threw the pigeon behind him. The charcoal fire was burning in the room, so it was warm and cozy. The pigeon tilted its body and flew to the desk in the room. It tilted its head and pecked the corn kernels in the small bowl on the desk. Xie Jingxing took out a small paper scroll from the silver tube and unfolded it to read. He threw it into the charcoal stove and turned it into ashes. Tai Yi walked in from the door and walked to Xie Jingxing's back. "Master, the carriage and horses have been prepared and will depart for the capital tomorrow morning." Xie Jingxing replied, "N." Tai Yi however did not retreat and looked at Xie Jingxing's back, seemingly hesitating if he should speak or not. "Speak if you have something to say," Xie Jingxing said without turning his head back. Tai Yi was shocked and quickly said, "Master, there is news from the Ding capital that these few days Xianxia is looking for a suitable young talent for 5th Shen young lady, and seemed to have the intention to marry." Xie Jingxing did not turn back. Tai Yi looked at the other person's back and did not know why, but he felt his scalp tingling. He also did not know if these words should be said or not, and his heart was complaining incessantly. Ji Yushu and Gao Yang from the Ding capital did not mention about this matter in the letter that was sent back. Now that Tai Yi mentioned it, in the future when Xie Jingxing blamed the both of them, it would seem that Tai Yi was the one instigating it. But if he did not say it, the matter was of great importance. If Xie Jingxing were to find out about it, he would have made a big mistake and he would not need to be a secret guard anymore. Perhaps he would even lose his life. Between loyalty and his life, Tai Yi very decisively chose the latter. He said, Su family's Su Ming Feng, Luo family's Luo Ling and the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Zixian, have all visited the Shen mansion. Feng Zixian? The youth turned and stared at Tai Yi's eyes. Why did Feng Zixian visit? Tai Yi's back turned cold and braced himself to say, because Xianxia is anxious to marry off 5th Shen young lady, as there is news from the palace that the crown prince has the intention to marry 5th Shen young lady as a secondary consort. The Shen family do not wish for 5th Shen young lady to marry into the eastern palace and wanted to marry 5th Shen young lady off before the imperial edict comes down. The Feng family's young lady and 5th Shen young lady are good friends and specially looked for older brother to come over to solve the problem. When did the news spread from the palace? Xie Jingxing slowly asked, but his voice seemed to be coated with a layer of ice. Tai Yi did not dare to look at Xie Jingxing's eyes and his head was almost on the ground as he said, 5 days ago. The news from 5 days ago only arrived now? Xie Jingxing did not get angry but laughed instead. There seemed to be anger in his beautiful peach blossom eyes as he said, this prince do not know when did one raise a group of trash. The air in the room suddenly turned cold and seemed to be colder than outside. Even with the warm charcoal fire, the pigeon on the table made a goo sound and retracted its head back into its feathers. Tai Yi wanted to cry but had no tears, but he still had to finish the words that he did not say. Today the palace sent a message to the Shen family. Tomorrow 5th Shen young lady will enter the palace alone as the Empress has something to discuss with her. Before the words were finished, one saw that purple-clad youth's figure flashed and was already at the door. He casually pulled the fox fur coat that was hanging and said coldly, prepare the horse. Tai Yi was startled. Master, is it not tomorrow morning? Xie Jingxing coldly swept a glance at him. Tai Yi shivered and did not dare to say anything else. This night, the wind and snow intertwined and the cold air penetrated the bones. Some people tossed and turned on the warm bed and were unable to sleep, while some people were in the magnificent residence discussing murderous plots. Some people naturally lived in the imperial palace and there were also some people who rode their precious horses thousands of miles away. Some rejoice, some grieve, some worry, some triumph. The vast rivers and mountains of Mingqi were picturesque and the Ding capital was filled with songs and dances to celebrate peace. At the end of the year, there were cheers and laughter everywhere, but no one could see the turbulence under the calm lake. In one of the rooms in Prince Ding's residence, there was someone playing chess with himself. The man was dressed in a green robe. The chessboard on the table was in a mess. The white characters and black pieces were intertwined on the board. It looked extremely complicated. With every step he took, he had to think for a long time. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck, but he just couldn't bring himself to play the black piece in his hand. The flame of the lamp swayed slightly and was almost extinguished. He got up and refilled the lamp oil, and the room became bright again. This man's eyes were bright and clear, and he had the air of a modest gentleman. It was as if he was proud and unyielding in his heart. However, there was sadness in his eyes that could not be dispersed. This person was Pei Lang. Pei Lang looked at the snowy night outside the window and sighed deeply. Fu Shouyi's move in chess was indeed not bad. Shifting the trouble to the east, no matter if it was a success or failure, it had nothing to do with Fu Shouyi. No matter what the result was, whether it was the crown prince being unlucky, Prince Zhou or Prince Li being unlucky or the Shen family being unlucky, it was a good thing for Fu Shouyi. In this kind of chess game, Shen Miao had almost no other path to take. Even if there was, it would be the last resort. With this game, Fu Shouyi would definitely win and not lose. Pei Lang was somewhat worried for Shen Miao. He also did not know why he was worried for Shen Miao. If Shen Miao died, then he would be able to follow Fu Shouyi. Fu Shouyi was very reliant on him, and if he did not see wrongly, this person had the talent to become an emperor. In the future, his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven and he would be able to enjoy endless riches and glory. He would also be able to better protect Luing in secret. But he was still not willing for Shen Miao to lose. These days Fu Shouyi suspected that there was a traitor in the residence and doubled the guards in Prince Ding's residence. Even a fly would not be able to fly in, not to mention the news out. He had no way to communicate with Shen Miao through letters and could only be anxious in the dark. Hearing that Shen Miao was going to make a trip to the palace alone tomorrow, it just so happened that he was also going to the palace tomorrow. Even though he was Fu Shouyi's aide, he was also a small official. Shen Miao had no way out, and at the end of the road, would there be any other way out? After a moment, Pei Lang looked at the chess game in front of him. It was already a dilemma and there was no need to continue playing. One of his hands was placed on the corner of the table and suddenly flipped it. With just a light flip, the entire board of chess pieces instantly fell to the ground, big and small, making a crisp sound. The ground was a mess. Nothing could be seen from the original situation. Early the next morning, Shen Miao entered the palace. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were worried about her and let her bring a lot of guards. But the guards of the Shen residence could not follow Shen Miao at all times, and when they reached the palace doors, they had to wait outside. Before Shen Miao left, she wore all the big and small jewelry that Xie Jingxing gave her. Regarding the Ming Qi's imperial palace, she never feared to speculate with the greatest malice and was only afraid that there would be an accident, so she was fully prepared. When she reached the palace doors, Gu Yu and the rest were waiting outside with the guards, and Shen Miao was led by a palace maid towards Kunming Palace. Along the way, the palace maid felt somewhat strange. The path from the palace doors to Kunming Palace was not simple and one had to go through several corridors and some gardens, but Shen Miao was very familiar with the path. She did not even need the palace maid to remind her as she lifted her feet to walk over the old and loose steps. The palace maid's heart was suspicious. Could it be that Shen Miao came to Kunming Palace once and remembered this path so well that she did not make any mistakes? She did not expect that this Kunming Palace was the place where Shen Miao lived in her previous life, and every grass and tree was engraved in her heart. Thus, in the face of the grand furnishings and exquisite displays, she turned a blind eye to them. If one looked carefully, one could see a flash of disgust in Shen Miao's eyes. Others did not know about these. When they reached Kunming Palace, the palace maid was combing the Empress' hair. Shen Miao waited for a while before the Empress let her in. Today consort Dong Shu did not come over and there was only the Empress as a master. She was wearing some formal court attire and had a 9 phoenix hairpin on her head. Her makeup was expensive and there was a sense of oppression coming from her. Shen Miao took a look and understood in her heart. Did this really think that she was a young lady who was not familiar with worldly affairs and wanted to use the imperial family's prestige to threaten her? Force her to take the initiative to let go? No wonder Shen Miao deliberately sent Luo Shuiyan away. If Shen Miao was really a 16-year-old young lady, dressed so formally in front of the Empress and with a few vague threatening words, she would feel that she was alone and helpless. Her heart would be flustered and she would not know what happened. But how was Shen Miao a young lady? The person in front of her was the Empress. She was the Empress in her previous life. She was more knowledgeable, arrogant, and suffered more hardships than this one. So, she really didn't care about the name of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down and a humble smile surfaced. The Empress slowly frowned. Shen Miao's reaction was somewhat different from what she thought. She did not know if Shen Miao was deliberately pretending to be confused or was originally stupid. Her eyes landed on the bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist and slightly narrowed her eyes before smiling. This bracelet is of good quality. Come forward and let Bengong take a look. Shen Miao went forward as instructed and the Empress held Shen Miao's hands. The bracelet was made of a rare jade material from an unknown place. It was bright green and extremely smooth. Just as she was about to praise a few words, she heard Shen Miao laughing, replying to your ladyship, this official's daughter's hairpin, necklace and earrings are also very good-looking. The Empress was taken aback and looked at it seriously. Her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The cat's eye hairpin was matched with pearl earrings, and the pearl earrings were matched with an amber necklace. As for the bracelets and miscellaneous jewelry, there was no need to mention them. They were clearly all exquisite and valuable jewelry, so why did she feel so awkward stuffing them all onto her body? The Empress suddenly did not want to praise Shen Miao's jewelry and even lost interest in the bracelet. Her heart was filled with indescribable contempt. Initially it was said that the young lady of the Shen family was an idiot who only knew about gold and silver. Afterwards it was thought that she had changed her appearance, but looking at it today, she was not the same as before. Once she thought of marrying Shen Miao to the crown prince, the Empress was not happy. If it was not because the Shin family's military power could help the crown prince, the Empress would not be willing to let such a vulgar female marry into the Eastern Palace. The Empress put down Shin Miao's hand and said, "Ben Gong came here today to talk to you." She sighed, "That day I had mentioned to your mother that you are not engaged and your age is just right. Ben Gong looks like you and wants to be a matchmaker. Naturally Ben Gong will not force others and one must like to be a matchmaker." Shin Miao lowered her head and did not speak. The Empress patted her hand, "Do you think Ben Gong is living well? Is it glorious or not?" Shin Miao sneered in her heart, but on the surface she replied with a smile, "Your ladyship is living well and very glorious. Marrying into the imperial family and being pampered and protected by powerful people, every female would be able to live well and glorious. Ben Gong's luck is good. Now that you also have such good luck, do you want to live well and glorious?" These words were almost tempting. Shin Miao's lips slightly raised, but her words were humble and fearful. She suddenly knelt down on the ground and said, "This official's daughter is currently living very well and do not dare to be compared to others and do not dare to be compared to your ladyship. Plead your ladyship to spare this official's daughter's life." The Empress was stunned. She did not expect that Shin Miao would have such a reaction. There were not a few people who wanted to climb up to be a phoenix, and the Empress knew that as long as it was a female, they would have some vanity in their hearts. She used herself as an example to tempt. Shin Miao was young and easy to be persuaded, so she was afraid that she would not be tempted. As long as Shin Miao slightly relaxed her mouth and followed her words, then the imperial family would be able to rightfully push the initiative to the Shin family for the bestowal of marriage. Even if one wanted to be a robber, one would have to cover it up a little. Who knew that Shin Miao would have such a reaction? There was no temptation, no hesitation, and instead fear. The Empress thought in her heart unhappily, could it be that it was so scary to be an empress? Or was it that this young lady of the Shin family was actually as timid as a mouse and as stupid as a cow? She did not understand her hints and thought that a disaster was imminent. Really mud that could not hold up the wall. In the following period of time, no matter how the Empress spoke tactfully, harshly, or gently, Shin Miao always had a humble and fearful look. And it was precisely this look that made her mouth very tight and not a single word could be pried out. At the end, the Empress was somewhat angry and asked Shin Miao to return, thinking that this matter would not work from Shin Miao's end and one had to discuss a new method with Emperor Wen Hui. Because when the Empress let Shin Miao leave, she was very dissatisfied with Shin Miao's attitude. Even the palace maids of Kuan Ning Palace did not care much about Shin Miao and handed Shin Miao over to a passing little eunuch to send Shin Miao out of the palace. The young eunuch naturally agreed. The little eunuch brought Shin Miao out of the palace, and after a few turns, there were many palaces in the depths of the palace. Other than some side halls where the concubines lived, there were even more small rooms where the eunuchs and palace maids lived. This little eunuch brought Shin Miao to a secluded place, and after bypassing a garden, almost facing an abandoned garden, Shin Miao stopped and said, "This is not the direction to leave the palace. Where do you want to bring me to?" Her hand quietly pressed on the bracelet in her sleeves. No one was more familiar with Ming Qi's palace than her, so she knew which direction was the most advantageous to escape from. That little eunuch was surprised for a moment before whispering, "Gentleman Pei wants to see young lady." "Pei Lang?" Shin Miao slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, Shin Miao still followed the little eunuch forward. Pei Lang had not communicated with her for a long time, and Shin Miao thought that Fu Xiaoyi had discovered some clues about Pei Lang. But when she sent Mo Qing over to inquire, he seemed to have seen Pei Lang in the residence of Prince Ding, and it seemed that he was safe and sound. If Fu Xiaoyi suspected Pei Lang, he would definitely not let Pei Lang be so free and easy. If Pei Lang was looking for her, it must be something very important. There were many coincidences in the world. What Shin Miao did not know was that the imperial family had the intention to arrange a marriage for her and implicated everyone. Even though Shin Xian, Luo Shuiyan and Shin Qiu were relatives and ran around without stopping, some other people also rushed in wave after wave. For example, Luo Ling was able to express his sincerity, Su Mingfeng's marriage proposal by a freak combination of factors, and Feng Zixian lending a helping hand. There were thousands of connections in the world, and those connections were like the crystal threads spat out by spiders. They were arranged in their respective positions, and one day, they crisscrossed and formed a fine and dense net, forming the most astonishing and unbelievable coincidence in the world. Princess Xianxia entered the palace. Her health was not very good, and she had become thinner and thinner in recent years. Throughout the year, the number of days he would enter the palace could be counted, but today he seemed to be in a hurry. The palace maid wanted to inform, but Princess Xianxia waved her hands and said, "Ben Gong did not bring an invitation and have important matters to discuss with Imperial older brother. There is no need to inform." How would the guards at the palace doors dare to stop them? Even though Princess Xianxia did not show her face much nowadays, she was after all the daughter that the late emperor doted on and had a strong temperament. If he were to anger her, there would be consequences for him in the future, so he immediately let her go. The palace maid wanted to find a sedan chair for Princess Xianxia but was rejected by Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia said, "It would be inconvenient to use a sedan chair if walking on a small path. You guys support me, I'll walk slowly." Princess Xianxia's heart was also anxious. She did not ask about the matters of the court and stayed in her own princess residence every day. If it was not that she heard the servants talking about Xianxia's matter when she passed by the courtyard, she would not know that the imperial family had the intention to marry Xianxia to the crown prince. Not to mention Xianxia, Princess Xianxia also wanted to protect Xianxia. Princess Xianxia herself also admired Xianxia very much. As a member of the imperial family, Princess Xianxia knew that when a female married in, it would look grand on the surface but it might not be true happiness. Moreover, Xianxia was not a woman who was obsessed with wealth and glory, so it was even more unnecessary for her. If she really married into the Eastern Palace, Xianxia would not be happy for the rest of her life. Princess Xianxia rushed to look for Emperor Wenhui, hoping to change her imperial brother's mind. Thus, he took a shortcut and walked on a small path. Xianxia arrived at a remote pavilion. The pavilion was hidden in the forest, with its back facing a long corridor. There were a few houses along the corridor, making it convenient to hide. Pei Lang walked out of the house. The little eunuch stood guard outside for them. Xianxia nodded her head to Pei Lang as a form of greeting before asking, "What urgent matter does gentleman Pei have to discuss here?" "Prince Ding had sealed the residence and there is no way to send you a message." Pei Lang said, "The idea of the crown prince marrying you into the family was suggested by Prince Ding." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Pei Lang saw that she was not surprised and asked, "You know about it?" "Guessed that it was his doing." Xianxia lightly said, "With the crown prince's brain, why would he think of me for no reason?" Pei Lang was somewhat puzzled as Xianxia's tone of voice seemed to be very familiar with the crown prince and Fu Xiuyi. But Xianxia was an unmarried daughter and did not have the opportunity to interact with the princes, so how would she understand the personalities of the princes? One feared that Xianxia was not as familiar as Xianxia. This deserted garden had once been haunted by ghosts, so no one usually came here. Thus Pei Lang was not worried that someone would pass by. He frowned, "About the marriage, what do you plan to do?" Xianxia was somewhat surprised. Pei Lang had always been a person who would only analyze the pros and cons and would not bring in personal feelings, thus it was rare for him to ask about her marriage. After all, how she saw this marriage was insignificant to the overall situation. Xianxia said, "Let nature take its course. You cannot marry the crown prince." Pei Lang said, "It is not important to marry or not." What Xianxia hated the most was Pei Lang's determined look, as if he had grasped everything in his hands, thus he could not see the struggles of others and would only do what he thought was right. She coldly said, "Even if I marry over, I might not live well and would use my own methods to achieve my own goal. The road is walked by oneself and every road has a different way to walk. Gentleman Pei would not think that there is only one road in this world, right?" "I do not mean what you think." Pei Lang sighed, "Marrying into the Eastern Palace would allow you to walk your own path. But to use your marriage as the price, this is too cruel to you and the gains do not make up for the losses." Xianxia's heart moved slightly as she looked at Pei Lang. Pei Lang actually said, "To use your marriage as the price, this is too cruel to you." One had to know that in the previous lifetime when Wan Yu was going to marry the Xiongnu, Xianxia once begged Pei Lang because Pei Lang was Fu Xiuyi's confidant and Fu Xiuyi would always consider Pei Lang's words. At that time Pei Lang told Xianxia, "Your ladyship, using the princess's marriage to exchange for the safety of Ming Qi and the welfare of the people, is it not a good thing?" Pei Lang, who was good at observing the world's overall situation, would actually put the overall situation in second place. Pei Lang did not notice Shen Miao's expression and said, "The imperial family will spread the news and no one in the entire Ding capital would dare to marry into the Shen residence." Shen Miao said, "So what about that? If it is not possible, you marry me." Pei Lang said. The air seemed to have become extremely stiff in a moment, but out of Pei Lang's expectations, Shen Miao's gaze that stared at him did not have any surprise or shyness. There was not even the slightest trace of being moved. Looking at it seriously, it seemed to be somewhat cold. She asked, "What are you talking about?" Pei Lang's heart seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, making it strangely cold. It was obvious that he was only judging the pros and cons of the matter, but under Shen Miao's clear eyes, it seemed that some of his hidden wishes were seen by others. In a moment, he became embarrassed. Pei Lang avoided Shen Miao's gaze and calmed himself down before continuing, "Since you cannot marry into the Eastern Palace, you have to marry someone else so that you can have a way out. If you marry me, you might be able to resist for a while. Why is Mr. Pei helping me?" Shen Miao softly opened her mouth and there seemed to be some other tone in her words which made it hard for one to understand. She said, "We only have a transaction relationship because of Luing, or rather a master and servant relationship. I am the master, you are the servant. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who threatened you. If I was imprisoned, wouldn't that be exactly what you wanted? Following Fu Xiaoyi is 1,000 or 10,000 times better than following me. Gentleman Pei helps me so much that if one did not know, one would think that you are sincere." There was a hint of mockery in her words, and Pei Lang felt uncomfortable when he heard it. He did not know why Shen Miao was sometimes polite to him and sometimes seemed to be hostile to him. Perhaps women were fickle like this, but he did not know the answer to Shen Miao's question. Because he didn't know why he did it. Shen Miao smiled gently, "Even if I marry Gentleman Pei, it would be the last resort. What kind of identity does Gentleman Pei use to marry me? How would one explain to Prince Ding? You will not expose your identity because of me. Gentleman Pei is a good chess piece and I do not want to use it so casually. Moreover," she slightly raised her chin, "marriage and a husband to me are not as important as you all think. It is only a person sharing the same bed, eating together and sleeping together. Other than these, there is no difference from strangers. I do not care who to marry. I also do not care if one would be forced to marry. My happiness or happiness will not depend on this." Pei Lang kept on shaking his head when he heard it. He wanted to deny Shen Miao's words as he felt that Shen Miao was still young and did not know how important a lifelong event was to a female. At this moment she was only acting in a fit of pique, and in the future when she understood the reason and suffered, she would then regret it. However, when he looked up and saw Shen Miao's expression, he could not say a word. Shen Miao's expression was serious. She was cold and indifferent and had a faint weariness towards the matters of the outside world, as if she would subconsciously feel disgusted at the mention of it. She really did not care. But how would a female not care about the person that accompanied her for life? Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao blankly. When the atmosphere was in a deadlock, one heard a malicious ridicule coming from behind, did not think that there was such an affair. Shen Miao suddenly turned back and saw that one did not know when two masked black-clad people appeared behind her. These two people were carrying long swords in their hands as they pounced towards Shen Miao. Pei Lang quickly pulled Shen Miao to dodge and Shen Miao shouted, "Who are you? Shen young lady must not blame us. If you want to blame, blame yourself for blocking the path of others." The two of them laughed sinisterly. One of them rushed towards Pei Lang while the other held his sword and headed towards Shen Miao. It was a killing move that did not leave any way of survival. Shen Miao's heart secretly knew that it was not good. She did not think that Pei Lang would find this place and it would be convenient for others to silence them. She pressed the bracelet on her wrist, but this bracelet could only be used in close proximity. At the critical moment, one saw two stones flying out from the air and without any deviation, hit the knees of the two black-clad people. Both of them cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Shwa shwa. Two rays of sword light flashed and two people suddenly rushed out and stabbed the black-clad person's sword into the other party's chest. Everything happened too fast and there was no chance for one to breathe. The two people that appeared behind were dressed as palace guards and looked at Shen Miao and made a bow. Pei Lang was about to speak when he saw a person jumping down from the roof. The person was tall and had a purple gold robe and a silver mask with a pair of peach blossom eyes that were as sharp as a knife. It was Prince Rui. "Your Highness Prince Rui," Pei Lang murmured. He was smart, and with a little thought, the two guards in front of him should be Prince Rui's subordinates. As for the black-clothed man who wanted to kill them to silence them, he didn't know who he was. Even though he did not know what was the relationship between Xianxia and Prince Rui, Pei Lang did not dare to neglect and was extremely vigilant in his heart, but a polite smile floated on his face as he cupped his hands. "Many thanks to your Highness Prince Rui for lending a helping hand." Prince Rui did not speak and coldly swept a glance at him. Although Pei Lang couldn't see his expression through the half-silver mask, he felt that his gaze was exceptionally cold, sending chills down his spine. Xianxia frowned, but Prince Rui had already grabbed her arm and turned to walk out. Pei Lang was shocked and quickly called out, "Prince Rui must not." However, the two guards in front of her suddenly blocked her way. These two bodyguards looked fierce, and their bodies exuded the aura of a devil who would kill without batting an eye. Pei Lang was a scholar and did not know martial arts. Even if he wanted to help, he could not. It was Xianxia who was being dragged and stumbled along with them. She turned her head back and said with a calm face, "Gentleman Pei, go back first. I still have some matters with Prince Rui." Prince Rui's footsteps became faster. Pei Lang stared at the two disappearing figures. The two guards in front of him looked at him in confusion before they left. But there were still two corpses on the ground, and Pei Lang could not stay for long. He did not know what was the relationship between Xianxia and Prince Rui, but in his heart, there was an emptiness in that instant. Xianxia's arm was in pain from Xie Jingxing's pull. Xie Jingxing did not say a word and walked very fast. She tried her best to keep up with Xie Jingxing's pace, but the other person was tall and had long legs, thus she could not catch up and almost tripped over a few times. At the end, the anger in Xianxia's heart rose and she said angrily, "Let go of me." Xie Jingxing walked to an empty corridor before suddenly releasing his hand. Xianxia was grabbed by him for most of the way, and when her hand was suddenly released, she almost fell down. After he stood still, his anger surged and he said, "You're crazy." This garden was a little more outside compared to the previously deserted garden. Xianxia was somewhat afraid of being seen by others and wanted to walk out by herself, but was pulled back by Xie Jingxing. He pushed her against the wall and held down her hands as he looked at her coldly. He wore a silver mask which revealed the fine contours of his face. His chin was beautiful, but his thin lips were tightly pursed. There was no longer the cynical smile in his eyes, and instead it was anger. He said word by word, "Xianxia, you only have this little ability?" Xianxia frowned as she looked at him. Xie Jingxing however reached out to hold her chin and forced her to raise her head to look at him. He looked down at Xianxia from above, like a hunter looking down at his prey. Xianxia did not like to be looked down at from above and struggled to leave. But she was after all a female, so how could she compete with Xie Jingxing's strength? That little bit of strength was like tickling Xie Jingxing's body. Xie Jingxing easily resolved her struggle and even slightly bent his knee to press against her leg, making her unable to move. But this stance was even more ambiguous. Xianxia asked, "What do you want to do?" Xie Jingxing's tone was unable to discern whether he was happy or angry. Luo Ling, Su Mingfeng, Feng Zixian, and now Pei Lang. So many people are heroes saving the beauty. I have underestimated you. Xianxia did not speak. The strength in his hand suddenly increased and Xianxia's chin was in pain as she frowned slightly. But that young man gritted his teeth, "Do not care who to marry and do not care if one will be forced to marry. You want to marry into the residence of the crown prince?" Xianxia's heart moved as it seemed that the conversation between her and Pei Lang was heard by Xie Jingxing. What this person loved to do the most was to observe everything in the dark. If it was usual days, Xianxia would not feel anything, but at this moment, there was some anger in her heart. It was as if someone had seen a secret that he didn't want to be made public, or if someone had seen his terrible side, and he was angry because he was ashamed. She sneered and said, "What does it matter if I marry the crown prince? Anyway, you know that I want to be the empress. The crown prince will eventually sit on the emperor's throne. Perhaps when I enter the eastern palace and fight to death the crown prince's consort, I will replace her and be the future Shan Empress of Mingqi." What is wrong with this? These words were somewhat too vicious and Xianxia's face became even more livid. He also smiled, but his smile was cold. It's a pity that the crown prince cannot sit on the throne. Xin Miao did not know where Xianxia's inexplicable anger came from, but at this moment she was being questioned in such an embarrassing position, she felt very ashamed and wronged. Perhaps one would find it hard to grasp one's emotions under impulse, just like how she did not know where her grievances came from, but wanted to vent out all the unhappy things that she had been passively feeling these days. Xianxia pinched her chin, pressed against her legs and imprisoned her hands. He was so unbelievably handsome that even when he was angry, there was a different kind of charm to it. That evil air lingered around him, making Xin Miao believe in a moment that the Xianxia who was frivolous, careless, and did not care about anything was only a part of him. The other part of him was cold, rigid, and when he was angry, it made one's heart turn cold. No matter how good the scenery was, it was a pity that Xin Miao did not have the mood to appreciate it. She said, even if he does not sit on the throne, it has nothing to do with you. Xin Miao looked up at him and tried to speak calmly. Why did your Highness Prince Rui come to question me? My relationship with you does not seem to be that good. What does it have to do with you who I marry or not marry? When the words were said, Xianxia smiled instead. He hooked up his lips with a smile that was not a smile and pulled Xin Miao's chin towards himself. When you think of ways to haggle with me over every ounce, when you bargain with me about business, when you borrow my hands to kill, you are very capable. Why is it that until now, you only have this little ability? Xin Miao's eyes felt a little sour. She really hated Xianxia's current actions. However, she could not break free and hated herself for being so passive. She felt that her eyes were foggy and it was very uncomfortable. Xianxia frowned and said, "You are not allowed to cry." Xin Miao's tears were about to fall as she felt extremely ashamed in her heart. She was a person who had lived for 2 lifetimes and actually wanted to cry just because of a few words from Xianxia. What kind of appearance was this? But the grievances in her heart could not be relieved. She felt that her entire person had become chaotic. She was not willing to lose her face and had no way to break free. In a moment of desperation, Xin Miao glared at Xianxia and said angrily, "Xianxia, do not go too far." "Xianxia?" An exclamation was heard from the bushes at the other end. "Xianxia?" Xin Miao and Xianxia suddenly turned back and saw a person stumbling out from the bushes. When it neared, Xin Miao's body could not help but stiffen and subconsciously looked at Xianxia's expression. But because Xianxia was wearing a mask, one could not see anything. That person was Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia originally wanted to take a shortcut to enter, but when she came to this place, she saw Xin Miao being pulled by an unfamiliar male. Princess Xianxia quickly let the palace maids wait outside and followed up herself. If others were to see Xin Miao together with an unfamiliar male, one feared that it would lead to rumors. Princess Xianxia could trust Xin Miao's character. But just now she saw that Xin Miao did not seem to be willing and was afraid that Xin Miao was entangled by one of the princes in the palace or had gotten into trouble, thus she had the intention to help Xin Miao out of trouble. But it was not good to rush forward as it would be a misunderstanding. Initially she was far away and could not hear clearly what both of them were talking about, but after seeing that Xin Miao seemed to be about to cry, she anxiously walked forward and coincidentally heard Xin Miao's words, "Xianxia, do not go too far." Princess Xianxia cried out involuntarily. But one saw that tall and straight figure turning around and it was an unfamiliar young male with half a silver mask on his face. He slightly nodded his head to her. Princess Xianxia quickly walked forward and at this time she saw that this male was Prince Rui. Prince Rui from the Great Liang. When he first came to the Mingqi and entered the palace, Princess Xianxia had seen him before. But she did not care about these court matters and did not deliberately inquire about it. At this moment when she saw that this person was Prince Rui, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. But just now when Xin Miao said Xianxia, it was indeed Xianxia. She did not hear wrongly. Princess Xianxia looked at Xin Miao with some questioning. "Xin young lady, just now you called His Highness Prince Rui Xianxia?" Before Xin Miao could speak, Prince Rui took the initiative to speak. He said, "This prince's name is Xia Yuan, little name Jingxing." Just now Xin young lady called this prince's little name. Xin Miao's heart was slightly relieved, thinking that Xie Jingxing's reaction this time was really fast and was always able to find a reason to brush it off. When he saw Princess Rong Xian's strange expression, he suddenly reacted and cursed Xie Jingxing in his heart. Other than relatives, only wives or lovers would call each other by their Xiao name. She called Xie Jingxing by his Xiao name, and who knew what would happen in Princess Rong Xian's eyes. Xie Jingxing definitely did it on purpose. Princess Rong Xian swept a glance between Prince Rue and Xin Miao before finally fixing her eyes on Prince Rue. There were some who looked similar, such as this purple robe. To be able to wear purple robes in such a noble and otherworldly manner, it could only be that naughty and mischievous youth who walked on horseback. But there was also something different about him. That unfamiliar, somewhat cold, decisive and ruthless aura that only a person in a high position would have. It was completely different from the youth in her memories. Xie Jingxing had long died. He died on the battlefield of the northern borderlands, with 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart. There was a sudden stab of pain in her heart, and Princess Rong Xian suddenly covered her heart and bent down. No matter how many times she thought of Xie Jingxing's death, she was unable to let it go. After Princess Yuqing's death, she treated Xie Jingxing as her own son. To lose a son in middle age, a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person, her sorrow was no less than Xie Ding's. Xin Miao quickly went forward to help her up, but that purple-clad youth stood with his hands behind his back. He lightly swept a glance at her and did not move at all. Princess Rong Xian's lips could not help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. Yes, how could Prince Rue be Xie Jingxing? If it was Xie Jingxing, how could he be so indifferent, as if he was looking at a stranger, watching her struggle in this? If Xie Jingxing was still alive, how could he bear to see her in such pain? Princess Rong Xian waved her hands. Why are you here? Xin Miao answered, Her Majesty the Empress let me enter the palace. Princess Rong Xian frowned and looked at Xie Jingxing before asking, Why is Prince Rue also here? Xin Miao glanced at Xie Jingxing and said, When I came out from the palace, the little eunuch who led the way had something to do, and after waiting for a long time, one got lost and coincidentally met Your Highness Prince Rue. Thus one asked Your Highness Prince Rue to point the way for me. These words were almost blatantly lying. Just now Princess Rong Xian had clearly seen that it was Prince Rue who pulled Xin Miao all the way here. Moreover, Xin Miao also called Prince Rue's little name, so the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. Princess Rong Xian was inexplicably somewhat angry. In the beginning, when Xie Jingxing brought Xin Miao to the princess residence, Princess Rong Xian thought that Xie Jingxing treated Xin Miao specially, and as she had more contact with Xin Miao, she liked Xin Miao even more. Thus Princess Rong Xian had the intention to matchmake Xin Miao and Xie Jingxing. If it was not for Xie Jingxing's death in battle, perhaps this marriage would have succeeded. Now Xin Miao had a close relationship with another male, and this male's name was also coincidentally Jingxing. It was like once things were taken by others, and Princess Rong Xian's heart did not feel good. She also knew that it was impossible for Xin Miao not to marry for a lifetime, but Prince Rue was after all not a person of Mingqi. Moreover, Princess Rong Xian had lived for most of her life and could see people clearly. This Prince Rue's actions were strange, and his entire body was full of danger. He was not a simple man, and if Xin Miao were to fall in love with this man, one feared that it would be too complicated. As such, Ben Gong will represent Xin young lady to thank Your Highness Prince Rue. Princess Rong Xian said. But he tried his best to draw a clear line between Xin Miao and Prince Rue. Prince Rue nodded. Since the eunuch leading the way has disappeared, I have many palace maids. I'll have them bring you out. There is no need to trouble Prince Rue for the rest of the journey. Princess Rong Xian added. This attitude was clearly to guard against Prince Rue. Prince Rue didn't say anything else. He responded lightly and left first. After Prince Rue left, Princess Rong Xian then gave a sigh of relief and asked Xin Miao, How did you get to know him? Xin Miao did not expect that she would suddenly meet Princess Rong Xian today, and even more did not expect that Princess Rong Xian would hear the conversation between her and Xie Jingxing. She could not help but secretly complain. Normally Xie Jingxing's secret guards had good eyes and ears and would even be able to catch a mouse running by. Today at such a crucial time, one did not know if they were blind that even Princess Xianxia did not discover it. She said, one had coincidentally met your Highness Prince Rue a few times and can be considered as acquaintances. Princess Xianxia looked at her deeply and said, since you are not willing to say, Bengong will not force you to say it. It is just that. This person is not a Mingqi's person and might have a plot against you. You are a smart young lady and there are some things that you have to grasp yourself. Even if you do not think for yourself, you have to think for your parents and eldest brother. He was actually afraid that Shen Miao would be cheated by a man. Shen Miao did not know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. Since the misunderstanding had reached to this point, it seemed that it could not be resolved. Princess Xianxia touched her chest and panted a few times. Upon seeing this, Shen Miao asked, where is the princess feeling uncomfortable? It is a heart disease that existed in the early years. Princess Xianxia shook her head, these few days it is very serious. Shen Miao saw that she was in pain and vaguely remembered that in the previous lifetime, Princess Xianxia also had a heart disease and the imperial physician said not to worry too much, lest the heart disease acted up and the pain would be severe. She said, the princess should look for an imperial physician to take a good look or go to the commoners to inquire about a doctor who specializes in treating heart diseases. It is very sad to be in pain like this. No harm. Princess Xianxia waved her hands, Bengong have lived till now and have enjoyed what one should enjoy and what one should not enjoy. This life is not a loss. Most likely one will not live for long and Bengong also do not want to be tormented. Her voice gradually became lower, after all. There is nothing worth to miss. Shen Miao knew that she was thinking of Xie Jingxing again and did not know how to comfort her, so she could only say, little Marquis would not be happy to see princess like this. If he really cared about me as his emu, he would not be so heartless to leave. Princess Xianxia put away the sadness on her face and patted Shen Miao's hands. Bengong had heard about Imperial older brother's intention to arrange a marriage for you. Bengong's visit to the palace today was to mention this matter to Imperial older brother. Shen Miao, you are also not willing to marry the crown prince, right? Shen Miao did not expect that Princess Xianxia would intercede for her and for a moment she sighed. In the previous lifetime she tried to please Princess Xianxia but all she got was Princess Xianxia's contempt and disdain. In this lifetime because of Xie Jingxing's relationship, Princess Xianxia changed her view of her and was even willing to fight for Emperor Wen Hui's decision. Even though Shen Miao knew that Princess Xianxia would not be able to control Emperor Wen Hui's decision, but she would remember this favor in her heart. Shen Miao said, I am not willing to marry into the Eastern Palace but princess need not force it. The matters of the world have their own heaven's will. Let nature take its course and the heavens will arrange it. Princess Xianxia smiled instead and said, you are really able to see it clearly. She said, the time is not early so I will not talk to you anymore. Go over there first and I will let the palace maids send you out. Shen Miao was sent out of the palace by Princess Xianxia's palace maids and Xianxia and Guyu who were waiting outside came up to greet her. They first looked at Shen Miao up and down and after making sure that Shen Miao was safe and sound, they then said, scared this servant to death. After waiting for such a long time, one thought that something happened. If young lady did not come out, these servants would have thought of ways to go in and search. Shen Miao laughed, it is not a dragon's pool or tiger's den. How would it be so scary? But her heart was secretly thinking about the two assassins that inexplicably appeared today. She did not know whose people they were, to actually dare to kill her in the palace. But if one were to investigate, if she died, it would only be harmful to the crown prince. If the other party did not want to see the crown prince being the only one, then it would be Prince Li's people. It was not possible for Fu Xiui. The matter with Shen Wan and the crown prince of Qin had just happened not too long ago and Fu Xiui would not take the initiative to drill into the heart of the wind and waves. With his forbearing character, he would lurk for a period of time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In short, there was no good person in the Fu family. The Shen family and the Fu family were destined to be on opposite sides. It was either you die or I die. Since the other party was so ruthless, she would not show any mercy. Mo Qing stepped forward and indicated for Shen Miao to board the carriage and return to the Shen mansion. At the side of the street where people were coming and going at the entrance of the palace, there was a lively tavern. In the corner, there were people observing the movements of Mo Qing and his entourage. When he saw that Xin Miao came out of the palace safe and sound, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then picked up the sword on the table and quietly left. When Xin Miao returned to the Xin mansion, naturally Xianxia and the rest surrounded Xin Miao to ask what the Empress said to her in the palace today. Xin Miao skipped over the matter with Xie Jingxing and only said what the Empress said to her. Everyone in the Xin family was once again worried. The imperial family's side was threatened by Xin Miao and one feared that the days would be shortened by the day. One must think of a solution as soon as possible. Luo Shuiyan then thought of those few people that came to the residence to propose marriage and wanted to ask Xin Miao's opinion. If among these few people, Xin Miao had a slightly better feeling towards any one of them, why not let it be like this first? After all, Xianxia had inquired about it before. Even though they were not perfect, there were no problems in terms of character. But Xin Miao had just experienced Xie Jingxing's matter today and her mind was in a mess, so how would she have the mood to talk about it? When Luo Shuiyan mentioned it, there was a rare trace of displeasure. When Xianxia and the rest saw it, they looked at each other and thought that Xin Miao was disturbed by the Empress's words in the palace and it was not good to continue talking. Thus they let Xin Miao rest early in the room and dispersed. When Xin Miao returned to the room, the sky was already dark. Guyu helped her to light the oil lamp. Xianxia saw that Xin Miao was in a bad mood today and did not dare to stay in the room to disturb her. She pulled Guyu down and closed the door, leaving Xin Miao alone in the room. She was somewhat irritated as she combed her hair, but there seemed to be a nameless anger in her chest that could not be quelled. Thinking of Xie Jingxing's questioning words in the palace today, she could not help but feel even more aggrieved. What did her own matters have to do with Xie Jingxing? Could it be that Xie Jingxing still wanted to interfere in her life, but this marriage had come to this point, with the involvement of various forces and with the addition of Xie Jingxing, she became more and more helpless. Thinking of the words that Pei Lang said, Xin Miao's lips could not help but rise into a smile, but the smile was somewhat miserable. Which female would not want to marry a man who was in love with each other and grow old together? It was just that she was used to seeing the ups and downs of the world in her previous lifetime, and at the end the so-called love between her and Fu Xiaoyi was only her own wishful thinking. She had never really experienced what it was like to be in love with each other. But she knew that once one loved, one's thoughts would not be her own. She was not willing to be like in her previous lifetime, to foolishly hand the happiness of her life into the hands of others. It was very good now. It was much easier to control one's heart from the beginning than to let go of one's heart and then take it back. It was just that her heart was not comfortable. She sat under the lamp for a moment and actually did not think of anything. After a while, she blew out the lamp and climbed onto the couch to sleep. The snowstorm in the residence of Prince Rui was exceptionally big today. A kind of guard stood trembling in the wind, and even that small and sturdy white tiger was thrown outside the room as punishment. Today Prince Rui was not pleasing to the eye with everyone, and everyone in the residence of Prince Rui was punished from top to bottom. Even Ji Yushu and Gao Yang were locked up in the tower prison to face the wall. What kind of place was the tower prison? The people locked up were all vicious criminals, and to deal with these vicious criminals, torture was necessary. As the most cruel place in the MOU army, there were at least 49 types of torture. Many men with strong temperament went to the tower prison and came out after a few days, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. When Tai went in for the first time, he also recuperated on the bed for a long time, and vomited whatever he ate for a month. Ji Yushu and Gao Yang, the two young masters with delicate and tender bodies, entered the tower prison to face the wall. The guards of the residence of Prince Rui secretly shed tears of sympathy for these two. Nightingale quietly poked Nanqi's arm and asked, "What's wrong with master? Who provoked him?" Nanqi made a hush sound. Seeing that there was no movement in the bedroom, he then said in a low voice, "Fifth Xin young lady was bestowed a marriage by the palace. Master Gao and young Master Ji did not report it, so master got angry. Xin Yang Nan, Xin Xin Nan, Nan Xin Nan, Nan was Nan Nan, Nan, Nan. No wonder he was locked up in the tower prison." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the white tiger that was shivering in the cold wind and said sympathetically, "The heavens have taken pity on it. It's been fed well every day, and I thought it was no different from us. I didn't expect that when something happened, everyone would still be used as a punching bag. Huolong flipped her long hair and sighed faintly, anger surging to the crown for her beauty. Yeah. In the room, Xie Jingxing handed the completed letter to Tai Yi. Tai Yi took a look and said with some hesitation, Master, if His Majesty knows about the change of plans at this end. Xie Jingxing glanced at him and Tai Yi immediately shut his mouth and did not speak. It was definitely not a good idea to oppose Zhu Zi's decision when Master was in a bad mood. Xie Jingxing put the other letter into the envelope and said, What is going on at Pei Lang's side? Think of ways to inquire. He paused for a moment before continuing, There is also Feng Zixian and Su Ming Feng. His brow slightly wrinkled and suddenly remembered something. How is the matter with the medicinal herbs? Tai Yi hurriedly said, I've already sent someone to look for it. Once it's found, it will be sent to the medical hall immediately. Princess Rong Xian's heart ailment had recently acted up again and there was a very scarce ingredient in the prescription that was only available in spring. Most of the medical houses in the Ding capital were bought to the princess residence and these few days Princess Rong Xian did not have any new herbs, thus she could only bear it. Xie Jingxing sent people to secretly search for it with a large sum of money and then conveniently sell it to the medical hall. As soon as possible. Xie Jingxing pursed his lips. After thinking for a while, he suddenly stood up, put on his coat, and was about to leave. Tai Yi was stunned. Master still wants to go out? The debt is not settled. Xie Jingxing coldly snorted and left in a huff. It was already quiet outside of the Shen mansion and Shen Miao's boudoir was already dark. It was obvious that she had slept for a long time. When Xie Jingxing arrived, Song Yang was sleeping on the tree and when he saw him coming over, he was so scared that he almost fell down from the tree. She quickly got down and stood up straight to greet Xie Jing. Xie Jingxing looked towards the window and Song Yang quickly said, Young foreign is already resting. Xie Jingxing walked to the front of the window and saw a jade ring-like thing placed on the windowsill, and below it was a pendant. Xie Jingxing looked at Song Yang with a questioning gaze and Song Yang said, This is the safety pendant that Luo Ling secretly placed on the windowsill after young foreign had rested. Young foreign had not discovered it. When Xie Jingxing heard it, his eyes slightly moved and he picked up the pendant with the dagger in his sleeve and threw it to Song Yang, Keep it well. Song Yang was surprised for a moment before he heard Xie Jingxing continue, The pet at home lacks a pendant. While Song Yang was speechless, Xie Jingxing had already opened the window and went in. On the bed in the room, Shen Miao was sleeping soundly. Xie Jingxing walked to the edge of the cliff and folded his arms as he looked for a while before raising his brows. To be able to sleep, seems like one did not put my words to heart. You really have big guts. He sat down at the edge of the bed and casually picked up a cup of tea from the table in front of the window to drink before turning his head to look at Shen Miao's sleeping face. When the girl was asleep, she didn't have the usual dignified and calm sense of alienation. She shed all kinds of disguises and revealed her original appearance. Under the moonlight, her features were delicate and tender, which made people remember that she was a 16-year-old girl. They couldn't ignore this fact just because of the situation she was in and the means she had shown. Thinking of how he pinched Shen Miao's chin during the day and how she tried her best to hold back her tears, Xie Jingxing's heart felt a little guilty. He reached out to push the messy hair on Shen Miao's forehead to the back of her ears, but saw that young lady's eyelashes slightly trembling. Xie Jingxing's hand paused as he looked down and saw that the body wrapped in the cup was trembling slightly. He was pretending to be asleep. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and simply sat closer. His hands were on both sides of Shen Miao's body as he leaned over slightly and a magnetic voice sounded in the room. After helping so many times, why not repay me with your body? He stared at Shen Miao's eyes and slowly leaned over. Shen Miao's body was extremely stiff and that breathing sound seemed to be at the side of her mouth and the pressure from top to bottom was getting closer. She suddenly pushed Xie Jingxing away and wanted to sit up as she said angrily, What do you want to do? There was some panic in her voice. Xie Jingxing then pressed her back onto the bed. Shen Miao struggled uneasily and Xie Jingxing restrained her movements a few times before saying in amusement, What do you think I will do to you? He then looked at her critically, Dream on. Shen Miao was so angry that she wanted to call Mo Qingyan to beat Xie Jingxing up. Because she only wore her inner clothes when she slept at night. After struggling with Xianxia, her inner clothes had slipped off, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and one could faintly see the plum blossom doo-doo. Xianxia was slightly startled when he saw that, and Xianmiao discovered where he was looking at. She was extremely angry and was about to scold someone. She saw Xianxia suddenly throw the quilt and covered her head with it. Xianmiao stuck her head out from the quilt and said angrily, "Sick." Xianxia ignored her and quickly wrapped her tightly in the quilt, wrapping her up like a silkworm pupa before pressing her down on the bed. Xianmiao could not move no matter what, and Xianxia looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Xianmiao finally got tired of struggling and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Xianmiao, behave yourself." Xianxia frowned, "With this prince here, who would dare to force you to marry?" Xianmiao was so angry that she laughed, "You will not stay in Mingqi for thousands or tens of thousands of years. There will be a day that I will marry. You can protect me today but not tomorrow. You can protect tomorrow, but there will be a day that you cannot protect." "If one can protect?" Xianxia asked. Xianmiao was startled for a moment and did not speak. Xianxia said, "Do you not care about marrying, or do you want to marry? What does that have to do with you? You ask too much." Xianmiao was still brooding over Xianxia's rudeness in the day and did not intend to talk to him properly. But after thinking about it, how did she look like a person who had become an empress? She was more like those young ladies on the streets. Thinking that she dilly-dallied with this person in front of her for so long, Xianmiao became very dissatisfied with herself. Her temperamental look fell into Xianxia's eyes, and Xianxia was very inexplicable. He turned over and pressed Xianmiao under his body. With one hand by Xianmiao's head, he asked softly, "Who do you want to marry? Luo Ling, Su Ming Feng, Feng Zixian? Or Pei Lang?" He got closer and his handsome facial features were magnified in front of Xianmiao's eyes under the moonlight. He could smell the fragrant bamboo leaves on the other party's body. His eyes were extremely beautiful, but at this time, they also had an aggressive meaning, as if he wanted to force out people's hearts. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, it was as if all the hidden thoughts in the bottom of one's heart were exposed. Xianmiao's heart suddenly panicked. This distance was too close, so close that she could hear the thumping of his heartbeat. It was like the beating of a drum, but she couldn't tell if it was hers or Xianxing's. Xianmiao did not want to lose control of her emotions and do something that she did not know about, so she quickly shrank back. Her back was against the bed beam and Xianxia reached out to protect her so that she would not hit her head. "This has nothing to do with you." Xianmiao quickly opened her mouth, "We only have a relationship of allies. Allies are meant to cooperate with each other. Does Prince Rui still want to manage my lifelong matter? Not to mention marriage, even if I give birth, divorce or be crippled, it has nothing to do with you at all." Xianxia was rather angry when he heard the first half of her sentence, but when he heard the second half, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What nonsense is this? Do you really want to be a crippled empress?" One did not know how many times he had heard her say it was to be a crippled empress. Xianxia could not understand. Could it be that Xianmiao did not have confidence in herself that she must think of such a miserable ending? Normally she did not look like a person who had an inferiority complex. Xianmiao was so angry that she spoke incoherently, "It has nothing to do with you. We are only allies. What right do you have to manage my matters?" Xianxia stared at her and it seemed that the anger from her provocation was rising. He was originally a proud person and to be despised by others again and again, there was no need to mention how sullen his heart was. He asked, "Allies?" Xianmiao nodded her head. "Allies cannot manage your matters?" Xianmiao continued to nod her head. Xianxia said straightforwardly, "All right." He quickly leaned over and pecked Xianmiao's lips. Xianmiao was instantly stunned and saw that handsome purple-clad youth speaking in an extremely nasty tone, "Now we are not allies. You." Xianmiao was unable to speak as her lips seemed to still have that gentle touch of a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. He laughed cynically. "So I can take care of your business." Finishing, he stood up from the bed and looked at Xianmiao condescendingly and threatened, "Remember, in the future to marry, have children, divorce or be crippled, one must have this prince's consent. Finishing, he looked coldly at the windowsill before disappearing in a flash. Outside the room, Xianxia was forced to eavesdrop on the corner of the wall for half a day until his face turned red, but he did not dare to leave. When Xie Jingxing came out, Xianxia bowed to him. Xie Jingxing said, "In the future when someone sends something over, just throw it away." He took the safety pendant that Xianxia gave him and left with an unhappy face. This night, someone deliberately messed up a pond of spring water, causing flowers to bloom in the cold winter wind. Naturally, there were people who flew into a rage when their plans fell through. Prince Zhou's and Prince Li's residence fell into the same entanglement. That night, someone knocked on Prince Zhou's door. Prince Zhou thought that it was a servant and called out to enter, but no one entered. Prince Zhou got up to open the door and two cold corpses hit him in the face. No one knew how these two corpses ran to the residence of Prince Zhou. Prince Zhou flew into a rage and heavily reprimanded all the guards on night duty. He then carefully searched the room and suspected that there was a traitor, but at the end there was nothing. The two corpses were also found out to be the assassins that were sent to assassinate Xianxia today. Prince Zhou's heart was uneasy and sent someone to pass a message to Prince Jing that night. Both brothers planned to study the matter. As for Prince Li's side, it was even more violent. Someone directly threw two corpses from the wall into the mansion, which scared the guards of Prince Li's mansion. The guards went out to chase, but they couldn't even find a ghost shadow. Finally, they found out that the two corpses were the assassins that Prince Li sent to assassinate Xianxia. Prince Li was very upset and very uneasy. It was obvious that his assassins were killed, and it was equivalent to cutting off his path, so naturally they were his enemies. His enemies in the Ding capital were actually so skilled that the entire residence of Prince Li's guards could not catch one of them, thus Prince Li was very dissatisfied. At the other end, the two brothers, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, were talking. Prince Zhou asked, "Who do you think did it?" Prince Jing pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it was Prince Li, that's what I think too." Prince Zhou nodded his head. "Perhaps he wanted to use this to threaten me, or perhaps he had the same thoughts as me. But Prince Li had always been amiable on the surface and would not do such a thing." Prince Jing shook his head. "It might be the Crown Prince's doing." "Crown Prince?" Prince Zhou paused and nodded his head. "All these years the Crown Prince claimed to be ill. Who knows if it was a smokescreen? None of us had seen his means before. If it was him who caused me and Prince Li to fight, then the Crown Prince would be able to reap the benefits." "That's right." Prince Jing sighed, "But you must not forget about number 9. Forget about old Ninth." Zhou Wang waved his hand carelessly. "Even if Lao Jiu's mouth is noisy, he doesn't have the guts. He doesn't walk around the court much, so how could he have connections? Since he could come to Prince Zhou's mansion to make trouble, his subordinate must at least be a master. Don't know why, but I always feel that number 9 is not as simple as he looks." Prince Jing said, "You must not belittle him." In short, Prince Zhou sighed, "This matter is not so simple. Whether it is Prince Li or the Crown Prince, they both came with bad intentions. I'd like to see who's behind this." Prince Jing nodded his head in agreement. Prince Zhou and Prince Li naturally did not know that the person who wrote off the assassins sent by them and returned them to the original state was not the Crown Prince or the other party as they guessed, but someone who had nothing to do with them. However, this method of diverting the trouble was really good. The battle between the princes of Mingqi unknowingly became more and more intense. As time went by, everyone in the Shen family was anxiously looking for a suitable candidate, but the imperial edict of the Mingqi's imperial family did not come. It was not because of anything else but because Emperor Wenhui was recently having a headache due to a matter. He asked the crown prince beside him, "What is the meaning of the Great Liang? Is it to go against Mingqi?" Zhen had never seen such an arrogant person before. The crown prince also did not dare to speak. Prince Rui of the Great Liang made a trip to the palace and one did not know what he said to Emperor Wenhui. After Prince Rui left, Emperor Wenhui flew into a rage and smashed tables and cups, almost flipping the imperial study. The crown prince guessed that he had said something presumptuous, else Emperor Wenhui would not be so angry that he lost his composure. Emperor Wenhui's heart was indeed thundering with rage. He was clearer than anyone else about Mingqi's current national strength, and it was no longer as strong as when the old emperor was alive. Facing the slightly superior Qin country and the rich and powerful Great Liang, there was nothing to be proud of. In this tribute banquet, to put on such a large country's style, it was just to cover up one's guilty conscience, and to let the great Liang and Qin country see that Ming Qi still had some ability. It was just that this was a self-deceiving action. Huang Fuhao of the Qin country treated him with respect on the surface, but in fact he was not that good. Because of Princess Ming An's death, till now he was still holding on to the people from the Supreme Court of Justice, and the Ming Qi's officials were busy redressing the Qin country's princess grievances, and were not afraid of others laughing at them. But Emperor Wenhui did not dare to refuse. After all, he wanted to rope in the Qin country to deal with the Great Liang together. There was no need to talk about the Great Liang. This Prince Rui had his own way of doing things, and Huang Fuhao at least on the surface respected Emperor Wenhui. Prince Rui however did things his own way, and one could not see any respect for him. Emperor Wenhui kept comforting himself that this Prince Rui's temperament was like this, but one did not expect that yesterday when Prince Rui made a trip to the palace and talked in the imperial study, Emperor Wenhui had the intention to befriend the Great Liang, but was faintly rejected by Prince Rui. Even though he did not say it explicitly, but his attitude did not leave any face for Emperor Wenhui. Emperor Wenhui was after all the ruler of a country, and after losing face, naturally his face did not look good and sunk. Who knew that Prince Rui did not care if he would be angry or not, and casually mentioned the few cities at the border of Ming Qi and the Great Liang, and his words implied that he wanted to take back the cities. Emperor Wenhui's expression immediately changed. Those few cities were not very big, but there were several mines in the cities. The ores that were extracted from those mines could be used to forge large weapons. The city was coincidentally at the border of Ming Qi and the Great Liang. In the past, the Great Liang did not care about these, and the people living in the city were all commoners of Ming Qi. What did these words mean? This meant that the Great Liang wanted to occupy these cities. No matter how muddle-headed Emperor Wenhui was in other matters, he was very sensitive to every inch of land. Great Liang first seized a few cities, who knew what else they would seize afterwards. Now he had his eyes on these few cities, and after a few more days, what would happen if he had his eyes on those cities, and after a few more days, what would happen to the Ding capital? After a few more days, he might as well lead his troops to flatten Ming Qi. With Ming Qi's military strength, it was impossible to contend against the Great Liang. Prince Rui was the envoy that the Great Liang sent over and also represented the intention of the Great Liang's Emperor Yonglu. Prince Rui's seemingly casual words revealed some of the ambitions of the Great Liang. What made Emperor Wenhui's heart cry bitterly was that he knew the other party's ambition, but he did not dare to directly detain Prince Rui, this treacherous person. Because he couldn't withstand Emperor Yongli's rage. If there was an alliance with the Qin country, there would be some confidence, but if it was only Ming Qi alone, he could only endure. There was no dignity at all to be an emperor, and Emperor Wenhui's heart was burning with anger. Who knows what the Great Liang would do next with this ambition? Yu and Xin Miao's marriage is not urgent. Emperor Wenhui said, now Zhen cannot provoke Xianxia as it is the crucial time. If Xianxia were to be dissatisfied with Zhen, it would not be good for the Great Liang to take advantage. When the Crown Prince heard it, he was somewhat disappointed but did not say anything more. He was clear of Emperor Wenhui's temperament, and the more it was at this time, the more one must go along with the other. Thus he said, this son is not in a hurry and naturally prioritized the important matters. One did not think that the Great Liang would have hidden evil intentions. We cannot relax our vigilance against them. Seeing the Crown Prince like this, Emperor Wenhui was very pleased and patted his shoulder. Zhen, no. Do not worry. Even though the Great Liang has such ambitions, Zhen will not sit still and wait for death. Tomorrow I will talk to the Crown Prince about the alliance. The Qin country knows of the Great Liang's ambitions and will definitely be nervous. Forming an alliance with Ming Qi is natural, and at that time, there is no need to fear the Great Liang. Zhen will then personally issue an edict that the Shen family's military power and the Shen family's girl will be yours. In his words, he treated Xin Miao as an item and was certain that it would fall into his pocket. The Crown Prince smiled and complied, but his heart was somewhat blaming Prince Rui of the Great Liang for saying these words to Emperor Wenhui at this time. The timing was too coincidental. Prince Ding finally came up with such a brilliant plan for him, but it was thwarted by Prince Rui's words, making the Crown Prince's heart extremely uncomfortable. But there was nothing he could do. There was news from the palace that Xianxia and the crown prince's marriage was temporarily suppressed. Even though one did not know what the reason was, Princess Xianxia was also relieved. That day when she saw Xianxia in the palace, she let her personal palace maid send Xianxia out of the palace while she personally went to see Emperor Wenhui. Emperor Wenhui was still polite to Princess Xianxia, and Princess Xianxia said that she liked Xianxia a lot and hoped that Emperor Wenhui would dispel the decision of marrying Xianxia to the crown prince. Who knew that Emperor Wenhui immediately flew into a rage and even said the words females cannot discuss politics. Princess Xianxia also had a straightforward temperament and said, "Isn't Xianxia's marriage a female's marriage? How can it be involved with politics?" She immediately quarreled with Emperor Wenhui, and at the end Emperor Wenhui was angry and invited her out of the palace. That night, Princess Xianxia's heart ailment acted up again. But it was fortunate that Emperor Wenhui did not suspect why Princess Xianxia would do that. In the beginning, when Xianxia met her a few times, it was Princess Xianxia who saved her. In the eyes of outsiders, they would only feel that Princess Xianxia and Xianxia were fated, thus it was reasonable for Princess Xianxia to treat Xianxia specially. No one would have thought that the reason why Princess Xianxia protected Xianxia was because she was helping Xianxia to look after Xianxia. That's good. Princess Xianxia said to Gugu Yang beside her. Bengong thought that this time one would not be able to help her, and one's heart was very guilty. Now that it has been suppressed for the time being, there will be room to turn things around. This consort can go and give her a reply right now. Otherwise, I won't have the face to face Jingxing in the afterlife. Gugu Yang hurriedly advised, when the young marquis learns of the princess' painstaking efforts, he will certainly be gratified. As they were talking, they saw someone coming in from outside. The palace maid bowed and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, someone from the medical center has come to deliver medicine." Princess Xianxia was slightly startled and asked, "Isn't there no more?" She had been suffering from a heart ailment for many years. She had a specific prescription for it, but there was an extremely rare and difficult drug in that prescription. There was only so much in a year, and almost all the medicine in the Ding capital's medical center had entered the princess residence. Originally, when Xianxia was still around, one did not know where he got the means to go out to search for it, thus Princess Xianxia was not worried at all. Afterwards, when Xianxia died, the medicine in the medical center returned to the previous situation where there was no tomorrow. In winter, the medicine was even harder to find. Princess Xianxia had been drinking the medicine that lacked the drug for a long time, and a few days ago she said that there was no more drug, but one did not expect that it would be sent over today. The palace maid said happily. The physician in the medical shop said that yesterday there was a merchant that came from far away to sell medicine, and coincidentally there was a big basket of that medicine, so the medical shop took it all. Hearing from the physician that it was sufficient to last till next year, it is really a coincidence. Yang Gugu also followed and laughed, "It is really good luck." Princess Xianxia waved her hands unconcernedly, "Send it to the kitchen." The palace maid quickly complied, and after the palace maid left, Princess Xianxia then smiled bitterly and sighed. Originally, when Jingxing was around, he would also send one basket of medicine after another. Why is it now a rare luck? Yang Gugu knew that she was thinking of Xianxia and her heart was sad. Just as she wanted to change the topic, she heard Princess Xianxia said, "Help me to Xingji Courtyard." Yang Gugu was surprised for a moment. Xingji Courtyard was a courtyard in the princess residence. At the beginning, after Princess Yuqing passed away, Princess Xianxia was angry at Xie Ding's actions and brought Xie Jingxing to stay in the princess residence for a period of time. Xie Jingxing was born as white as jade, so Princess Xianxia specially ordered people to make a courtyard for him, which was Xingji Courtyard. Afterwards, Xie Ding brought Xie Jingxing back, and Princess Xianxia did not allow anyone to tear down Xingji Courtyard. After Xie Jingxing grew up, he would occasionally come to the princess residence to stay for a few days and rest in Xingji Courtyard. It was just that ever since Xie Jingxing died in battle 2 years ago, Princess Xianxia ordered people to seal up Xingji Courtyard, and other than the daily cleaning, no one was allowed to enter. She was also afraid of seeing things and never stepped into Xingji Courtyard, but today, for the first time in 2 years, she wanted to go to Xingji Courtyard to take a look. Yang Gugu did not dare to disobey Princess Xianxia's orders and was somewhat worried as she supported Princess Xianxia to Xingji Courtyard. Princess Xian said, "One do not know why these few days, one keep dreaming of Jingxing." As she spoke, her expression became strange. Yang Gugu was somewhat puzzled when she saw it. Princess Xian's heart was somewhat uneasy. These few days, she had a dream every night and dreamt of a purple-clad youth with half a silver mask on his face. She did not know who it was, so she reached out to remove the other person's mask. That person had the same face as Xie Jingxing but called her Princess Xian. It was the voice of Prince Rui of the Great Liang. Every time Princess Xian woke up from her dreams, she would feel that her back was drenched in sweat. She was thinking, could it be that day when she saw Shen Miao and Prince Rui's entanglement, because of the other party's little words, Xie Jingxing and Prince Rui were mixed together, to the extent that he was possessed at night? The more she thought about it, the more she missed Xie Jingxing and thought of going to the Xingji courtyard to take a look. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he had already arrived at the Xingji courtyard. The guards outside the courtyard were somewhat surprised to see her. Princess Xian had not stepped in here for 2 years and did not allow others to enter. The guards opened the way and Princess Xian and Yang Gugu walked in. The furnishings in the house were exactly the same as 2 years ago. Because it was cleaned every day, not a speck of dust fell. It looked brand new and clean as if it was yesterday. It made Princess Xian in a trance that when she turned around, she would be able to see that handsome and beautiful youth lying on the bed with his legs crossed, casually eating an apple. On the shelf were all the little toys that Xie Jingxing liked to play with since young, and on the chair were Xie Jingxing's old clothes. Princess Xian walked to the side of the clothes and picked it up. She reached out to touch the lines on it and reminisced, it is exactly the same as before. Yang Gugu did not know what to say and was afraid that Princess Xian would sink into the memories of the past and be sad. She said, the golden thread on it is still brand new. Princess Xian laughed, Jingxing, this child has many rules. When he was young, one made colorful clothes for him but he was not willing to wear them. He just liked purple. Bengong disdained that purple was old and heavy and not suitable for a child to wear. One wanted to embroider flowers on it but he despised it very much. Afterwards it was the embroidery lady in the palace who used golden thread to embroider dark lines on the edges of the robes before he was willing to wear it. Want to be gorgeous but do not want to wear it on the body. There are many crafty ideas. Yang Gugu also followed and laughed, little Marquis is noble in gold and precious in jade. Only little Marquis would look good when wearing it. When His Highness brought little Marquis into the palace, others thought that he was a prince. That appearance was like one of the imperial family's people. Even Yu Qing did not have this kind of bearing at the beginning. Princess Xian also laughed along as she caressed the golden embroidered patterns on the corner of the robe. But as she laughed and laughed, she could not laugh anymore. Her expression gradually became serious. Just like what she and Gugu had said, Xie Jingxing was very picky about his clothes and loved to wear purple. He liked to wear gorgeous but did not want to be too ostentatious and must use dark golden threads to embroider patterns on the corner of the robe. Because his requirements were high, the threads were very fine and the patterns were very special. But that day in the palace, Prince Rui, who was pulling Shen Miao, was wearing a purple gold robe and was pulling Shen Miao's hands upwards. The gold thread on his sleeves was exactly the same as what Xie Jingxing used to wear. Princess Xian's health was not good but her eyes were not blind. That day when she saw Prince Rui and heard Shen Miao calling Prince Rui Xie Jingxing, there was a moment when she thought that Prince Rui was Xie Jingxing. But afterwards when she saw Prince Rui's demeanor and temperament, it was very unfamiliar and after listening to Prince Rui's explanation, she dispelled this thought. But she always felt that something was not right and after returning to the princess residence, she frequently thought of Xie Jingxing and Prince Rui. She had always thought that the reason why she was brooding over it was because Prince Rui and Xie Jingxing's words were exactly the same, but now it was clear in a flash that it had nothing to do with the name but it was because she saw the corner of the other person's sleeves. After interacting with Xie Jingxing for more than 10 years, Princess Xian treated Xie Jingxing as her own child and a mother would always be especially concerned about the child's matters, even if it was a small matter. She could clearly remember the pattern on the sleeves but after Xie Jingxing's death, she had not seen this pattern for 2 years and could not remember it for a moment. But today she remembered that it was exactly the same pattern as Prince Rue. Some things were faded in the dark. Sometimes, all that was needed was a primer, just like stringing all the scattered beads together, and everything would have an answer. The same love to wear purple, the same pattern on the sleeves, the same name Jingxing, and the same had a special relationship with Shen Miao. Princess Xianxia suddenly remembered that basket of medicine. Why didn't he have it before? Why did he have it today? Was it because a few days ago she had a heart disease in front of Prince Rue, and in just a few days there were merchants that came from far away to sell medicinal herbs? If there were too many coincidences, it wouldn't be a coincidence anymore. Once the seed of doubt sprouted, there was no way it could grow back. It quickly sprouted branches in its heart and quickly grew into a towering tree, until it took root in the soil and stood there unshakably. Thinking about it now, at such a young age, Xie Jingxing had an indescribable air of nobility. One thought that it was because of his good upbringing but did not know that perhaps it was because of the difference in blood. Even though his temperament and figure had changed, there were some things that could not be changed. For example, some small habits, such as the connection between family members. Princess Xianxia suddenly squatted down and pressed on her chest. Yang Gugu jumped in shock as she saw Princess Xianxia's pale face, and large beads of sweat started to form on her forehead. He hastily shouted, "Guards! Call the doctor. The princess' heart disease is acting up again." A hand suddenly grabbed Yang Gugu's hand. Princess Xianxia's face was in pain, but her tone was very determined. "Help me back to the study and bring an invitation over. She must personally verify one thing." When Shen Miao woke up, Luo Shuiyan happily told her that her marriage with the crown prince was temporarily suppressed in the palace. It was related to Prince Rue that Xianxia got through the palace. One heard that when Prince Rue and Emperor Wenhui were chatting, they inadvertently mentioned the few cities at the border. Emperor Wenhui was worried that the Great Liang did not have good intentions, and at this critical juncture, he wanted to rope in Xianxia, this strong general. Thus he would not mention Shen Miao's marriage for the time being. Luo Shuiyan said, "Prince Rue's arrival is coincidental, but it has solved Jiao Jiao's urgent problem. With more time, we can slowly pick out suitable talents for Jiao Jiao." Luo Shuiyan's words were unintentional, but Shen Miao listened attentively. Naturally, she knew that Prince Rue did not unintentionally mention the matter of the cities and provoked Emperor Wenhui to change his mind. At the same time that she breathed a sigh of relief, Shen Miao could not help but be secretly shocked by Xie Jingxing's methods. Xie Jingxing's methods could not be said to be brilliant, but it was very effective. Just a few words were able to provoke the emperor to hesitate and not dare to take action. The crown prince's marriage was ruined and Prince Ding's plans were ruined. It was really satisfying to shoot several eagles with one arrow. Previously, when Xie Jingxing mentioned this matter, he did not seem to care about it, but he actually had this ability. Thinking about it, Shen Miao felt somewhat indignant in her heart. The dangerous situation that she found difficult was easily resolved in Xie Jingxing's hands, which made her seem incompetent. Her mind could not help but think of Xie Jingxing's frivolous actions that night and could not wait to beat Xie Jingxing up. Luo Tan said, "Youngest Biao sister, why are you clutching this book so tightly for? The pages are about to break." Shen Miao then recovered to her senses and quickly released her hands. She was somewhat embarrassed, as recently when she thought of Xie Jingxing, her emotions were somewhat out of control. It was all because the other party's actions were too unexpected that only she was brooding over it. Luo Tan held her chin with both hands and looked at her mischievously. "Hey, are you thinking that Brother Ling, young Master Su, and Big Brother Feng are all very good and you can't decide which one to choose?" Shen Miao said, thinking too much. Luo Tan still wanted to say something when she saw Luo Ling walking in from outside. Luo Tan stuck out her tongue and called out, "Older brother Ling." Luo Ling smiled, "What are you all talking about?" "We're talking about my cousin's marriage." Luo Tan said loudly, "Youngest Biao sister has not decided who to marry yet. I came over to inquire about the news." Shen Miao felt helpless in her heart. Could Luo Tan have a little bit of a female's tactfulness and say it out loud? It was fortunate that Shen Miao was someone who had seen the world. If it was an ordinary female, one would be embarrassed to death. Shen Miao did not have any reaction, but Luo Ling was somewhat embarrassed. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice. Looking around, he asked, "Younger cousin, do you like the safety pendant?" "Pendant of safety?" Xin Miao frowned and asked, "What pendant of safety?" Luo Ling was surprised for a moment and said, "It was me yesterday." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the servants outside. After speaking, Luo Shuiyan asked Xin Miao to go to the front hall. Luo Ling swallowed the words in his mouth and smiled to let Xin Miao go first. Xin Miao smiled apologetically at him and said, "I will speak to older brother Ling later." When one reached the front hall, one then knew that it was the people from the princess residence that came to the Xin mansion. It was said that Princess Rong Xian had sent an invitation to Xin Miao, asking Xin Miao to make a trip to the princess residence. Princess Rong Xian had saved Xin Miao several times and Xin Xian and wife were very grateful to her, thus there was no reason to refuse. Xin Miao was even more unable to say anything. She received the invitation with a smile but her heart was unusually heavy. If it was in the past when Princess Rong Xian sent an invitation to Xin Miao would not hesitate to accept it. In all fairness, Princess Rong Xian treated her well and because of her relationship with Xie Jingxing, she took care of her. When she knew that Emperor Wenhui had the intention to introduce Xin Miao to the crown prince, she still wanted to speak up for Xin Miao, thus Xin Miao's heart was grateful. But Princess Rong Xian just had to send an invitation at this time. If it was about the matter of the crown prince, she would have directly sent someone to say it. To send an invitation to the princess residence, it was obvious that she wanted to discuss some matters face to face. But what matter was so important? Princess Rong Xian, who was so important that she did not see anyone, would take the initiative to invite Xin Miao to the princess residence? Xin Miao could not help but think of that day in the palace when she and Xie Jingxing were involved and were seen by Princess Rong Xian. At that time she called out Xie Jingxing's name and was later deceived by Xie Jingxing, but her heart felt uneasy. If it was a person who understood and loved deeply, no matter what the other party had become, there would always be some old traces to follow. Xin Miao's intuition had always been very accurate. She had never thought that Xie Jingxing and Princess Rong Xian would be able to hide safely. It was just that this guess was too scary and the consequences were unpredictable, so she did not want to think too deeply about it. But escaping was not a solution as trouble came to the door. Xin Miao felt that Princess Rong Xian might have found some suspicious points but she was unable to reject this invitation because to reject was to admit it. Princess Rong Xian's invitation was sent to Xin Miao on the afternoon of the second day. Luo Shuiyan also let Xin Xian prepare a bunch of gifts for Xin Miao to bring to the princess residence. Because Princess Rong Xian had helped Xin Miao a lot, Luo Shuiyan wanted to express her gratitude to Princess Rong Xian. In order to prevent any accidents on the road, Xianxiu brought along many guards and Ah Qi and Mo Qing also followed. Even so, throughout the journey, Xin Miao's expression could not be said to be relaxed. When Xianxia and Guyu saw this, they thought that Xin Miao was worried about the safety of the journey and comforted her for a long time. In the carriage, Xin Miao kept thinking about how to deal with Princess Rong Xian's words upon reaching the princess residence. If Princess Rong Xian were to ask about Xie Jingxing's matter, it would dispel the other's suspicions. But Princess Rong Xian was a very cautious person and once suspicions were raised, it would be very difficult to eliminate it. Xin Miao felt a headache coming on. Xianxia smiled, "What is young lady thinking about to be so serious?" This servant had not seen young lady like this for a long time. Xin Miao was slightly startled and was somewhat astonished in her heart. That's right, ever since she was reborn, she relied on the fact that she knew the path of her previous life, and her journey had been exceptionally smooth. Because of Luo Shuiyan, Xin Xian and Xianxiu's matter, it was not particularly difficult to handle. As for other people, she would care about those that had benefits for her, like Luing and Pei Lang, but what did other people's matters have to do with her? She was now racking her brains to think of an excuse for Xie Jingxing, but what was the relationship between Xie Jingxing and her? Was it necessary to treat him with such devotion? Xin Miao was somewhat annoyed with herself and she also understood that she had a temperament that liked to get stuck in a dead end. There was a voice in his heart that said that this was all Xie Jingxing's own trouble and should be solved by Xie Jingxing himself. The other voice could not bear for Xie Jingxing to deal with this troublesome matter alone. After all, to let Xie Jingxing reappear in front of Princess Rong Xian with an additional identity of Prince Rui of the Great Liang, No matter if it was Princess Rong Xian or Xianxia, it was too cruel. Unknowingly, before Shen Miao could think of a countermeasure, the horse carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the princess residence. Almost all the servants in the princess residence had an impression of Shen Miao, so naturally they respectfully welcomed her in. Shen Miao let Mo Qing and the rest stay at the residence's entrance to help move the gifts for Princess Rong Xian to the storeroom. The palace maid brought Shen Miao inside. But he directly brought her to Princess Rong Xian's bedroom. Even though Princess Rong Xian's figure was not commonly seen in court and was usually very low-key. But the princess residence was after all spacious and grand. It was just that after the Fuma's death, Princess Rong Xian was widowed and did not care much about these worldly possessions. Therefore, the bedroom was simple and clean. The moment one entered, it felt a little cold and cheerless. Princess Rong Xian was drinking the sweet soup that was sent from the kitchen, and upon seeing Shen Miao arrive, she instructed the servants to scoop a bowl for Shen Miao. She smiled and said, "This is the new chef. He's very good at making desserts and sweet soups. I don't know if you'll be used to them. This palace's food is better than the ones in the palace. You should try it too." Shen Miao thanked Princess Rong Xian and picked up the bowl to taste. She did not really like sweets, but because of Princess Rong Xian, she could not refuse. As she was eating, she was observing Princess Rong Xian's expression. Princess Rong Xian's complexion was much better compared to the day they met in the palace. Her face was much rosier and her mood seemed to be not bad as there was a smile on her face. Shen Miao said, "Princess's health seems to be much better." The medical hall had recently received a rare medicinal herb and the kitchen had been decocting it for Bengong to drink. It would be difficult for Bengong's health to not be good. Princess Rong Xian sighed, "It is really luck." In the past it was not easy to find this medicinal herb, but one did not expect to encounter it at this time. There was a bit of surprise in her tone. Shen Miao followed Princess Rong Xian's words, but her heart felt somewhat strange. Princess Rong Xian was not such a trivial person, and even if they were to chat, it would be interesting and insightful matters. This was her own matter, so there was no need to specially mention it to her. But Shen Miao was unable to understand the meaning of these words. She originally thought that Princess Rong Xian would ask about Xie Jingxing's matter today, but one did not expect that Princess Rong Xian did not mention it at all and seemed like she did not intend to mention it. Instead she changed the topic and talked about how Emperor Wen Hui suppressed Shen Miao's marriage a few days ago. Imperial older brother had always been stubborn and seemed to want you to be his daughter-in-law, even though Bengong felt that it was not appropriate. But that day after you left, Bengong personally pleaded with Imperial older brother and wanted him to dispel this idea, but Imperial older brother did not agree. Afterwards it was all thanks to Prince Rui's blessings. She looked at Shen Miao and smiled. "One think that General Shen had already inquired about the reason and told you about it." Shen Miao nodded her head and her heart secretly became alert. Even though these words are somewhat disgraceful, Bengong also do not hope that the great Liang would have any ambitions towards Ming Qi. But one have to thank Prince Rui. If it was not for his words, Imperial older brother would not have changed his mind. One fear that your marriage would not be suppressed like now. Shen Miao remained silent, as the more she spoke at this time, the more mistakes she would make. But she did not expect that Princess Rong Xian would suddenly pull her hand and said with a smile, "Previously Bengong saw that your relationship with Prince Rui of the Great Liang was not shallow. Bengong is after all older than you and have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. It is also the same when looking at people. Prince Rui's identity is special and Bengong thought that you were young and would inevitably be deceived. One did not think that he would be a loyal person, and this time he opened his mouth at this juncture. Bengong thought that it would be somewhat forced to say that it was intentional. Princess Rong Xian did not have such an attitude towards Prince Rui previously, and the difference was so big. Shen Miao became more cautious, but there was no trace of panic on her face. She only smiled gently and replied, "Prince Rui is a dragon and phoenix among men, and this official's daughter is a floating weed. Naturally one cannot be compared. This official's daughter is also not so arrogant to think that Prince Rui would speak up for this official's daughter." This was tactfully denying the matter of having a close relationship with Prince Rui. "Bengong know that you are shy. Princess Rong Xian was especially stubborn today, Bengong will not say it out. Shin Miao still wanted to speak, but Princess Rong Xian turned her head to talk about other matters. Princess Rong Xian was especially excited today and pulled Shin Miao to talk for a long time. Just like when Prince Rui was mentioned just now, Shin Miao thought that Princess Rong Xian would continue to inquire, but Princess Rong Xian turned her head and asked if Luo Shuiyan had any suitable young talents that Shin Miao could see. From noon till night fell, Princess Rong Xian did not have the slightest intention to end today's conversation and send Shin Miao back to the residence. Shin Miao was also somewhat unable to grasp Princess Rong Xian's meaning. Xianxia and Guyu on the other hand wanted Shin Miao to return earlier, as it was not easy to travel in the dark and the carriage could not be seen clearly. But this was the princess residence. The princess did not speak and Shin Miao did not speak, so how could it be the two of them who spoke? When the last pot of tea was finished, Princess Rong Xian stood up and Xianxia and Guyu's heart was slightly relieved. Thinking that it was rare for Princess Rong Xian to be in such high spirits today, it was not easy for them to return to the Shin mansion. Who knew that Princess Rong Xian affectionately pulled Shin Miao's hands and said with a smile, "Accompany me to the courtyard for a stroll." Xianxia and Guyu's jaws dropped. This was the princess residence and Princess Rong Xian had lived here for so many years. She would stroll around her own courtyard every day, but for no rhyme or reason when Shin Miao came over as a guest, she let others stroll around the courtyard. Moreover, it was so dark and it was very cold outside, so one was not afraid of catching a cold when strolling around the courtyard. Did all the princesses of the imperial family have this kind of quirk? However, Shin Miao understood. It was obvious that Princess Rong Xian had ulterior motives and invited Shin Miao to the princess residence today. It was not just to have Shin Miao accompany her to chat. Princess Rong Xian definitely had her own plans. But Shin Miao could not refuse. She said, "All right." Out of Xianxia's and Guyu's expectations, the courtyard that Princess Rong Xian brought Shin Miao to stroll around was actually a side courtyard. In the dark of the night, there were no lanterns at the door and one could not see clearly what was written on the signboard. Princess Rong Xian pulled Shin Miao into the room and smiled. "This courtyard is called Xingji Courtyard." Shin Miao's heart thumped and knew what Princess Rong Xian was going to say next. Sure enough, when Princess Rong Xian entered the room, her hands fondled the little things on the shelf with nostalgia and said with a smile, "This is where Jingxing lived." Xianxia and Guyu followed behind and were somewhat surprised when they heard it. The place where the little Marquis of the Xia family stayed? Jingxing did not have a mother since he was young, and after Yuqing left, Bengong pitied him for having such a rough life at such a young age and hated the Marquis of Linan for not staying at home, causing the inner courtyard to catch fire. Yuqing's life was bitter. Even before her death, she still had to be called a jealous woman. However, at that time, Madame Fong took advantage of a loophole and could not openly deal with her. Otherwise, Yuqing would be cursed in the underworld. At that time, Bengong was angry but also afraid that Fengshi would use some other sinister method, so Bengong took Jingxing back to the Princess Fu to raise him. Jingxing has always been mischievous and is very close to me. I don't have a son of my own, so I thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep Jingxing by my side. Later, I built the Xingji courtyard for Jingxing here. When Princess Rong Xian talked about these matters, she sighed. With her description, Shin Miao seemed to be able to see the appearance of a baby in swaddling clothes crying piteously for food. Shin Miao was fortunate that her parents were healthy and loved her very much. Even though they were estranged due to the instigation of the second and third household of the Shin family, it could still be remedied. But Xie Jingxing did not have a mother since he was born. In other words, when he was born, in Ming Qi's fake identity, he played a pitiful role and did not have a smooth journey. Jingxing was raised very well by Bengong here. The Marquis of Linan came over several times to ask for him, and even from Imperial older brother's side, Bengong still did not appreciate it. But afterwards Madame Fong gave birth to 2 sons, thus Bengong returned Jingxing. Princess Rong Xian turned and looked at Shin Miao. "Do you know why?" Shin Miao thought for a moment and said, "Because little Xia Marquis is the son of the residence of the Marquis of Linan, thus the residence of the Marquis of Linan should be inherited by him. If the little Marquis were to stay in the princess residence, Madame Fong and the 2 Shu brothers of the Xia family would take advantage of it. Perhaps the position of the Marquis of Linan would fall into the hands of the 2 brothers in the future." Princess Rong Xian smiled when she heard it. Bengong already knew that you are a penetrating person. When I was at your age, it was impossible for me to think of this. Shen Miao smiled and declined to comment. Naturally, a young lady who had never given birth to a child would naturally not plan for the child, so how would she look at it for a long time? But she was a woman who had given birth to 2 children. If it was Wanyu and Fu Ming, she would also let them go back. It was something that belonged to one's child, so how could it be taken advantage of by others? Even though Jing Xing had returned, but his relationship with Bengong is very good. It is said that blood is thicker than water. Bengong is afraid that after he and the Marquis of Linan get along, he would be provoked by vile people and would have complaints against Bengong and Yu Qing. But what made Bengong surprised and gratified was that his relationship with the Marquis of Linan was not that good. No matter how the Marquis of Linan fawned on him, he would not be salty nor indifferent. Sometimes Bengong thought that he and the Marquis of Linan did not look like a pair of father and son, so how would there be the saying that blood is thicker than water? Shen Miao's heart became heavy. The meaning in Princess Rong Xian's words was just too strong. Princess Rong Xian picked up a small mirror on the shelf and said, "Actually it is not that the Marquis of Linan does not look like a pair of father and son, and also not like Yu Qing. The Marquis of Linan is a muddle-headed person but is somewhat indecisive and would not be clear on some matters, else he would not be schemed against by Madame Fong, that little slut. Yu Qing is a silly one who wholeheartedly threw herself onto a man and at the end was secretly hurt and even lost her life, letting her own child suffer for no reason. Jing Xing's temperament was different from the both of them. Jing Xing looked unbearably stubborn but was extremely decisive in doing things. Once he obtained a sword that was valued by his good friend. His good friend did not say anything but he saw it in his eyes. Afterwards he said that he fancied his friend's mirror and used his own sword to exchange. Bengong asked him, he obviously did not like that mirror, so why did he lie? But he told Bengong that it was because he also did not like that sword. He seemed to be very clear on what he wanted and what he did not want from a very young age. He would not even take a glance at things that he did not want and would firmly hold on to the things that he wanted from the start. He always smiled and was very likable to young ladies, but he did not have any special expression to any young lady. He was actually more indifferent than anyone else. Princess Rong Xian stared at Shen Miao and for a moment, Shen Miao felt that Princess Rong Xian and Xia Jingxing were somewhat similar in some aspects, especially when they stared sharply at one, as if they could see through one's soul. That kind of oppressive feeling was once again displayed from this imperial princess who was no longer young. She opened her mouth and said, Bengong thought that perhaps the Marquis of Linan was something that he did not need in his eyes, so from the start he did not have any kinship with the Marquis of Linan. Bengong always thought that Bengong was a person that he wanted to firmly hold on to, but now it seems that Bengong was wrong. Bengong was also a person that he did not need, right? That sentence of "is it right" was directed at Shen Miao. Xianxia and Guyu had already been pulled out by Princess Rong Xian's personal female official, Yang Gugu, and there was no one else in the room. Shen Miao quietly listened and said, Little Marquis has placed the princess in his heart. Shen Miao, Bengong know that you are exceptionally intelligent and good at guessing people's hearts. Therefore, there's no need to coax this consort. Princess Rong Xian sneered, if one really put Bengong in one's heart, then why would one deceive Bengong with the news of fake death? Also, why would one see Bengong unable to sleep and feel uneasy after learning of his death? It was obvious that everything had been arranged from the start, but one wanted to deceive Bengong's trust and sincerity. It was obviously right in front of one's eyes, but one refused to acknowledge it and used a clumsy excuse. Shen Miao, tell Bengong, are you putting Bengong in your heart? When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became sharp, almost with a hint of anger. Shen Miao's heart sank. In the end, he still knew. But she still could not admit it. There were many things that could not be said even if one knew what the outcome would be. Even if the evidence was conclusive, he couldn't say it. Princess Rong Xian was the princess of Mingqi and Xia Jingxing was Prince Rui of the Great Liang. Once this news was confirmed and she personally said it out, Shen Miao was unable to confirm what kind of change it would bring to the situation and how much trouble it would bring to Xia Jingxing. It was impossible for her to admit it so rashly. Even if Princess Rong Xian had already decided in her heart. She said, this official's daughter does not understand what the princess is saying. Princess Rong Xian looked at her with contempt. The previous kindness and gentleness had disappeared, and what replaced it was a condescending look that could easily pinch an ant to death. That was the most common expression of the Fu family, and Shen Miao could see it every day. She suddenly felt a sense of disgust in her heart. It was not disgust at Princess Rong Xian, but most likely she disgust at the blood of the Fu family that flowed in Princess Rong Xian's bones, causing them to have some similarities in some aspects. Princess Rong Xian said, "Do you know what is the crime of deceiving the imperial family?" "The crime of deceiving the ruler." Shen Miao answered. "Colluding with the enemy to commit treason, the crime of deceiving the monarch. These 8 words are enough to have your entire Shen family beheaded and 9 generations executed. I'm sure you've seen what happened to Shen Wan. Do you know what you're saying right now? Do you know what kind of lies you're telling me?" Shen Miao said. This official's daughter did not say anything. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin?" Princess Rong Xian's voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness. "If Ben Gong wants you to die, it is an easy matter. If your answer today is not satisfactory to Ben Gong only need to mention it to Imperial older brother, and what awaits your Shen family will be a disaster. Are you going to let your parents and brothers pay with their lives because of your willfulness?" Shen Miao remained silent. Princess Rong Xian slowly said, "Now tell Ben Gong that Prince Rui is the Xie Jingxing who died in battle, right?" "No." The 2 firm words came out of Shen Miao's mouth without wavering. It was as if those terrifying threats from before were nothing but smoke and clouds, never leaving a trace in her heart. "Shen Miao." Princess Rong Xian was furious. "Ben Gong will let the Shen family be punished. You need evidence for everything. As long as I'm willing, I don't need evidence to punish you." Shen Miao almost sneered in her heart. The Fu family was just like this, so overbearing and domineering. Even if it was Princess Rong Xian who looked to be the most impartial, when faced with the matters that one wanted to know, one would not hesitate to use the imperial power to bully and humiliate. Humans are complicated, and humans are selfish. This princess will ask you again. Is Prince Rui Xie Jingxing? No. Princess Rong Xian almost flew into a rage. Normally she admired Shen Miao's calm and collected manner, but when this calm and collected manner was used to deal with her, Princess Rong Xian felt that she was facing a copper pea that one could not find any flaws. Normal young ladies would be scared with just a few threatening words, but Shen Miao was not afraid. "Someone come." Princess Rong Xian's face sank. "Give Shen Miao to me." Before she could finish, the rest of her words were swallowed back into her throat. A purple figure leaped in from outside the window. He had leaped in from the back window. There was no one guarding the backyard, so no one saw him. That person was wearing a dark purple brocade robe, and the golden thread at the corner of the robe was embroidered with a design that Princess Rong Xian was most familiar with. After he entered the room, he looked around unhurriedly and strolled over to Shen Miao. As if he was in his own residence, he stood still in front of Princess Rong Xian. Only then did she say lazily and unhurriedly, "She's timid, Aunt Rong, don't scare her." When Princess Rong Xian saw this person, she kept quiet and stood blankly at the same spot. When she heard the words Rong Yi, she pointed at the other person and trembled so much that she could not speak. In this not very spacious room, the light swayed slightly. That person played with the thumb ring on her thumb. She wore a half-silver mask. The mask glowed with a cold light, revealing her red lips with a slight smile. However, it did not make people feel warm at all. Shen Miao stared at Xie Jingxing in disbelief. She had never thought that Xie Jingxing would dare to appear at this time and openly appear in the princess residence in front of Princess Rong Xian. One had to know that Xie Jingxing had died in the battlefield of the northern Jiang 2 years ago. If Xie Jingxing were to appear again, not to mention what kind of uproar it would cause in Mingqi, but if one were to add on the identity of Prince Rui, spy, all kinds of infamy would be inevitable. How dare he? Princess Rong Xian trembled as she pointed at him and asked, "What did you call Ben Gong?" The purple-clad youth in the room had a tall and slender figure as he slowly reached out to touch his mask. When the mask was taken off, one was able to see his outstanding facial features. Unparalleled beauty, beautiful bones and pine trees. That pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that always had a bit of brilliance in them were full of amorous smiles, but the smile on his lips had a hint of ridicule. As a result, his flirtatious appearance was covered up, and a bit of indifference and pride slowly appeared on his face. An unfamiliar Xianxia, a young man who was completely different from that dazzling handsome youth, but one could still see the shadow of the arrogance of a youth. It was just that now that arrogance was slowly suppressed and what replaced it was a kind of dangerous and terrifying sharpness. He put the mask back on but spoke casually and somewhat lazily, "Trust that you have been well, Aunt Rong." Princess Xianxia was startled for a long time and seemed to have recovered from the shock just now. She looked at Xianxia and sized him up with a kind of unfamiliar gaze and said in an unclear tone, "Should Bengong call you Prince Rui or Xianxia?" The alienation and defensiveness in those words made Xianmiao unable to help but be shocked. She had also thought about what kind of scene it would be if Xianxia and Princess Xianxia really bumped into each other, but did not think that it would be like this. The familial affection in the past was a scam and a joke, but Princess Xianxia showed such hostility in this short period of time, which was really surprising. Xianxia said, "Princess can do as you please." "Did you send the medicine?" Princess Xianxia asked. Xianxia smiled but did not speak. Princess Xianxia also smiled. Bengong would not dare to accept Prince Rui's things in vain. One think that the price of these medicinal herbs is not low. Later Bengong will let people send the money to the residence of Prince Rui. "Many thanks Prince Rui." "No need," Xianxia said. "Prince Rui came here for." Princess Xianxia's voice was polite and vigilant. It was not like she was facing a son who had come back from the dead. That was a tone that was completely facing a stranger and could even be said to be an enemy. "She does not know anything." Xianxia pointed his chin at Xianmiao and said, "If the princess has any doubts, one can directly ask me. There is no need to make things difficult for her." "How would I dare to make things difficult for her?" Princess Xianxia sneered, but her tone was somewhat complicated. "It is good that it is not difficult." Xianxia walked over and put his arm around Xianmiao's shoulders. He did not care about Xianmiao's expression and said, "Today's matter, this prince will personally visit another day to explain. If the princess has any dissatisfaction or misunderstanding towards this prince, there is no need to implicate others." His lips hooked up into a smile. "Prince Rui's residence awaits any time." Finishing, he did not care about Princess Xianxia's reaction and walked forward a few steps and walked out the window. Xianmiao was shocked by Xianxia's actions today as she did not have any reaction when she was taken out of the princess residence. She had never thought that Xianxia would dare to appear in the princess residence so brazenly. To reveal his identity to Princess Xianxia, even though Xianxia and Princess Xianxia were like mother and son, but that was in the past. Xianxia was now a greatly young person and the difference in identity between countries would cause many things to change. Especially when they were in such a delicate position. For example, when Princess Xianxia saw Xianxia today, Xianmiao thought that Princess Xianxia would be hysterical and would question angrily or cry in pain. However, Princess Xianxia's first reaction was to be on guard. Her sarcasm, quiet, probing, courteous, and did not make things difficult. With such restrained emotions, what was revealed was a fact. In front of Xianxia, who had come back from the dead, Princess Xianxia was more suspicious than happy. Princess Xianxia's words floated in Xianmiao's ears. He seemed to be very clear about what he wanted and what he did not want from a very young age. He would not even take a glance at the things he did not want and would firmly hold on to the things he wanted from the start. He always smiled and was very likable to young ladies, but he did not have any special expression to any young lady. He was actually more indifferent than anyone else. Was it that Xianxia knew from young that there would be such a day, so he attributed the kinship to the do not want part? It was not that he did not want but that he could not afford it. Because even if he wanted it, there would be a day when he would lose it. Loved ones would become enemies and the once loving eyes would become on guard. Since it was so, it was better to be a stranger from the start. When there was no closeness, there would not be a moment of disappointment. Xianmiao's heart suddenly had a bad taste. The wind at night was really cold and Xianxia only brought Xianmiao to the outside of the princess residence as the Xin family's carriage was still waiting outside. Xianmiao still wanted to speak but Xianxia's shadow had disappeared from her side. It was Mo Qing and Ah Qi who were somewhat surprised to see her suddenly appear at the residence's doors. Ah Qi asked, "Why did Miss come out alone? Where are the others?" Just as they were speaking, Xianxia and Guyu ran out panting, and after seeing Shen Miao, they also gave a sigh of relief. Xianxia said, "These servants were waiting outside. Yang Gugu said that you have come out, and this servant thought that she was lying. Later, when I saw that there was no one in the room, I came over to take a look. I didn't expect Miss to really come out." She looked left and right again and was confused. "But there is obviously only one room. We guards outside and didn't see when Miss came out. Could it be that there is a secret passage in the princess mansion?" Guyu hurriedly coughed lightly to remind her not to talk nonsense. This was after all outside the princess residence, and even if the princess residence had a secret passage, it was the princess residence's secret. How could it be spoken out so unscrupulously by them? Xianxia stuck out her tongue and glanced at Shen Miao. Shen Miao's brows were tightly locked and her expression was somewhat grave. When Xianxia saw it, she whispered, "Just now when one entered, her Princess Highness' expression was not very good." "Young lady, did you quarrel with her Princess Highness?" Shen Miao shook her head. Thinking of everything that happened in the princess residence today, she felt that her head was about to explode. He climbed into the carriage and said, "Let's go back first." If there was anything, she would continue to think about it when she returned to the Shen mansion. After all, everything that happened today was really out of her expectations. Just as the horse carriage was about to set off, Shen Miao could not help but lift the curtain to look back. The darkness of the night covered everything and there was no moonlight, so nothing could be seen. She sighed softly. In a corner not far from the princess mansion, the purple-robed youth silently watched the carriage leave. Gao Yang's folding fan was no longer swaying lightly. Instead, it was folded and tucked at his waist. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him with a rare complicated expression. He asked, "Is it worth it?" "There will always be such a day," Xie Jingxing said indifferently. "Don't you feel it's a pity?" Xie Jingxing's lips curled up slightly. The mask covered his face and expression, but one could still imagine the slight ridicule, some disdain and cold expression. He said, "It's just fate." Gao Yang did not speak, and after a while, he shook his head and patted Xie Jingxing's shoulder. A few maids dressed as servants came out of the princess residence. They were holding a basket of something in their hands. They poured the contents of the basket onto the ground and threw the basket together with the basket on the ground. One of the maidservants said regretfully, "These things cost quite a lot of money. If we sell them in a medicine shop, we might be able to make some money. It's a pity to throw it away like this." "What do you know?" The maidservant at the side glared at her. "Who knows if this thing is poisonous or not? If it is, wouldn't it be troublesome to sell it? All right, stop looking. Let's go." The two maids turned around and returned to the princess residence. There was only a basket left on the ground. It was sent over by the medical hall earlier and very coincidentally received the medicine for Princess Xianxia's heart disease. However, at this moment it was thrown away like a shoe and was even given the suspicion of being poisonous. Gao Yang's face was somewhat unbearable. One's heart would not be happy no matter how big one's heart was when one's efforts were wasted. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but Xie Jingxing had already walked far away. He was dressed in brocade clothes and his figure was tall and straight as he leisurely walked in the night. His entire body was filled with an unstoppable elegance. It was just that back view was somewhat lonely. When Shen Miao returned to the Shen mansion, Xianxia and wife were waiting for her in the residence. The sky was already dark, but Shen Miao had not returned, thus everyone thought that something had happened. Seeing that she returned safe and sound, they were relieved. Shen Miao had something in her heart and said that she was somewhat tired and wanted to rest early. Everyone did not suspect anything. When Shen Miao returned to the bedroom, she let Xianxia and Guyu leave and sat down in front of the table. Her heart was somewhat uneasy. Xie Jingxing appearing in the princess residence today and exposing his identity in front of Princess Xianxia was a somewhat rash decision. Moreover, Xie Jingxing was not a rash person. Other than helping Shen Miao out of the predicament, there was no other reason to do so that Princess Xianxia would not do anything to the Shen family. It was not what Shen Miao was willing to see for the pleasant surprise situation to become difficult because of her. One had to know that even though Xie Jingxing said that he was powerful, he did not really hurt her from the beginning to the end. Shen Miao did not know how deep the relationship between Princess Rong Xian and Xie Jingxing was, but in the princess residence, Princess Rong Xian's reaction after confirming Xie Jingxing's identity was indeed chilling. Xie Jingxing did not say anything and looked indifferent as if he did not care about it at all, but Shen Miao knew how much damage one would get from one's close ones. Just like how Fu Xiuyi treated her in the past lifetime and how the second and third household of the Shen family treated her, it was because of how cold they were when they shed all pretense of cordiality and how much they ridiculed each other when they were warm and affectionate. If it was Xie Ding's disregard or harm, Xie Jingxing could not care, but Princess Rong Xian might not. After all, Xie Jingxing's first tiger head bracelet was given to Princess Rong Xian. After all, when he returned to the Ding capital 2 years later and knew that Princess Rong Xian had a heart illness again, he would immediately send people to search for the medicine. After all, there was some friendship in it. Shen Miao stood up with some irritation and walked to the window. She opened the window and looked out. The sky outside the window seemed to be splashed with ink, and the Ding capital in the winter night revealed a bleak and desolate feeling. She thought for a while before turning around to return to the room and took out a thick crimson fur cloak from the box to cover her body. He tied the rope in front of his cloak tightly before walking to the window and calling out softly, "Song Yang." A black shadow fell down from the tree and stood straight in front of Shen Miao and said respectfully, "What instructions does young foreign have?" Shen Miao was now unable to hear Song Yang's address. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Bring me to see Xie Jingxing." Song Yang opened his mouth wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was born to be somewhat serious, and usually had a serious expression on his face. At this moment, his expression was somewhat comical. Shen Miao was somewhat angered by Song Yang's gaze and said, "Do you have any ideas or not?" "Young madam." Song Yang came back to his senses with a troubled expression on his face. "This subordinate doesn't know where master is right now." Shen Miao frowned. Song Yang had been keeping an eye on her in the Shen mansion, so it was indeed impossible for him to know of Xie Jingxing's whereabouts. Tonight when she came out of the princess residence, Xie Jingxing had left too quickly and she did not have the time to ask. Right now, no one really knew where Xie Jingxing was. But one did not know why. She felt that Xie Jingxing should be in the residence of Prince Rui at this moment. His emotions were hard to distinguish and he was used to hiding his emotions under a mask. Thus Shen Miao felt that if Xie Jingxing was frustrated, he would be alone. She made a prompt decision and said to Song Yang, "Bring me to the residence of Prince Rui." Song Yang revealed a troubled expression and Shen Miao frowned and asked, "You can't even do this?" Song Yang quickly explained, "This subordinate can naturally do it alone. But bringing along young foreign would not be able to do it." Shen Miao asked him, "Do you know Qinggong?" Song Yang hurriedly nodded his head. "Then it is all right." Shen Miao said, "Grab me and bring me to the residence of Prince Rui." Her thoughts were very simple, just like what Xie Jingxing did to her in the past. Song Yang was after all Xie Jingxing's people and to a certain extent was more convenient to use than Mo Qing and the rest. The most important thing was that she did not want Xie Jingxing's identity to be known by more people, as it would be more dangerous for one person to know about it, even if it was a person that one trusted, because there was no telling when one would be used by others. When her words were spoken, Song Yang shook his head repeatedly and there was even some fear in his eyes. "Cannot." "What is it now?" Shen Miao's patience was about to run out. Song Yang said, "Males and females are not clear." Shen Miao, she did not know where did Xie Jingxing found these guards that were more disciplined than females. But no matter what Shen Miao said, Song Yang was not willing to bring her to the residence of Prince Rui. Shen Miao was also in a difficult situation. If she did not allow Song Yang to use his Qinggong, she would have to walk out of the Shen residence's doors. The Shen residence's doors were guarded by Shen Xian's soldiers and it was impossible not to alarm them. To leave in the middle of the night, one feared that before she could even leave the doors, everyone in the family would wake up in 2s and 3s. At that time, she would not be able to explain at all. Shen Miao had a terrible headache. She looked at the wall outside the courtyard and suddenly a light bulb went off in her mind. When Xie Jingxing just moved to Yanqing Lane, because he was not short of money to spend, he simply bought all the neighboring residences between the residence of Prince Rue and the Shen mansion, and even glorified it as neighbors. Looking at it this way, it could be said that the residence of Prince Rue was neighbors to the Shen mansion. It was just that the room that Xie Jingxing stayed in was a little far away. Since it was a neighbor's residence. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the high wall in the courtyard. She said, "Climb over the wall." Song Yang looked at her blankly, as if he did not believe his own ears. He was ordered to protect Shen Miao's safety and had been watching Shen Miao's every move in the Shen mansion, so naturally he knew what kind of person Shen Miao was. Shen Miao was dignified and calm, abided by the rules, and was able to endure loneliness at such a young age. She looked like a noble that came from a faraway land. In short, even some of her small actions showed that she had a good upbringing. Song Yang often sighed in his heart that this young madam was different from others. She was born to be extremely noble. Who knew that at this moment, he would hear that this noble young madam wanted to climb over the wall. Song Yang thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Shen Miao glared at him and said without anger, "Are you unable to hear my words?" "Yes, yes, yes." Song Yang stood up straight and did not dare to look at Shen Miao's expression. The following days were enough to make Song Yang feel pain. Previously, he thought that Shen Miao wanted to climb over the wall herself, but the wall that Shen Miao mentioned was to stack things on both sides of the wall to form a staircase. Shen Miao then walked from one side of the wall to the other side. In the middle of the night, Song Yang only went to steal the haystacks that the rich people left to fertilize, but the problem was that there were more than 10 courtyards between the residence of Prince Rue and the Shen mansion. There were walls between each courtyard and Song Yang was so busy that he was sweating all over even on such a cold day. Seeing Shen Miao arrogantly walking past one wall after another, as if she was not walking on the wall but the high steps of the imperial palace, he sighed and at the same time complained incessantly about his fate. If it was not that he was afraid of tarnishing young madam's body and provoking master's dissatisfaction, Song Yang would not need to put in so much effort. One had to know that his qigong was not bad and it was more than enough to fly with a person, so why would he need to run around now? Previously when master transferred him out from Mou's army, his colleagues were all envious of his good luck, but did not know that this good job was to be a coolie for others and was even worse than a manservant. Song Yang silently cried in his heart. When Shen Miao flipped over the last wall and arrived at the residence of Prince Rue, Song Yang was so tired that he did not want to speak. Because they entered from the direction of the inner courtyard and did not walk through the main entrance, there was not a single guard in the huge residence of Prince Rue. Song Yang also revealed a puzzled expression. Obviously it was not that undisciplined in the past. Shen Miao was still looking at the layout of the residence of Prince Rue. It was indeed as magnificent as the rumors said. It was just a temporary place to stay and it was actually so meticulously renovated. She did not know how extraordinary the real Great Liang's imperial palace would be. Just as she was thinking, there was an additional black-clad middle-aged male in front of her. Tai Yi. Song Yang shouted and immediately asked, "Where are the others?" The guard called Tai Yi was surprised for a moment when he saw Shen Miao and cupped his hands towards her. "Is there an important matter for young lady Shen to visit?" Shen Miao looked at the other person's appearance and seemed to know her. Seeing that Song Yang was greeting him, she guessed that he was Xie Jingxing's people and said, "I am looking for Prince Rue and have some words to say." Tai Yi seemed to know that she would say that and nodded his head. "Master is in the inner courtyard. Follow me." When Mingqi's winter was cold, no one was willing to walk around outside. If it was at night, there would be no one on the streets. Even the birds, cats and dogs would curl up in their warm nests and were not willing to move at all. The water in the pond had already frozen. The thick ice had completely covered the scenery inside. The entire garden was filled with lotuses and koi swimming in the wind, but it was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed that no matter how good the day was, there would be a moment when it would pass, just like how the flowers that bloomed in spring would one day wither. The purple-clad youth was lazily sleeping on the tree with his hands supporting his head. He did not take off the mask on his face. And there was a lantern hanging on the tree. Under the faint halo, his expression could not be said to be desolate nor happy, but there was some slight loneliness. Like the wind passing through the trees, it was light, but also cold. Quiet and silent. Under the tree, the white tiger lay down. From time to time, it would use its claws to scratch the tree trunk. Occasionally, it would use its mouth to bite the icicles that had fallen on the ground. The crunching sounds of its bite could be heard clearly in the night. When Xianxia came in, this was the scene that entered her eyes. The youth and the white tiger were sleeping, but it made her think of herself in her previous lifetime. Walking through the imperial garden in the middle of the night in the palace, her eyes seemed to be filled with the laughter of Fu Xiaoyi and Mei Furan in the day. It was somewhat bitter as she walked endlessly. When the white tiger suddenly saw that someone was coming, it immediately stood up and looked at her warily with its body arched. It let out a low warning howl, but because it was too small, it didn't seem threatening at all. The sound it made was also hulu hulu, which was quite cute. Shu, jiao jiao. Xie Jingxing said, "Be quiet." Xianxia, she walked under the tree and raised her head to look at the person sleeping in the thicket. "Who are you calling?" Xie Jing's actions paused and suddenly lowered his head. When he saw Xianxia, he was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" The words in the princess residence were not finished, so one came over to take a look. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and did not come down from the tree. Instead he laughed softly. "You came because you were concerned about me? What you think is your business." Xianxia answered. "Could it be that you think that I will be sad?" Xie Jingxing seemed to have heard a joke and his expression became more interesting, really naive. "It is best that there is none." Xianxia did not care about his somewhat mocking words and spoke calmly. Xie Jingxing stared at the sky and lazily waved his hands. "You go back." "I am fine." Xianxia did not go back. That white tiger on the ground seemed to have sensed that Xianxia did not have any ill intentions, and moreover its master did not show any hostility, so it gradually relaxed its vigilance and snuggled up to Xianxia's feet, making hulu-hu sounds. Xianxia quietly looked at the youth on the tree. After a long while, she asked, "Xie Jingxing, do you want to destroy Mingqi?" The air quietened down in a moment, and there seemed to be a small, lingering light that leaked out from the lantern. The dim light and the branches covered the youth's expression, and even if one could see it, one could not see his expression clearly with the mask. One could only see a corner of the gorgeous purple robe hanging down, and the golden embroidered pattern was shining brightly under the light. Those silk threads crisscrossed, but vaguely outlined a picture of an auspicious beast. It seemed to be a dragon. The silence was frightening as he did not answer. The white tiger whimpered softly before turning and running back into the bushes. Xianxia leaned against the tree and lightly said, "If at the end you only want to destroy Mingqi, then everyone in the middle can be chosen. Different paths do not work together. Some people are very good but are destined to not be on the same path. If one is not on the same path, then who cares what he does?" Xie Jingxing laughed and his voice was heard from above. "Are you comforting me?" "No. I am comforting myself," Xianxia answered. She could understand Xie Jingxing as she and Xie Jingxing were somewhat different. Xie Jingxing was a man and moreover he was more decisive in killing. One believed that after tonight, she would still be that victorious Prince Rui. Nothing would be difficult for him and nothing would be able to stop his footsteps. He was like a lion and was an extremely powerful existence. It was just that when he was licking his wounds alone, she coincidentally bumped into him. "Do you also have sad matters?" Xie Jingxing teased. It was still a cynical tone, but Xianxia knew that there was no smile in his eyes at the moment. It was because there were some emotions that even he himself was unable to conceal. That was why he went up to the tree where no one could see and was not even willing to take off his mask and sit quietly. "My sad matters are no less than yours." Xianxia smiled gently. "At least Princess Xianxia is still alive. The most painful thing in the world should not be that the person who was misunderstood and blamed is no longer around. Some mistakes can be compensated for, and some cannot. Just like her Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she could save many people, but only these two could not be saved. In this lifetime, even if she exhausted her entire life, she could not save them. Regardless of whether she was able to take revenge in the future, or whether she could live a prosperous life with the Shin family, there would never be a chance to make up for this regret. She could only chew it over and over at night. Even entering their dreams was an extravagant hope. You also know that this day will come sooner or later, so why worry so much? Doing one's best and knowing heaven's will, one have done one's utmost benevolence and duty. No matter how excessive the rest are, it is only fate that has reached the end. Xianxia said, no one is to walk the same path with anyone for a lifetime. For example, my marriage. Fu Xiaoyi and I are not on the same path, the crown prince is not on the same path as me, Huang Fuhao is not, Feng Zixian is not, Luo Ling is not and Pei Lang is not. Fu Xiaoyi and the crown prince were part of the Fu family, so naturally they were enemies and it was impossible for them to be together with Shen Miao. Huang Fuhao had ulterior motives and Feng Zixian grew up with the wind and current. The flowers that were raised in the greenhouse were different from her bones. Luo Ling's character was upright, so how could he understand the dark schemes in her heart? As for Pei Lang, he had complicated entanglements. In the previous lifetime, he had also heavily added a stroke in Shen Miao's life, and this stroke made her and Pei Lang forever separated by something, making it impossible for them to treat each other honestly. If you say it like this, then there is no one in this world that is with you. Xie Jingxing reminded. That is the truth. Shen Miao silently sighed in her heart. A person who climbed up from the grave and lived a second time, in some aspects, should be similar to a ghost. She had always been walking alone on the road of revenge. Then comforting me like this would give me an illusion. Xie Jingxing gently smiled, you are with me. The wind picked up the leaves on the ground and blew across the lake. The surface of the lake was as hard as a rock and could not be moved. But one could vaguely see the spring breeze blowing across the surface of the lake, the ripples of the water, the sparkling spring water, and the beautiful scene of red flowers and green willows. Winter will pass, and spring will come. Shen Miao's voice was very light, even lighter than the night wind, as it scattered in the air. She said, who says it is not? If you comfort me like this, it will give me the illusion that you are on the same side as me. Who says it is not? A shadow flashed in front of the tree and someone came down from it. The youth's back was tall and handsome. When the white tiger saw its master coming down, it immediately ran over in joy and intimately rubbed against the corner of the other's robes. Do you think that I am the great Liang's Prince Rui or the Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen? He asked. Shen Miao leaned against the tree with her hands behind her back and looked at his back view. Is this very important? I also thought that it was not important. Xie Jingxing stood by the pond and his voice was calm, as if there was no fluctuation at all as he calmly narrated, from the moment I knew my identity, someone kept reminding me that this is very important. The Marquis of Linen is weak and incompetent, indecisive and not fit to be a father. Even if the real little Marquis Xia did not die prematurely, he would still die in Madame Feng's hands. Aunt Rong treated me very well. I thought that it was important to others, but to her, my identity was not important. But now it seems that I made a big mistake. He lightly said, to the people of the world, this question is important from the beginning to the end. There is no fluke. One thought that some feelings could break through the shackles of identity and family could be above everything, but in the end it was no less than a fierce slap on one's face. Most importantly, it should be that deep sense of disappointment. Shen Miao stared at his back and said after a long time, it is not important to me. Xie Jingxing laughed softly. He turned and walked towards Shen Miao and stopped in front of Shen Miao. He looked down at Shen Miao from above and asked, do you know who I am? You are only Xie Jingxing. She did not want to admit defeat and raised her head as if she wanted to suppress the other's imposing manner. Only? He was slightly displeased. You can deceive others but not me. Shen Miao looked at his mask. I knew what kind of person you were from the beginning. From the moment I met you to the end of the alliance, you were only Xie Jingxing, nothing more. Xie Jingxing made a meaningful O sound. He took another step forward and Shen Miao subconsciously retreated. She was originally leaning against the tree and now with her back against the tree, there was no way to retreat but Xie Jingxing lifted her chin. Xie Jingxing said, do you think that I am very cruel? Do not think so. I am also the same. Shen Miao answered. Then do you know that I am not a good person? His voice was low and pleasant to listen to, and in the night when the cold wind blew into one's ears, it made one's body feel hot. Shen Miao shrank back again but was not willing to be looked down upon and only said, no. I am also the same. Xie Jingxing held her waist and pulled Shen Miao towards him. The mask blocked his face and made his handsomeness have a trace of bewitching mystery. He said, then I can answer your question now. What question? Shen Miao was puzzled. You asked me if I want to destroy Ming Qi. Shen Miao stared at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were full of bright lights that were so deep that one could be sucked in. Then what is your answer? She asked. If I say yes, will you report me? Xie Jingxing smiled evilly. Shen Miao slowly said, will not. Because I am also the same. Just one sentence, 3 I am also the same, but it made Xie Jingxing's gaze change. It was like a cluster of sparks blooming in the cold icy plains. One could not tell whether he was happy or angry as he only asked, do you know what you are saying? Shen Miao was silent. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to swallow Shen Miao whole. He said, Shen Miao, do not regret it. Once you board my boat, do not leave in this lifetime. He suddenly leaned over and kissed Shen Miao. Shen Miao subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Xie Jingxing grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. His cold mask touched Shen Miao's face and imprisoned Shen Miao's hands as he roughly kissed her lips. 175 His kiss was hot, but the silver mask was cold, as if it was carrying some kind of indescribable emotion that covered the sky and earth. The more Shen Miao struggled, the more firmly he imprisoned her. He locked her in his embrace and used a kind of vow gesture to possess her lips. The flowers that bloomed in the winter, the butterflies that fluttered in the autumn, the ice spring in the summer and the snowflakes in the spring were all unable to describe the strangeness of this moment. There was the whistling sound of the wind beside her ears, but that beautiful youth's embrace was strong and the kiss was scorching hot, as if she was unable to escape even if she tried her entire life. When Xie Jingxing released Shen Miao almost went limp and was almost unable to breathe. In her previous life, she admired Fu Xiuyi, but from the beginning to the end, she was hot-headed. On Fu Xiuyi's wedding day, the bridal chamber was just a perfunctory gesture. She had never been so intimate with a male before. Feeling that she had lost her composure, Shen Miao flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Xie Jingxing as he supported her to prevent her from falling. But she did not know that she had just been kissed. Her pair of eyes were so moist that they were almost overflowing with water. Her face was flushed red and her red lips were like flower petals, but it made one want to love her even more. Xie Jingxing moved his gaze away to hide it. Other than feeling embarrassed and angry, Shen Miao was also at a loss. In all fairness, she had more or less expected it to be like this. As for why she did not stop it or let it develop, it was because she followed her heart and made a subconscious reaction. Shen Miao did not want to delve into the reason. Tell me about your marriage. Xie Jingxing resumed his cynical tone and said, what are your plans now? Shen Miao looked at him inexplicably, what plans? Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes at her and his tone was somewhat dangerous, the crown prince, Luo Ling, Feng Zixian, Su Mingfeng, Pei Lang. Who do you want to marry? Shen Miao frowned and pretended to think seriously. Xie Jingxing's eyes narrowed and said in an unfriendly tone, you really want to marry someone else? Why can't I want to marry someone else? Kissed me, touched me, and dared to wear a green hat on me. Shen Miao, your courage is not small. Shen Miao smiled gently, could it be that you want me to marry you? You are finally smart for once. Xie Jingxing leisurely said. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. It was not that she did not think about the relationship between her and Xie Jingxing. The two of them said that they were allies, but in the end, their relationship was even more ambiguous than that. When it comes to the matters between men and women, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Shen Miao was also aware of some things from the same heartbeats in those nights. But this did not mean that Xie Jingxing could marry her. Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui of the Great Liang and she was the daughter of the Ming Qi's general. Not to mention if Ming Qi's side would agree, one feared that it would not be easy to explain to Emperor Yonglu. Especially looking at the current situation, Xie Jingxing seemed to have a very high position in the Great Liang. The more power he grasped, it meant that Emperor Yonglu valued Xie Jingxing more. A courtier who was valued by the emperor had many things that were beyond his control, including his own marriage. When Shen Miao was still distracted, she heard Xie Jingxing speaking again, you do not need to worry about anything. Just obediently stay in the room to embroider the dowry and wait for me. When did I agree to marry you? Shen Miao asked. Oh? Xie Jingxing pondered for a moment before his lips hooked up into a smile. He said, I also do not mind cooking the uncooked rice tonight. Shen Miao looked at him vigilantly, but Xie Jingxing smiled and said, you look like you are looking forward to it. Shen Miao decided that she could not continue talking to Xie Jingxing like this anymore. This person was bad to the bones and could not even speak properly with 3 sentences of teasing. She said, I have a solution for the crown prince's matter. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, you already have a countermeasure? I suddenly thought of it. Shen Miao emphasized, need your help. Need my help? Xie Jingxing smiled gently and whispered as he looked at her, your husband will help you. Shen Miao. When Shen Miao returned to the Shen mansion from the residence of Prince Rui, it was almost dawn. When they returned, it was naturally Xie Jingxing who brought her back. When he knew that Shen Miao came over by climbing over the wall, Xie Jingxing's smile almost made Shen Miao angry. But after this night, many things quietly changed. Shen Miao had a strange feeling when she was discussing with Xie Jingxing about the countermeasure to the crown prince's marriage. She had always been alone on the path of revenge. Now that there was an inexplicable strong enough reliance behind her, it made her feel at ease. Especially that this reliance was rather smart, as he was able to see the loopholes in the countermeasure that she proposed and was able to propose improvements. Shen Miao felt that their partnership was very compatible. Unknowingly, the words that Xie Jingxing said that night floated in Shen Miao's mind. To let her embroider the dowry obediently. Xie Jingxing was a person who looked indifferent on certain matters, but Princess Rong Xian's words were right. He knew what he wanted and what he did not want from the start. Shen Miao was also not clear how much of Xie Jingxing's words were true. But on the matter of Shen Miao's marriage, Xie Jingxing displayed an absolute strength and overbearingness that made others have no room to refute. Shen Miao sighed. The road ahead was long and the muddy waters of Mingqi had not been cleared, thus it was too extravagant to mention about feelings. If Xie Jingxing really had that ability and dared to marry the daughter of another country's general, then there was nothing that she would not dare to marry. Because Shen Miao reached out and touched her heart. One did not know if there would be another person in this world who could make her heart beat again. Her lips were tingling as if there was still a residual heat that made her lower her head. Undeniable duplicity and unsuppressible heartbeat. The young man was handsome and beautiful. He was decisive, wise, and calm in killing. It was difficult to not be tempted. In the residence of Prince Ding, it was brightly lit that night. When Fu Xiui found out that the marriage between Shen Miao and the crown prince was suppressed, it was because of Prince Rui's unintentional words. That night, all the advisors were called to the residence of Prince Ding to discuss the matter from beginning to end. I had previously guessed that the relationship between Shen Miao and Prince Rui was not that simple. Now testing it on the crown prince, indeed the horse's feet were exposed. Fu Xiui sneered, once Shen Miao makes a move, Prince Rui would not be able to sit still. Pei Lang stood below with his head lowered and did not say a word. These days, Fu Xiui had changed his previous regard for him and no longer asked for his opinion on many matters. The contrast was too big and naturally fell into the eyes of the other advisors. They thought that Pei Lang had offended Fu Xiui and were rejoicing in his misfortune, but Pei Lang knew that for such an intelligent person like Fu Xiui to inexplicably give him the cold shoulder, he must have found some clues. Perhaps his relationship with Shen Miao had already been detected by Fu Xiui. Although he was burning with anxiety, Pei Lang could not show it at all. Fu Xiui had not shed all pretense of cordiality, so he must have his own intentions. Perhaps it was only a suspicion that had not been confirmed. To put up a show, one must complete it and not give up halfway. Pei Lang was deeply aware of this logic, and the reaction he showed was that of an ordinary advisor who was given the cold shoulder. What is Gentleman Pei's opinion? Today for the first time, Fu Xiui asked for his opinion. Pei Lang's heart jumped and he lowered his head. This subordinate thinks that one should immediately investigate the relationship between the Shen family and Prince Rui or the Great Liang. Shen Miao's identity is special and represents the most important military power in Mingqi. If the Shen family and Prince Rui had reached an agreement privately, one fear. The advisors started to discuss. Even though they were dissatisfied with Pei Lang, they had to admit that Pei Lang's words were not wrong. Shen Miao was after all a young lady and not a great beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Rather than saying that Prince Rui flew into a rage because of a beauty, it would be more reasonable to say that Prince Rui valued the Shen family behind Shen Miao. Fu Xiui said, "Gentleman's words are correct, but I heard about one thing today." Everyone waited for him to say the rest of the words. Shen Miao stayed in Princess Rong Xian's residence for a day. The princess's health was not good, but she was left alone till night. Moreover, it seemed that after Shen Miao left, the princess did not seem to be in a good mood. Fu Shui smiled. Could it be that the princess also knows something? After a moment of silence, one of the advisors said, "Perhaps Princess Rong Xian knows some inside information. Your Highness might as well start from Princess Rong Xian's side. Perhaps you can find some clues." "I also think so." Fu Shui looked at Pei Lang, and one did not know if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Even though Shen Miao has the backing of the Shen family, she herself is also very strange. Prince Rui only helped her in every matter, so there must be some hidden reasons. If Princess Rong Xian is also involved, then things would become interesting. Paper cannot wrap fire. I must uncover the secret between them. Fu Shui smiled meaningfully. One still have to rely on everyone. Everyone continuously said that they did not dare. Pei Lang lowered his head, but a trace of uneasiness flashed past his heart. That night, there was no peace in the princess residence. Princess Rong Xian sat in the Xingji courtyard for an entire night. Xie Jingxing did not die and instead became the Great Liang's Prince Rui. This was something that Princess Rong Xian had never thought of. In the past 2 years, Princess Rong Xian had countless times hoped that one day she would discover that Xie Jingxing's death was just a dream. She hoped that when she woke up, that arrogant and handsome youth would still be standing in front of her and lazily call her Aunt Rong. However, when this moment really came, the first thought that came to Princess Rong Xian's mind was not gratification. He was wearing a noble purple gold robe, and the corners of the robe could be embroidered with a flying dragon with golden thread. He wore a cold mask and greeted her familiarly, but he had the title of Prince Rui on his head. That was the biggest threat from Ming Qi. Princess Rong Xian was initially angry at being concealed, but when she realized Xie Jingxing's identity, Princess Rong Xian's most instinctive reaction was to be vigilant. This did not mean that she did not love Xie Jingxing or that all those years of companionship were fake. It was because she was the princess of the Great Liang, and the arrogance and paranoia of the imperial family would always appear at this time. She was writing a letter in front of the table, and it was an obscure reminder to Emperor Wenhui. After writing halfway, she suddenly stopped and tore the paper in front of her into pieces. The entanglement and complexity in her heart could not be expressed in words, but she was not willing to see Xie Jingxing again because she was afraid that she did not dare to face him. And what made Princess Rong Xian most suspicious was that it was fine if Xie Jingxing did not die, but how did he become the younger brother of the Great Liang's Emperor Yonglu, Prince Rui? The title of Prince Rui was obviously not something that could be casually used by others. Was Xie Jingxing originally a Great Liang's person, or was he bought by the Great Liang's people by chance? If it was the former, then it was pardonable, but if it was the latter, then Xie Jingxing was a living traitor to the country. Xie Ding and Xie Jingxing were not close, so it was not possible to ask Xie Ding. Shen Miao must know something, but Shen Miao would definitely not say it. Xie Jingxing was also protecting her, thus it was not easy for Princess Rong Xian to move. After thinking about it, Princess Rong Xian finally thought of a person. She and Xie Jingxing had grown up together since childhood, and the relationship between the two families was not shallow, and could be considered as Xie Jingxing's best friend and Ming Qi. Because they grew up together, they were always together, so there was always time to see Xie Jingxing's different places. The heir of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng. Princess Rong Xian called a servant to bring the invitation over. The days were getting closer to the end of the year. The commoners were busy preparing for the new year, and the streets and alleys were bustling with activity every day. Life was always so smooth that ordinary people would not be able to think of what the high-ranking people were thinking about. Just like how goshawks and sparrows saw the sky, they were destined to be different. Ever since Emperor Wenhui was shocked by Prince Rui's ambitious idle talk, he had more and more thoughts of forming an alliance with the Qin country. It was just that the real reason for Princess Ming An's case had not been ascertained. Until now there was still a line separating them. But as Emperor Wenhui showed more and more sincerity, Huang Fuhao's attitude also loosened. The Ming Qi's government officials were at Huang Fuhao's disposal, and even the Supreme Court of Justice had to accept Huang Fuhao's questioning from time to time. No matter what the final result was, Emperor Wenhui had indeed given Huang Fuhao enough face. Until now, the cause of Princess Ming An's death was not found, and Huang Fuhao thought that it was not that Ming Qi was deliberately covering it up. After all, he had personally seen the progress of the case. Perhaps Princess Ming An had offended an important person, otherwise how could there be no trace left at all? Not mentioning about Princess Ming An's matter, the words that Prince Rui said to Emperor Wenhui finally reached Huang Fuhao's ears. If one were to say that Huang Fuhao represented the Qin country at the beginning and had the intention to form an alliance with the Ming Qi, but deliberately put on airs in an attempt to seek more benefits for himself, then when he heard Prince Rui's words, Huang Fuhao could not sit still. If Prince Rui represented the Great Liang and really wanted to take over the few cities that produced ores in the Ming Qi, then as Emperor Wenhui was worried, the Great Liang's ambition was not just a few cities, but the Ding capital and even the entire Ming Qi, then the Ming Qi would be in danger. Without the lips, the teeth would be cold, and a single Qin country would not be a match for a large number of people, not to mention that after absorbing the Ming Qi's troops, weapons, and wealth to the Great Liang, it would be even more unstoppable. At that time when the Great Liang would come to clean up the Qin country would not be able to turn the situation around. The purpose of the alliance between the Qin country and Ming Qi was only to contain the Great Liang. Huang Fuhao passed the news back to the Qin country. Even though the Qin emperor was angry that he had lost a princess in Ming Qi, but a princess was insignificant compared to the entire Qin country. The Qin emperor only let Huang Fuhao temporarily suppress the matter of Princess Ming An, and must form an alliance with the Ming Qi. After Huang Fuhao received the news from the Qin country's emperor, he ran to the Ming Qi's palace more frequently these days. One had the intention to form an alliance and the other was worried that he did not have any helpers. They hit it off and on the surface they were happy and harmonious, thus the relationship between Emperor Wenhui and Huang Fuhao was much closer. Emperor Wenhui had the intention to support the crown prince and previously wanted to marry Xin Miao to the crown prince, but who knew that he would suddenly peak at the Great Liang's ambition and did not dare to take action against the Xin family. Now that Huang Fuhao had come over, it was just right for Huang Fuhao to interact with the crown prince more and let Huang Fuhao owe the crown prince a favor. Everything in this world was naturally linked in countless ways. Relationships that usually seemed to have nothing to do with each other were intertwined with each other through all sorts of intertwining and weaving. Intelligent people were good at finding places that they could use in these relationships, but if an ordinary person was not careful, they would be lost in all sorts of intertwining. In the residence of the Minister of Land, Shen Dongling was drinking tea. Good quality yi grew on the dangerous peaks of the southern country, and a small pinch was worth a few hundred taels of silver. Her posture while sipping tea was graceful and cozy. She was wearing a cotton jacket embroidered with Jiangnan embroidery. She was also very pretty and delicate. At first glance, one could tell that she was a charming young married woman who lived like a prince. But who would have thought that not long ago, she was still an unknown Shu daughter in the Shen residence. She did not leave the courtyard all year round and the servants did not recognize that she was a young lady of the Shen residence. Not to mention that when Ren Wanyun was the head of the household, there was not a single sight of meat or oil in the meals for 10 days to half a month. The past and present were like the difference between clouds and mud. People walk towards higher places while water flows downwards. Even though this residence of the Minister of Land was not as powerful as other official families, it was considered to be overflowing with wealth. There had never been anyone who relied on the salary of the imperial court to live. Before marrying into the residence of the Minister of Land, Shen Dongling had always thought that the Wang family followed Prince Zhou, but after that she found out that the real master of the Wang family was the crown prince. As a Minister of Land, the family actually had such a rich family property. It was because the Wang family had some dealings with the salt smugglers, and the money naturally flowed into the residence of the crown prince. But even if the goose's feathers were plucked, the little bit of goose's feathers that were deducted was enough for the family to spend money in the Ding capital. There was no need to think too much, as one had to know that the salt smugglers were a profitable business with little capital. If one were to say that the matter of money was already Shen Dongling's surprise, then Wang by himself made Shen Dongling extremely satisfied. Wang Bai looked honest but was actually shrewd and could be considered as one of the great generals under the crown prince. In the beginning Shen Yu looked down on Wang Bai, but did not know that it was because she had eyes but could not see. Shen Dongling was born pretty and her temperament was even softer. The most important thing was that she would always give some suggestions on Wang Bai's matters. But she never interfered excessively and cautiously kept a distance. The more it was like this, the better Wang Bai treated her. To marry a wife, one must marry a virtuous one, especially when this wife was not only virtuous and intelligent, but also charming and considerate, which was even more valuable. Wang Bai had always been glad that Shen Dongling and Shen Yu exchanged marriage at that time. In the Minister of Land's family, Wang Bai was the only son and Wang Bai was also very capable, thus Wang Bai was the one in charge of the Wang family. Naturally, Shen Dongling became the matriarch of the Wang family. The servants all respected her and if Ren Wanyan was still alive, she would be so angry that she would fall down. That Shu daughter that she regarded as an aunt was now living a more comfortable life than Ren Wanyan, and Wan Yinyang naturally rose with the tide and lived a wealthy life. It was the same today. Wang Bai returned from outside and handed the pastries in his hands to the servant girl. I passed by Guangfu Zhai and bought your favorite cloud cake on the way. Thank you, my husband. Shen Dongling poured tea for him with a smile. Her every move revealed a soft and boneless feeling. Most likely it was because she was the daughter of Wan Yinyang that she had some special amorous feelings in her bones. She smiled and said, my husband is very happy today. Did something good happen? Wang Bai didn't hide most of his matters from Shen Dongling because Shen Dongling wasn't a talkative person. She would occasionally share his worries. Now that Wang Bai and Shen Dongling had just gotten married, they were in a sweet relationship. Wang Bai said, His Majesty wants Huangfu Hao to have more contact with the Crown Prince, most likely he wants to establish good relations with Qin. His Majesty had given such a favor to the Crown Prince. It was obvious that he wanted to support the Crown Prince. When a person achieves Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Since we are the Crown Prince's people, when the Crown Prince inherits the throne in the future, he will only give us a share of credit. He smiled as he looked at Shen Dongling. Do you think that there should be a celebration? Shen Dongling's thoughts turned for a moment but immediately a surprised smile bloomed on her face. Really? Finishing, she looked at Wang Bai with some adoration and softly said, Husband is really powerful. It is really the good fortune that this concubine had cultivated in her previous life to be able to follow husband. Any man's vanity would be greatly satisfied to be looked at by such an enchanting woman with such a worshipful gaze. Wang Bai smiled, Is this easily satisfied? He sighed and said regretfully, If His Majesty had bestowed 5th Shen young lady's marriage to His Highness the Crown Prince would have the support of the Shen family's military and it would be more advantageous. Our chances of winning would be higher. Even though there is a temporary friendship with the Qin country, but in terms of military. He sighed, strength is often the most important. Shen Dongling's thoughts turned and she snuggled into Wang Bai's embrace. She reached out to touch Wang Bai's chest and said softly, Husband is just too harsh on yourself. To be able to do all these, one is no longer an ordinary person. This was what Wang Bai wanted to hear. He smiled, You are really content. This concubine is content to have a male-like husband. Shen Dongling smiled tenderly and asked unintentionally, Now one cannot let 5th younger sister marry the Crown Prince? 5th younger sister? Wang Bai was surprised for a moment before saying, Almost forgot that you are sisters. His unintentional words were exceptionally harsh to Shen Dongling's ears. It was as if he was saying that she was a Shu daughter and Shen Miao was a Di daughter and there was a difference between Di and Shu. One's greed would grow with the change of environment. In the past, Shen Dongling had to be busy protecting herself in the Shen residence and find a way for herself to survive. Thus she could endure those ridicule and sarcasm and did not have the time to bother about it. However, when she became the foreign of the Minister of Land, she became especially sensitive to these things. She buried her head in Wang Bai's embrace and did not let Wang Bai see her somewhat hazy expression at the moment but asked, Is it not possible? It is not that it is not possible. Wang Bai said, It is just that it is difficult to see the great Liang's ambitions and other matters will be delayed. One still needs Xianxia's prestige. It is just that Shen Miao is not young anymore and one heard that the Shen family does not wish for Shen Miao to marry into the residence of the Crown Prince. The key point of this matter is to complete it as soon as possible. If it is dragged on for too long, it would be hard to avoid changes. Xianxia would find a marriage for Shen Miao, and there is a high possibility that Shen Miao would be married off. At that time, the crown prince's plans would fall through. Cannot the marriage be settled first? Shen Dongling asked. Fool. Wang Bai said, Shen Miao herself is also not willing to marry the crown prince. If one were to use extreme means, it would not be good to make Xianxia dissatisfied at this time. Isn't this bullying others with one's own power? Shen Dongling's lips twitched. However, her words did not even have the slightest thought for Shen Miao and treated those bandits who disregarded the wishes of others and imposed their demands on others as people who were wronged. It can be said that. Wang Bai said with a smile. Then why are they allowed to use their power to bully others, but not the crown prince? Wang Bai smiled. The crown prince is a virtuous man. He cannot do such a thing. The crown prince can't do such a thing, but someone else can? For example, ordinary people. If everyone in the world wants fifth sister to marry the crown prince, wouldn't this be considered as using the power of the common people to bully others? Wang Bai originally thought that Shen Dongling was speaking in a fit of pique, but who knew that when she heard the latter part, her expression gradually became serious. He looked at Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling sat in his arms, looking adorable and innocent, as if she had just said it casually. But Wang Bai was a smart person. He could find some details from Shen Dongling's words. He asked, Don't tell me you have another bad idea? Tell me about it. My husband is really cunning. What's in it for me? Shen Dongling asked. Yes. Wang Bai pretended to think for a moment and said, If you say it well, then I will think of a way to ask for a title of nobility for you. He thought that if Shen Dongling really had a way to let Shen Miao marry the crown prince, then he would have made a great contribution. Even if the crown prince ascended to the throne in the future, he would still remember his kindness. It was not a loss to ask for a title of nobility for Shen Dongling. When Shen Dongling heard it, a trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She said, I am not doing it for the title of a foreign, but for you, my husband. Whatever my husband wants to do, this concubine will naturally support it. If my husband wants to assist the future ruler, then this concubine, can only show her incompetence. She said wittily, which made Wang Bai's heart happy. Actually, this method is very simple. As long as the crown prince of the Qin country cooperates, it will be fine. She said. This method is very simple. As long as the crown prince of the Qin kingdom cooperates, it will be fine. Shen Dongling said. When Wang Bai heard this, he asked, What do you mean? Shen Dongling smiled, Currently our Ming Qi is not about to form an alliance with the Great Liang. According to my husband's words, the Qin state must be happy to form an alliance with us. What if the condition of the Qin kingdom's alliance is to marry the fifth sister? That's naturally not possible. Even if His Majesty had no choice but to agree for the sake of the commoners, General Shen would not agree to marry fifth Shenyang lady far away. Wang Bai was very clear that everyone in the entire Ding capital knew that Xianxia doted on his daughter Shen Miao. It was already impossible for her to marry out of the country, not to mention to a faraway place like the Qin state. Not even once in a few years. Shen Dongling smiled, It is precisely this logic, but if this news were to spread out and the commoners of Ming Qi know of this matter, they would definitely request General Shen to marry fifth younger sister over. After all, Huang Fuhao was the crown prince of the Qin kingdom, and his looks were not bad. It would not be a loss for fifth sister to marry him. If eldest Bo did not agree and the Qin country would not form an alliance with Ming Qi, perhaps the Great Liang would take advantage of the loophole and the Ming Qi would be in danger. 1/5 sister in exchange for the safety of the common people. Regardless of whether it's worth it in eldest uncle's eyes, it's worth it in the eyes of the common people. Wang Bai fell into deep thought. Shen Dongling continued, Everyone knows that my first uncle puts the righteousness of the world above his own life. Now, he is being threatened by the common people. He can risk his life against the government, but he cannot disregard the wishes of the common people. Even His Majesty cannot act recklessly. He has to consider the wishes of the people. Not to mention my uncle. On one hand, eldest uncle did not want the great Liang to have an opportunity to take advantage of, on the other hand, he would definitely not allow fifth younger sister to marry far away. But who could stop Huang Fuhao? Even if they did, they might not dare to do so. At this time, as long as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince comes forward and says that fifth younger sister has already been selected by the Crown Prince's residence, everything will be easily solved. This? Wang Bai was a little hesitant. Shen Dongling continued to smile and said, Huang Fuhao cannot ignore the Crown Prince's face. Moreover, there were indeed rumors of this matter a few days ago. Huang Fuhao only needed to ask around and he would be able to find out. Compared to marrying Huang Fuhao and living far away in Qin, first uncle was naturally more willing for fifth younger sister to marry into the Crown Prince's residence, where he could look after her from time to time. The Crown Prince stepped forward bravely at this critical juncture. Eldest uncle will be grateful for the Crown Prince's kindness. Wang Bai's eyes lit up. He was astute to begin with, so he naturally discerned the merits of Shen Dongling's method, and he fell into deep contemplation. Shen Dongling did not finish her words. She wrapped one arm around Wang Bai's neck and said, but this plane naturally needs Huang Fuhao and His Highness the Crown Prince to cooperate. Your Highness the Crown Prince can give Huang Fuhao some benefits, and Huang Fuhao will get it. Let's put on a show together, and let nature take its course. Wang Bai hugged Shen Dongling tightly and kissed her on the cheek. I never thought that I would marry a think tank. Shen Dongling lowered her head in shame. Don't tease me, my husband. I just thought of it suddenly. There must be many inappropriate parts, but my husband will definitely think of a way to make up for it. It is already not easy for you to think of all these. The more Wang Bai looked at Shen Dongling, the happier he felt. This time you have helped me a lot. Rest assured, when the matter is completed, I will definitely mention your contribution in front of the Crown Prince, and let our linger to be awe-inspiring. Shen Dongling's heart was filled with disdain. When a man established a career, what they were most afraid of was that the credit would be shared by others, not to mention that she was a female. It would be strange if Wang Bai would mention her contribution, and it was just flowery words at this moment. However, understanding was one thing, but Shen Dongling still pushed Wang Bai away and said anxiously, my husband, please don't mention that this was concubine's idea. Who would scheme against his own sister for no reason? If it wasn't for helping my husband solve his problems today, I wouldn't have ended up like this. If these words were to spread, how would I be able to face others in the future? Wang Bai was just casually saying it, and if Shen Dongling were to accept it, he would feel that she was too greedy for credit, but at this moment Shen Dongling's flustered rejection made him feel extremely satisfied. The more he looked at Shen Dongling, the more adorable she was, and the more glad he was that Shen Dongling and Shen Yu had exchanged marriage. He said, fine, I won't say any more. But this was not a bad thing. Marrying the Crown Prince, and in the future when the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, fifth Shen young lady would be the noble consort, and in the future she would thank you. This is a good thing that you can't get even if you beg for it. Shen Dongling smiled and said, this concubine thinks so too. But in her heart she knew that Shen Miao was not a person who coveted power, and the Shen family had already regarded Shen Miao as the pearl in their palms, so those riches and honor were not important to her. From some aspects, Shen Miao was the same as Xianxia, with a kind of stubbornness in their bones. For others, marrying the Crown Prince was a good thing. Even if they didn't want it before, they would be satisfied after a few days. But Shen Miao was different. If she took a wrong step, she could kill herself. Even if he didn't show it on the surface, he definitely wouldn't feel good in his heart. Sorry, Shen Dongling said in her heart. In the entire Shen residence, the person she was most unwilling to be enemies with was Shen Miao, because Shen Miao was also very dangerous and had the unconditional support of Xianxia and wife. However, the present was different from the past. Now that Shen Dongling had the qualifications to go against Shen Miao, Shen Dongling suddenly remembered that she was actually jealous of Shen Miao. Shen Dongling was able to step on the rest of the people in the Shen residence, including the second and third household, Shen Yu and Shen Qing, but she could not be compared to Shen Miao. The family that Shen Miao relied on was precisely what Shen Dongling would never be able to obtain. Once a lowly person gained power, they would abandon their previous cautiousness and humbleness, which would instead make people feel even more twisted. This was why a scholar from a poor family would become incomparably arrogant when he became a minor official in the dynasty. Because of his status, he was afraid that others would see through him at any time. Shen Dongling was lost in thought when she heard Wang Bai say, "At this time, we need to make a good plan. I have to discuss this with the crown prince first." Shen Dongling came back to her senses and said with a smile, "It would be good to invite fifth younger sister out." She thought for a moment and said, "I can send an invitation to fifth younger sister." "Oh?" Wang Bai asked, "Will he come out?" It was as if she had long known that the relationship between Shen Dongling and Shen Miao was not close, but when it fell into Shen Dongling's ears, it seemed to be mocking the difference between her and Shen Miao. Suppressing the displeasure in her heart, Shen Dongling said, "My husband doesn't believe me? Don't worry, I will definitely call fifth younger sister out." In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng was currently having a headache. Yesterday Princess Rong Xian actually came to the residence of the Count of Pingnan. Princess Rong Xian had not gone out for a long time and lived in seclusion, so no one paid attention to her. Moreover, she was in disguise, so Su Mingfeng almost did not recognize her. For Princess Rong Xian to lower herself to come to the residence of the Count of Pingnan, there must be a very important matter. Princess Rong Xian let the servants directly inform Su Mingfeng, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with Suyu and was specially here for him. Even though Su Mingfeng was puzzled, he did not dare to neglect and welcomed Princess Rong Xian in, thinking that Princess Rong Xian wanted to instruct him to do something. Who knew that Princess Rong Xian was not here to instruct people but to inquire about information? And the news that she inquired about also made Su Mingfeng surprised. The news that Princess Rong Xian inquired about was about Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing died 2 years ago in the battlefield of the northern Jiang. Because everyone in the Ding capital knew that Xie Jingxing and Princess Rong Xian had a very good relationship, so after Xie Jingxing died, Princess Rong Xian fell into a serious illness. Since then, no one dared to mention Xie Jingxing in front of Princess Rong Xian, lest it made Princess Rong Xian remember the sad things. Who knew that now Princess Rong Xian took the initiative to ask about Su Mingfeng? Princess Rong Xian asked Su Mingfeng about Xie Jingxing's past matters and even beat around the bush to find out if Xie Jingxing had any secrets. Finally, she asked about Xie Jingxing's corpse. Xie Jingxing was initially killed by the enemy's tens of thousands of arrows at the northern Jiang, and his head was hung on the city walls by the enemy's leader before being skinned and dried. At that time the Xie family's army could not fake it under the watchful eyes of everyone. Afterwards, when they thought of ways to retrieve the corpse, it was already so tragic that it was shapeless and it was not a complete corpse. At that time when Xie Ding saw Xie Jingxing's corpse, he fainted and Princess Rong Xian was afraid that she could not take it and did not dare to look. It was Su Mingfeng, his childhood playmate, who sent Xie Jingxing on his last journey. Now that Princess Rong Xian came to ask Su Mingfeng if he was sure that the corpse was Xie Jingxing. If it was normal times, Su Mingfeng would at most feel some doubts, but ever since he met Shen Miao on the streets and discovered the tiger head bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist, Su Mingfeng had some doubts in his heart and kept staring at Shen Miao's movements in the Shen residence. Princess Rong Xian would suddenly look for him to inquire about Xie Jingxing's matter. Su Mingfeng almost immediately confirmed his own guess. Xie Jingxing did not die and most likely was still alive in this world. Even though he did not understand why Xie Jingxing did not appear if he was still alive, Su Mingfeng was not stupid. After he dealt with Princess Rong Xian with a few words, Princess Rong Xian left and Su Mingfeng fell into his own thoughts. Since Princess Rong Xian had doubts, she must have found some clues, which meant that Xie Jingxing must have revealed something. Thinking of Shen Miao's bracelet and Princess Rong Xian's strange behavior, Su Mingfeng had a bold guess. Not only did Xie Jingxing not die, he was also in the Ding capital. But what made Su Mingfeng puzzled was that there were no secrets between Xie Jingxing and Princess Rong Xian, and their relationship was the best. What was it that made Xie Jingxing unwilling to tell the truth in front of Princess Rong Xian? Moreover, why did Princess Rong Xian ask about Xie Jingxing's childhood? What was the connection? No matter what the reason was, Su Mingfeng felt that Xie Jingxing had his own reasons. The most important thing was to find Xie Jingxing's whereabouts. After finding Xie Jingxing, all the questions would naturally be answered. Where could she go to find Xie Jingxing? One could say that the Ding capital was not big, but it was definitely not small. To find a person who was hiding in the vast sea of people, especially when that person was quite capable, it was definitely not an easy matter. Su Mingfeng intended to send people to keep an eye on Princess Xianxia. Since Princess Xianxia had already found some clues, the thing she grasped must be more than him. Whatever Princess Xianxia investigated, he only needed to follow behind and take advantage of it. Su Mingfeng raised his hand to summon the servants. She whispered a few words into his ear. When Xin Miao received Shen Dongling's invitation, Xie Jingxing was drinking tea in her room. Ever since that night, Xie Jingxing had a justifiable reason to manage her matters. At first Xin Miao was not used to it, but later she got used to it. Anyway, Xie Jingxing's hands and eyes were everywhere, and even if she did not tell him, he would think of ways to find it himself. At the end it would still be the same ending. Xie Jingxing glanced at the invitation in her hands and said, Shen Dongling? Most likely he is planning something. Shen Miao said, inviting me to taste the incense. She was startled for a moment before smiling. Since the incense is out, it seems that the foundation of the Minister of Land's residence is not bad. Tasting tea and wine were generally very standard, but tasting the incense was different. A good piece of incense was worth 1,000 gold, and it would be gone once it was burned. Shen Miao knew that the most expensive incense was the jade pear agarwood. A piece of the size of a fingernail would cost 10,000 taels of gold. There was once a merchant from the western region that came to the palace as a tribute and wanted the title of an imperial merchant. That jade pear agarwood was the size of a child's fist and was very rare. At that time all the concubines in the inner palace came to take a look, and Shen Miao also felt that it was a novelty. Shen Miao had always thought that the jade pear agarwood would be placed in the imperial treasury as it was a very precious thing. Afterwards, on Mei Foran's birthday, Fu Xiaoyi lit the jade pear agarwood and won the beauty's smile. Tasting the incense was burning real gold and silver, and it was equivalent to losing a lot of banknotes. Shen Dongling's invitation said phoenix mouth agarwood, and it was also very precious. The salary of the Minister of Land's family would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of torment. It was obvious that the family that Shen Dongling married into was a well-off family. After all, many of the officials in the Ding capital would not be squandering like this. One did not know if Xinyu in the 9 Springs would be so angry that she would come back to life after knowing the truth. Phoenix mouth agarwood is not cheap, and to spend so much money, it is definitely not just for sisters to reminisce about old times. Scheming against you? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and asked. Shen Lili is not Xinyu. If she really wanted to scheme against me, I would not be easily schemed by her. Shen Dongling is not stupid, and I guess that she wanted me to go to plan something. If I were to go over, it would only make her matters smoother. If I do not go, there would not be much loss. Shen Miao smiled. I just feel that the Minister of Land's family actually have so much money. She looked at Xie Jingxing. When Shen Miao saw Shen Dongling at the execution ground, she noticed that Shen Dongling's clothes and jewelry were extremely expensive. No matter how much Wang Bai doted on her, it was not rational to exceed what the Wang family could afford. Then where did the Wang clan get so much silver? Xie Jingxing caught a glimpse of Shen Miao's eyes and tactfully continued, the Wang family is the crown prince's people, and the crown prince has some relations with the salt smugglers. Wang Bai is the middleman. Shen Miao was suddenly enlightened. No wonder, selling illicit salt was a highly profitable business, and even if it was just a small change, it was enough to make one envious. No wonder the Wang family could burn incense. As such, Shen Miao somewhat understood where Shen Dongling's confidence came from. If Shen Dongling had married an ordinary official, she would have been very careful. But now that the Wang family was overflowing with wealth and Wang Bai was working under the crown prince, Shen Dongling thought that with Emperor Wen Hui supporting the crown prince, the great cause of the world would eventually be in the crown prince's hands. With the rising tide, the boat would rise, and Wang Bai, as the person who worked for the crown prince, naturally would have his value increase. She was Wang Bai's official wife and had boundless glory. It was probably because he was blinded by the glory that he became bolder. Shen Dongling couldn't always keep a clear head, so she couldn't see the facts clearly. There were so many variables in the world, so who could guarantee that the crown prince would inherit the throne? Taking 10,000 steps back, Even if the crown prince inherited the throne, who could guarantee that Wang Bai would be able to sit back and relax under the crown prince and rise up step by step? There were many cases of the cunning hare being cooked after it was done, and the most ruthless was the imperial family. Wang Bai is the crown prince's people. Shen Miao pondered. Shen Dongling's sudden action must be related to Wang Bai, which means it is related to the crown prince. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. My relationship with the crown prince. She wants to make an issue out of my marriage? Xie Jingxing looked at her with appreciation. Smart. You already knew about it? Shen Miao was somewhat suspicious. It was Shen Dongling's idea. Xie Jingxing casually picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite before saying, to let Huangfu Hao and the crown prince come to an agreement and act out a play together. Using your marriage to Huangfu Hao as a request to form an alliance with Ming Qi. Otherwise the alliance would break apart and they might attack Ming Qi. At that time the news would be released and the commoners would panic and ask Xianxia to marry you to Huangfu Hao. On one side is the commoners and on the other side is you. Xianxia would definitely be in extreme pain. But no one in the world would dare to go against Huangfu Hao. At this time only the crown prince would come forward and say that you and the crown prince already have an engagement. Compared to marrying you to the distant Qin country, it would be easier for Xianxia to accept you marrying the crown prince to stay in Ming Qi and would be grateful to the crown prince. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. This Shu younger sister of yours is also not a simple character. Shen Miao's face turned livid when she heard this and sneered. She really racked her brains for me. She actually used the commoners of the world to threaten Xianxia. The inheritance that she received from old General Shen was to fight for the commoners. And when Xianxia was being threatened by the commoners that he deeply loved, the other side was Shen Miao, his biological daughter. One could imagine how painful Xianxia's heart was. Among everyone in the Shen residence, Shen Miao and Shen Dongling had always minded their own business. Now that the one who provoked first was cheap, Shen Miao had an uncontrollable disgust towards Shen Dongling. She said, the marriage with the crown prince is not possible. Xie Jingxing stared at her with a smile that was not a smile. Why? Want to marry me that much? Not waiting for Shen Miao to get angry, he continued, do not worry. No one in the world would dare to snatch things from my hands. One fear that he would not be able to afford the woman that I fancy. His words were always so unscrupulous that Shen Miao's face inexplicably turned slightly red. She diverted the topic. Shen Dongling schemed against me. Naturally I have to return 1 or 2 points. Foreign's meaning is my meaning. Xie Jingxing said lazily. Shen Miao, she said, what exactly do you mean now? To destroy Ming Qi and unify the Great Liang? I said before, on this point, I am the same as you. Shen Miao replied. I've said it before. On this point, I'm the same as you. Shen Miao replied. The joking expression on Xie Jingxing's face gradually disappeared. He did not know what Shen Miao was thinking in her heart as he could not see any clue at all. On the matter of the two countries being enemies, Xie Jingxing had never thought that Shen Miao would support him. Now Shen Miao's state of disregard had already made Xie Jingxing very surprised. And now Shen Miao's expression reminded him that what she said was serious. She wanted to destroy Ming Qi. Why? Shen Miao was not a person who was greedy for fame and fortune, so it was not to echo what he said. And because she loved Xie Jingxing, she could even throw Ming Qi to the back of her mind. Xie Jingxing felt that it was not like it. It seemed that from the moment she knew Shen Miao had been extremely hostile towards the Fu family. Of course, this was because the Fu family also wanted to suppress the Shen family, but Shen Miao was an unmarried girl. How would she know about these things? Sometimes when she looked, she could see more clearly than Xianxia and Shen Qiu. She had always stood in front of the Shen family with a protective attitude, as if she had long expected what would happen. The closer one was to Shen Miao, the more one discovered that there were many mysteries about Shen Miao. But these actions, even the Feng Xian pawnshop could not find out the reason. It really made one suspicious. He hesitated for a moment before asking, you do not like Ming Qi? Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. The general trend of the world, divided for a long time, united for a long time, divided for a long time. This has been the logic since ancient times. It is not something that can be changed if I am willing or not, like or not. Even if I am not willing or not like, these things will still happen. This is destined. She raised her head and looked at the slightly swaying candle on the table. Moreover, compared to the Fu family, I would rather this country be in your hands. Xianxia was surprised for a moment. When two countries are at war, it has nothing to do with the common people. These few years, Mingqi's luck is already at its end. The taxes are heavy and there are continuous natural disasters, making the common people's lives difficult. The officialdom is dark and the officials are corrupt. The emperor is even more muddle-headed. Towards the aristocratic families that had made great contributions, he was wary of schemes and could not wait to kill them. In comparison, the common people of Great Liang are living and working in peace and all industries are flourishing. Xianxia said, I know that Emperor Yonglu is a wise ruler. At the beginning when he attacked other small countries, there were people of other small countries that opened the city gates to welcome him. Isn't it because of this reason? Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Everyone said that females were the most short-sighted, only able to see the front and not the bigger picture. Little did they know that it was just that they had not encountered it before. Xianxia had seen the most broad-sighted and knowledgeable female was his imperial sister-in-law, Emperor Yongli's wife, Empress Xianxia. But Empress Xianxia was from a historian's family and had a strong memory and was also the ruler of the 6 palaces. Xianxia was only 16 years old and the furthest place she had been to was the Shaochun city. 2 years ago, she was even called a love-struck idiot. But Xianxia's words about the current situation could not be compared to most of Emperor Yongli's aides. She did not see herself as a person of a certain country, but stood at the height of history and calmly followed the law, just like following the changes of the 4 seasons. There were not many people in the world who could see so clearly, but this person was sitting in front of him. Xianxia suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. He was the one who discovered this female and Xianxia was willing to say these words to him. Xianxia did not know what Xianxia was thinking in his heart. She only heard Fu Shouyi's evaluation of Emperor Yonglu, saying that Emperor Yonglu was an outstanding person throughout the ages and a wise ruler of a generation. The initial territory of Great Liang was not as vast as today, especially after the death of the late Emperor of Great Liang. There was a period of turmoil in the country and other countries took the opportunity to invade. Afterwards, when the current Emperor Yonglu ascended the throne, he slowly began to recover the territory and not only that, he also started to annex the surrounding small countries. Emperor Yonglu was a very charismatic person and followed the hearts of the people. Some of the small countries' people even hoped that Emperor Yonglu would annex them to improve their difficult lives. And Emperor Yonglu did it. At that time Xianxia was very surprised by this matter and Fu Shouyi was also very fearful of Emperor Yonglu. Afterwards, when Fu Ming was studying, he also read about this and discussed it with Xianxia in high spirits, thus Xianxia had a deep memory of this matter. Xianxia paused for a moment and said unhappily, why do you remember his matters so clearly? Xianxia, she said, of course, I'm not that great. I'm just trying to protect myself. If the Fu family was in charge, the Xin family would be destroyed sooner or later. If the monarch was heartless, the officials naturally had no need to uphold morality and justice. Isn't that right? Then how do you know that Emperor Yonglu would not be the second Emperor Wen Hui and would not take action against the Xin family? Xianxia asked. One heard that Emperor Yonglu has a general surnamed Li by his side, and his experience was similar to the Xin family, but the Li family was treated with courtesy by Emperor Yonglu. The Xin family's military strength is not as good as that General Li, so there is no need to worry. Xianxia thought in her heart that at least in her previous lifetime before she died, this General Li's family lived very well. Xianxia was startled, how do you know that there is a General Li? Xianxia's heart moved. She had forgotten that she was now the daughter of the Xin family, so naturally it was not possible for her to know the great Liang's General Li. But she still had to cover up a few words, this General Li is very famous, so it is not strange that Mingqi knows of him. Very famous? Xianxia frowned, more famous than me? Xianxia was determined not to say these words to him and said, let's not talk about these. Since one must deal with Mingqi at the end, naturally one cannot let the Qin country and Mingqi form an alliance. If it is so, it would be somewhat troublesome for the Great Liang to deal with. You staying in my Ding capital and not leaving, is it not to break up their alliance? Xie Jingxing smiled gently, following one's husband when one marries. You are very thoughtful for me. Shen Miao ignored the parts of his words that should not be heard and said, there is a good way to break up their alliance. Just see if you can do it or not. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up, tell me about it. Killing, stealing, framing and slandering. She smiled gently and dignified, it is best that there is no evidence when dead. The day seemed to be exceptionally calm, but no one knew if there were any plans hidden under the calmness. Everyone in the residence of Prince Ding was in danger these few days, especially the few advisors that Fu Shouyi valued, and they were very careful when they did things. It was because a few days ago Pei Lang, whom Fu Shouyi valued the most, was arrested and locked up in the private prison. Everyone was not clear about the specific reason, but there were some servants who were in the know that it was because Pei Lang was a spy sent by Fu Shouyi's opponent. Before this, no one could deny Pei Lang's talent. Even though the guests were jealous that Fu Shouyi valued him highly, but Pei Lang had indeed solved a lot of problems for Fu Shouyi in these 2 years. Fu Shouyi said that he would capture him. Not to mention whether this matter was true or not, but the night before he was captured, Pei Lang and Fu Shouyi were playing chess and drinking tea together, looking like a ruler and official in harmony. If Fu Shouyi suddenly knew of the clues, he would definitely investigate if it was true or not, otherwise he would wrongly accuse a good person and damage a confidant for no reason. But Fu Shouyi was so decisive that it could only mean that he had long suspected Pei Lang. To be able to be this intimate even after having doubts, this Prince Ding was not a simple person. No matter if it was to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, the advisors were much more respectful when they faced Fu Shouyi. However, Fu Shouyi's days were not as comfortable as other people thought, and he also had some doubts about some things. He sent people to keep an eye on Princess Rong Xian's residence, and at the end learned that Princess Rong Xian actually disguised herself and went to Ping Nan Count residence to look for Su Mingfeng. Even though he did not know what they talked about and did not know why Princess Rong Xian was there, Fu Shouyi thought that there was definitely something fishy about it. Princess Rong Xian lived in seclusion and did not even have a close relationship with Emperor Wenhui. If there was anything, it would be the early years when Princess Yuqing and Princess Rong Xian were close. But Princess Yuqing had died for many years and Princess Yuqing's son, Xie Jingxing, was close to Princess Rong Xian, but Xie Jingxing had already died in the northern Jiang battlefield 2 years ago. There was no friendship between Ping Nan Count residence and Princess Rong Xian. Fu Shouyi racked his brains to think of the connection between Princess Rong Xian and the southern Count residence, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any valuable clues. What made Fu Shouyi puzzled was why Princess Rong Xian did not look for the Count of Pingnan, Su Yu, but only Su Mingfeng. Su Mingfeng had long left his official career, and for official matters, Su Mingfeng could not help at all. If it was for private matters, did Su Mingfeng privately know Princess Rong Xian? Su Mingfeng, Su Mingfeng. Fu Shouyi was chewing on this name when he was suddenly surprised. Su Mingfeng's name was well known by many people in the Ding capital. It was not only because he was outstanding and talented, nor was it because it was a pity that he had to retire from the official path due to a serious illness when his career was just right, but it was because he was Xie Jingxing's childhood friend. There was once someone who did not understand why Su Mingfeng would mix around with Xie Jingxing, that playful and mischievous brat, all day long when Su Mingfeng looked at this upright and awe-inspiring youth. But the residents of the Marquis of Linan and the residents of the Count of Pingnan were old friends, so it was understandable to say that their relationship was good. As if he had found some clues, Fu Shouyi's thoughts were suddenly connected. Su Mingfeng was Xie Jingxing's childhood friend, and Princess Mingyan was Xie Jingxing's emu. If Princess Mingyan privately went to look for Su Mingfeng, they would most likely talk about Xie Jingxing. But was Xie Jingxing not dead? Why would Princess Mingyan suddenly go and ask about a dead person? If it was in the past, everyone would not dare to mention a single word about Xie Jingxing in front of Princess Mingyan, as they were afraid of poking into Princess Mingyan's sore spot. Princess Mingyan took the initiative to ask. Could it be that Xie Jingxing was not dead? Fu Shouyi jumped in shock at his own sudden guess, but quickly denied it. He had personally seen the secret report on Xie Jingxing's death, so there would not be any mistake. Not to mention that under the watchful eyes of the public, it was impossible to replace the beam with the pillar. But it was obvious that it was to follow Princess Mingyan to investigate Prince Rui's matter, so why would it suddenly go to Su Mingfeng's head and even involve the dead Xie Jingxing? If that was the case, things would become complicated, but it was also more interesting. Fu Xiaoyi stood up and thought for a moment before instructing the person beside him, go to the dungeon. There was a dungeon in the residence of Prince Ding, and it was built in the ancestral hall in the courtyard. The imperial family's ancestral hall was not here, and the reason why it was built in the residence was to pray to Buddha. There was a benevolent-looking Guanyin statue on the wall, and when one opened that painting, one would see a small smiling Buddha. After twisting the wooden fish at the feet of the smiling Buddha, the stone door would suddenly open and one would enter the dungeon of Prince Ding's residence after walking along the stone door. The people locked up in this dungeon were either spies or people under Prince Ding who had committed a big mistake. Normal death was not enough to punish them, and there were all kinds of torture that one would be filled with the smell of blood upon entering. Thin, leather-like things were hung on the stone walls. Upon closer inspection, they were actually people who had died. They had been skinned and hung here to dry. They still had the look of extreme agony on their faces before they died. Just a glance at them was enough to make one shudder. Outside was the ancestral hall for praying, but inside was such a demonic business. Under Guanin's eyelids, this place was like the 18th level of hell and was even more terrifying than the 18th level of hell. Fu Xiaoyi leisurely walked in and looked at the human skins on both sides with eyes full of appreciation. The subordinate beside him led the way and only stopped when they reached the last cell. The person locked up in the cell was hung upside down on the beam, and his entire body was drenched in blood. His robes were dyed bright red and one could hardly see the original color. Because he was hung upside down, there would be drops of blood dripping onto the ground from time to time, forming a small blood stain. Fu Xiaoyi quietly looked at that person, and that person seemed to have fainted. He gave a look to the person beside him, and immediately someone brought a bucket of chilly water and poured it on the person in the cell. That person quivered and his entire body could not help but tremble, as if he was in so much pain that he could not speak and was suffering great pain. Fu Xiaoyi smiled and went forward. Is teacher used to it? The chilly water stung the wound, but it also washed away the bloodstains on the prisoner's face, revealing a proud face. It was Pei Lang. Pei Lang smiled and replied with a trembling voice, "Thanks to your highness, I'm doing well. I've long known that Mr. isn't an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that not only are you talented, but your integrity is also worthy of my respect. Otherwise, why would the Shen family send you here?" Fu Xiaoyi sighed. It was said that the soldiers that Xianxia leads are all valiant and teacher is a scholar, but one's bones are so hard. This and would also like to know how General Shen trains people. Pei Lang gasped for breath and said with a smile, "This subordinate has no relationship with General Shen. It's already been a few days, but you're still so persistent." Fu Xiaoyi said, "Even though the moral integrity is commendable, at the end it gives one a headache and one has no choice but to specially prepare some unusual games for gentlemen." Pei Lang only smiled and said nothing. Fu Xiaoyi looked at him and spoke in a very gentle tone, as if there was some nostalgia. "Actually, this prince and you, master and servant, can be considered to have a good friendship. Your talent is like the rain, and this and also appreciates it. This prince is soft-hearted and is willing to give you a chance. After atoning for your crimes, it will be as if nothing happened in the past. This prince will still be the same as you in the past. This prince will address you as teacher, and you are this prince's most capable think tank." He got closer to Pei Lang and almost coaxed, "As long as you tell this prince what secret the Shen family has and what is the purpose of you being sent to this inn. How about 2 sentences in exchange for a chance?" Pei Lang coughed twice and coughed out a few piles of red blood before smiling with difficulty. "Many thanks for your highness' great kindness, but this official has no relation with the Shen family and is unable to answer your highness' question. Most likely even the heavens do not give this official this opportunity. It is such a pity." Fu Xiaoyi looked at him expressionlessly and laughed lightly after a long while. He dusted his hands and brushed away the blood that splashed on his body and said, "Mister's bones are hard. This prince admires it very much and is also very curious to see how long Mister's bones can last." He waved his hand at the people around him. "These things are not good enough for Mister. We can't use them. Let's exchange them for something better." He took a step back and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and said, even if teacher does not say, this prince can find out the Shen family's secret. But this prince would also like to ask Mr. One heard that the Shen family values friendship and righteousness, and Mr. is willing to sacrifice your life. One do not know if General Shen will send someone to rescue Mr. out of the fire pit. He left with his guards. After Fu Shui left, Pei Lang fiercely spat out a large mouthful of blood. This prince who looked gentle and scheming actually had such a vicious and ruthless side. It was just that Fu Shui's last sentence that made him smile bitterly. It was not false that the Shen family valued friendship and righteousness, but the person that he was handling things for was Shen Miao. Shen Miao valued friendship and righteousness, but that was only to the Shen family. Other than her relatives and friends, others were not important in Shen Miao's eyes. As for whether or not Fu Shui would come to save him, Pei Lang felt that it should not be the case. Not to mention if Shen Miao had the ability to fish people out from the residence of Prince Yiding, it was the most secretive dungeon. At the beginning when Shen Miao wanted him to be a hidden chess piece by Fu Shui's side, she should have expected that there would be such a day. Shen Miao had long known that once Fu Shui found out, Pei Lang's ending would be extremely miserable, but she still did it. Rationally, he knew that Shen Miao would not come to save him, but Pei Lang's heart actually had a trace of faint expectation. He also could not tell what kind of feeling he had towards Shen Miao. Initially when Shen Miao used Luing to threaten him, Pei Lang's heart was somewhat disgusted as he hated the feeling of being threatened and not being able to control himself. But later, he did not know why, but he really treated himself as Shen Miao's person. He would worry for Shen Miao and do his best to be a good chess piece. Pei Lang himself was unable to understand his own way of doing things. He thought that he probably owed Shen Miao something in his previous life so that he would follow her around in this life, and almost changed his life. The guard responsible for torturing him came again. Pei Lang put aside the thought in his mind and began a new round of torture. What he did not know was that in Prince Rui's residence, Huolong and Nightingale were sitting on a tree eating melon seeds. Nightingale asked, Boss Ji and Master Gao haven't come out yet. How long are they going to guard the tower prison? Huolong spat out a melon seed shell and said, I reckon that Master has completely forgotten about this matter. Master had been running around outside these past few days, how could he have the time to care about other people? I heard that the Great Liang Palace has sent another letter to urge you. Mistress probably wants to finish these matters and return to the palace as soon as possible. That's right, but Boss Ji has been staying in the tower prison. What about the news from the Fengxian pawnshop? Won't it delay things? Huolong rolled her eyes at Nightingale. The Fengxian pawnshop earns money and naturally the MOU army will report the information to Master. Moreover, Boss Ji's own concerns are all inexplicable matters, so how would there be any proper matters? Worry for nothing. When Nightingale heard this, she felt that her companion's words were reasonable and said, that is also true. Why bother so much? There were some things in the world that were a freak combination of factors. Sometimes a small change would cause the entire trajectory of the matter to change. In the study of the Fengxian pawnshop's Linjiang Immortal Tower, there was a thick stack of letters at the corner of the desk. Most likely no one tidied it up as it was covered with a layer of dust. And at the bottom of the stack was a letter with 3 words written on the envelope. Prince Ding Residence. Because of this, the residence of Prince Ding would occasionally have some movements, not to mention the residence of the Crown Prince. Emperor Wenhui had the intention to return the favor to the Crown Prince and let the Crown Prince build a good relationship with Huang Fuhao. Thus Huang Fuhao could come to the Crown Prince's residence openly and there was no need to sneak in without being discovered. But it was not something that Emperor Wenhui could manage about coming to the Crown Prince residence to discuss with him. The Crown Prince poured some wine for Huang Fuhao and smiled. What does Brother Huang Fu think of my words just now? Huang Fuhao smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and said, your plan is really good. Ben Gong will be the bad guy, and you'll get a good reputation, and you'll even get a beautiful woman. The Crown Prince was not angry and followed up with a smile, a gentleman has the beauty of helping others succeed. If it is possible, Ben Gong would be happy to see 5th Xin young lady become your Qing country's Crown Prince consort. But everyone knows that this is impossible. The Qin Emperor did not have the heart to marry another country's official's daughter to his Crown Prince. The title of the Crown Princess not only represented a woman, but also represented the power of this woman's family. It would be best if she could help the crown prince. As a Mingqi person, Xianxia was unable to help Huang Fuhao. Needless to say, Xianxia was also reluctant to let his daughter marry to the Qin country. Huang Fuhao shook his head. What's the rush? This empress didn't say that I'm going to steal someone else's love. But... He looked towards the crown prince. Bengong is not one who likes to do good deeds all day long, moreover to use one's reputation to do good deeds. If General Shen later bear a grudge against Bengong, it would be difficult for Bengong to handle. When the crown prince heard this, he laughed. This Huang Fuhao was a smart person and quickly understood the benefits. Reputation was something that did not have any use in Mingqi, moreover for Xianxia to marry over, it was not a matter of doing many evil deeds. With just one sentence, Emperor Wenhui and the crown prince would owe Huang Fuhao a favor, so why not? Of course Emperor Wenhui did not know how to exchange the favor that was owed. This matter was the crown prince's idea and one could see how important this marriage was in the crown prince's heart. Brother Huangfu, do you have any difficulties? The crown prince asked with a smile. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've embarrassed myself. Huang Fuhao sighed and pretended to be worried. Although I am the crown prince of Qin, even commoners have their own problems, not to mention this prince. Imperial father treats Bengong very well, but Bengong's brothers are troublesome. If there is a day when Bengong and my brothers have a dispute. He looked at the crown prince meaningfully. At that time, please lend Bengong a hand. The crown prince was stunned for a moment before he cursed Huang Fuhao for being so cunning. Fighting for the throne was common in every country, especially in countries with many princes. But what Huang Fuhao meant was that if one day there was internal strife in the Qin kingdom and Huang Fuhao fought for the throne, the crown prince must help him. How would the crown prince of Mingqi help the crown prince of the Qin country to fight for the throne, so he could only borrow troops? Huang Fuhao really had a good plan. Huang Fuhao saw his hesitation and laughed. What are you hesitating for? Isn't what this consort is doing for you now the same thing? The crown prince quivered and looked at Huang Fuhao without saying anything. If this time it was successful and Xianxia married to him, the Shen family would be tied together with his residence of the crown prince. With the help of the Shen family, the crown prince's strength would increase greatly and it would be an important weight in the fight for the throne. Now that Huang Fuhao was helping him, wasn't it helping him to fight for the throne? In this way, it seemed that the conditions that Huang Fuhao gave were not that unacceptable. After all, he had gained more from this matter. The crown prince steeled his heart and said, good. This time brother Huangfu has pulled out a knife to help, in the future Bengong will definitely not stand idly by. Huang Fuhao then smiled and exchanged toasts with the crown prince a few more times before saying, but... You really want to marry Xianxia? He saw the crown prince's puzzled expression and explained, initially at the tribute banquet, Bengong saw that Xianxia did not have a soft temperament and one feared that she would be very fierce. You are so confident that you can tame her? This is nothing. The crown prince waved his hands indifferently, no matter how fierce her temperament is, she is still a female. As long as it is a female, once they marry, they would put away that temper. To be honest with you, the crown prince's consort had a fierce temperament when she first came to the Eastern Palace, but until now she is still obedient to Bengong's wishes. Females, after putting in a little effort to coax them, they would be like a cat and at the end they would be docile. When Huang Fuhao heard it, he no longer said anything but his heart was somewhat contemptuous. Princess Ming'an's death was still a mystery until now but Huang Fuhao always felt that Xianxia was involved in this matter. Afterwards he did not know what happened between him and Fu Xiuyi, but he was used by others and now Fu Xiuyi deliberately kept a distance from him. The Shen family was not ordinary and there seemed to be someone guiding Xianxia from behind. The crown prince's strength was not weak but if he met Xianxia, he might not be able to win. It was just that all these were insignificant to Huang Fuhao. He was also happy to watch the show thus after laughing a few times, he continued to drink and chat with the crown prince. At the other end, in the residence of the Minister of Land, Xianxia actually replied to the invitation. She only said that Shen Dongling invited her over to taste the incense and Xianxia agreed but she still needed to bring along Luo Jia's Biao young lady, Luo Tan. Wang Bai was very happy to see Xianxia's reply and said to Shen Dongling, did not say that both of you sisters do not have any interactions, did not think that she would actually agree. Shen Dongling was also somewhat surprised, but her mouth was smiling. It seems that she is thinking about not meeting for a long time. After all, there are only the two of us sisters left in the residence. She took the invitation from Wang Bai's hands and looked at it carefully. In all fairness, Shen Dongling did not think that Shen Miao would actually reply to the invitation and even agree to taste the incense. With Shen Dongling's understanding of Shen Miao had a cautious nature and it was impossible for her to come. It did not matter if Shen Miao was present or not. The reason why she wrote the invitation to Shen Miao was because she wanted to prove to Wang Bai that she was doing her best to work for Wang Bai and hoped that Wang Bai would remember her good deeds in the future. But who would have thought that Shen Miao would actually agree? Shen Dongling's thoughts changed. The reason why Shen Miao would bring Luo Tan along was most likely because Luo Tan knew martial arts and with someone accompanying her, she would feel more at ease. Moreover, Shen Miao would definitely bring a lot of guards with her to ensure her safety. Since Shen Miao dared to come, she must have made a foolproof plan. But Shen Dongling did not care as her purpose was not to scheme against Shen Miao. Shen Dongling nudged Wang Bai, "Husband, since fifth sister has agreed to come, it's better to find a reason for the future. Call His Highness the Crown Prince and Huang Fu Hao together." In the future, it can be said that Huang Fu Hao looked at fifth younger sister's dignified beauty during the incense tasting and fell in love with her. Wouldn't the matters after be more natural? You females are indeed more thoughtful. Wang Bai smiled as he put his arm around Shen Dongling's shoulders. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Shen Dongling smiled as she teased him, but her heart was thinking of another matter. Shen Miao had always been good at scheming against others, and in the entire Shen residence, when Ren Wanyan and Shen Miao fought, Shen Dongling also saw it. At the end of the Shen family, the first household was able to preserve, and if one were to say that there was someone powerful, it would be Shen Miao and Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling also wanted to see who was more powerful between her and Shen Miao. To include Shen Miao in one's own plans was much more interesting than scheming against Shen Yu. Shen Miao, who was being schemed by Shen Dongling, was currently holding her chin and playing chess with Xie Jingxing in the room. Xie Jingxing played a good game of chess and was different from Shen Miao's steady moves and planning step by step. Xie Jingxing seemed to be able to see the use of the chess pieces that she had already arranged. Wherever Shen Miao moved, Xie Jingxing would block at the corresponding place. After playing for more than an hour, Xie Jingxing had won several chess pieces from her, but the battle was still in a stalemate and it was hard to separate them. In Shen Miao's previous life, in order to be able to chat with Fu Xiaoyi, she had trained hard in chess. Even if she was not number one, it would be hard to find an opponent. But under Xie Jingxing's hands, she could not kill, as Xie Jingxing was like a nemesis. Since learning chess, this was the first time that the Divine Temple wanted to take back a move. Seeing that Xie Jingxing had taken a few more of her chess pieces, Shen Miao said, "Tired? Do not want to play anymore? Do not want to play or cannot play?" Xie Jingxing said, "Beg me and I will teach you." Shen Miao almost laughed at his words. It was only because Shen Miao had a good temper that he came over in the middle of the night to find someone to play chess with. Others would have long sent Xie Jingxing out. She said, "Thank you, but I do not want it." She did not intend to be a chess master, so what was the use of learning this? She was somewhat surprised that Xie Jingxing could play chess so well. Xie Jingxing's outstanding skills were on the battlefield, and she had never heard that he was particularly good in other areas. But thinking about it, this person was playing with the world in the palm of his hands, so what was a small chess piece? She asked, "Have your people and horses been arranged in 2 days' time?" 2 days later was the day of tasting incense, and it was also the first time she and Xie Jingxing joined hands to scheme against others. To scheme against 2 crown princes, one feared that if this was set out, it would make people feel terrified. But Shen Miao did not feel anything. She herself had given birth to a crown prince, and she really did not feel that the position of a crown prince was unattainable. Xie Jingxing was even more so. His older brother was the emperor and the crown prince was his nephew. So looking at it this way, she and Xie Jingxing felt that it was very appropriate to plot against the 2 crown princes. "Do not worry, it is absolutely safe." Xie Jingxing said, "Your horse carriage is also arranged. You really want to go?" He frowned, "You do not have to go." "Why not?" Shen Miao said, whether to go or not has nothing to do with me, but I hope that they can make it more grand. Shen Miao gently smiled, if I were to go, they would only make the situation more realistic, but at the end they would discover that everything is wrong. Wouldn't it be more interesting? Xie Jingxing said with a smile that was not a smile, so ruthless? Ruthless? Shen Miao asked. Ruthless. He nodded, his eyes sparkling like clear water. His thin lips curled up slightly. But I like it. Shen Miao, ever since that night, Xie Jingxing's words became more frivolous, but it was only in words, his actions were still very respectful to her. Shen Miao was not used to suddenly having someone squeeze into her life, but she had to admit that with Xie Jingxing around, many things became much easier. It seemed that the things that she had to put in a lot of effort to do, could be easily solved by Xie Jingxing. But if one continued to rely on him like this, it would make one feel uneasy. Shen Miao had not learned how to trust a person, or rather, trust a man. She was courageous and resourceful in other matters, but in terms of relationships between men and women, she was severely injured. So even if she were to do it again, she would still be as clumsy as a child. Even if there was someone to gently teach her, she would still be clumsy and slow. Xie Jingxing stared at her carelessly and his eyes were deep, not knowing what he was thinking about. With the chess pieces by his hand, the young female sat in a dignified and gentle manner. The lights made her look gentle and graceful, like a lotus in full bloom. And his face was handsome and his dark eyes were as deep as the night. He looked at the other for a while thoughtfully before his lips suddenly hooked up into a smile. After this matter is resolved, I will marry you, Xin Jiao Jiao. 2 days later. Shen Miao woke up early and Luo Tan had long dressed up. Luo Tan had a lively temperament and was unable to sit still in the residence. Ever since that incident, Shen Qiu and Luo Ling reduced the number of times Shen Miao and Luo Tan, the two young ladies, went out. Even if he went out, he would be followed by a long line of guards. Shen Miao naturally did not care. She was not really a 16-year-old young lady and originally liked quietness, so there was no problem in staying in the residence for a while. It was Luo Ling, who was not used to this. As long as he heard that he could go out of the residence to play, no matter what the reason was, he would always be in high spirits. Shen Qiu and Luo Ling exhorted a few words before letting Shen Miao bring Ah Qi and Mo Qing along. Ah Qi and Mo Qing were the guards with the best martial arts in the entire Shen residence, but now they had become Shen Miao's personal guards. Shen Qiu said, there's no need to aggrieve yourself. If there's anything you're not willing to do, you can just leave. There's no need to worry. In the beginning, when Shen Qiu knew that Shen Miao was going to Shen Dongling's appointment, he was actually against it. He did not know why, but Shen Qiu did not have any good impression of Shen Dongling. Even though Shen Dongling's performance was not as obvious as Shen Qing's and Shen Yu's, and previously in the Shen residence, she lived in harmony with the first household, but Shen Qiu did not know why, but he always felt that Shen Dongling was not a good person. Such a big matter happened to the second household of the Shen family, but only Shen Dongling and Wan Yinyang were safe and sound, and there was also the matter of Shen Yu and Shen Dongling exchanging marriage. Even though he did not understand the specific reason, Shen Qiu felt that it was related to Shen Dongling. Perhaps it was because people who had been on the battlefield would have an instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Shen Qiu was not willing to have more relations with Shen Dongling and naturally did not want Shen Miao and Shen Dongling to be too close. For a person like Shen Dongling, if she had any other thoughts towards Shen Miao and used Shen Miao to achieve her own selfish desires, that would not be good. Shen Miao smiled, I know. There is still Biao older sister accompanying me. Nothing will happen. Luo Tan grinned and said, that's right. If cousin Qiu is really worried, you can come with us. Shen Qiu shook his head. I still have matters to attend to at the military headquarters. Besides, I'm just a boor. Why would I go there to taste the incense? It'll choke my nose. Just like how the civil officials looked down on the vulgarity of the generals also couldn't understand the actions of the civil officials. Shen Qiu did not understand what was so good about this incense, not to mention that there would be people who would spend a few hundred taels of silver for 1 or 2 sticks of incense, which was really surprising. Luo Tan said, do not worry older brother Qiu, I will take good care of youngest Biao sister. Xianxia scolded her with a stern face, with your mediocre martial arts? I don't know who it was that almost lost their life last time and even troubled Imperial physician Gao to treat them for more than a month. Luo Tan was most afraid of people mentioning this matter, so she quickly stuck out her tongue and looked at Luo Ling for help. Luo Ling smiled gently, no matter what, one must always be careful. After tasting the incense, come back earlier as the sky darkens early and it is not safe at a young lady's home. When he was speaking, his eyes were staring at Shen Miao with concern. Previously, when the news that the crown prince had the intention to marry Shen Miao into the household was spread, Luo Shuiyan was busy arranging the marriage and the first to speak was Luo Ling. There was nothing to say about Luo Ling's character and family background and they were all from the same family, so Luo Shuiyan was most optimistic about Luo Ling. Afterwards, because of Prince Rui's words, the marriage was suppressed and the matter of Luo Shuiyan finding a good person for Shen Miao was not as urgent as before. But Luo Ling had already expressed his feelings to Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia, thus some matters were especially obvious. This kind of unconcealed affection, even if Shen Miao was in charge of the 6 palaces and was used to seeing facts, she was unable to turn a blind eye to it and could only slightly avoid it, save it. Many thanks to older brother Ling's concern. Luo Tan urged to leave and only said, "All right, it is better to set off quickly. It would not be good if one were to be late on the road." Both of them then said their goodbyes and followed the carriage forward. In the carriage, Luo Tan said, "Biao, youngest sister, what exactly are you thinking?" Shen Miao turned her head to look at her and said inexplicably, "What is thinking?" "About your marriage." Luo Tan had an appearance of being very worried for her. "Even if the crown prince's side is temporarily resting, there will be a day where you will have to marry. Previously I heard Gumu say that this year your marriage must be settled, otherwise one would not be the crown prince. Your conditions are so good that it would inevitably attract others to covet." Shen Miao did not speak. The position of the Shen family in Mingqi was indeed very subtle. If used well, it would be a sharp sword, but if used badly, it would bring disaster. But one thing was certain, the imperial family of Mingqi only had fear of the Shen family. They wanted the soldiers in Xianxia's hands, and as for the person who would lead the troops, if there was a day where they had the troops, then they would not even try. So as the only daughter of the Shen family, the meaning of in-laws was too much. There were times when one could not control oneself and it was not something that she could decide. Uncontrollably, Shen Miao's mind floated back to the words that Xie Jingxing said to her that day. "After this matter is settled, I will marry you, Shen Jiao." He said it plainly and in such a sudden situation, it did not seem to be a promise, but it was like he was guaranteeing something. The most important thing was that when he said it, there was an unquestionable flavor, as if he could do it if he said it. But how could that be possible? One was the daughter of the Mingqi's general and the other was Prince Rui of the Great Liang. To say it in a bad way, the Great Liang was strong, and with the identity of Prince Rui, even the princess of Mingqi would be considered to be climbing up the social ladder, not to mention her. And if she really married over, what would happen to the Shen family's position? It was really a difficult matter. Shen Miao's eyes were deep in thought when she was suddenly pushed by Luo Tan. She recovered to her senses and heard Luo Tan saying, "What are you thinking about so hard that you did not even answer my question?" Shen Miao asked, "What did you ask me?" Luo Tan looked at her helplessly and said after a long while, "I ask you, among the few people that came to propose, who do you like the most?" Shen Miao was surprised for a moment, but Luo Tan was already counting with her fingers. Older brother Ling is gentle and considerate and also knows everything. Su Mingfeng has deep feelings for you and Su Foran also likes you very much. Feng Zixian looks like an educated and reasonable person, and with Feng and Ning's protection, you will live well. These 3 people are considered young talents. Luo Tan leaned close to Shen Miao and carefully observed Shen Miao's expression. "You do not like any of them?" Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself, "No." Luo Tan sat up straight and guided patiently, "Biao, youngest sister, this is not right. Although it was good to pursue perfection in everything, it was not good to be too demanding. From what I have seen these few days, these 3 are already the top talents in the Ding capital. If they were placed in the Shaochen city, one feared that the young ladies would fight over the position of a concubine." All 3 of them agreed not to take concubines. She looked at Shen Miao for a while before shaking her head and sighing, "But thinking about it, Usually you do not have any special feelings towards these three people, so it is assumed that you are not tempted. I saw that it was written in the book that a tempted young lady's face would be as red as rosy clouds and the little deer would run wild. The deer in your heart has not been born yet. Xianxia listened to Luo Tan's messy words and found it funny. What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you care so much about my matters? Could it be that you are sick? You do not say. Luo Tan covered her throat. These few days my throat is dry and one fear that I went out at night to blow. One originally wanted to look for physician Gao to take a look at my illness, but one did not even see his shadow these few days. Luo Tan was somewhat dissatisfied, really a physician without medical ethics. Xianxia was somewhat speechless. Not to mention that Gao Yang's real identity was an official of the Great Liang, even in Mingqi, he was an imperial physician. Only Luo Tan would come and treat people with headaches and fever all day long. But at the other end, Shandong Ling was dressing up in the residence. Today she was dressed very simply, as if she did not put on any makeup. She was wearing a rosin-colored begonia dress, which was naturally made of the best material. But the jewelry was mainly simple jade ornaments. Xinghua looked left and right and said, "Why is foreign dressed up so simply today?" Even though foreign is naturally beautiful, when one is out, is it not better to be more beautiful? What do you know? Shandong Ling looked at the beauty in the mirror. Her looks were very good and had the delicateness and elegance of Wan Yin when she was young. Even if she wore such simple clothes, she looked somewhat dainty in it. Most likely it was because she had become a married woman, there was an inexplicable charm to her. The servants in the residence would sometimes whisper behind one's back, saying that Shandong Ling looked like a concubine. Most of the matriarchs of large families had upright facial features, mellow and blessed, and looked honest. But Shandong Ling had big eyes, a sharp chin, and was as pretty as a fox, which was the typical face of a concubine. Wang Foreign and Master Wang also had some complaints about this, but Wang Bai liked it, so everything else could be ignored. Shandong Ling looked at it for a moment before pulling out the jade hairpin on her head and replaced it with a plain silver hairpin. When Xinghua saw this, she wanted to speak but hesitated. Shandong Ling said, "No need to think so much. Recently I am not playing the lead role, and dressing up too flashy would instead steal the limelight. I would not do such a silly thing. There are plenty of opportunities to compete for beauty, and this time is not a bad thing." When Xinghua heard it, she said, "Foreign's beauty is natural. There is no need to compare, it is also a first-class beauty." Shandong Ling's expression was happy after hearing what was said, but what made her even happier was not Xinghua's flattery. Today was the day that the crown prince of the Qin would fall in love at first sight with Shen Miao, and she was just a foil. The more she appeared dejected, the more it would set off Shen Miao's beauty, and the more natural this marriage would be. However, since many people were required to witness the marriage, naturally, the more the merrier. Wang Bai would also be there. In this way, he could constantly remind the crown prince that Wang Bai had contributed the most to this wonderful event. Shandong Ling stood up and took another look at the invitation. The time on the invitation was C hour. It was still very early. She said, "I'll go out and have a meal with my husband first. After that, I'll go to Yifeng Pavilion. It's just the right time." What she didn't know was that while she was having breakfast with Wang Bai, Huang Fu Hao had already left. The place to taste the incense was at the Yifeng Pavilion. The Yifeng Pavilion was a pavilion in the outskirts of the Ding capital, and was once renovated by the late emperor for the late empress. Located in the Yifeng Pavilion, one could see the deep valley below and the blue sky above. Wealthy people who were particular about elegance would often like to taste the incense at the Yifeng Pavilion. When a stick of incense was lit, a breeze would blow past and it would pierce through the blue sky, making one feel a sense of vastness. Even though it was winter now, but it just so happened that the valley below was covered in silver, so it was even more interesting to boil the snow and discuss the fragrance. Huang Fu Hao looked at the exquisite invitation and smiled. To fall in love at first sight with an official's daughter in such a beautiful place, it sounded not bad. But it would only benefit others and he would tie them up to put on a show. Huang Fu Hao's guards rushed over and said that the horse carriage was ready and could set off. Huang Fu Hao then frowned and walked towards the residence's entrance. No matter what, It was too early for the higher-ups to insist on arriving at the Yifeng Pavilion in the early hours of the morning. They even wanted him to apply for leave early in the morning. It was just that no matter how dissatisfied Huang Fuhao was, he could only comply. Yifeng Pavilion was in the outskirts and was some distance away from the Ding capital, thus one had to depart when the sky had just brightened. After reaching the outskirts, there was still a long mountain road. Luckily there was a wealthy family that specially built a road for the horse carriages, else it would be much more difficult to walk. Even so, it would take a while to reach the Yifeng Pavilion. Huang Fuhao let his guards stay at the waist of the mountain and walked forward alone. It was not because of anything else but the invitation specifically instructed him not to bring any guards over. The more guards there were, the more unnatural this marriage would be. Moreover, the crown prince would arrive earlier to discuss with Huang Fuhao, thus it would be inconvenient to bring more people. Huang Fuhao was not afraid of any accidents at all. Firstly, the crown prince would definitely have other guards placed in this place, so there was no need to worry about assassins. Secondly, the crown prince would not make a move on him as there were so many people watching. When he went out today, the people from the residence of Prince Qin would know that he was here for the crown prince's appointment. If anything were to happen to him, the crown prince would not be able to escape responsibility. Therefore, Huang Fuhao calmly left the guards behind and went up himself. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and Huang Fuhao very quickly paid the price of his own conceited decision. When Huang Fuhao was walking up from the waist of the mountain, the crown prince was also walking towards Yifeng Pavilion with his guards from another path. Both of them happened to maintain a distance of one in front and one behind. The gap was not big, but because they were not on the same path and direction, they just missed each other. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Huang Fuhao reached Yifeng Pavilion. In the long pavilion of Yifeng Pavilion, there was already a person sitting there. When that person saw Huang Fuhao, he immediately stood up. It was the crown prince. Huang Fuhao was somewhat surprised as he did not expect that the crown prince would arrive earlier than him. As such, the time that was requested on the invitation was not that unacceptable. After all, the other party had arrived earlier. He looked left and right and said, "Why are the others not here?" Since there was going to be a love at first sight show, how would the show start if no one else was here? The crown princess smiled and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. I called you here so early today because I have something to say to you in private." Huang Fuhao felt that something was amiss, but he didn't think too much about it. His guards were stationed halfway up the mountain, and would be able to rush over in time. Seeing that the crown prince's guards were by his side, he knew that nothing would go wrong. He then asked, "Please speak." The crown prince walked to Huang Fuhao's side and said, "Brother Huang Fu, don't you find it strange why I have called you over so early today and why I have Brother Huang Fu's guards stay at the waist of the mountain? They probably have something important to discuss." Huang Fuhao was a little impatient to argue with the crown prince. The two of them had already reached this stage, there was no need to hide anything. "Brother Huang Fu, don't you think this is like trying to silence them?" the crown prince asked. Huang Fuhao laughed loudly and said, "Joking is not your style." The crown prince did not reply. Huang Fuhao turned to look at him, his heart skipping a beat. The crown prince's expression was calm, and he did not do anything else. However, this calmness caused Huang Fuhao to suddenly feel a deep sense of unease. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. But, why would the crown prince want to silence them? Unless the crown prince could kill all the servants in King Qin's residence, the crown prince would not be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, Huang Fuhao could not think of a reason why the crown prince would want to kill him. However, before he could hear the answer, he saw the crown prince's eyes flash. Huang Fuhao was shocked and instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a silver sword light that came stabbing at him from behind. They were the crown prince's personal guards. Huang Fuhao was shocked and afraid. He finally realized that something was wrong. The crown prince had brought his guards with him, but his guards were left halfway up the mountain. Huang Fuhao couldn't figure out why the crown prince wanted to kill him. That was why he fell into the trap so easily. He said angrily, "What are you doing?" The crown prince looked at him expressionlessly. "I'm sorry." Several guards flew towards Huang Fuhao. In his despair, Huang Fuhao shouted, "Fu Shouyan! You harmed me. The Qin kingdom will not let this go. Fu Shouyan. Fu Shouyan was the crown prince's name. His voice came to an abrupt end. The sword light that passed through his chest was like a silver snake, emitting a dense white light. The blood that slowly seeped out, however, stuck to the thin ice on the ground. The Yifeng Pavilion's back was against the Grand Canyon. Huangfu Hao's final roar had been made with all his might. Hence, his roar continued to echo down the valley. Layer after layer, like ripples on the bottom of the water. On the other end, the crown prince and his entourage, who were on their way to the Yifeng Pavilion, suddenly stopped. They were on the dark path down the mountain and the echo did not seem to be very clear. The crown prince frowned and asked, "Did someone just call my name?" The guards looked at each other. They couldn't hear clearly. The crown prince thought for a moment and said, "I must have heard wrongly." In this world, other than the Empress, no one dared to call him by his full name. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone in Yifeng Pavilion. The appointed time on the invitation was 6 in the morning. However, the crown prince had a habit of arriving early, so he went up the mountain at 7 in the morning. He should have been the first to arrive. As he thought about it, he felt that it was just a hallucination. But for some reason, the crown prince felt uneasy. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. When he arrived at Yifeng Pavilion, he saw a person sitting in the pavilion with his back facing him from afar. Looking at the back view, he knew it was Huangfu Hao. The crown prince was surprised. He didn't expect Huangfu Hao to arrive so early. He smiled and greeted him. "I didn't expect brother Huangfu to arrive so early." Before he could say morning, the crown prince's hand had just touched Huangfu Hao's shoulder when Huangfu Hao fell to the ground with a thud. The crown prince was startled and immediately reached out to pull Huangfu Hao. With this pull, Huangfu Hao's face was directly facing him. The crown prince cried out in alarm and immediately let go. Huangfu Hao's eyes were round and his mouth was wide open as if he was extremely angry and shocked. However, his clothes were cold and wet because the silver robes around his chest were already dyed red with large patches of blood. "What's going on?" The crown prince panicked. Huangfu Hao was dead. How was this possible? He did not have time to react to this matter when a large group of people suddenly rushed in from outside. They were all dressed as imperial bodyguards. Seeing Huangfu Hao lying on the ground, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. They angrily shouted at the crown prince, "Audacious, you dare to plot against His Highness the Crown Prince. Hand over your life." Without saying another word, he pounced toward the crown prince. The crown prince had also brought his own imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards naturally could not let the crown prince be harmed, so they fought with the imperial bodyguards. At this time, the crown prince also understood that these people who had drawn their blades against him were Huangfu Hao's imperial bodyguards. But where did Huangfu Hao's imperial bodyguards go? Why did they only rush out now? The crown prince still remembered to explain and shouted, "This prince has just arrived here. When I arrived here, brother Huangfu had already been killed. This prince did not do it." One of the imperial bodyguards who seemed to be the leader said hatefully, "Nonsense. Just now, we were waiting for His Highness the Crown Prince's orders halfway up the mountain and heard His Highness personally shout that you were the one who harmed him. We were unable to arrive immediately. Now that we have the witness and the material evidence, how can you deny it?" After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed over. As the crown prince was being protected by his own guards, he was dumbfounded. Huangfu Hao said that he was the one who harmed him. This was simply a joke. He had just arrived and Huangfu Hao was already dead. Why would Huangfu Hao slander him? Wait. The crown prince's heart suddenly moved. Before he reached Yifeng Pavilion, he seemed to have heard someone calling his name. It was just that he was walking on the Yin mountain and could not hear it clearly. Could it be that it was not an illusion and was real? But why would Huangfu Hao call out his name? The crown prince's heart was in a mess, but he still said, "Bengong just arrived here. Why would Bengong harm him? Mingqi dog. You deceived our crown prince to come out and asked His Highness to leave us at the waist of the mountain in the invitation so that it would be convenient for you to do this. If this enmity is not avenged, the Qin country would have lived in vain." The crown prince was like being struck by lightning. The invitation to Huangfu Hao was personally written by him so that this love at first sight drama would be more natural and real. The crown prince invited Huangfu Hao out to taste the incense and coincidentally, Wang Bai found this incense by accident. Who knew that Wang Bai's new foreign was insensible and invited her own younger sister out to see the novelty? The four of them unintentionally gathered together and the rest of the matter naturally took its course. But in the invitation, there was no mention of leaving one's guards at the waist of the mountain. A guard stood in front of the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, we cannot hold on any longer. The people here do not want to live. Your Highness better leave first." The crown prince looked up at the other party. Huang Fuhao was obviously dead and could not be revived. Those guards most likely knew that their master was dead, and even if they returned to the Qin country, they would be accused of not protecting the crown prince and the Qin emperor would vent his anger on them. At the end, there was only death. They might as well push all the blame onto the crown prince, and now they were going to perish together with the crown prince. Their moves were ruthless, but the crown prince's guards still had to protect the crown prince and were unable to resist the enemy. The crown prince was somewhat hesitant. If he were to leave, he would not be able to resolve all the matters properly, and it was as though he had tacitly agreed to this stain. But if he did not leave? Looking at the menacing momentum of the other party, the crown prince did not know if he could return safely. He clenched his teeth and looked at Huang Fuhao on the ground before hardening his heart. Go. No one outside the Yifeng pavilion was aware of what was happening. Shen Dongling and Wang Bai sat in the carriage. The carriage was still on the way up the mountain. There was still some distance to the foot of the mountain. Today, they were only here to be witnesses. It would be bad if they went too early. Moreover, the Shen mansion was far from Yifeng pavilion, and if Shen Miao did not go, it would be inconvenient for the crown prince and Huang Fuhao to speak if they went earlier, so Wang Bai instructed the carriage to deliberately slow down. Shen Dongling nestled in Wang Bai's embrace and said with a smile, "My husband seems to be in a good mood today." Wang Bai hugged her. "Of course I'm in a good mood after marrying a beautiful woman." Thinking that after today, his position in the crown prince's heart would rise again, Wang Bai couldn't help but feel very pleased. Although the minister-councilor's residence was overflowing with wealth because of the illicit salt business, they were all secretly wealthy. They also had to be on guard at all times against being discovered and reported by people with ulterior motives, implicating the entire residence. People always had to look forward. In the past, Wang Bai's path had always been steady, but when he didn't lack money, power became somewhat important. He also wanted to be able to soar to the skies in one fell swoop. Wang Bai was the crown prince's person. Even though the crown prince had the orthodox title among the few princes, it was not outstanding. But now that the other princes were fighting for power, Emperor Wenhui would instead value the crown prince more, as he felt that the crown prince was easier to grasp. Emperor Wenhui had the heart to support the crown prince, and the crown prince gradually changed his style of doing things in the past, causing the people who followed the crown prince to gradually become ambitious. In addition, Wang Bai glanced at the beautiful woman in his embrace. After marrying Shen Dongling, he increasingly felt that even though he was steady, it was not easy to get ahead. What was the point of enduring for decades and one would be old? Shen Dongling, however, suited his taste and seemed to be able to encourage him to do things that he dared not think of in the past. Wang Bai's heart was rejoicing. Now, as long as Shen Miao's matter was successful, the crown prince would have more confidence in inheriting the emperor's throne. When one person achieves Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Just as he was thinking, the carriage suddenly stopped. Wang Bai lifted the curtain and asked, "What is the matter?" A guard ran over. Wang Bai recognized him as he was the person beside the crown prince. The crown prince had sent this person to pass a few words to Wang Bai, so Wang Bai was considered familiar with him. But at this moment, that person's expression was not good, and not only that, his clothes were somewhat disheveled. He waved his hands at Wang Bai and said, "Lord Wang, something happened." Shen Dongling was listening in the carriage. Things seemed to have changed beyond recognition overnight. The limitless glory that he had originally envisioned had turned into countless troubles in just a moment's time. Wang Bai and Shen Dongling never thought that Huang Fuhao would actually be killed by the crown prince. The two of them had no idea what had happened. The crown prince's bodyguard had been trying his best to emphasize that the crown prince had not done anything to Huang Fuhao. By the time the crown prince reached the Yifeng pavilion, Huang Fuhao was already dead. But Huang Fuhao's guards seemed to believe it without a doubt. The misunderstanding had already been created, not to mention it was a bloody misunderstanding. Therefore, what followed was a shocking accusation. Ling tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face as she comforted Wang Bai. There must be some misunderstanding. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. However, her heart was sinking into the abyss. From an outsider's point of view, it was Wang Bai who found the good incense and gave it to the crown prince, and the crown prince used the flower to present the Buddha to Huang Fuhao, who invited Huang Fuhao to taste the incense together. Wang Bai was the source of the disaster. Even if this matter had nothing to do with Wang Bai, it was impossible for Wang Bai to leave unscathed due to the fury of the imperial family. Furthermore, even if the crown prince was lucky enough to prove his innocence in the end, Wang Bai was the one who came up with the plan to taste the incense. Because of Wang Bai's plan, Huang Fuhao was dead, and the Qin kingdom would not let the matter rest. The crown prince's ally was also dead, so how could the crown prince not vent his anger on Wang Bai? Therefore, looking left and right, Wang Bai, the scapegoat, could not escape. Wang Bai clearly thought of this too, his expression ugly to the extreme. In the end, he was more composed than Ling and only said, "Let's go back first and visit the crown prince's residence to find out what exactly happened. How did Huang Fuhao die just like that? Who killed him? Why did Huang Fuhao call out the crown prince's name again?" The intricacies of this matter were truly incomprehensible. No matter what, he had to figure out what was going on first before he could come up with a countermeasure. The coachman turned the horse around and ran in the direction of the city. Ling seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "Why haven't I seen fifth sister?" Wang Bai was taken aback. One must know that this plan was used by the crown prince because of Xin Miao. This was because Ling had calculated the time and arrived at Yifeng Pavilion at about the same time as Xin Miao. This way, they could chat casually and show their deep sisterhood. They stopped here for a while and it was reasonable to say that Xin Miao and the rest should also be here. But on the mountain road in the outskirts, one could see clearly in front of them, and there were no other carriages ahead or behind. Why did Xin Miao not come? Wang Bai only knew that Xin Miao was Ling's third household's Tang younger sister, and because Xianxia held great power in his hands, he did not know anything about Xin Miao's character. Ling, however, had seen the methods that Xin Miao used to deal with the second and third household, and her heart sank. If Xin Miao did not come, how could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that Xin Miao had long known that something would happen today? There was no one in the world who had the ability to predict the future. Could it be that this matter was related to Xin Miao? No matter how powerful she was, how could she kill the crown prince of the Qin kingdom so easily? When Wang Bai heard Ling's words, he misunderstood Ling's meaning and said, "That's right. If fifth Xin young lady was also here, things would most likely be smoother." Wang Bai thought that with one more person, he would be able to share more of the blame. If Xin Miao was here, on account of Xianxia, Emperor Wenhui would not make things too difficult for him, but if he were to punish him alone, it would appear to be biased. In order to show fairness, Xin Miao's presence would save Wang Bai a lot of things. He said, "Let us return to the residence first. Perhaps fifth Xin young lady has already returned. Let's take a look at the crown prince's side first." Ling nodded her head but smiled bitterly in her heart. She did not know why, but she felt that Xin Miao would not have already returned, and most likely Xin Miao did not intend to come to Yifeng Pavilion from the start. Xin Miao. This opponent was more terrifying than she thought. At the other end, on the streets, Luo Tan was sitting in the horse carriage and wiped the sweat on her forehead. What to do now? One delay, and it has been delayed for so long. If one rushed to Yifeng Pavilion now, one fear that it is already too late. Just now, when their Shen family's horse carriage was traveling in a bustling area of the city, they accidentally bumped into an old woman. That old woman immediately fainted. The Shen family was not a small family in the Ding capital, and Xianxia was a respected hero, so naturally one had to cherish one's feathers. Xin Miao and Luo Tan did not have any reason to leave the old woman alone. They instructed the guards to send the old woman to the nearest medical hall and personally watched the doctor take the old woman's pulse and said that she was fine until the old woman woke up. Their action naturally won the approval of many commoners, as they felt that young ladies from the general residence did not have any arrogance and instead were considerate of the commoners, which was a rare character. It was true that they had earned praises, but it also delayed a lot of time. If they were to rush to Yifeng Pavilion now, it would be noon by the time they arrived. Xin Miao pondered for a moment before saying, "Not going." Huh? Luo Tan was still thinking about how to solve this problem when she heard Xin Miao say that and could not help but be surprised. Why not going? Doesn't Biao youngest sister hate people who go back on their words? Xin Miao smiled. One must pay attention to the time and place when tasting the incense. The best time in Yifeng Pavilion is in the morning when the air is the freshest, and one would naturally feel refreshed when tasting the incense at noon or in the afternoon. The heaven and earth are chaotic and it is not easy to taste the fragrance. One cannot let others wait for us. This would not be beautiful. She stretched out her hand to call Mo Qing over and let him send a messenger pigeon to Yifeng Pavilion. She and Luo Tan would not be able to go due to the delay. Even though Luo Tan had some regrets, she originally did not have any interest in tasting the incense. It was rare for her to come out for a stroll, so she wanted to pull Xin Miao along. Xin Miao saw that it was still early, and with Qi and the rest of the guards by her side, there was no harm in strolling around, so she agreed. Who knew that Luo Tan was in high spirits, and after this stroll, it was already close to evening when they returned to the Shen residence. Their carriage had just arrived at the entrance of the mansion when the manservant in front of the door smiled and said, "It's good that Miss has returned. Madam and Master have just returned as well. Just in time for dinner." Luo Tan smiled as she took Xin Miao's hand and stepped through the door. Who knew that when they entered the main hall, Luo Shuiyan was talking to Xianxia, and when she saw Xin Miao and Luo Tan returning, she was surprised for a moment before giving a big sigh of relief. "Jiao Jiao, Tanner, where did you all go?" "Today, Lady Wang of the Minister Councillor's residence invited us to Yifeng Pavilion to taste some incense. On the way there, the carriage collided with an old woman. My cousin and I were busy taking care of the old woman and were delayed. Hence, we decided to excuse ourselves and not go. My cousin and I were just strolling around." "Father, mother, did something happen?" Xin Miao said that Xin Dongling was the Lady Wang of the Minister Councillor's residence, and it was obvious that she was deliberately drawing a clear line with Xin Dongling. Luo Shuiyan did not notice this and only took a deep breath. "It scared me to death. Today the Crown Prince of Qin was assassinated at Yifeng Pavilion, and all the related people were arrested and sent to the prison for interrogation. That Wang Bai said that you were also present, but no one saw it. Your father and I rushed back, and when we saw that you were not around, we thought that something happened." Luo Tan was surprised for a moment. "Assassinated?" she said. "Who would have such guts to dare to assassinate the Crown Prince of the Qin country in broad daylight? Are the martial arts of the Crown Prince of the Qin country's guards that bad? How could they not even protect their master's life?" Different from Luo Tan's surprised face, Xin Miao was very calm as she said, "Do not worry. Biao older sister and I did not go to Yifeng Pavilion. Today when we collided with that old woman, many commoners on the streets saw it, and to avoid trouble, we even reported our names. Those commoners can testify for us that we were busy taking care of that old woman, so how would we have the time to go to Yifeng Pavilion? It would not be fake under the watchful eyes of everyone, and Xin Miao did not know how to split herself, so how could she appear at Yifeng Pavilion when she was in the marketplace?" Xianxia snorted coldly, and there was some anger in his expression. "Wang Bai has such big guts to dare to splash dirty water on my Shen family. It seems that the Wang family wants to drag us into the water." Luo Shuiyan also understood and said hatefully, "Shen Dongling is still our relative, but one did not think that she would have such vicious thoughts. How is it reasonable to scheme against one's own family?" Xin Miao sneered. "In the second and third household of the Shen family, when was there anyone who treated us sincerely?" Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were silent. Luo Tan felt that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy and smiled as she interrupted, "Speaking of which, it is fortunate that Biao younger sister and I had good luck today. If it was not that we collided with that old woman, one fear that we would really go to Yifeng Pavilion to taste the incense. Since Huang Fu Hao was attacked by an assassin and even his guards were not saved, the assassin's martial arts must be very high. If Biao younger sister and I were to go, we might also be implicated. Speaking of which, we should thank that old woman." Xin Miao laughed in spite of herself and was about to say something when she heard Luo Tan muttering, "But previously in the invitation that was given to us, there was no mention of the Crown Prince of the Qin country going to taste the incense. Why did the Crown Prince of the Qin country go to taste the incense?" Was there anyone else there? If there was, were there any casualties? Before anyone could answer Luo Tan's questions, one saw two travel-worn people walking in. It was Xianxia and Luo Ling. Luo Tan turned around and happened to bump into them. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Cousin Xiao, Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Xianxia's and Luo Ling's clothes were somewhat disheveled, and not only that, there were some bloodstains on their faces, making them look extremely wretched. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were also shocked. Luo Shuiyan quickly stepped forward and anxiously looked at the two of them. "What happened?" Xianxia quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's not my blood, it's someone else's." Only then did Luo Shuiyan relax. But before she could relax, she heard Luo Tan ask, "Cousin Xiao, are you and Brother Ling going to catch the assassin who tried to assassinate the crown prince of Qin today? Are those assassins very powerful and difficult to deal with? You guys don't look like you have it easy." Xianxia frowned and asked, "Xianxiao, is it like this?" Xianxiao and Luo Ling looked at each other, and both of their gazes were somewhat strange. After a moment, Xianxiao let all the servants in the main hall leave and looked at Luo Tan and Xin Miao thoughtfully. Xin Miao smiled, "Me and older Biao sister will not say it out. Eldest brother can just say whatever it is." Luo Tan quickly raised her hands to indicate that she would not reveal anything at all. Seeing Xianxiao's serious look, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were somewhat suspicious. Luo Ling nodded his head to Xianxiao, and Xianxiao sighed before speaking. Today the troops and horses of the Ministry of War's garrison had gone to stop people, but it was not the assassins who tried to assassinate Huangfu Hao but Huangfu Hao's guards. Guards? Luo Shuiyan frowned. Could it be that they want an explanation from Ming Qi and have already made a big fuss? Luo Shuiyan did not have any good impression of the Qin people. One did not know if it was because the Qin country was established for the shortest period of time among the three countries and did not have much history. From the imperial family to the commoners, everyone had an arrogant look. Even if the Qin country's power was slightly stronger than Ming Qi, but the arrogance that they displayed in front of Ming Qi was really an eyesore. End of chapter 784. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.